Armed with these powers, Cabot set sail from Bristol on Tuesday, the 2nd of May 1497, on board a ship called the Matthew manned by 18 men rounding Ireland. They headed first north, and then west. During several weeks they were forced by variable winds to keep an irregular course, although steadily towards the west at length. After being 52 days at sea at 5 o'clock, on Saturday morning, June 24, they reached the northern extremity of Cape Breton Island. The royal banner was unfurled, and in solemn form Cabot took possession of the country in the name of King Henry VII. The soil being found fertile, and the climate temperate, Cabot was convinced he had reached the northeastern coast of Asia, whence came the silks and precious stones he had seen at Mecca. Cape North was named Cape Discovery, and as the day was the festival of St. John the Baptist, St. Paul Island, which lies opposite, was called the Island of St. John. Having taken on board wood and water, preparations were made to return home as quickly as possible. Sailing north, Cabot named Cape Ray St. George's Cape and christened St. Pierre and Miquelon, which then with Langley formed three separate islands. The Trinity group. Hereabout they met great schools of cod, quantities of which were caught by the sailors merely by lowering baskets into the water. Cape Race, the last land seen, was named England's Cape. The return voyage was made without difficulty, since the prevailing winds in the North Atlantic are westerly, and on Sunday, the 6th of August, the Matthew dropped anchor once more in Bristol Harbour. Cabot hastened to court, and on Thursday, the 10th of August, received from the king 10, for having found the new isle. Cabot reported that 700 leagues beyond Ireland, he had reached the country of the Grand Khan. Although both silk and Brazilwood could be obtained there, he intended on his next voyage to follow the coast southward as far as Cipangu or Japan. Then placed near the equator, once Cipangu had been reached, London would become a greater center for spices than Alexandria. Henry VII was delighted, and besides granting Cabot a pension of 20, promised him in the spring a fleet of 10 ships with which to sail to Cipangu. On the 3rd of February 1498, fresh letters patent were issued, whereby Cabot was empowered to take at his pleasure 6 English ships and them convey, and lead to the Land and Isles of Late, found by the Sage John. Henry VII himself also advanced considerable sums of money to various members of the expedition. As success seemed assured, it was expected the returns would be high. In the spring, Cabot visited Lisbon and Seville to secure the services of men who had sailed along the African coast with Cam and Diaz, or to the Indies with Columbus. At Lisbon, he met a certain Joe Fernandez called Lavrador, who about the year 1492 appears to have made his way from Iceland to Greenland. Cabot, on learning from Fernandez that part of Asia, as they supposed Greenland to be, lay so near Iceland, determined to return by way of this country. On reaching Bristol, he laid his plans. Accordingly, early in May, the expedition, which consisted of 2 ships and 300 men, left Bristol. Several vessels in the habit of trading to Iceland accompanied them off Ireland. A storm forced one of these to return, but the rest of the fleet proceeded. On its way along the parallel of 58 each day, the ships were carried northward by the Gulf Stream. Early in June, Cabot reached the east coast of Greenland, and as Fernandez was the first who had told him of this country, he named it the Labrador's Land. In the hope of finding a passage, Cabot proceeded northward along the coast. As he advanced, the cold became more intense, and the icebergs thicker and larger. It was also noticed that the land trended eastward. As a result, on the 11th of June, in latitude 6730, the crews mutinied and refused to proceed farther in that direction. Cabot had no alternative but to put his ships about and look for a passage towards the south. Rounding Cape Farewell, he explored the southern coast of Greenland, and then made his way a certain distance up the west coast. Here again, his progress was checked by icebergs, whereupon a course was set towards the west. Crossing Davis Strait, Cabot reached our modern Baffin Land in 66. Judging this to be the Asiatic mainland, he set off southward in search of Cipangu. South of Hudson Strait, a little bartering was done with the Indians, but these could offer nothing in exchange. But furs. Our Strait of Belle Isle was mistaken for an ordinary bay, and Newfoundland was regarded by Cabot as the main shore itself. Rounding Cape Race, he visited once more the region explored in the previous summer, and then proceeded to follow the coast of our Nova Scotia and New England in search of Cipangu. He made his way as far south as the 38th parallel, when the absence of all signs of Eastern civilization and the low state of his stores forced him to abandon all hope of reaching Cipangu on this voyage. Accordingly, the ships were put about, and a course set for England, where they arrived safely late in the autumn of 1498. Not long after his return, John Cabot died. His son Sebastian Cabot, 147,615,572, is not independently heard of until May 1512, When he was paid 20 shillings for making a card of Gascogne and Guyenne Wither, he accompanied the English army sent that year by Henry Roman VIII to aid his father-in-law Ferdinand of Aragon against the French, since Ferdinand and his daughter Joanna were contemplating the dispatch of an expedition from Santander to explore Newfoundland. Sebastian was questioned about this coast by the king's counselors. As a result, Ferdinand summoned him in September 1512 to Logrono, and on the 30th of October, appointed him a captain in the navy at a salary of 50,000 maravedis a year. A letter was also written to the Spanish ambassador in England to help Cabot and his family to return to Spain, with the result that in March 1514 he was again back at court, discussing with Ferdinand the proposed expedition to Newfoundland. Preparations were made for him to set sail in March 1516, but the death of the king in January of that year put an end to the undertaking. His services were retained by Charles Roman V, and on the 5th of February 1518, Cabot was named pilot major and official examiner of pilots. In the winter of 15,201,521, Sebastian Cabot returned to England. Roman V panned, while there was offered by Wolsey the command of 5 vessels, which Henry Roman VIII intended to dispatch to Newfoundland, being reproached by a fellow Venetian with having done nothing for his own country. Cabot refused, and on reaching Spain, entered into secret negotiations with the Council of Ten at Venice. It was agreed that as soon as an opportunity offered, Cabot should come to Venice and lay his plans before the Signory. The Conference of Badajoz took up his time in 1524, and on the 4th of March 1525, he was appointed commander of an expedition fitted out at Seville to discover the Moluccas, Tarsies, over Cipango and Cathay. The 3 vessels set sail in April, and by June were off the coast of Brazil, and on their way to the Straits of Magellan, near the La Plata River. Cabot found 3 Spaniards who had formed part of De Salis' expedition of 1515. These men gave such glowing accounts of the riches of the country, watered by this river, that Cabot was at length induced, partly by their descriptions, and in part by the casting away of his flagship, to forego the search for Tarsies and Ophir, and to enter the La Plata, which was reached in February 1527. All the way up the Parana, Cabot found the Indians friendly, but those on the Paraguay proved so hostile that the attempt to reach the mountains, where the gold and silver were procured, had to be given up. On reaching Seville in August 1530, Cabot was condemned to 4 years' banishment to Iran in Africa, but in June 1533, he was once more reinstated in his former post of pilot major, which he continued to fill until he again removed to England. As early as 1538, Cabot tried to obtain employment under Henry Roman VIII, and it is possible he was the civilian pilot who was brought to London by the king in 1541, soon after the accession of Edward Roman VI. However, his friends induced the Privy Council to advance money for his removal to England, and on the 5th of January 1549, the king granted him a pension of 166 13s 4d on Charles Roman V. Objecting to this proceeding, the Privy Council, on the Zist of April 1550, made answer that, since Cabot of himself refused to go either into Spain or to the emperor, no reason or equity wold that he should be forced or compelled to go against his will. A fresh application to Queen Mary on the 9th of September 1553 likewise proved of no avail. On the 26th of June 1550, Cabot received 200 by way of the King's Majesty's reward, but it is not clear whether this was for his services in putting down the privileges of the German merchants of the Steelyard, or for founding the Company of Merchant Adventurers, incorporated on the 18th of December 1551. Of this company, Cabot was made governor for life. 3 ships were sent out in May 1553 to search for a passage to the east by the northeast. 2 of the vessels were caught in the ice near Arzana, and the crews frozen to death. Chancellor's vessel alone reached the White Sea, whence her captain made his way overland to Moscow. He returned to England in the summer of 1554, and was the means of opening up a very considerable trade with Russia. Vessels were again dispatched to Russia in 1555 and 1556. On the departure of the Searchthrift, in May 1556, the good old gentleman Master Cabot gave to the poor most liberal alms, wishing them to pray for the good fortune and prosperous success of the Searchthrift. And then at the sign of the Christopher, he and his friends banqueted, and made them that were in the company good cheer, and for very joy that he had to see the towardness of our intended discovery, he entered into the dance himself, among the rest of the young and lusty company, on the arrival of King Philip Roman II. In England, Cabot's pension was stopped on the 26th of May 1557, but 3 days later Mary had it renewed. The date of Cabot's death has not been definitely discovered. It is supposed that he died within the year. See G.P. Winship Cabot Bibliography, with an introductory essay on the careers of the Cabots London 1900 and H.P. Bigger The Voyages of the Cabots to North America and Greenland, in the Revue Hispanique tome, Roman 10 pp 480 5593, Paris 1903. HPB. Cabotage, the French term for coasting trade, a coast pilotage, it is probably derived from cabot, a small boat with which the name cabot may be connected. The conjecture that the word comes from cabo, the Spanish for cape, and means sailing from cape to cape, has little foundation. Cabra, a town of southern Spain in the province of Cordova, 28 Roman 1000 SC, by S. of Cordova, on the Jaén-Malaga Railway Pop, 1900 13127. Cabra is built in a fertile valley between the Sierra de Cabra and the Sierra de Montilla, which together form the watershed between the rivers Cabra and Guadalajara. The town was for several centuries an episcopal see. Its chief buildings are the cathedral, originally a mosque, and the ruined castle, which is the chief among many interesting relics of Moorish rule. The neighboring fields of clay afford material for the manufacture of bricks and pottery. Coarse cloth is woven in the town, and there is a considerable trade in farm produce. Cabra is the Roman Bibro or Igabro. It was delivered from the Moors by Ferdinand Roman III of Castile in 1240, and entrusted to the Order of Calatrava in 1330. It was recaptured by the Moorish king of Granada, but in the following century it was finally reunited to Christian Spain. Cabra Ramon, 18,061,877, Carlist general, was born at Tortosa, province of Tarragona, Spain, on the 27th of December 1806. As his family had in their gift 2 chaplaincies, young Cabra was sent to the seminary of Tortosa, where he made himself conspicuous as an unruly pupil, ever mixed up in disturbances, and careless in his studies. After he had taken minor orders, the bishop refused to ordain him as a priest, telling him that the church was not his vocation, and that everything in him showed that he ought to be a soldier. Cabra followed this advice, and took part in Carlist conspiracies. On the death of Ferdinand Roman VII, the authorities exiled him, and he absconded to Morla to join the forces of the pretender Don Carlos. In a very short time, he rose by sheer daring, fanaticism, and ferocity to the front rank among the Carlist chiefs, who led the bands of Don Carlos in Catalonia, Aragon, and Valencia. As a raider, he was often successful, and he was many times wounded in the brilliant fights in which he again and again defeated the generals of Queen Isabella. He sullied his victories by acts of cruelty, shooting prisoners of war, whose lives he had promised to spare, and not respecting the lives and property of non-combatants. The Queen's generals seized his mother as a hostage, whereupon Cabra shot several mayors and officers. General Nogueras unfortunately caused the mother of Cabra to be shot, and the Carlist leader then started upon a policy of reprisals so merciless that the people nicknamed him the Tiger of the Maestrazgo. It will suffice to say that he shot 10 prisoners of war, 100 officers, and many civilians, including the wives of 4 leading Isabelinos, to avenge his mother, when Marshal Espartero induced the Carlists of the northwestern provinces, with Maroto at their head, to submit in accordance with the Convention of Vergara, which secured the recognition of the rank and titles of 1,000 Carlist officers. Cabra held out in central Spain for nearly a year. Marshals Espartero and O'Donnell, with the bulk of the Isabelino armies, had to conduct a long and bloody campaign against Cabra before they succeeded in driving him into French territory in July 1840. The government of Louis Philippe kept him in a fortress for some months, and then allowed him to go to England, where he quarreled with the pretender, disapproving of his abdication in favor of the Count of Montemolin. In 1848, Cabra reappeared in the mountains of Catalonia at the head of Carlist bands. These were soon dispersed, and he again fled to France. After this last effort, he did not take a very active part in the propaganda and subsequent risings of the Carlists, who, however, continued to consult him. He took offense when new men, not a few of them quondam regular officers, became the advisors and lieutenants of Don Carlos in the war, which lasted more or less from 18,701,876. Indeed, his long residence in England, his marriage with Miss Richards, and his prolonged absence from Spain had much shaken his devotion to his old cause and belief in its success. In March 1875, Cabra sprang upon Don Carlos a manifesto in which he called upon the adherents of the pretender to follow his own example and submit to the restored monarchy of Alfonso Roman XII, the son of Queen Isabella, who recognized the rank of Captain General and the title of Count of Morla, conferred on Cabrera by Roman V the first pretender. Only a very few insignificant Carlists followed Cabrera's example, and Don Carlos issued a proclamation declaring him a traitor and depriving him of all his honors and titles. Cabrera, who was ever afterwards regarded with contempt and execration by the Carlists, died in London on the 24th of May 1877. He did not receive much attention from the majority of his fellow countrymen, who commonly said that his disloyalty to his old cause had proved more harmful to him than beneficial to the new state of things. A pension which had been granted to his widow was renounced by her in 1899 in aid of the Spanish treasury after the loss of the colonies. Age. Caccini Giulio 15,580,1615, Italian musical composer, also known as Giulio Romano, but to be distinguished from the painter of that name, was born at Rome about 1558, and in 1578 entered the service of the Grand Duke of Tuscany at Florence. He collaborated with J. Pieri in the early attempts at musical drama, which were the ancestors of modern opera. Daphne, 1594, and Eurydice 1600, produced at Florence by the circle of musicians and amateurs which met at the houses of G. Bardi and Corsi. He also published in 1601, La Neuve Music, a collection of songs which is of great importance in the history of singing, as well as in that of the transition period of musical composition. He was a lyric composer rather than a dramatist like Pieri, and the genuine beauty of his works makes them acceptable even at the present day. Caceres, a province of western Spain, formed in 1833 of districts taken from Estremadura and bounded on the N by Salamanca and Avila, E by Toledo, S by Badajoz, and W by Portugal. Pop. 1900 362,164, Area 7667, SQ Roman 1000. Caceres is the largest of Spanish provinces after Badajoz, and one of the most thinly peopled, although the number of its inhabitants steadily increases, except for the mountainous north, where the Sierra de Gata and the Sierra de Gredos mark respectively the boundaries of Salamanca and Avila, and in the southeast, where there are several lower ranges, almost the entire surface is flat or undulating with wide tracts of moorland and thin pasture. There is little forest, and many districts suffer from drought. The whole province, except the extreme south, belongs to the basin of the river Tagus, which flows from east to west through the central districts and is joined by several tributaries, notably the Alagan and Titer from the north, and the Salar and Almont from the south. The climate is temperate, except in summer when hot east winds prevail. Fair quantities of grain and olives are raised. But as a stock-breeding province, Caceres ranks second only to Badajoz. In 1900, its flocks and herds numbered more than 1 million head. It is famed for its sheep and pigs and exports wool hams and the red sausages called embutidos. Its mineral resources are comparatively insignificant. The total number of mines at work in 1903 was only 9. Their output consisted of phosphates with a small amount of zinc. And tin. Brandy, leather, and cork goods and coarse woolen stuffs are manufactured in many of the towns, but the backwardness of education, the lack of good roads, and the general poverty retard the development of commerce. The more northerly of the two Madrid-Lisbon railways enters the province on the east, passes south of Plasencia, where it is joined by the railway from Salamanca on the north, and reaches the Portuguese frontier at Valencia de Alcantara. This line is supplemented by a branch from Arroyo to the city of Caceres, and then southwards to Merida. In Badajoz, here it meets the railways from Seville. In Cordova, the principal towns of Caceres are Caceres. Pop 1900 16,933, Alcantara 3248, famous for its Roman bridge. Plasencia 8208, Trujillo 12,512, and Valencia de Alcantara 9417. These are described in separate articles. Arroyo, or Arroyo del Puco 7094, is an important agricultural market. See also Estremadura. Caceres, the capital of the Spanish province of Caceres, about 20 Roman 1000 s of the river Tagus on the Caceres-Merida Railway, and on a branch line which meets the more northerly of the two Madrid-Lisbon railways, at Arroyo 10 Roman 1000 W. Pop, 1900 16,933. Caceres occupies a conspicuous eminence on a low ridge, running east and west. At the highest point rises the lofty tower of San Mateo, a fine Gothic church which overlooks the old town with its ancient palaces and massive walls. gateways and towers, many of the palaces, notably those of the provincial legislature, the Dukes of Abrantes and the Counts of La Torre, are good examples of medieval domestic architecture. The monastery and college of the Jesuits, formerly one of the finest in Spain, has been secularized and converted into a hospital in the modern town, built on lower ground beyond the walls, are the law court's town hall schools. And the palace of the bishops of Coria Pop, 3124, a town on the river, Alagan. The industries of Caceres include the manufacture of cork and leather goods, pottery and cloth. There is also a large trade in grain, oil, livestock, and phosphates from the neighboring mines. The name of Caceres is probably an adaptation of Los Alcazars from the Moorish Alcazar, a tower or castle, but it is frequently connected with the neighboring Castra Cecilia and Castra Servilia, two Roman camps on the Merida-Salamanca road. The town is of Roman origin and probably stands on the site of Norba Caesarina. Several Roman inscription statues and other remains have been discovered. Cachar or Cachar, a district of British India, in the province of Eastern Bengal and Assam, it occupies the upper basin of the Surma or Barak River, and is bounded on three sides by lofty hills. Its area is 3769 sq Roman 1000. It is divided naturally between the plain and hills. The scenery is beautiful, the hills rising generally steeply and being clothed with forests, while the plain is relieved of monotony by small isolated undulations. And by its rich vegetation, the Surma is the chief river, and its principal tributaries from the north are the Giri and Jadinga, and from the south the Sana and Daleswari. The climate is extremely moist. Several extensive fens, notably that of Chatla, which becomes lakes in time of flood, are characteristic of the plain. This is alluvial, and bears heavy crops of rice, next to which in importance is tea, the industry connected with. The latter crop employs large numbers of the population. Manufacturing industries are otherwise slight. The Assam-Bengal Railway serves the district, including the capital town of Silchar. The population of the district in 1901 was 455,593 and showed a large increase owing in great part to immigration from the adjacent district of Sylhet. The plain is the most thickly populated part of the district in the North Cachar. Hills, the population is sparse. About 66 of the population are Hindus and 29 Mohammedans. There are three administrative subdivisions of the district: Silchar, Hailakandi, and North Cachar. The district takes name from its former rulers of the Kachari tribe, of whom the first to settle here did so early in the 18th century, after being driven out of the Assam Valley in 1536, and from the North Cachar Hills in 1706, by the Ahams about the close of the 18th century. The Burmans threatened to expel the Kachari Raja and annex his territory. The British, however, intervened to prevent this, and on the death of the last Raja without heir in 1830, they obtained the territory under treaty, a separate principality, which had been established in the north Cachar Hills earlier in the century by a servant of the Raja, and had been subsequently recognized as such, was taken over by the British in 1854, owing to the misconduct of its rulers. The southern part of the district was raided several times in the 19th century by the turbulent tribe of Lushais. Cachoeira, an important inland town of Bahia, Brazil, on the Paraguaçu River, about 48 Roman 1000 from São Salvador, with which it is connected by riverboats. Pop 1890, of the city 12,607, of the municipality 48,352. The Bahia Central Railway starts from this point and extends S of W to Machado, Portela, 161 Roman 1000, and N to Feira de Santa, on a 28 Roman 1000, although badly situated on the lower levels of the river 52 ft above sea level and subject to destructive floods. Cachoeira is one of the most thriving commercial and industrial centers in the state. It exports sugar and tobacco and is noted for its cigar and cotton factories. Cactus, this word applied in the form of by the ancient Greeks to some prickly plant, was adopted by Linnaeus as the name of a group of curious succulent or fleshistemum plants, most of them prickly and leafless, some of which produce Roman 5p beautiful flowers, and are now so popular in our gardens that the name has become familiar as applied by Linnaeus. The name cactus is almost conterminous with what is now regarded as the natural order Cactaceae, which embraces several modern genera. It is one of the few Linnaean generic terms which have been entirely set aside by the names adopted for the modern divisions of the group. Fig 1 prickly pear. Fig 1 prickly pear Opuntia vulgaris 1 flower, reduced 2 same in vertical section 3, flattened branch much, reduced four horizontal plan of arrangement of flower. The cacti may be described in general terms as plants having a woody axis, overlaid with thick masses of cellular tissue, forming the fleshy stems. These are extremely various in character and form, being globo-cylindrical columnar, or flattened into leafy expansions, or thick joint-like divisions, the surface being either ribbed like a melon, or developed into nipple-like protuberances or variously angular, but in the greater number of the species furnished copiously with tufts of horny spines, some of which are exceedingly keen and powerful. These tufts show the position of buds, of which, however comparatively few, are developed. The stems are in most cases leafless, using the term in a popular sense, the leaves, if present at all, being generally reduced to minute scales. In one genus, however, Pereschia, the stems are less succulent, and the leaves, though rather fleshy, are developed in the usual form. The flowers are frequently large and showy, and are generally attractive from their high coloring. In one group, represented by Cereus, they consist of a tube, more or less elongated on the outer surface of which towards the base are developed small, and at first inconspicuous scales, which gradually increase in size upwards, and at length become crowded, numerous, and petaloid forming. Funnel-shaped blossom, the beauty of which is much enhanced by the multitude of conspicuous stamens, which with the pistil occupy the center. In another group represented by Opuntia fig. 1. The flowers are rotate, that is to say, the long tube is replaced by a very short one at the base of the tube. In both groups, the ovary becomes developed into a fleshy, often edible fruit, that produced by the opuntia, being known as the prickly pear or Indian fig. The principal modern genera are grouped by the differences in the flower tube just explained. Those with long-tubed flowers comprise the genera Melicactus mammillaria, Echinocactus, Cereus pilosrius, Echinopsis, Phylocactus epiphyllum, Roman 100, while those with short-tubed flowers are Rhipsales opuntia pereschia, and one or two of minor importance Cactaceae belong almost entirely to the New World, but some of the opuntias have been so long distributed over certain parts of Europe, especially on the shores of the Mediterranean and the volcanic soil of Italy, that they appear in some places to have taken possession of the soil, and to be distinguished with difficulty from the aboriginal vegetation. The habitats which they affect are the hot, dry regions of tropical America, the aridity of which they are enabled to withstand in consequence of the thickness of their skin, and the paucity of evaporating pores or stomata, with which they are furnished. These conditions, not permitting the moisture they contain to be carried off too rapidly, the thick fleshy stems and branches contain a store of water. The succulent fruits are not only edible but agreeable, and in fevers are freely administered as a cooling drink. The Spanish Americans plant the opuntias around their houses, where they serve as impenetrable fences. Melicactus, the genus of melon thistle or Turkscap cactuses, contains, according to a recent estimate, about 90 species, which inhabit chiefly the West Indies, Mexico, and Brazil, a few extending into New Granada. The typical species, Roman 1000 communes, forms a succulent mass of roundish or ovate form from 1 ft to 2 ft high the surface, divided into numerous furrows like the ribs of a melon, with projecting angles, which are set with a regular series of stellatid spines, each bundle consisting of about 5 larger spines, accompanied by smaller, but sharp bristle sand, the tip of the plant being surmounted by a cylindrical crown, 3 to 5, in high, composed of reddish-brown, needle-like bristles closely packed with cottony wool. At the summit of this crown, the small rosy-pink flowers are produced half protruding from the mass of wool, and these are succeeded by small red berries. These strange plants usually grow in rocky places, with little or no earth to support them, and it is said that in times of drought, the cattle resort to them to allay their thirst, first ripping them up with their horns and tearing off the outer skin, and then devouring the moist succulent parts. The fruit, which has an agreeably acid flavor, is frequently eaten in the West Indies. The melicacti are distinguished by the distinct cephalium, or crown, which bears the flowers. Mammillaria, this genus, which comprises nearly 300 species, mostly Mexican with a few Brazilian and West Indian, is called nipple cactus, and consists of globular or cylindrical succulent plants whose surface, instead of being cut up into ridges with alternate furrows, as in melicactus, is broken up into teat-like cylindrical or angular tubercles, spirally arranged and terminating in a radiating tuft of spines, which spring from a little woolly cushion. Flowers issue from between the mammillae towards the upper part of the stem, often disposed in a zone just below the apex, and are either purple, rose pink, white, or yellow, and of moderate size. The spines are variously colored, white and yellow tints predominating, and from the symmetrical arrangement of the areolae or tufts of spines, They are very pretty objects, and are hence frequently kept in drawing room plant cases. They grow freely in a cool greenhouse. Fig 2 Echinocactus. Fig 2 Echinocactus, much reduced, the flowers are several inches in diameter. Echinocactus fig 2 is the name given to the genus bearing the popular name of hedgehog cactus. It comprises some 200 species distributed from the southwest United States to Brazil and Chile. They have the fleshy stems characteristic of the order, these being either globose, oblong, or cylindrical, and either ribbed as in melocactus or broken, up into distinct tubercles, and most of them armed with stiff sharp pines set in little woolly cushions, occupying the place of the buds. The flowers produced near the apex of the plant are generally large and showy yellow, and rose being the prevailing colors, they are succeeded by succulent fruits, which are exserted and frequently scaly, or spiny, in which respects this genus differs both from melocactus and mammillaria, which have the fruits immersed and smooth. One of the most interesting species is the Ian gens, of which some very large plants have been from time to time imported. These large plants have from 40 to 50 ridges on which the buds and clusters of spines are sunk at intervals, the aggregate number of the spines having been in some cases computed at upwards of 50,000 on a single plant. These spines are used by the Mexicans as toothpicks. The plants are slow growers and must have plenty of sun heat. They require sandy loam with a mixture of sand and bricks finely broken and must be kept dry in winter. Cereus, this group bears the common name of torch thistle. It comprises about 100 species, largely Mexican, but scattered through South America and the West Indies. The stems are columnar or elongated, some of the latter creeping on the ground or climbing up the trunks of trees, rooting as they grow. Roman 100 giganteus, the largest and most striking species of the genus, is a native of hot, arid desert regions of New Mexico, growing there in rocky valleys and on mountain sides where the tall stems with their erect branches have the appearance of telegraph poles. The stems grow to a height of from 50 ft to 60 ft and have a diameter of from 1 ft to 2 ft, often unbranched, but sometimes furnished with branches. Roman 5p, which grow out at right angles from the main stem and then curve upwards and continue their growth parallel to it. These stems have from 12 to 20 ribs on which, at intervals of about an inch, are the buds with their thick yellow cushions, from which issue 5 or 6 large and numerous smaller spines. The fruits of this plant, which are green oval bodies from 2 to 3 in long, contain a crimson pulp from which the Pimos and Papagos Indians prepare an excellent preserve, and they also use the ripe fruit as an article of food, gathering it by means of a forked stick attached to a long pole. The Cereuses include some of our most interesting and beautiful hothouse plants in the allied genus Echinocereus, with 25 to 30 species in North and South America. The stems are short-branched or simple, divided into few or many ridges, all armed with sharp, formidable spines. E. pectinatus produces a purplish fruit resembling a gooseberry, which is very good eating, and the fleshy part of the stem itself, which is called cabeza del Viego by the Mexicans, is eaten by them as a vegetable after removing the spines. Pilocereus, the old man cactus, forms a small genus with tallish, erect, fleshy, angulate stems, on which, with the tufts of spines, are developed hair-like bodies, which, though rather coarse, bear some resemblance to the hoary locks of an old man. The plants are nearly allied to Cereus, differing chiefly in the floriferous portion, developing these longer and more attenuated hair-like spines, which surround the base of the flowers, and form a dense woolly head or cephalium. The most familiar species is P. senilis, a Mexican plant, which, though seldom seen more than a foot or two in height, in greenhouses reaches from 20 ft to 30 ft in its native country. Echinopsis is another small group of species, separated by some authors from Cereus. They are dwarf-ribbed globose or cylindrical plants, and the flowers, which are produced from the side, instead of the apex of the stem, are large, and in some cases very beautiful, being remarkable for the length of the tube, which is more or less covered with bristly hairs. They are natives of Brazil, Bolivia, and Chile. Fig 3 Phylacactus. Fig 3 branch of Phylacactus, much reduced, the flowers are 6 in or more in diameter. Phylacactus fig 3, the leaf cactus family, consists of about a dozen species found in Central and tropical South America. They differ from all the forms already noticed in being shrubby and epiphytal in habit, and in having the branches compressed and dilated so as to resemble thick fleshy leaves with a strong median axis and rounded woody base. The margins of these leaf-like branches are more or less crenately notched, the notches representing buds, as do the spine clusters in the spiny genera, and from these crenatures, the large showy flowers are produced as garden plants. The Phylacacti are amongst the most ornamental of the whole family, being of easy culture, free blooming, and remarkably showy the color of the flowers ranging from rich crimson through rose pink to creamy white cuttings, strike readily in spring before growth has commenced. They should be potted in 3 or 4 in pots well drained in loamy soil, made very porous by the admixture of finely broken crocks and sand, and placed in a temperature of 60. When these pots are filled with roots, they are to be shifted into larger ones. But overpotting must be avoided during the summer. They need considerable heat, all the light possible and plenty of air in winter. A temperature of 45 or 50 will be sufficient, and they must be kept tolerably dry at the root. By the spring they may have larger pots if required, and should be kept in a hot and fairly moistened atmosphere. And by the end of June, when they have made new growth, they may be turned out under a south wall, in the full sun, water being given only as required. In autumn, they are to be returned to a cool house, and wintered in a dry stove. The turning of them outdoors to ripen their growth is the surest way to obtain flowers, but they do not take on a free blooming habit until they have attained some age. They are often called epiphyllum, which name is however properly restricted to the group next to be mentioned. Epiphyllum. This name is now restricted to 2 or 3 dwarf branching Brazilian epiphytal plants of extreme beauty, which agree with Phylacactus in having the branches dilated into the form of fleshy leaves, but differ in having them divided into short truncate leaf-like portions, which are articulated, that is to say, provided with a joint, by which they separate spontaneously. The margins are crenate or dentate, and the flowers, which are large and showy magenta or crimson, appear at the apex of the terminal joints in E. truncatum. The flowers have a very different aspect from that of other cacti, from the mouth of the tube being oblique, and the segments all reflexed at the tip. The short separate pieces of which these plants are made up grow out of each other, so that the branches may be said to resemble leaves joined together endwise. Rhipsalis, a genus of about 50 tropical species, mainly in Central and South America, but a few in tropical Africa and Madagascar. It is a very heterogeneous group, being fleshistomed with a woody axis, the branches being angular, winged, flattened, or cylindrical, and the flowers small, short-tubed, succeeded by small, round, pea-shaped berries. Rhipsalis cassitha, when seen laden with its white berries, bears some resemblance to a branch of mistletoe. All the species are epiphytal in habit. Opuntia, the prickly pear or Indian fig cactus, is a large typical group comprising some 150 species, found in North America, the West Indies, and warmer parts of South America, extending as far as Chile in aspect. They are very distinct from any of the other groups. They are fleshy shrubs with rounded woody stems and numerous succulent branches, composed in most of the species of separate joints or parts, which are much compressed, often elliptic or suborbicular, dotted over in spiral lines, with small fleshy caducous leaves, in the axils of which are placed the areoles or tufts of barbed or hooked spines of 2 forms. The flowers are mostly yellow or reddish yellow, and are succeeded by pear-shaped or egg-shaped fruits having a broad scar at the top, furnished on their soft fleshy rind with tufts of small spines. The sweet juicy fruits of O. vulgaris and O. tuna are much eaten under the name of prickly pears, and are greatly esteemed for their cooling properties. Both these species are extensively cultivated for their fruit in southern Europe, the Canaries, and northern Africa, and the fruits are not unfrequently to be seen in Covent Garden Market and in the shops of the leading fruiterers of the metropolis. O. vulgaris is hardy in the south of England. The cochineal insect is nurtured on a species of Opuntia O. coccinellifera, separated by some authors under the name of Nopalia, and sometimes also on O. tuna. Plantations of the nopal and the tuna, which are called nopillaries, are established for the purpose of rearing this insect, the coccus cacti, and these often contain as many as 50,000 plants. The females are placed on the plants about August, and in 4 months the first crop of cochineal is gathered, 2 more being produced in the course of the year. The native country of the insect is Mexico, and it is there more or less cultivated, but the greater part of our supply comes from Colombia and the Canary Islands. Pereschia aculeata, or Barbados gooseberry, the cactus Pereschia of Linnaeus, differs from the rest in having woody stems and leaf-bearing branches, the leaves being somewhat fleshy, but otherwise of the ordinary laminate character. The flowers are subpaniculate, white or yellowish. This species is frequently used as a stock on which to graft other cacti. There are about a dozen species known of this genus, mainly Mexican. Cadalso Vasquez Jose, 17,411,780, Spanish author, was born at Cadiz on the 8th of October 1741. Before completing his 20th year, he had traveled through Italy, Germany, England, France, and Portugal, and had studied the literatures of these countries. On his return to Spain, he entered the army and rose to the rank of colonel. He was killed at the siege of Gibraltar on the 27th of February 1782. His first published work was a rhymed tragedy, Don Sancho, Garcia Conde de Castilla, 1771. In the following, he published his eruditos A la Violeta, a prose satire on superficial knowledge, which was very successful in 1773, appeared a volume of miscellaneous poems Ocios de mi Juventud, and after his death there was found among his MSS a series of fictitious letters in the style of the letters persans. These were issued in 1793 under the title of Cartas, Marocas. A good edition of his works appeared at Madrid in 3 vols 1823. This is supplemented by the Obras Ineditas Paris 1894, published by R. Fauch del Bosque. Roman 5p. Cadamosto or Ca de Mosto Alvise, 14,321,477, a Venetian explorer, navigator, and writer, celebrated for his voyages in the Portuguese service to West Africa in 1454, he sailed from Venice for Flanders, and being detained by contrary winds off Cape St. Vincent was enlisted by Prince Henry the Navigator among his explorers, and given command of an expedition which sailed 22nd of March 1455, for the south, visiting the Madeira group and the Canary Islands of both, which he gives an elaborate account, especially concerned with European colonization and native customs, and coasting the West Sahara, whose tribes trade and trade routes he likewise describes in detail. He arrived at the Senegal, whose lower course had already, as he tells us, been explored by the Portuguese, 60 Roman 1,000 up the Negro lands and tribes south of the Senegal, and especially the country and people of Budomel, a friendly chief reigning about 50 Roman 1,000 beyond. The river are next treated with equal wealth of interesting detail and Cadamosto, thence proceeded towards the Gambia, which he ascended some distance here, also examining races, manners, and customs with minute attention, but found the natives extremely hostile, and so returned direct to Portugal. Cadamosto expressly refers to the chart he kept of this voyage at the mouth of the Gambia. He records an observation of the Southern Chariot Southern Cross. Next year, 1456, he went out again under the patronage of Prince Henry, doubling Cape Blanco. He was driven out to sea by contrary winds, and thus made the first known discovery of the Cape Verde Islands. Having explored Bovista and Santiago and found them uninhabited, he returned to the African mainland, and pushed on to the Gambia, Rio Grande, and Jebba, returning thence to Portugal. He seems to have remained there till 1463, when he reappeared at Venice. He died in 1477. Besides the accounts of his 2 voyages, Cadamosto left a narrative of Pedro de Sintra's explorations in 1461 or 1462 to Sierra Leone and beyond Cape Meserato to Elmina, and the Gold Coast. All these relations first appeared in the 1507 Vicenza collection of voyages and travels, the PC Novamente Retrovati, et Novo Mondo de Alberico Vespudio Florentino. They have frequently since been reprinted and translated, for example, idle text in 1508, 1512, 1519, 1521, 1550, Ramusio Roman 100 Lat version Itinerarium Portugalensium, Roman 1,001,508, 1532, Grinius Roman 100 Fr. Sensate, Le Nouveau Monde Roman 115, 16, 1521, German New Unbekannt Land Roman 115, 08. See also Roman 100 Scheffer Relation, Des Voyages de Cadamosto, 1895, R.H. Major Henry, The Navigator, 1868 pp. 246,287, Roman 100 R. Beasley Henry, The Navigator, 1895 pp. 261,288, Yule Oldham, Discovery of the Cape Verde Islands, 1892, S. pp. 415. It may be noted that Antonio Uso di Mer Antoniato Usus Maris, the Genoese, wrote his famous letter of the 12th of December 1455, purporting to record a meeting with the last surviving descendant of the Genoese Indian expedition of 1291, at or near the Gambia, after accompanying Cadamosto to West Africa. See Beasley, Dawn of Modern Geography, 1892, Roman 3418. Cadaster, a French word from the late Lat capitastrum, a register of the Paltex, a register of the real property of a country, with details of the area, the owners, and the value. A cadastral survey is properly, therefore, one which gives such information as the Doomsday Book, but the term is sometimes used loosely of the Ordnance Survey of the United Kingdom 12,500, which is on sufficiently large a scale to give the area of every field or piece of ground. Caddisfly and caddisworm, the name given to insects with a superficial resemblance to moths, sometimes referred to the Neuroptera, sometimes to a special order, the Trichoptera, in allusion to the hairy clothing of the body. And wings apart from this feature, the Trichoptera also differ from the typical Neuroptera in the relatively simple mostly longitudinal narration of the wings, the absence or obsolescence of the mandibles, and the semi-haustellate nature of the rest of the mouth parts. Although caddisflies are sometimes referred to several families, the differences between the groups are of no great importance, hence the insects may more conveniently be regarded as constituting the single family. Phryganidae, the larvae known as caddisworms, are aquatic. The mature females lay their eggs in the water, and the newly hatched larvae provide themselves with cases made of various particles, such as grains of sand, pieces of wood, or leaves, stuck together with silk secreted from the salivary glands of the insect. These cases differ greatly in structure and shape. Those of Phryganea consist of bits of twigs or leaves cut to a suitable length and laid side by side in a long spiralical band, forming the wall of a subcylindrical cavity. The cavity of the tube of helicosite, composed of grains of sand, is itself spirally coiled, so that the case exactly resembles a small snail shell. In shape, one species of Limnophilus uses small but entire leaves, another the shells of the pond snail Planorbis, another pieces of stick, arranged transversely, with reference to the long axis of the tube, to admit of the free inflow and outflow of currents of water necessary for respiration, which is effected by means of filamentous abdominal tracheal gills. The two ends of the tube are open. Sometimes the cases are fixed, but more often portable in the latter case. The larva crawls about the bottom of the water, or up the stems of plants with its thickly chitinized head and legs protruding from the larger orifice, while it maintains a secure hold of the silk lining of the tube by means of a pair of strong hooks at the posterior end of its soft, defenseless abdomen. Their food appears for the most part to be of a vegetable nature. Some species, however, are alleged to be carnivorous, and a North American form of the genus Hydropsyche is said to spin around the mouth of its burrow a silken net for the capture of small animal organisms living in the water before passing into the pupal stage. The larva partially closes the orifice of the tube with silk or pieces of stone, loosely spun together and pervious to water. Through this temporary protection, the active pupa, which closely resembles the mature insect, subsequently bites away by means of its strong mandibles, and rising to the surface of the water casts the pupal integument and becomes sexually adult. The above sketch may be regarded as descriptive of the life history of a great majority of species of caddisflies. It is only necessary here to mention one anomalous form, Inoecilla pusilla, in which the mature female is wingless, and the larva is terrestrial, living in moss or decayed leaves. Caddisflies are universally distributed geologically. They are known to date back to the Oligocene period, and wings believed to be referable to them have been found in Liassic and Jurassic beds. R. Roman 1p. Caddo, a confederacy of North American Indian tribes, which gave its name to the Caddoan stock, represented in the south by the Caddos Wichita and Kitchai, and in the north by the Pawnee and Arikara tribes. The Caddos, now reduced to some 500, settled in western Oklahoma, formerly ranged over the Red River Louisiana country, in what is now Arkansas, northern Texas, and Oklahoma. The native name of the confederacy is Hassani, corrupted by the French into Assanais, and Senis. The Caddoan tribes were mostly agricultural and sedentary, and today they are distinguished by their industry and intelligence. See Handbook of American Indians, Washington, 1907. Cade John Roman 500, commonly called Jack Cade, English rebel and leader of the Rising of 1450, was probably an Irishman by birth, but the details of his early life are very scanty. He seems to have resided for a time in Sussex, to have fled from the country after committing a murder, and to have served in the French wars. Returning to England, he settled in Kent under the name of Aylmer, and married a lady of good position. When the men of Kent rose in rebellion in May 1450, they were led by a man who took the name of Mortimer, and who has generally been regarded as identical with Cade. Mr. James Gardner, however, considers it probable that Cade did not take command of the rebels until after the skirmish at Sevenoaks on the 18th of June. At all events, it was Cade who led the insurgents from Blackheath to Southwark, and under him they made their way into London on the 3rd of July. A part of the populace was doubtless favorable to the rebels, but the opposing party gained strength when Cade and his men began to plunder, having secured the execution of James Fiennes, Baron Say and Seal, and of William Cromer, Sheriff of Kent. Cade and his followers retired to Southwark, and on the 5th of July, after a fierce struggle on London Bridge, the citizens prevented them from re-entering the citykade, then met the Chancellor John Roman V. P. Kemp, Archbishop of York, and William of Waynefleet, Bishop of Winchester, and terms of peace were arranged. Pardons were drawn up that for the leaders being in the name of Mortimer Cade, however retained some of his men, and at this time or a day or two earlier broke open the prisons in Southwark and released the prisoners, many of whom joined his band. Having collected some booty, he went to Rochester, made a futile attempt to capture Queenborough Castle, and then quarreled with his followers over some plunder on the 10th of July. A proclamation was issued against him in the name of Cade, and a reward was offered for his apprehension. Escaping into Sussex, he was captured at Heathfield on the 12th. During the scuffle, he had been severely wounded, and on the day of his capture, he died in the cart, which was conveying him to London. The body was afterwards beheaded and quartered, and in 1451 Cade was attainted. See Robert Fabian, The New Chronicles of England and France, edited by H. Ellis, London, 1811. William of Worcester, Annals Rerum Anglicarum, edited by J. Stevenson, London, 1864. An English Chronicle of the Reigns of Richard Roman II, Henry Roman IV, Henry Roman V, and Henry Roman VI, edited by J. S. Davies, London, 1856. Historical Collections of a Citizen of London, edited by J. Gairdner, London, 1876. 3 15th Century Chronicles, edited by J. Gairdner, London, 1880. J. Gairdner, Introduction to the Paston Letters, London, 1904. G. Crean, The English Rising of 1450, Strasbourg, 1892. Cadenabia, a village of Lombardy, Italy, in the province of Como, about 15 Roman 1000 NNE, by steamer from the town of Como. It is situated on the W shore of the Lake of Como, and owing to the great beauty of the scenery and of the vegetation and its sheltered situation is a favorite spring and autumn resort. The most famous of its villas is the Villa Carlotta, now the property of the Duke of Saxe-Meiningen, which contains marble reliefs by Thorwaldsen, representing the triumph of Alexander, and statues by Canova. Cadence through the FR from the lat cadentia from cadir, to fall a falling or sinking, especially as applied to rhythmical or musical sounds, as in the fall of the voice in speaking the rhythm or measure of verses, song, or dance in music. The word is used of the closing chords of a musical phrase, which succeed one another in such a way as to produce first an expectation or suspense, and then an impression of finality, indicating also the key, strongly cadenza, the Italian form of. The same word is used of a free flourish in a vocal or instrumental composition, introduced immediately before the close of a movement, or at the end of the piece. The object is to display the performer's technique, or to prevent too abrupt a contrast between two movements. Cadenzas are usually left to the improvisation of the performer, but are sometimes written in full by the composer, or by some famous executant, as in the cadenza in Brahms' violin concerto written by Joseph Joachim. Cader Idris, the seat of Idris, the second most imposing mountain in North Wales, standing in Merionethshire to the S of Dalgelly, between the broad estuaries of the Maudetch. And the Dovey, it is so called in memory of Idris Gower, celebrated in the Triads as one of the 3 Gwyn Serenidian, or happy astronomers of Wales, who is traditionally supposed to have made his observations on this peak. Its loftiest point, known as Penegator, rises to the height of 2914 ft, and in clear weather commands a magnificent panorama of immense extent. The mountain is everywhere steep and rocky, especially on its southern side, which falls abruptly towards the lake of Talyllyn. Mention of Cader Idris and its legends is frequent in Welsh literature, old and modern. Cadet through the FR from the late lat capitum, a diminutive of caput, head through the provincial form, captit, the head of an inferior branch of a family, a younger son, particularly a military term for an accepted candidate for a commission in the army or navy, who is undergoing training to become an officer. This latter use of the term arose in France, where it was applied to the younger sons of the noblesse who gained commissioned rank not by serving in the ranks or by entering the écoles militaires, but by becoming attached to corps without pay, but with certain privileges. Cadet corps in the British service are bodies of boys or youths organized, armed, and trained on volunteer military lines, derived from cadet through the Scots form. Caddy comes caddy, a messenger boy, and particularly one who carries clubs at golf, and also the slang word cad, a vulgar, ill-bred person. Cadger, a word of obscure origin, possibly connected with catch a hawker, or peddler, a carrier of farm produce. To market the word in this sense has fallen into disuse, and now is used for a beggar or loafer, one who gets his living in more or less questionable ways. Cadi, a judge in a mahkama or Mahomedan ecclesiastical court, in which decisions are rendered on the basis of the canon law of Islam Shari. It is a general duty, according to canon law, upon a Muslim community to judge legal disputes on this basis. And it is an individual duty upon the ruler of the community to appoint a cadi to act for the community, according to Shafi'ite law. Such a cadi must be a male free adult Muslim, intelligent of unassailed character, able to see, hear, and write, learned in the Quran, the traditions, the agreement, the differences of the legal schools, acquainted with Arabic grammar, and the exegesis of the Quran. He must not sit in a mosque except under necessity, but in some open, accessible place. He must maintain a strictly impartial attitude of body and mind, accept no presents from the people of his district, and render judgment only when he is in a normal condition, mentally and physically. He may not engage in any business. He shall ride to the place where he holds court, greeting the people on both sides. He shall visit the sick and those returned from a journey, and attend funerals. On some of these points the codes differ, and the whole is to be regarded as the ideal qualification built up theoretically by the canonists. See Mohammedan law, also Jeinbal de Mohammedansch, Wet Leiden 1903 pp 287, ff Sacho, Muhammadanisches Recht Berlin 1897 pp 687 ff. Roman 500 BMA. Cadillac, a city and the county seat of Wexford County, Michigan, USA, on Lake Cadillac, about 95 Roman 1000 N, by E of Grand Rapids, and about 85 Roman 1000 NW of Bay City Pop, 18, 90, 44, 61, 1959, 97 of whom 1676 were foreign-born, 1904, 68, 93, 1910, 83, 75. It is served by the Ann Arbor and the Grand Rapids, Indiana Railway's Cadillac overlooks picturesque lake scenery and the good fishing for pike, pickerel, and perch in the lake, and for brook trout in streams nearby. Attracts many visitors. Among the city's chief manufactures are hardwood lumber, iron tables, crates, and woodenware, veneer flooring, and flour. Cadillac was settled in 1871, was incorporated as a village under the name of Clam Lake in 1875, was chartered as a city under its present name from Anton de la Mothe Cadillac in 1877, and was rechartered in 1895. Cadiz, a town of the province of Negros Occidental Island of Negros, Philippine Islands, on the N coast, about 53 Roman 1000 NNE, of Bicolod, the capital. Pop, 1903, 16,429, lumber products are manufactured in the town, and a sawmill here is said to be the largest in the Philippines. Cadiz, a maritime province in the extreme south of Spain, formed in 1833 of districts taken from the province of Seville, and bounded on the N by Seville, E by Malaga, SE by the Mediterranean Sea, S by the Straits of Gibraltar, and W by the Atlantic Ocean. Pop, 1900, 452,659, area, 2834, SQ Roman 1000, inclusive in each case of the town and territory of Ceuta on the Moroccan coast, which belong for administrative purposes to Cadiz. The seaboard of Cadiz possesses several features of exceptional interest. On the Atlantic littoral, the broad Guadalquivir estuary marks the frontier of Seville. Farther south, the river Guadalete, which waters the northern districts, falls into the magnificent double bay of Cadiz. Farther south again is Cape Trafalgar, famous for the British naval victory of 1805. Near Trafalgar, the river Barbate issues into the Straits of Gibraltar after receiving several small tributaries which combine with it to form near its mouth the broad and marshy Laguna de la Janda. Punta Maraqui on the Straits is the southernmost promontory of the European mainland. The Roman 5p most conspicuous feature of the east coast is Algeciras Bay, overlooked by the rock and fortress of Gibraltar. The river Guadiaro, which drains the eastern highlands, enters the Mediterranean close to the frontier of Malaga in the interior. There is a striking contrast between the comparatively level western half of Cadiz and the very picturesque mountain ranges of the eastern half, which are well wooded and abound in game. The whole region known as the Campo de Gibraltar is of this character. But it is in the northeast that the summits are most closely massed together and attain their greatest altitudes in the Cerro de San Cristobal 5630 ft and the Sierra del Pinar 5413 ft. The climate is generally mild and temperate. Some parts of the coast, only being unhealthy owing to a marshy soil. Severe drought is not unusual, and it was largely this cause, together with want of capital and the dependence of the peasantry on farming and fishing, that brought about the distress so prevalent early in the 20th century. The manufactures are insignificant compared with the importance of the natural products of the soil, especially wines and olives Jerez de la Frontera. Exers is famous for the manufacture and export of sherry. The fisheries furnish about 2,500 tons of fish per annum, one-fifth part of which is salted for export, and the rest consumed in Spain. There are no important mines, but a considerable amount of salt is obtained by evaporation of seawater in pans near Cadiz, San Fernando, Puerto Real, and Santa Maria. The railway from Seville passes through Jerez de la Frontera to Cadiz, and San Fernando, and another line from Granada terminates at Algeciras. But at the beginning of the 20th century, although it was proposed to construct railways from Jerez inland to Grazalma, and coastwise from San Fernando to Tarifa, travelers who wished to visit these places were compelled to use the old-fashioned diligence over indifferent roads, or to go by sea. The principal seaports are after Cadiz the capital Pop, 1969,382, Algeciras 13,302, La Linea 31,862, Puerto de Santa Maria 20,120, Puerto Real 10,535, the naval station of San Fernando 29,635, Sanlúcar 23,883, and Tarifa 11,723. The principal inland towns are Arcos de la Frontera 13,926, Chiclana 10,868, Jerez de la Frontera 63,473, Medina Sidonia 11,040, and Vejer de la Frontera 11,298. These are all described in separate articles. Grazalma 5587, Jimna de la Frontera 7549, and San Roque 80,569 are less important towns with some trade in leather, cork, wine, and farm produce. They all contain many Moorish antiquities, and Grazalma probably represents the Roman Lacejularmium. See also Andalusia. Cadiz in Lac Gads, and formerly called Cals by the English, the capital and principal seaport of the Spanish province of Cadiz on the Bay of Cadiz, an inlet of the Atlantic Ocean in 3627 N and 612 W94 Roman 1000 by rail S of Seville Pop 1969,382. Cadiz is built on the extremity of a tongue of land projecting about 5 Roman 1000 into the sea in a northwesterly direction from the Isla de Leon. Its noble bay more than 30 Roman 1000 in circuit, and almost entirely landlocked by the isthmus, and the headlands which lie to the northeast has principally contributed to its commercial importance. The outer bay stretches from the promontory and town of Rota to the mouth of the river Guadalete. The inner bay, protected by the forts of Matagorda and Puntals, affords generally good anchorage, and contains a harbor formed by a projecting mole where vessels of small burden may discharge. The entrance to the bays is rendered somewhat dangerous by the low shelving rocks Cachinos and Las Puicas, which encumber the passage, and by the shifting banks of mud deposited by the Guadalete and the Rio Santi Petri. A broad channel separating the Isla de Leon from the mainland. At the mouth of this channel is the village of Caraca. Close beside it is the important naval arsenal of San Fernando Quiroman 5, and on the isthmus are the defensive works known as the Cordillera or Fort San Fernando, and the well-frequented sea-bathing establishments. From its almost insular position, Cadiz enjoys a mild and serene climate. The Medina, or land when so-called, because it blows from the direction of Medina Sidonia, prevails during the winter. The moisture-laden Verazon, a westerly sea breeze, sets in with the spring. The mean annual temperature is about 64 F, while the mean summer and winter temperatures vary only about 10 above and below this point. But the damp atmosphere is very oppressive in summer, and its unhealthiness is enhanced by the inadequate drainage and the masses of rotting seaweed piled along the shore. The high death rate, nearly 45 per thousand, is also due to the bad water supply, the water being either collected in cisterns from the tops of the houses or brought at great expense from Santa Maria on the opposite coast by an aqueduct nearly 30 Roman 1000 long. An English company started a waterworks in Cadiz about 1875, but came to grief through the incapacity of the population to appreciate its necessity. The city, which is 6 or 7 Roman 1000 in circumference, is surrounded by a wall with 5 gates, one of which communicates with the isthmus. Seen from a distance off the coast, it presents a magnificent display of snow-white turrets rising majestically from the sea, and for the uniformity and elegance of its buildings, it must certainly be ranked as one of the finest cities of Spain, although being hemmed in on all sides. Its streets and squares are necessarily contracted. Every house annually receives a coating of whitewash which, when it is new, produces a disagreeable glare. The city is distinguished by its somewhat deceptive air of cleanliness. its quiet streets, where no wheeled traffic passes, and its lavish use of white Italian marble. But the most characteristic feature of Cadiz is the marine promenades fringing the city all round between the ramparts and the sea, especially that called the Alameda on the eastern side, commanding a view of the shipping in the bay, and the ports on the opposite shore. The houses are generally lofty and surmounted by turrets and flat roofs in the Moorish style. Cadiz is the see of a bishop, who is suffragan to the Archbishop of Seville, but its chief conventual and monastic institutions have been suppressed of its two cathedrals. One was originally erected by Alfonso Roman X of Castile, 12,521,284, and rebuilt after 1596. The other, begun in 1722, was completed between 1832 and 1838 under the high altar of the old cathedral. Rises the only freshwater spring in Cadiz the chief. Secular buildings include the Hospicio or Casa de Misericordia, adorned with a marble portico, and having an interior court with Doric, colonnades the bullring with room for 12,000 spectators. The two theaters, the prison, the custom house, and the lighthouse of San Sebastian on the western side, rising 172 ft from the rock, on which it stands besides the Hospicio already mentioned, which sometimes contains 1,000 inmates. There are numerous other charitable institutions, such as the Women's Hospital, the Foundling Institution, the Admirable Hospicio de San Juan de Dios, for men, and the Lunatic Asylum. Gratuitous instruction is given to a large number of children, and there are several mathematical and commercial academies maintained by different commercial corporations, a nautical school, a school of design, a theological seminary, and a flourishing medical school. The museum is filled for the most part with Roman and Carthaginian coins and other antiquities. The academy contains a valuable collection of pictures in the Church of Santa Catalina, which formerly belonged to the Capuchin convent, now secularized. There is an unfinished picture of the marriage of St. Catherine by Murillo, who met his death by falling from the scaffold, on which he was painting at 3rd of April 1682. Cadiz no longer ranks among the first marine cities of the world. Its harbor works are insufficient and antiquated. Though a scheme for their improvement was adopted in 1903, its communications with the mainland consist of a road and a single line of railway. Its inhabitants, apart from foreign residents and a few of the more enterprising merchants, rest contented with such prosperity. As a fine natural harbor and an unsurpassed geographical situation, cannot fail to confer several great shipping lines, call here shipbuilding yards, and various factories exist on the mainland, and there is a considerable trade in the exportation of wine, principally sherry, from Jerez, salt olives, figs, canna, riceed, and ready-made corks, and in the importation of fuel, iron, and machinery. Building materials: American oak staves for casks, Roman 100, in 1904, 2753 ships of 1,745,588 tons, Roman 5, entered the port, but local trade, though still considerable, remains stationary. If it does not actually recede, its decline, originally due to the Napoleonic Wars and the acquisition of independence by many Spanish colonies early in the 19th century, was already recognized, and an attempt made to check it in 1828, when the Spanish government declared Cadiz a free warehousing port. But this valuable privilege was withdrawn in 1832. Among the more modern causes of depression have been the rivalry of Gibraltar and Seville, the decreasing demand for sherry, and the disasters of the Spanish-American War of 1898, which almost ruined local commerce with Cuba and Puerto Rico. History: Cadiz represents the Sem Agadir Gadir, or Gadir stronghold of the Carthaginians, the Gr Gadira, and the Lat Gad's tradition ascribes its foundation to Phoenician merchants from Tyre as early as 1100 B. Roman 100, and in the 7th century, it had already become the great mart of the West for amber and tin. From the Cassidarides Q. Roman 5, about 501 B. Roman 100, it was occupied by the Carthaginians, who made it their base for the conquest of southern Iberia, and in the 3rd century for the equipment of the armaments with which Hannibal undertook to destroy the power of Rome. But the loyalty of Gads, already weakened by trade rivalry with Carthage, gave way after the Second Punic War. Its citizens welcomed the victorious Romans and assisted them in turn to fit out an expedition against Carthage. Thenceforward, its rapidly growing trade in dried fish and meat, and in all the produce of the fertile Beatties Guadalquivir Valley, attracted many Greek settlers, while men of learning, such as Pythias in the 4th century B. Roman 100, Polybius and Artemidorus of Ephesus in the 2nd, and Posidonius in the 1st, came to study the ebb and flow of its tides, unparalleled in the Mediterranean. Roman 100, Julius Caesar, conferred the civitas of Rome on all its citizens in 49 B Roman 100, and not long after Roman 50 Cornelius Balbus Minor built what was called the new city, constructed the harbor, which is now known as Puerto Real, and spanned the Strait of Santi Petri with the bridge which unites the Isla de Leon with the mainland, and is now known as the Puente de Zuazo after Juan Sanchez de Zuazo, who restored it in the 15th century under Augustus, when it was the residence of no fewer than 500 equites, a total only surpassed in Rome, and Padua Gads was made a municipium with the name of Augusta Urbs Gaditana, and its citizens ranked next to those of Rome in the 1st century. A Roman 500, it was the birthplace or home of several famous authors, including Lucius Columella, poet and writer on husbandry. But it was more renowned for gaiety and luxury than for learning. Juvenal and martial rite of Jocassy Gads, Cadiz the joyous as naturally as the modern Andalusian speaks of Cadiz la Josa, and throughout the Roman world its cookery and its dancing girls were famous in the 5th century. However, the overthrow of Roman dominion in Spain by the Visigoths involved Cadiz in destruction. A few fragments of masonry submerged under the sea are almost all that remains of the original city Moorish rule over. The port, which was renamed Jezerat Cadiz, lasted from 711 until 1262, when Cadiz was captured, rebuilt, and repeopled by Alfonso Roman X of Castile. Its renewed prosperity dates from the discovery of America in 1492. As the headquarters of the Spanish treasure fleets, it soon recovered its position as the wealthiest port of Western Europe, and consequently, it was a favorite point of attack for the enemies of Spain during the 16th century. It repelled a series of raids by the Barbary corsairs. In 1587, all the shipping in its harbor was burned by the English squadron under Sir Francis Drake. In 1596, the fleet of the Earl of Essex and Lord Charles Howard sacked the city and destroyed 40 merchant vessels and 13 warships. This disaster necessitated the rebuilding of Cadiz on a new plan. Its recovered wealth tempted the Duke of Buckingham to promote the fruitless expedition to Cadiz of 1626. 30 years later, Admiral Blake blockaded the harbor in an endeavor to intercept the treasure fleet, and in 1702, another attack was made by the British under Sir George Rooke and the Duke of Ormond. During the 18th century, the wealth of Cadiz became greater than ever from 1720 to 1765, when it enjoyed a monopoly of the trade with Spanish America. The city annually imported gold and silver to the value of about 5 million. With the closing years of the century, however, it entered upon a period of misfortune. From February 1797 to April 1798, it was blockaded by the British fleet after the Battle of Cape St. Vincent, and in 1800 it was bombarded by Nelson. In 1808, the citizens captured a French squadron, which was imprisoned by the British fleet in the Inner Bay from February 1810 until the Duke of Wellington raised the siege in August 1812. Cadiz resisted the French forces sent to capture it, and during these 2 years it served as the capital of all Spain, which could escape annexation by Napoleon. Here too, the Cortes met and promulgated the famous liberal constitution of March 1812. To secure a renewal of this constitution, the citizens revolted in 1820. The revolution spread throughout Spain. The King Ferdinand Roman VII was imprisoned at Cadiz, which again became the seat of the Cortes, and foreign intervention alone checked the movement towards reform. A French army, under the Duc d'Angoulême, seized Cadiz in 1823, secured the release of Ferdinand, and suppressed liberalism in 1868. The city was the center of the revolution, which effected the dethronement of Queen Isabella. See Sevilla y Cadiz sus monumentos, y art su naturaleza, e historia, an illustrated volume in the series Hispana by P. de Madrazo, Barcelona, 1884, Recuerdos Gaditanos, a very full history of local affairs by J. Roman. 1000 Leon y Dominguez, Cadiz, 1897, Historia de Cadiz y de su provincia desde los remotos tiempos hasta 1824, by de Castro, Cadiz, 1858, and Description Histórico-Artística de la Catedral de Cadiz, by J. de Arusha, Cadiz, 1843. Cadmium symbol CD, atomic weight 112. O, a metallic element showing a close relationship to zinc with which it is very frequently associated. It was discovered in 1817 by F. Stromeyer in a sample of zinc carbonate, from which a specimen of zinc oxide was obtained having a yellow color, although quite free from iron. Stromeyer, showing that this coloration was due to the presence of the oxide of a new metal. Simultaneously, Hermann, a German chemical manufacturer, discovered the new metal in a specimen of zinc oxide, which had been thought to contain arsenic, since it gave a yellow precipitate in acid solution on the addition of sulfurated hydrogen. This supposition was shown to be incorrect, and the nature of the new element was ascertained. Cadmium does not occur naturally in the uncombined condition, and only one mineral is known which contains it in any appreciable quantity, namely greenachite or cadmium sulfide found at Greenock and at Bishopton in Scotland, and in Bohemia and Pennsylvania. It is, however, nearly always found associated with zinc blende, and with calamine, although only in small quantities. The metal is usually obtained from the flue dust produced during the first 3 or 4 hours working of a zinc distillation, which is collected in the sheet iron cones or adapters of the zinc. Retorts this is mixed with small coal, and when redistilled gives an enriched dust. And by repeating the process and distilling from cast iron, retorts, the metal is obtained, it can be purified by solution in hydrochloric acid and subsequent precipitation by metallic zinc. Cadmium is a white metal possessing a bluish tinge, and is capable of taking a high polish on breaking. It shows a distinct fibrous fracture by sublimation in a current of hydrogen. It can be crystallized in the form of regular octahedra. It is slightly harder than tin, but is softer than zinc and, like tin, emits a crackling sound when bent. It is malleable and can be rolled out into sheets. The specific gravity of the metal is 8, this value being slightly increased after hammering at specific heat, is 0 R Bunsen. It melts at 310,320 Roman 100 and boils between 763,772 Roman 100 T Carnelli, forming a deep yellow vapor. The cadmium molecule, as shown by determinations of the density of its vapor. Monatomic, the metal unites with the majority of the heavy metals to form alloys. Some of these, the so-called fusible alloys, find a useful application from the fact that they possess a low melting point. It also forms amalgams with mercury, and on this account has been employed in dentistry for the purpose of stopping or filling Roman 5 teeth. The metal is quite permanent in dry air, but in moist air it becomes coated with a superficial layer of the oxide. It burns on heating to redness, forming a brown-colored oxide, and is readily soluble in mineral acids. With formation of the corresponding salts, cadmium vapor decomposes water at a red heat, with liberation of hydrogen and formation of the oxide of the metal. Cadmium oxide CdO is a brown powder of specific gravity 6, which can be prepared by heating the metal in air, or in oxygen, or by ignition of the nitrate or carbonate. By heating the metal to a white heat in a current of oxygen, it is obtained as a dark red. Crystalline sublimate, it does not melt at a white heat, and is easily reduced to the metal by heating in a current of hydrogen, or with carbon. It is a basic oxide dissolving readily in acids with the formation of salts, somewhat analogous to those of zinc. Cadmium hydroxide CdO2 is obtained as a white precipitate by adding potassium hydroxide to a solution of any soluble cadmium salt. It is decomposed by heat into the oxide and water, and is soluble in ammonia, but not in excess of dilute potassium hydroxide. This latter property serves to distinguish it from zinc hydroxide. The chloride CdCl2, bromide CdBr2, and iodide CdI2 are also known. Cadmium iodide being sometimes used in photography, as it is one of the few iodides which are soluble in alcohol. Cadmium chloride and iodide have been shown to behave in an anomalous way in aqueous solution. W. Hittorf Pog, and 1859, 106 513, probably owing to the formation of complex ions, the abnormal behavior apparently diminishing as the solution becomes more and more dilute, until at very high dilutions the salts are ionized in the normal manner. Cadmium sulfate CdSO4 is known in several hydrated forms, being deposited on spontaneous evaporation of a concentrated aqueous solution, in the form of large monosymmetric crystals of composition 3CdSO48H2O, whilst boiling saturated solution, to which concentrated sulfuric acid has been added, deposits crystals of composition CdSO4H2O. It is largely used for the purpose of making standard electric cells, such for example as the Weston cell. Cadmium sulfide CdS occurs naturally as greenachite curomin 5 and can be artificially prepared by passing sulfurated hydrogen through acid solutions of soluble cadmium salts. When it is precipitated as a pale yellow amorphous solid, it is used as a pigment cadmium yellow, for it retains its color in an atmosphere containing sulfurated hydrogen. It melts at a white heat and on cooling solidifies to a lemon yellow micaceous mass. Normal cadmium carbonates are unknown, a white precipitate of variable composition, being obtained on the addition of solutions of the alkaline carbonates to soluble cadmium salts. Cadmium nitrate CdNO 324H2O is a deliquescent salt which may be obtained by dissolving either the metal or its oxide or carbonate in dilute nitric acid. It crystallizes in needles and is soluble in alcohol. Cadmium salts can be recognized by the brown incrustation, which is formed when they are heated on charcoal in the oxidizing flame of the blowpipe, and also by the yellow precipitate formed when sulfurated hydrogen is passed through their acidified solutions. This precipitate is insoluble in cold dilute acids in ammonium sulfide, and in solutions of the caustic alkalis, a behavior which distinguishes it from the yellow sulfides of arsenic and tin. Cadmium is estimated quantitatively by conversion into the oxide being precipitated from boiling solutions, by the addition of sodium carbonate, the carbonate, thus formed, passing into the oxide. On ignition, it can also be determined as sulfide by precipitation with sulfurated hydrogen, the precipitated sulfide being dried at 100 Roman 100 and weighed. The atomic weight of cadmium was found by Au Huntington, Bericht 1880 15 p80, from an analysis of the pure bromide to B111 HN Morse and H Roman 100 Jones Amer Chemjourn 1892 14 p261, by conversion of cadmium into the oxalate and then into oxide, obtained values ranging from 111 to 112, whilst W.S. Lorimer and E.F. Smith, Zeit für Anorg, Chem 1891, 1p364, by the electrolytic reduction of cadmium oxide in potassium cyanide solution, obtained as a mean value 112. The atomic weight of cadmium has been revised by G.P. Baxter and Roman 1000 A. Hinz, Jern Amer, Chem Soch, 1905 27 p. 222, by determinations of the ratio of cadmium chloride to silver chloride and of the amount of silver required to precipitate cadmium chloride. The mean value obtained was 112. Ag. The mean value 112 was obtained by Baxter, Hinz, and Frevert, Ibid. 1906 28 p. 770, by analyzing cadmium bromide. Cadmus, in Greek legend son of Agenor, king of Phoenicia and brother of Europa, after his sister had been carried off by Zeus, he was sent out to find her, unsuccessful in his search. He came in the course of his wanderings to Delphi, where he consulted the oracle. He was ordered to give up his quest and follow a cow which would meet him, and to build a town on the spot where she should lie down. Exhausted, the cow met him in Phasis, and guided him to Boeotia, where he founded the city of Thebes, intending to sacrifice the cow. He sent some of his companions to a neighboring spring for water. They were slain by a dragon, which was in turn destroyed by Cadmus, and by the instructions of Athena, he sowed its teeth in the ground, from which there sprang a race of fierce armed men called Sparti. Sown, by throwing a stone among them, Cadmus caused them to fall upon each other till only 5 survived, who assisted him to build the Cadmea, or citadel of Thebes, and became the founders of the noblest families of that city. Ovid Metam Roman 3. FF Apollodorus Roman 3:5. Cadmus, however, because of this bloodshed, had to do penance for 8 years. At the expiration of this period, the gods gave him to wife Harmonia, Q Roman 5, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite, by whom he had a son Polydorus and 4 daughters, En, Autono, Agave, and Semilia family, which was overtaken by grievous misfortunes. At the marriage, all the gods were present. Harmonia received as bridal gifts a peplos worked by Athena, and a necklace made by Hephaestus. Cadmus is said to have finally retired with Harmonia to Illyria, where he became king after death. He and his wife were changed into snakes, which watched the tomb while their souls were translated to the Elysian fields. There is little doubt that Cadmus was originally a Boeotian, that is, a Greek hero. In later times, the story of a Phoenician immigrant of that name became current, to whom was ascribed the introduction of the alphabet, the invention of agriculture and working in bronze, and of civilization generally, but the name itself is Greek rather than Phoenician, and the fact that Hermes was worshipped in Samothrace under the name of Cadmus or Cadmulus seems to show that the Theban Cadmus was originally an ancestral Theban hero. Corresponding to the Samothracian, the name may mean order and be used to characterize one who introduces order and civilization. The exhaustive article by O. Crucius in W. H. Roscher's Lexicon der Mythology contains a list of modern authorities on the subject of Cadmus. See also O. Grupp de Cadmi Fabula, 1891. Cadmus of Miletus, according to some ancient authorities, the oldest of the logography. Q Roman 5. Modern scholars, who accept this view, assign him to about 550 B Roman 100 others, regard him as purely mythical. A confused notice in Suidas mentions three persons of the name: the first the inventor of the alphabet, the second the son of Pandion, according to some the first prose writer a little later than Orpheus, author of a history of the foundation of Miletus and of Ionia, generally in 4 books, the third the son of Archelaus, of later date, author of a history of Attica in 14 books, and of some poems of an erotic character, as Dionysius of Halicarnassus Judicium de Thucydide Roman 100, distinctly states that the work current in his time under the name of Cadmus was a forgery. It is most probable that the two first are identical with the Phoenician Cadmus, who, as the reputed inventor of letters, was subsequently transformed into the Milesian, and the author of an historical work in this connection. It should be observed that the old Milesian nobles traced their descent back to the Phoenician, or one of his companions. The text of the notice of the third Cadmus of Miletus in Suidas is unsatisfactory, and it is uncertain whether he is to be explained in the same way or whether he was an historical personage of whom all further record is lost. See Roman 100 W. Muller, Frag Hist. Greek Roman 24, and O. Crucius in Roscher's Lexicon der Mythologie article Cadmos, 9091. Cadogan William Cadogan, 1st Earl 16,751,726. British soldier, was the son of Henry Cadogan, a Dublin barrister, and grandson of Major William Cadogan, 16,011,660. Governor of Trim. The family has been credited with a descent from Cadogan, the old Welsh prince. Cadogan began his military career as a cornet of horse under William Roman III at the Boyne, and with the regiment now known as the 5th Royal Irish Lancers, made the campaigns in the Low Countries in the course of these years. He attracted the notice of Marlborough in 1701. Cadogan was employed by him as a staff officer in the complicated task of concentrating the grand army formed by contingents from Roman 5 P multitudinous states, and Marlborough soon made the young officer his confidential staff officer and right-hand man. His services in the campaign of 1701 were rewarded with the colonelcy of the famous Cadogan's Horse, now the 5th Dragoon Guards. As quartermaster general, it fell to his lot to organize the celebrated March of the Allies to the Danube, which, as well as the return march with its heavy convoys, he managed with consummate skill at the Schellenberg. He was wounded and his horse shot under him, and at Blenheim he acted as Marlborough's chief of staff. Soon afterwards he was promoted brigadier general, and in 1705 he led Cadogan's horse at the forcing of the Brabant lines between Wange and Alyssum, capturing 4 standards. He was present at Ramillies, and immediately afterwards was sent to take Antwerp, which he did without difficulty, becoming major general in 1706. He continued to perform the numerous duties of chief staff officer, quartermaster general, and colonel of cavalry, besides which he was throughout constantly employed in delicate diplomatic missions. In the course of the campaign of 1707, when leading a foraging expedition, he fell into the hands of the enemy, but was soon exchanged. In 1708, he commanded the advanced guard of the army in the operations which culminated in the victory of Oudenarde, and in the same year he was with Webb. At the action of Wynendael on the 1st of January 1709, he was made lieutenant general. At the siege of Menin in this year occurred an incident which well illustrates his qualifications as a staff officer and diplomatist. Marlborough, riding with his staff close to the French, suddenly dropped his glove and told Cadogan to pick it up. This seemingly insolent command was carried out at once, and when Marlborough, on the return to camp, explained that he wished a battery to be erected on the spot, Cadogan informed him that he had already given orders to that effect. He was present at Malplaquet, and after the battle was sent off to form the siege of Mons, at which he was dangerously wounded at the end of the year. He received the appointment of lieutenant of the Tower, but he continued with the army in Flanders to the end of the war. His loyalty to the fallen Marlborough cost him in 1712 his rank, positions, and emoluments under the crown. George Roman, won on his accession, however, reinstated Cadogan, and amongst other appointments made him lieutenant of the ordnance in 1715 as British plenipotentiary. He signed the Third Barrier Treaty between Great Britain, Holland, and the Emperor. His last campaign was the Jacobite insurrection of 17,151,716, at first as Argyll's subordinate. See Cox Memoirs of Marlborough, Cap Roman 114, and later as Commander-in-Chief General Cadogan, by his firm Energetic and skillful handling of his task restored quiet and order in Scotland. Up to the death of Marlborough, he was continually employed in diplomatic posts of special trust, and in 1718 he was made Earl Cadogan, Viscount Caversham, and Baron Cadogan of Oakley. In 1722, he succeeded his old chief as head of the army and Master General of the Ordnance, becoming at the same time Colonel of the 1st or Grenadier Guards. He sat in 5 successive parliaments. As member for Woodstock, he died at Kensington in 1726, leaving 2 daughters, one of whom married the 2nd Duke of Richmond, and the other the 2nd son of William Earl of Portland. Readers of Esmond will have formed a very unfavorable estimate of Cadogan, and it should be remembered that Thackeray's hero was the friend and supporter of the opposition and General Webb. As a soldier, Cadogan was one of the best staff officers in the annals of the British Army, and in command of detachments. And also as a commander-in-chief, he showed himself to be an able, careful, and withal dashing leader. He was succeeded by special remainder in the barony, by his brother General Charles Cadogan, 16,911,776, who married the daughter of Sir Hans Sloane, thus beginning the association of the family with Chelsea, and died in 1776, being succeeded in turn by his son Charles Sloane, 17,280,1807, who in the year 1800 was created Viscount Chelsea, and Earl Cadogan. His descendant George Henry V Earl Cadogan b. 1840 was Lord Privy Seal from 1886 to 1892, and Lord Lieutenant of Ireland from 1895 to 1902. Cadwal Georges 17,711,804, leader of the Chouans during the French Revolution, was born in 1771. Near Auray he had received a fair education, and when the Revolution broke out, he remained true to his royalist and Catholic teaching. From 1793, he organized a rebellion in the Morbihan against the revolutionary government. It was quickly suppressed, and he thereupon joined the army of the revolted Vendians. Taking part in the battles of Le Mans and of Savonay in December 1793, returning to Morbihan, he was arrested and imprisoned at Brest. He succeeded, however, in escaping, and began again the struggle against the revolution in spite of the defeat of his party, and of the fact that he was forced several times to take refuge in England. Cadwal did not cease both to wage war and to conspire in favor of the royalist pretenders. He refused to come to any understanding with the government, although offers were made to him by Bonaparte, who admired his skill and his obstinate energy. From 1800, it was impossible for Cadwal to continue to wage open war, so he took altogether to plotting. He was indirectly concerned in the attempt made by Saint Regent in the Rue Saint-Nicaise on the life of the first consul in December 1800, and fled to England again in 1803. He returned to France to undertake a new attempt against Bonaparte. Though watched for by the police, he succeeded in eluding them for 6 months, but was at length arrested, found guilty, and condemned to death. He refused to ask for pardon, and was executed in Paris on the 10th of June 1804, along with 11 of his companions. He is often called simply Georges. See Prox de Georges Moreau, et Pichegru Paris, 1804, 8 vols 8 vo the Memoirs of Burian of Hyde de Neuville, and of Rohu Lenater Tournebut on the Arrest Legion Biographie, Breton, and the Bibliography to the article Vendi. Cadre fr for a frame from the lat quadrum, a square, a framework or skeleton, particularly the permanent establishment of a military corps regiment, Roman 100, which can be expanded on emergency. Caduceus, the lat adaptation of the Doric gr. Attic, a herald's wand, the staff used by the messengers of the gods, and especially by Hermes as conductor of the souls of the dead to the world, below the caduceus of Hermes, which was given him by Apollo in exchange for the lyre, was a magic wand, which exercised influence over the living and the dead, bestowed wealth and prosperity, and turned everything it touched into gold in its oldest form. It was a rod ending in 2 prongs twined into a knot, probably an olive branch, with 2 shoots adorned with ribbons or garlands, for which later 2 serpents with heads meeting at the top were substituted. The mythologists explain this by the story of Hermes finding 2 serpents thus knotted together. While fighting, he separated them with his wand, which, crowned by the serpents, became the symbol of the settlement of quarrels. Thucydides. Roman 1 Macrobius sat Roman 1 Hyginus poet Astron Roman 2. A pair of wings was sometimes attached to the top of the staff, in token of the speed of Hermes. As a messenger in historical times, the caduceus was the attribute of Hermes as the god of commerce and peace, and among the Greeks it was the distinctive mark of heralds and ambassadors, whose persons it rendered inviolable. The caduceus itself was not used by the Romans, but the derivative caduciter occurs in the sense of a peace commissioner. See Roman 50 preller der Hermestab in Philologus Roman 11,846, O.A. Hoffmann Hermes, Unkereichian 1890, who argues that Hermes is a male lunar divinity, and his staff the special attribute of Aphrodite Astarte. Caducus lat caducus, a botanical term for falling early as the sepals of a poppy before the petals expand. Caecilia, this name was given by Linnaeus to the blind or nearly blind worm-like batrachians, which were formerly associated with the snakes, and are now classed as an order under the names of Apoda paromla or Gymnophiona, the type of the genus Caecilia. Is Caecilia tentaculata, a moderately slender species, not unlike a huge earthworm, growing to 2 ft in length, with a diameter of 3/4 of an inch. It is one of the largest species of the order. Other species of the same genus are very slender in form, as for instance Caecilia gracilis Roman 5p, which, with a length of 214 ft, has a diameter of only 1/4 of an inch. One of the most remarkable characters of the genus Caecilia, which it shares with about 2/3 of the known genera of the order, is the presence of thin cycloid imbricate scales embedded in the skin, a character only to be detected by raising the epidermis near the dermal folds, which more or less completely encircle the body. This feature, unique among living batrachians, is probably directly inherited from the scaly stegosphalia, a view which is further strengthened by the similarity of structure of these scales in both groups, which the histological investigations of H. Credner have revealed. The skull is well ossified and contains a greater number of bones than occur in any other living batrachian. There is therefore strong reason for tracing the Caecilians directly from the stegosphalia, as was the view of T.H. Huxley and of R. Wiedersheim, since supported by H. Gatto and by J.S. Kingsley. E. Roman 500 Cope had advocated the abolition of the order Apoda and the incorporation of the Caecilians among the Urodela or Caudata, in the vicinity of the Amphiomidi, of which he regarded them as further degraded descendants, and this opinion, which was supported by very feeble and partly erroneous arguments, has unfortunately received the support of the two great authorities P. and F. Saracen, to whom we are indebted for our first information on the breeding habits and development of these batrachians. The knowledge of species of Caecilians has made rapid progress, and we are now acquainted with about 50, which are referred to 21 genera. The principal characters on which these genera are founded reside in the presence or absence of scales, the presence or absence of eyes, the presence of one or of two series of teeth in the lower jaw, the structure of the tentacle representing the so-called balancers of urodele, larvae on the side of the snout, and the presence or absence of a vacuity between the parietal and squamosal bones of the skull. Of these 21 genera, 6 are peculiar to tropical Africa, 1 to the Seychelles, 4 to southeastern Asia, 8 to Central and South America. 1 occurs in both continental Africa and the Seychelles, and 1 is common to Africa and South America. These batrachians are found in damp situations, usually in soft mud. The complete development of Ichthyophis glutinosus has been observed in Ceylon by P. and F. Saracen. The eggs, forming a rosary-like string, are very large and deposited in a burrow near the water. The female protects them by coiling herself round the egg mess, which the young do not leave till after the loss of the very large external gills, 1 on each side. They then lead an aquatic life and are provided with an opening or spiraculum on each side of the neck. In these larvae, the head is fish-like, provided with much developed labial lobes, with the eyes much more distinct than in the perfect animal. The tail, which is quite rudimentary in all Caecilians, is very distinct, strongly compressed, and bordered above and beneath by a dermal fold. In Hypogeophis, a Caecilian from the Seychelles, studied by a Brouwer, the development resembles that of Ichthyophis, but there is no aquatic larval stage. The young leaves the egg in the perfect condition, and at once leads a terrestrial life like its parents. In accordance with this abbreviated development, the caudal membranous crest does not exist, and the branchial aperture closes as soon as the external gills disappear. In the South American Typhlonyx, and in the Dermophis from the island of St. Thome, West Africa, the young are brought forth alive, in the former as larvae with external gills, and in the latter in the perfect air-breathing condition. References are Wiedersheim Anatomy, Der Gymnophionen Jena 1879, 4 to Ga Bullinger Synopsis of the Genera and Species, PZS 1895 p. 401, R. Grief Uber Siphonops Tomensis, Sis Jess Naderwa Marburg, 1884 p. 15 p. and F. Saracen Naderwissenschaftlich Forschungen, off Salon Roman 2, Wiesbaden 18,871,894, to a Brouwer Beiträger. Kenntnis der Entwicklungsgeschichte und der Anatomie, der Gymnationen zum Job, Anna Roman 10, 1897 p. 389, Roman 12, 1898 p. 477, and Roman 17, 1904, Supple p. 381 ea. Goldie Entwicklung von Siphonops Annulatus zum Job Sist, Roman 12, 1899 p. 170 J.S. Kingsley, The Systematic Position of the Sicilians Tufts Call Stud, Roman 7, 1902 p. 323. Gita B. Caecilia via an ancient highroad of Italy which diverged from the Via Salaria at the 35th Roman 1000 from Rome, and ran by Amiternum to the Adriatic coast, passing probably by Hadria. A branch ran to Interamna, Praetitirum Teramo, and thence probably to the sea at Castrum Novum Giulianova, a distance of about 151 Roman 1000 from Rome. It was probably constructed by Roman 50 Caecilius Metellus Diadematus consul in 117 B. Roman 100. See Roman 100 Hulson in Notizie digli Scavi, 1896-87, Sec. N. Persichetti in Romish Mittelungen, 1898-193, Sec. 1902, 277 Sec. Caecilius of Calacti in Sicily, Greek rhetorician, flourished at Rome during the reign of Augustus, originally called Archagathus. He took the name of Caecilius from his patron, one of the Metelli according to Suidas. He was by birth a Jew. Next to Dionysius of Halicarnassus, he was the most important critic and rhetorician of the Augustan age. Only fragments are extant of his numerous and important works, among which may be mentioned On the Style of the 10 Orators, including their lives, and a critical examination of their works, the basis of the pseudo-Plutarchian treatise of the same name in which Caecilius is frequently referred to on the Sublime attacked by Longinus in his essay. On the same subject, see Roman 50 Martins de Libello, 1877, History of the Servile Wars or Slave Risings in Sicily, the local interest of which would naturally appeal to the author on rhetoric and rhetorical figures, an alphabetical selection of phrases intended to serve as a guide to the acquirement of a pure Attic styleth. First example of an Atticist lexicon, mentioned by Suidas in the preface to his lexicon, as one of his authorities against the Phrygians, probably an attack on the florid style of the Asiatic school of rhetoric. The fragments have been collected and edited by T. Burkhardt, 1863, and E. Offenloch, 1907, some in Roman 100 W. Muller Fragmenta, Historicorum, Graecorum Roman 3, Roman 100 Bersians, Jahresbericht der Klassischen Altertumswissenschaft, Roman 230 1896, contains full notices of recent works on Caecilius by Roman 100 Hammer F. Blas Griechisch Beredsamkeit, von Alexander Bis, off Augustus, 1865 treats of Dionysius of Halicarnassus and Caecilius together. See also J. Brzozka in Pauli Wisła Real Encyclopaedia, 1897. Silius Statius or Statius Caecilius, Roman comic poet contemporary, an intimate friend of Aeneas, died in 168 or 166 B. Roman 100. He was born in the territory of the Insubrian Gauls, and was probably taken as a prisoner to Rome Roman 100 during the Great Gallic War. Originally a slave, he assumed the name of Caecilius from his patron, probably one of the Metelli. He supported himself by adapting Greek plays for the Roman stage. From the New Comedy writers, especially Menander, if the statement in the Life of Terence by Suetonius is correct, and the reading sound, Caecilius' judgment was so esteemed that he was ordered to hear Terence's Andria exhibited 166 B. Roman 100 read, and to pronounce an opinion upon it. After several failures, Caecilius gained a high reputation. Volcatius Sedigitus, the dramatic critic, places him first amongst the comic poets. Varro credits him with pathos and skill in the construction of his plots. Horace Epistles Roman 259 contrasts his dignity with the art of Terence. Quintilian, Inst Orat Roman 1099, speaks somewhat disparagingly of him in Cicero, although he admits with some hesitation that Caecilius may have been the chief of the comic poets. De Optimo Gener Oratorum 1 considers him inferior to Terence in style and Latinity, at Roman 7, as was only natural considering his foreign extraction. The fact that his plays could be referred to by name alone, without any indication of the author. Cicero de Finibus Roman 2, is sufficient proof of their widespread popularity. Caecilius holds a place between Plautus and Terence in his treatment of the Greek originals. He did not, like Plautus, confound things Greek and Roman, nor like Terence eliminate everything that could not be Romanized. The fragments of his plays are chiefly preserved in Aulus Gellius, who cites several passages from the Plosium Necklace together with the original Greek of Menander, the translation which is diffuse, and by no means close fails to reproduce the spirit of the original fragments in Ribeck Skiniki, Romanorum Poesis, Fragmenta 1898. See also W.S. Teufel Caecilius Statius Roman 1,001,858. Mommsen, Hist of Rome, Eng Tr. BK Roman 3 ch 14, F. Scutch, in Pauli Wisła Real Encyclopaedia, 1897. Roman 5 p. Caecina, the name of a distinguished Etruscan family of voluntary graves, have been discovered belonging to the family, whose name is still preserved in the river and hamlet of Cesena. Aulus Caecina, son of Aulus Caecina, who was defended by Cicero 69b Roman 100, in a speech still extant, took the side of Pompey in the civil wars, and published a violent tirade against Caesar, for which he was banished. He recanted in a work called Queruli, and by the intercession of his friends above all of Cicero, obtained pardon from Caesar. Caecina was regarded as an important authority on the Etruscan system of divination Etrusca disciplina, which he endeavored to place on a scientific footing by harmonizing its theories with the doctrines of the Stoics. Considerable fragments of his work, dealing with lightning, are to be found in Seneca Naturals Questions, Roman 249. Caecina was on intimate terms with Cicero, who speaks of him as a gifted and eloquent man, and was no doubt considerably indebted to him in his own treatise De Divination. Some of their correspondence is preserved in Cicero's letters ad fam Roman 68, see also Roman 9 and Roman 13. Aulus Caecina Alienus Roman general, was questor of Baetica in Spain a Roman 500. On the death of Nero, he attached himself to Galba, who appointed him to the command of a legion in Upper Germany, having been prosecuted for embezzling public money. Caecina went over to Vitellius, who sent him with a large army into Italy. Caecina crossed the Alps, but was defeated near Cremona by Suetonius Paulinus, the chief general of Otho. Subsequently, in conjunction with Fabius Valens, Caecina defeated Otho at the decisive battle of Bedriacum Betriacum. The incapacity of Vitellius tempted Vespasian to take up arms against him. Caecina, who had been entrusted with the repression of the revolt turned traitor, and tried to persuade his army to go over to Vespasian, but was thrown into chains by the soldiers. After the overthrow of Vitellius, he was released and taken into favor by the new emperor, but he could not remain loyal to anyone. In 79, he was implicated in a conspiracy against Vespasian, and was put to death by order of Titus. Caecina is described by Tacitus as a man of handsome presence and boundless ambition, a gifted orator, and a great favorite with the soldiers. Tacitus Histories, Roman 161 67 70, Roman 225 41 44, Roman 3, D. Cassius, Roman 65 14, Roman 66, Plutarch Otho, 7, Suetonius Titus 6, Zinaras, Roman 11. Cédimon, the earliest English Christian poet, his story, and even his very name are known to us only from Bda Hist Ekel Roman 4. He was, according to Bda C. Beta, herdsman, who received a divine call to poetry, by means of a dream one night having quitted a festive company, because from want of skill, he could not comply with the demand made of each guest in turn to sing to the harp. He sought his bed and fell asleep. He dreamed that there appeared to him a stranger who addressed him by his name, and commanded him to sing of the beginning of created things. He pleaded inability, but the stranger insisted, and he was compelled to obey. He found himself uttering verses which he had never heard of. Cédimon's song. Bda gives a prose paraphrase which may be literally rendered as follows: Now must we praise the author of the heavenly kingdom, the Creator's power, and counsel the deeds of the Father of glory, how he, the eternal God, was the author of all marvels, he who first gave to the sons of men the heaven for a roof, and then almighty guardian of mankind, created the earth. Bda explains that his version represents the sense only, not the arrangement of the words, because no poetry, however excellent, can be rendered into another language without the loss of its beauty of expression. When Cédimon awoke, he remembered the verses that he had sung and added to them others. He related his dream to the farm bailiff under whom he worked, and was conducted by him to the neighboring monastery at Steenschalch, now called Whitby. The abbess Hild and her monks recognized that the illiterate herdsman had received a gift from heaven, and in order to test his powers proposed to him that he should try to render into verse a portion of sacred history, which they explained to him on the following morning. he returned having fulfilled his task at the request of the abbess. He became an inmate of the monastery throughout the remainder of his life. His more learned brethren from time to time expounded to him the events of scripture history and the doctrines of the faith and all that he heard from them. He reproduced in beautiful poetry. He sang of the creation of the world, of the origin of mankind, and of all the history of Genesis, of the exodus of Israel from Egypt and their entrance into the promised land, of many other incidents of scripture history, of the Lord's incarnation, passion, resurrection, and ascension, of the coming of the Holy Ghost, and the teaching of the apostles. He also made many songs of the terrors of the coming judgment, of the horrors of hell, and the sweetness of heaven, and of the mercies and the judgments of God. All his poetry was on sacred themes, and its unvarying aim was to turn men from sin to righteousness and the love of God. Although many amongst the Angles had, following his example, essayed to compose religious poetry, none of them, in Beda's opinion, had approached the excellence of C. Demon's songs. Beda's account of C. Demon's deathbed has often been quoted, and is of singular beauty. It is commonly stated that he died in 680, in the same year as the Abbess Hild. But for this, there is no authority. All that we know of his date is that his dream took place during the period 658,680, in which Hild was Abbess of Steenschalch, and that he must have died some considerable time before Beda finished his history in 731. The hymn, said to have been composed by C. Demon in his dream, is extant in its original language, a copy of it in the poet's own Northumbrian dialect, and in a handwriting of the 8th century, appears on a blank page of the More MS of Beda's history and 5 other Lat. MSS of Beda have the poem, but transliterated into a more southern dialect, as a marginal note in the Old English version of Beda, ascribed to King Alfred, and certainly made by his command. If not by himself, it is given in the text. Probably the Latin MS used by the translator was one that contained this addition. It was formerly maintained by some scholars that the extant Old English verses are not Beda's original, but a mere retranslation from his Latin prose version. The argument was that they correspond too closely with the Latin Beda's words hic est, sensus non autem ordo ips verborum, being taken to mean that he had given not a literal translation, but only a free paraphrase. But the form of the sentences in Beda's prose shows a close adherence to the parallelistic structure of Old English verse, and the alliterating words in the poem are in nearly every case the most obvious, and almost the inevitable equivalents of those used by Beda. The sentence quoted above one can therefore have been meant only as an apology for the absence of those poetic graces that necessarily disappear in translations into another tongue. Even on the assumption that the existing verses are a retranslation, it would still be certain that they differ very slightly from what the original must have been. It is, of course, possible to hold that the story of the dream is pure fiction, and that the lines which Beda translated were not C. Demon's at all. But there is really nothing to justify this extreme of skepticism, as the hymn is said to have been C. Demon's first essay. In verse, its lack of poetic merit is rather an argument for its genuineness than against it. Whether Beda's narrative be historical or notend, it involves nothing either miraculous or essentially improbable. There is no reason to doubt that the 9 lines of the More MS are C. Demon's composition. This poor fragment is all that can with confidence be affirmed to remain of the voluminous works of the man whom Beda regarded as the greatest of vernacular religious poets. It is true that for 2 centuries and a half, a considerable body of verse has been currently known by his name, but among modern scholars, the use of the customary designation is merely a matter of convenience, and does not imply any belief in the correctness of the attribution. The so-called C. Demon poems are contained Roman 5 pin, a MS written about a Roman 500, which was given in 1651 by Archbishop Usher to the famous scholar Francis Junius, and is now in the Bodleian Library. They consist of paraphrases of parts of Genesis, Exodus, and Daniel, and 3 separate poems, the first on the lamentations of the fallen angels, the second on the harrowing of hell, the resurrection, ascension, and second coming of Christ, and the third a mere fragment on the temptation. The subjects correspond so well with those of C. Demon's poetry, as described by Beda, that it is not surprising that Junius, in his edition published in 1655, unhesitatingly attributed the poems to him. The ascription was rejected in 1684 by G. Hicks, whose chief argument, based on the character of the language, is now known to be fallacious, as most of the poetry that has come down to us in the West Saxon dialect is certainly of Northumbrian origin, since however we learn from BDA that already in his time, C. Demon had had many imitators, the abstract probability is rather unfavorable than otherwise to the assumption that a collection of poems contained in a late 10th century MS contains any of his work. Modern criticism has shown conclusively that the poetry of the C. Demon MS cannot be all by one author. Some portions of it are plainly the work of a scholar who wrote with his Latin Bible before him. It is possible that some of the rest may be the composition of the Northumbrian herdsman, but in the absence of any authenticated example of the poet's work to serve as a basis of comparison, the internal evidence can afford no ground for an affirmative conclusion. On the other hand, the mere unlikeness of any particular passage to the 9 lines of the hymn is obviously no reason for denying that it may have been by the same author. The Genesis contains a long passage, Romans 28:51, on the fall of the angels and the temptation of our first parents, which differs markedly in style and meter from the rest. This passage, which begins in the middle of a sentence, 2 leaves of the MS having been lost, is one of the finest in all Old English poetry. In 1877, Professor E. Sivers argued on linguistic grounds that it was a translation with some original insertions from a lost poem in Old Saxon, probably by the author of the Heliand. Sivers' conclusions were brilliantly confirmed in 1894 by the discovery in the Vatican Library of a MS containing 62 lines of the Heliand and 3 fragments of an Old Saxon poem on the story of Genesis. The first of these fragments includes the original of 28 lines of the interpolated passage of the Old English Genesis. The Old Saxon biblical poetry belongs to the middle of the 9th century. The Old English translation of a portion of it is consequently later than this. As the Genesis begins with a line identical in meaning, though not in wording, with the opening of C. Demon's hymn, we may perhaps infer that the writer knew and used C. Demon's genuine poems. Some of the more poetical passages may possibly echo C. Demon's expressions. But when, after treating of the creation of the angels and the revolt of Lucifer, the paraphrased comes to the biblical part of the story, he follows the sacred text with servile fidelity, omitting no detail. However prosaic, the ages of the antediluvian patriarchs, for instance, are accurately rendered into verse in all probability. The Genesis is of Northumbrian origin. The names assigned to the wives of Noah and his 3 sons, for Koba, Allah, Aliwa, Aliwani too, have been traced to an Irish source, and this fact seems to point to the influence of the Irish missionaries in Northumbria. The Exodus is a fine poem, strangely unlike anything else in Old English literature. It is full of martial spirit, yet makes no use of the phrases of the heathen epic, which Cynewulf and other Christian poets were accustomed to borrow freely, often with little appropriateness. The condensation of the style and the peculiar vocabulary make the Exodus somewhat obscure in many places. It is probably of southern origin, and can hardly be supposed to be even an imitation of C. Demon. The Daniel is often unjustly depreciated. It is not a great poem, but the narration is lucid and interesting. The author has borrowed some 70 lines from the beginning of a poetical rendering of the prayer of Azarias and the Song of the 3 Children, of which there is a copy in the Exeter book. The borrowed portion ends with verse 3 of the canticle, the remainder of which follows in a version for the most part independent, though containing here and there a line from Azarias. Except in inserting the prayer and the benedicite, the paraphrased draws only from the canonical part of the Book of Daniel. The poem is obviously the work of a scholar, though the Bible is the only source used. The 3 other poems designated as Book 2 in the Junius MS are characterized by considerable imaginative power and vigor of expression, but they show an absence of literary culture and are somewhat rambling, full of repetitions, and generally lacking in finish. They abound in passages of fervid religious exhortation. On the whole, both their merits and their defects are such as we should expect to find in the work of the poet celebrated by BDA, and it seems possible, though hardly more than possible, that we have in these pieces a comparatively little altered specimen of C. Demon's compositions. Of poems not included in the Junius MS, The Dream of the Rude C. Cynewulf is the only one that has with any plausibility been ascribed to C. Demon. It was affirmed by Professor G. Stevens that the Ruthwell cross, on which a portion of the poem is inscribed in runes, bore on its topstone the name Cadman III. But according to Professor W. Viator, the traces of runes that are still visible exclude all possibility of this reading. The poem is certainly Northumbrian and earlier than the date of Cynewulf. It would be impossible to prove that C. Demon was not the author, though the production of such a work by the herdsman of Steenschelch would certainly deserve to rank among the miracles of genius. Certain similarities between passages in Paradise Lost and parts of the translation from Old Saxon, interpolated in the Old English Genesis, have given occasion to the suggestion that some scholar may have talked to Milton about the poetry published by Junius in 1655, and that the poet may thus have gained some hints which he used in his great work. The parallels, however, though very interesting, are only such as might be expected to occur between two poets of kindred genius, working on what was essentially the same body of traditional material. The name Seedemon in the MSS of the Old English version of BDA written Sedman Seedman is not explicable by means of Old English. The statement that it means boatman is founded on the corrupt gloss libernam said, where said is an editorial misreading for Kjol it is most. Probably the British cadman intermediate between the old Celtic cadumanus and the modern Welsh cadfan, possibly. The poet may have been of British descent, though the inference is not certain, as British names may sometimes have been given to English children. The name Ceadwalla, or Ceadwalla, was borne by a British king, mentioned by BDA, and by a king of the West Saxons. The initial element Cead or Seed, probably adopted from British names, in which it represents Cadu War, appears combined with an Old English terminal element in the name Ceadbed CP. However, the Irish name Cathbed and hypochoristic forms of names containing it were borne by the English Saint Ceda, commonly known as St. Chad, and his brother said called Ceadwilla, in 1 MS of the Old English Martyrology. A. Cadman witnesses a Buckinghamshire charter of about A. Roman 500. The older editions of the so-called Seedemons paraphrase, by F. Junius 1655, B. Thorpe 1832, with an English translation K. W. Bowderweck 18,511,854, Roman 100 W. Roman 1000 grain, in his Bibliothek der Angelsatzischen Poesie, 1857, are superseded so far as the text is concerned by R. Wolker's rendition of Grain's Bibliothek BD Roman 21,895. This work contains also the texts of the hymn and the Dream of the Rood. The pictorial illustrations of the Junius MS were published in 1833 by Sir H. Ellis. The HBR. Roman 5p. Calia, the name of two ancient cities in Italy, one in Apulia, Mod Segli di Bari, on the Via Traiana, 5 Roman 1000 s of barium coins, found here bearing the inscription prove that it was once an independent town. Discoveries of ruins and tombs have also been made too in Calabria. Mod Segli Messapica, 25 Roman 1000 W of Brundusium, and 991 ft above sea level. It was in early times a place of some importance, as is indicated by the remains of a prehistoric enceinte and by the discovery of several Messapian inscriptions. See C. H. Hulson in Pauli Wiswa, Real Encyclopaedia Roman 3. Cana, city of northwestern France, capital of the department of Calvados, 712 Roman 1000 from the English Channel, and 149 Roman 1000 W&W of Paris, on the Western Railway, to Cherbourg Pop, 1906 36,247. It is situated in the valley, and on the left bank of the Orne, the right bank of which is occupied by the suburb of Vaucelles, with the station of the Western Railway to the southwest of Caen. The Orne is joined by the Odon Arms, of which water the prairie, a fine plain, on which a well-known racecourse is laid out. Its wide streets, of which the most important is the Rue Saint-Jean. Shady boulevards and public gardens enhance the attraction which the town derives from an abundance of fine churches and old houses. Hardly any remains of its once extensive ramparts and towers are now to be seen, but the castle founded by William the Conqueror and completed by Henry Roman I is still employed as barracks, though in a greatly altered condition. St. Pierre, the most beautiful church in Caen, stands at the northern extremity of the Rue Saint-Jean in the center of the town. In the main, its architecture is Gothic, but the choir and the apsidal chapels, with their elaborate interior and exterior decoration, are of Renaissance workmanship. The graceful tower, which rises beside the southern portal to a height of 255 ft, belongs to the early 14th century. The church of Saint Etienne, or El Abbio Homs, in the west of the town, is an important specimen of Romanesque architecture, dating from about 1070, when it was founded by William the Conqueror. It is unfortunately hemmed in by other buildings, so that a comprehensive view of it is not to be obtained. The whole building, and especially the west facade, which is flanked by two towers with lofty spires, is characterized by its simplicity, The choir, which is one of the earliest examples of the Norman Gothic style, dates from the early 13th century in 1562. The Protestants did great damage to the building, which was skillfully restored in the early 17th century. A marble slab marks the former resting place of William the Conqueror. The Abbey buildings were rebuilt in the 17th and 18th centuries, and now shelter. The Lycie Matilda, wife of the Conqueror, was the foundress of the Church of La Trinite, or El Abbio Dames, which is of the same date as St. Etienne. Two square unfinished towers flank the western entrance, and another rises above the transept. Queen Matilda is interred in the choir, and a fine crypt beneath it contains the remains of former abbesses. The buildings of the nunnery, reconstructed in the early 18th century, now serve as a hospital. Other interesting old churches are those of St. Sauveur, St. Michel de Vasselles, St. Jean, St. Gilles, Notre Dame de la Gloriette, St. Etienne le Via, and St. Nicholas. The last two, now secularized. Caen possesses many old timber houses and stone mansions, in one of which the Hôtel d'Ecoville Roman 100, the Exchange, and the Tribunal of Commerce are established. The Hôtel de, then also of the 16th century, is remarkable for its graceful dormer windows. Maison des Gens d'Armes, 15th century, in the eastern outskirts of the town, has a massive tower adorned with medallions and surmounted by two figures of armed men. The monuments at Caen include one to the natives of Calvados killed in 1870 and 1871, and one to the lawyer J. Roman 100 F. Demelam, together with statues of Louis Roman 14 Allied de Beaumont, Pierre Simon Marquis de Laplace Roman 500 F.E. Auber, and François de Malherbe, the two last natives of the town. Caen is the seat of a court of appeal, of a court of assizes, and of a prefect. It is the center of an academy, and has a university with faculties of law, science, and letters, and a preparatory school of medicine and pharmacy. There are also a lycée training, colleges, schools of art and music, and two large hospitals. The other chief public institutions are tribunals of first instance, and commerce and exchange, a chamber of commerce, and a branch of the Bank of France. The Hôtel de Ville contains the library with more than 100,000 volumes, and the art museum with a fine collection of paintings. The town is the seat of several learned societies, including the Société des Antiquaires, which has a rich museum of antiquities. Caen, despite a diversity of manufactures, is commercial rather than industrial. Its trade is due to its position in the agricultural and horse-breeding district known as the Campagny de Caen, and to its proximity to the iron mines of the Orne Valley, and to manufacturing towns such as Falaise-le-Mans, Roman 100, in the southeast of the town. There is a floating basin lined with quays and connected with the Orne, and with the canal which debouches into the sea at Ouistreham 9 Roman 1000 to the NNE. The port, which also includes a portion of the riverbed, communicates with Havre and Newhaven by a regular line of steamers. It has a considerable fishing population. In 1905, the number of vessels entered was 563, with a tonnage of 190,190. English coal is foremost among the imports, which also include timber and grain, while iron, ore, con, stone, butter, and eggs and fruit are among the exports. Important horse and cattle fairs are held in the town. The industries of Caen include timber sawing, metal founding, and machine construction, cloth weaving, lace making, the manufacture of leather and gloves, and of oil from the colza grown in the district, furniture, and other wooden goods and chemical products. Though Caen is not a town of great antiquity, the date of its foundation is unknown. It existed as early as the 9th century, and when in 912 Neustria was ceded to the Normans by Charles the Simple, it was a large and important place under the Dukes of Normandy, and particularly under William the Conqueror. It rapidly increased. It became the capital of Lower Normandy, and in 1346 was besieged and taken by Edward Roman III of England. It was again taken by the English in 1417, and was retained by them till 1450, when it capitulated to the French. The university was founded in 1436 by Henry Roman VI of England. During the wars of religion, Caen embraced the reform. In the succeeding century, its prosperity was shattered by the revocation of the Edict of Nantes 1685. In 1793, the city was the focus of the Girondist movement against the Convention. C.G. Mansell et Roman 100 Voines Hist de la Ville de Caen et de ses Progrès, Caen 1836, B. Pent Hist de la Ville de Caen ses Origins, Caen 1866, E. de R. de Beaurepaire, Caen Illustre son Histoire ses Monuments, Caen 1896. Scipio Quintus Servilius, Roman General Consul, 106 B. Roman 100. During his year of office, he brought forward a law by which the jurymen were again to be chosen from the senators, instead of the equites Tacitus, and Roman 12 as governor of Gallia Narbonensis. He plundered the temple of the Celtic Apollo at Tolosa, Toulouse, which had joined the Cimbri in 105. Scipio suffered a crushing defeat from the Cimbri at Arausio Orange, on the Rhone, which was looked upon as a punishment for his sacrilege. Hence, the proverb aurum talisanum habet of an act involving disastrous consequences in the same year. He was deprived of his proconsulship, and his property confiscated subsequently. The chronology is obscure. See Mommsen History of Rome, BK Roman 4 ch 5. He was expelled from the Senate accused by the tribune Norbanus of embezzlement and misconduct during the war, condemned, and imprisoned. He either died during his confinement or escaped to Smyrna. Livy Epit 67, Valerius Maximus Roman 4-3, Justin Roman 32, Aulus Gellius Roman 3. Cere mod Servitory Roman 1, e Cere Vetus, c. below an ancient city of Etruria, about 5 Roman 1000 from the seacoast, and about 20 Roman 1000 NW of Rome direct, from which it was reached by branch roads from the Via Aurelia and Via Clodia. Ancient writers tell us that its original Pelasgian name was Agila, and that the Etruscans took it and called it Cere. When this occurred is not known. Roman 5p, but the former name lasted on into later times as well as Cere. It was one of the 12 cities of Etruria, and its trade through its port Piagos Q. Roman 5 was of considerable importance. It fought with Rome in the time of Tarquinius Priscus and Servius Tullius, and subsequently became the refuge of the expelled Tarquins. After the invasion of the Gauls in 390 B. Roman 100, the Vestal Virgins and the sacred objects in their custody were conveyed to Cere for safety, and from this fact some ancient authorities derive the word ceremonia, ceremony. A treaty was made between Rome and Cere in the same year, in 353. However, Cere took up arms against Rome out of friendship for Tarquina, but was defeated, and it is probably at this time that it became partially incorporated with the Roman state as a community whose members enjoyed only a restricted form of Roman citizenship, without the right to a vote, and which was further without internal autonomy. The status is known as the ius Caritum, and Cere was the first of a class of such municipalities. Th. Mommsen Römisch Staatsrecht Roman 3. In the First Punic War, Cere furnished Rome with corn and provisions, but otherwise up till the end of the Republic, we only hear of prodigies being observed at Cere, and reported at Rome, the Etruscans being especially expert in augural lore by the time of Augustus. Its population had actually fallen behind that of the Aequi Caretini, the sulfur springs now known as the Bagni del Sasso, about 5 Roman 1000 W. But under either Augustus or Tiberius its prosperity was to a certain extent restored, and inscriptions speak of its municipal officials, the chief of them called dictator, and its town council, which had the title of senatus in the Middle Ages. However, it sank in importance, and early in the 13th century, a part of the inhabitants founded Cere Novum Modseri 3 Roman 1000 to the east. The town lay on a hill of tufa running from Ne to SW, isolated, except on the Ne, and about 300 ft above sea level. The modern town at the western extremity probably occupies the site of the Acropolis. The line of the city walls of rectangular blocks of tufa can be traced, and there seem to have been 8 gates in the circuit, which was about 4 Roman 1000 in length. There are no remains of buildings of importance, except the theater in which many inscriptions and statues of emperors were found. The necropolis in the hill to the northwest, known as the Banditaxia, is important. The tomb chambers are either hewn in the rock or covered by mounds. One of the former class was the family tomb of the Tarchna Tarquinae, perhaps descended from the Roman kings. Others are interesting from their architectural and decorative details. One, especially the Grotta dei Bassorilievi, has interesting reliefs cut in the rock and painted, while the walls of another were decorated with painted tiles of terracotta. The most important tomb of all, the Regalini Gallici tomb, taking its name from its discoverers, which lies SW of the ancient city, is a narrow rock-hewn chamber, about 60 ft long, lined with masonry, the sides converging to form the roof. The objects found in it, a chariot, a bed, silver goblets with reliefs, rich gold ornaments, Roman 100, are now in the Etruscan Museum at the Vatican. They are attributed to about the middle of the 7th century B. Roman 100. At a short distance from the modern town, on the west, thousands of votive terracottas were found in 1886, some representing divinities, others parts of the human body. Notisi degli Scavi, 1886-38, they must have belonged to some temple. C.G. Dennis Cities and Cemeteries of Etruria Roman 1 Sec Roman 100 Hulson, in Pauli Wiswa, Real Encyclopaedia Roman 3. T as Caerleon, an ancient village in the southern parliamentary division of Monmouthshire, England, on the right west bank of the Usk 3 Roman 1000 NE of Newport Pop 1901-14. 11. Its claim to notice rests on its Roman and British associations, as Isca Silorum it was, one of the three great legionary fortresses of Roman Britain, established either about A Roman 500 Tacitus Annals, Roman 12, or perhaps, as coin finds suggest about A Roman 50,078, in the governorship of Julius Frontinus, and in either case intended to coerce the wild Ciliars. It was garrisoned by the Legio Roman II Augusta from its foundation, till near the end of the Roman rule in Britain, though never seriously excavated. It contains plentiful visible traces of its Roman period part of the ramparts, the site of an amphitheater, and many inscriptions, sculptured stones Roman 100, in the local museum. No civil life or municipality seems, however, to have grown up outside its walls, as at York Eburacum, like Chester C. Deva, it remained purely military, and the common notion that it was the seat of a Christian bishopric in the 4th century is unproved and improbable. Its later history is obscure. We do not know when the legion was finally withdrawn, nor what succeeded, but Welsh legend has made the site very famous with tales of Arthur revived by Tennyson in his Idylls, of Christian martyrs Aaron and Julius, and of an archbishopric held by St. Dubric, and shifted to St. David's in the 6th century. Most of these traditions date from Geoffrey of Monmouth, about 11,301,140, and must not be taken for history. The ruins of Caerleon attracted notice in the 12th and following centuries, and gave plain cause for legend making. There is better but still slender reason for the belief that it was here, and not at Chester, that 5 kings of the Cymry rode Edgar in a barge as a sign of his sovereignty. A Roman 500. The name Caerleon seems to be derived from the Latin castra legionum, but it is not peculiar to Caerleon and Usk, being often used of Chester, and occasionally of Leicester, and one or two other places. F.J.H. Caerphilly, a market town of Glamorganshire, Wales, 15,214 Roman 1,000 from London by rail, via Cardiff 7 Roman 1,000 from Cardiff, 12 Roman 1,000 from Newport, and 6 Roman 1,000 from Pontypridd. The origin of the name is unknown. It was formerly in the ancient parish of Eglwysillin, but from that and Bedwas-Moan, an ecclesiastical parish was formed in 1850, while the whole of the parishes of Eglwysillin and Llanfabon, with a total acreage of 14,426, were in 1893 constituted into an urban district. Its population in 1901 was 15,385, of which 4,343 were in the town ward. In 1858 was opened the Rhymney Railway from Rhymney to Caerphilly, and on to Taff's Well, whence it had running powers over the Taff Vale Railway to Cardiff. But in 1871, by means of a tunnel about 2,000 ids long under Cefn on a direct line, was provided from Caerphilly to Cardiff. A branch line 4 Roman 1,000 long was opened in 1894. To Senghenydd the Pontypridd and Newport Railway was constructed in 1887, and there is a joint station at Caerphilly for both railways, some 2 Roman 1,000 eastwards. There is a station on the Brecon and Merthyr Railway at Bedwas. The ancient commode of Senghenydd, corresponding to the modern hundred of Caerphilly, comprised the mountainous district, extending from the ridge of Cefn on the south, to Breconshire on the north, being bounded by the rivers Taff and Rhymney on the west, and east its inhabitants, though nominally subject to the lords of Glamorgan, since Fitzhamond's conquest, enjoyed a large measure of independence, and often raided the lowlands to keep these in check. Gilbert de Clare, during the closing years of the reign of Henry Roman III, built the castle of Caerphilly on the southern edge of this district, in a wide plain between the two rivers. It had probably not been completed, though it was already defensible, when Prince Llewellyn ob Griffith, incensed by its construction, and claiming its site as his own, laid siege to it in 1271, and refused to retire except on conditions. Subsequently completed and strengthened, it became and still remains, in the words of G.T. Clark, both the earliest and the most complete example in Britain of a concentric castle of the type known as Edwardian, the circle of walls and towers of the outer, inner, and middle wards, exhibiting the most complete illustration of the most scientific military architecture. The knoll on which it stood was converted almost into an island by the damming up of an adjacent brook, and the whole enclosed area amounted to 30 acres. The Great Hall, which is 73 ft by 35 ft, and about 30 ft high, is a fine example of decorated architecture. This and other additions are attributed to Hugh le Despencer 13,180,1326. Edward Roman II visited the castle shortly before his capture in 1326. The defense of the castle was committed by Henry Roman IV to Constance Lady Despencer in September 1403, but it was shortly afterwards taken by Owen Glyndwr, to whose mining operations tradition ascribes the leaning position of a large Roman 5p circular tower, about 50 ft high, the summit of which overhangs its base about 9 ft before the middle of the 15th century. It had ceased to be a fortified residence, and was used as a prison, which was also the case in the time of Leland, 1535, who describes it as in a ruinous state. It is still, however, one of the most extensive and imposing ruins of the kind in the kingdom. The town grew up around the castle, but never received a charter, or had a governing body in 1661. The Corporation of Cardiff complained of Cardiff's impoverishment by reason of a fair held every 3 weeks for the previous 4 years at Caerphilly, though no borough. Its markets during the 19th century had been chiefly noted for the Caerphilly cheese sold there. The district was one of the chief centers of the Methodist revival of the 18th century, the first synod of the Calvinistic Methodists being held in 1743 at Watford Farm, close to the town, from which place George Whitefield was married at Eglwysyllen Church. 2 years previously, the Church of St. Martin was built in 1879, and there are nonconformist chapels. Mining is now the chief industry of the district. Roman 500 Roman 100 Caesalpinus Caesalpino Andreas 15,191,603, Italian natural philosopher, was born in Arezzo in Tuscany in 1519. He studied anatomy and medicine at the University of Pisa, where he took his doctor's degree in 1551, and in 1555 became Professor Materia Medica and director of the Botanical Garden, appointed physician to Pope Clement Roman VIII. He removed in 1592 to Rome, where he died on the 23rd of February, 1603. Caesalpinus was the most distinguished botanist of his time. His work De Plantis Libri Roman 16 Florence 1583 was not only the source from which various subsequent writers, and especially Robert Morrison 16,201,683, derived their ideas of botanical arrangement, but it was a mine of science to which Linnaeus himself gratefully avowed his obligations. Linnaeus' copy of the book evinces the great assiduity with which he studied it. He labored throughout to remedy the defect of the want of synonyms, subjoined his own generic names to nearly every species, and particularly indicated the two remarkable passages where the germination of plants and their sexual distinctions are explained. Caesalpinus was also distinguished as a physiologist, and it has been claimed that he had a clear idea of the circulation of the blood. See Harvey William. His other works include Demonum Investigatio Peripatetica, 1580 Questionum Medicarum, Libri Roman 21593, De Metallicis 1596, and Questionum Peripateticarum, Libri Roman 50 1571. Caesar Gaius Julius 10244 B. Roman 100, the great Roman soldier and statesman, was born on the 12th of July, 102 B. Roman 1001. Early years his family was of patrician rank, and traced a legendary descent from Aeolus, the founder of Alba Longa, son of Aeneas, and grandson of Venus and Anchises. Caesar made the most of his divine ancestry, and built a temple in his forum to Venus Genetrix. But his patrician descent was of little importance in politics and disqualified Caesar from holding the tribunate, an office to which, as a leader of the popular party, he would naturally have aspired. The Julii Caesars, however, had also acquired the new nobilitas, which belonged to holders of the great magistracies. Caesar's uncle was consul in 91 B. Roman 100, and his father held the praetorship. Most of the family seemed to have belonged to the senatorial party optimates, but Caesar himself was from the first a popularis. The determining factor is no doubt to be sought in his relationship with Roman 100 Marius, the husband of his aunt Julia. Caesar was born in the year of Marius' first great victory over the Teutons, and as he grew up inspired by the traditions of the great soldier's career, attached himself to his party, and its fortunes of his education, we know scarcely anything. His mother Aurelia belonged to a distinguished family, and Tacitus Dial de Auret, Roman 28, couples her name with that of Cornelia, the mother of the Gracchi, as an example of the Roman matron, whose Disciplina and Severitas formed her son for the duties of a soldier and statesman. His tutor was Roman 1000 Antonius Nifo, a native of Gaul, by which Cisalpine Gaul may be meant, who is said to have been equally learned in Greek and Latin literature, and to have set up in later years a school of rhetoric which was attended by Cicero in his praetorship 66 B Roman 100. It is possible that Caesar may have derived from him his interest in Gaul and its people, and his sympathy with the claims of the Romanized Gauls of northern Italy to political rights. In his 16th year 87 B Roman 100, Caesar lost his father, and assumed the toga virilis. As the token of manhood, the social war 90-89 B Roman 100 had been brought to a close by the enfranchisement of Rome's Italian subjects, and the civil war which followed it led after the departure of Sulla for the east to the temporary triumph of the populars led by Marius and Cinna, and the indiscriminate massacre of their political opponents, including both of Caesar's uncles Caesar, was at once marked out for high distinction, being created Flamen Diales, or priest of Jupiter, in the following year, which saw the death of Marius Caesar, rejecting a proposed marriage with a wealthy capitalist's heiress, sought and obtained the hand of Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna, and thus became further identified with the ruling party. His career was soon after interrupted by the triumphant return of Sulla 82 B Roman 100, who ordered him to divorce his wife, and on his refusal, deprived him of his property and priesthood, and was induced to spare his life only by the intercession of his aristocratic relatives and the College of Vestal Virgins. Released from his religious obligations, Caesar, now 81 B Roman 100, left Rome for the east, and served his first campaign under Minucius Thermus, who was engaged in stamping out the embers of resistance to Roman rule in the province of Asia, and received from him the civic crown for saving a fellow soldier's life at the storm of Mytilene in 78 B Roman 100. He was serving under Servilius Esoricus against the Cilician pirates when the news of Sulla's death reached him, and he at once returned to Rome, refusing to entangle himself in the abortive and equivocal schemes of Lepidus. To subvert the Sullan constitution, Caesar took up the only instrument of political warfare left to the opposition by prosecuting two senatorial governors, C. Cornelius Dolabella in 77 B Roman 100, and Roman 100 Antonius in 76 B Roman 100, for extortion in the provinces of Macedonia and Greece. And though he lost both cases, probably convinced the world at large of the corruption of the senatorial tribunals. After these failures, Caesar determined to take no active part in politics for a time, and retraced his steps to the east in order to study rhetoric under Malan at Rhodes. On the journey thither, he was caught by pirates whom he treated with consummate nonchalance, while awaiting his ransom, threatening to return and crucify them. When released, he lost no time in carrying out his threat. Whilst he was studying at Rhodes, the Third Mithridatic War broke out, and Caesar at once raised a corps of volunteers and helped to secure the wavering loyalty of the provincials of Asia. When Lucullus assumed the command of the Roman troops in Asia, Caesar returned to Rome to find that he had been elected to a seat on the College of Pontifices, left vacant by the death of his uncle Roman 100 Aurelius Cotta. He was likewise elected first of the 6 tribuni militum, a populo. But we hear nothing of his service in this capacity. Suetonius tells us that he threw himself into the agitation for the restoration of the ancient powers of the tribunate curtailed by Sulla, and that he secured the passing of a law of amnesty in favor of the partisans of Sertorius. He was not, however, destined to compass the downfall of the Sullan regime. The crisis of the slave war placed the Senate at the mercy of Pompey and Crassus, who in 70 B Roman 100 swept away the safeguards of senatorial ascendancy, restored the initiative in legislation to the tribunes, and replaced the equestrian order Roman 1, the capitalists in partial possession of the jury courts. This judicial reform, or rather compromise, was the work of Caesar's uncle Roman 50 Aurelius Cotta. Caesar himself, however, gained no accession of influence in 69 B Roman 100. He served as quaestor under Antistius Vetus, governor of Hither Spain, and on his way back to Rome, according to Suetonius, promoted a revolutionary agitation, Roman 5, amongst the Transpadines, for the acquisition of full political rights, which had been denied them by Sulla's settlement. Caesar was now best known as a man of pleasure, celebrated for his debts and his intrigues in politics. He had no force behind opposition to the optimatum, save that of the discredited party of the populars, reduced to lending a passive support to Pompey and Crassus. But as soon as the proved incompetence of the senatorial government had brought about the mission of Pompey to the east with the almost unlimited powers conferred on him by the Gabinian and Manilian laws of 67 and 66 B Roman 100 C, Pompey Caesar plunged into a network of political intrigues, which it is no longer possible to unravel in his public acts. He lost no opportunity of upholding the democratic tradition. Already in 68 B Roman 100 he had paraded the bust of Marius at his aunt's funeral in 65 B Roman 100. As curule aedile, he restored the trophies of Marius to their place on the Capitol in 64 B Roman 100. As president of the murder commission, he brought 3 of Sulla's executioners to trial, and in 63 B Roman 100, he caused the ancient procedure of trial by popular assembly to be revived against the murderer of Saturninus by these means, and by the lavishness of his expenditure on public entertainments. As aedile he acquired such popularity with the plebs that he was elected Pontifex Maximus in 63 B Roman 100 against such distinguished rivals as Q. Lutatius Catulus and P. Servilius Esoricus. But all this was on the surface. There can be no doubt that Caesar was cognizant of some at least of the threads of conspiracy, which were woven during Pompey's absence in the East. According to one story, the infants perdis of the revolutionary party Catiline Autronius and others descend to assassinate the consuls on the 1st of January 65 and make Crassus dictator with Caesar as master of the horse. We are also told that a public proposal was made to confer upon him an extraordinary military command in Egypt not without a legitimate king, and nominally under the protection of Rome. An equally abortive attempt to create a counterpoise to Pompey's power was made by the tribune Rullus at the close of 64 B Roman 100. He proposed to create a land commission with very wide powers which would in effect have been wielded by Caesar and Crassus. The bill was defeated by Cicero consul in 63 B Roman 100. In the same year, the conspiracy associated with the name of Catiline came to a head. The charge of complicity was freely leveled at Caesar, and indeed was hinted at by Cato in the great debate in the Senate, but Caesar, for party reasons, was bound to oppose the execution of the conspirators, while Crassus, who shared in the accusation, was the richest man in Rome, and the least likely to further anarchist plots. Both, however, doubtless knew as much, and as little as suited their convenience of the doings of the left wing of their party, which served to aggravate the embarrassments of the government. As Praetor 62 B Roman 100, Caesar supported proposals in Pompey's favor, which brought him into violent collision with the Senate. This was a masterstroke of tactics, as Pompey's return was imminent. Thus, when Pompey landed in Italy and disbanded his army, he found in Caesar a natural ally after some delay said to have been caused by the exigencies of his creditors, which were met by a loan of 200,000 from Crassus. Caesar left Rome for his province of Further Spain, where he was able to retrieve his financial position, and to lay the foundations of a military reputation. He returned to Rome in 60 B Roman 100 to find that the Senate had sacrificed the support of the capitalists, which Cicero had worked so hard to secure, and had finally alienated Pompey by refusing to ratify his acts and grant lands to his soldiers. Caesar at once approached both Pompey and Crassus, who alike detested the existing system of government, but were personally at variance, and succeeded in persuading them to forget their quarrel and join him in a coalition which should put an end to the rule of the oligarchy. He even made a generous, though unsuccessful, endeavor to enlist the support of Cicero. The so-called First Triumvirate was formed, and constitutional government ceased to exist save in name. The first prize which fell to Caesar was the consulship, to secure which he forewent the triumph, which he had earned in Spain. His colleague was Roman 1000 Bibulus, who belonged to the straitest sect of the senatorial oligarchy, and together with coalition with Pompey and Crassus's party placed every form of constitutional obstruction in the path of Caesar's legislation. Caesar, however, overrode all opposition, mustering Pompey's veterans to drive his colleague from the forum. Bibulus became a virtual prisoner in his own house, and Caesar placed himself outside the pale of the free republic. Thus the program of the coalition was carried through. Pompey was satisfied by the ratification of his acts in Asia, and by the assignment of the Campanian state domains to his veterans. The capitalists with whose interests Crassus was identified had their bargain for the farming of the Asiatic revenues cancelled. Ptolemy Auletes received the confirmation of his title to the throne of Egypt for a consideration amounting to 1,500,000, and a fresh act was passed for preventing extortion by provincial governors. It was now all important for Caesar to secure practical irresponsibility by obtaining a military command. The Senate, Gallic Warsan virtue of its constitutional prerogative, had assigned as the provincia of the consuls of 59 B Roman 100, the supervision of roads and forests in Italy. Caesar secured the passing of a legislative enactment conferring upon himself the government of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyria for 5 years, and exacted from the terrorized Senate the addition of Transalpine Gaul, where, as he well knew, a storm was brewing, which threatened to sweep away Roman civilization beyond the Alps. The mutual jealousies of the Gallic tribes had enabled German invaders first to gain a foothold on the left bank of the Rhine, and then to obtain a predominant position in central Gaul in 60 B Roman 100. The German king Ariovistus had defeated the Aedui, who were allies of Rome, and had wrested from the Sequani a large portion of their territory. Caesar must have seen that the Germans were preparing to dispute with Rome the mastery of Gaul, but it was necessary to gain time, and in 59 B Roman 100 Ariovistus was inscribed on the roll of the Friends of the Roman people. In 58 B Roman 100, the Helvetii, a Celtic people inhabiting Switzerland, determined to migrate for the shores of the Atlantic, and demanded a passage through Roman territory. According to Caesar's statement, they numbered 368,000, and it was necessary at all hazards to save the Roman province from the invasion. Caesar had but one legion beyond the Alps. With this, he marched to Geneva, destroyed the bridge over the Rhone, fortified the left bank of the river, and forced the Helvetii to follow the right bank. Hastening back to Italy, he withdrew his 3 remaining legions from Aquileia, raised 2 more, and crossing the Alps by forced marches, arrived in the neighborhood of Lyon, to find that 3/4 of the Helvetii had already crossed the Seine. Marching westward, he destroyed their rearguard, the Tigurini, as it was about to cross, transported his army across the river in 24 hours, pursued the Helvetii in a northerly direction, and utterly defeated them at Bibracte Mont Beuvray. Of the survivors, a few were settled amongst the Aedui, the rest were sent back to Switzerland, lest it should fall into German hands. The Gallic chiefs now appealed to Caesar to deliver them from the actual or threatened tyranny of Ariovistus. He at once demanded a conference, which Ariovistus refused, and on hearing that fresh swarms were crossing the Rhine, marched with all haste to Vesontio Besançon, and thence by way of Belfort into the plain of Alsace, where he gained a decisive victory over the Germans, of whom only a few, including Ariovistus, reached the right bank of the Rhine in safety. These successes roused natural alarm in the minds of the Belgian confederacy of tribes in the northwest of Gaul, whose civilization was less advanced than that of the Celti of the Centrinde. In the spring of 57 B Roman 100, Caesar determined to anticipate the offensive movement which they were understood to be preparing, and marched northwards into the territory of the Remi about Rheims, who alone amongst their neighbors were friendly to Rome. He successfully checked the advance of the enemy at the passage of the Aisne between Laon and Rheims, and their ill-organized force melted away as he advanced, but the Nervii and their neighbors further to the northwest remained to be dealt with, and were Roman 5p crushed only after a desperate struggle on the banks of the Sambre, in which Caesar was forced to expose his person in the melee. Finally, the Aduatusii near Namur were compelled to submit, and were punished for their subsequent treachery by being sold wholesale into slavery. In the meantime, Caesar's Lieutenant P. Crassus received the submission of the tribes of the northeast, so that by the close of the campaign, almost the whole of Gaul except the Aquitani in the southwest acknowledged Roman suzerainty. In 56 B Roman 100, however, the Veneti of Brittany threw off the yoke, and detained 2 of Crassus' officers as hostages. Caesar, who had been hastily summoned from Illyricum, crossed the Loire and invaded Brittany, but found that he could make no headway without destroying the powerful fleet of high flat-bottomed boats like floating castles possessed by the Veneti. A fleet was hastily constructed in the estuary of the Loire, and placed under the command of Decimus Brutus. The decisive engagement was fought probably in the Gulf of Morbihan, and the Romans gained the victory by cutting down the enemy's rigging with sickles attached to poles. As a punishment for their treachery, Caesar put to death the Senate of the Veneti, and sold their people into slavery. Meanwhile, Sabinus was victorious on the northern coasts, and Crassus subdued the Aquitani at the close of the season. Caesar raided the territories of the Morini and Menapea in the extreme northwest. In 55 B Roman 100, certain German tribes, the Usipetes and Tencteri, crossed the lower Rhine and invaded the modern Flanders. Expeditions to Britain. Caesar at once marched to meet them, and on the pretext that they had violated a truce, seized their leaders who had come to parley with him, and then surprised and practically destroyed their host. His enemies in Rome accused him of treachery, and Cato even proposed that he should be handed over to the Germans. Caesar meanwhile constructed his famous bridge over the Rhine in 10 days, and made a demonstration of force on the right bank in the remaining weeks of the summer. He made his first expedition to Britain, and this was followed by a second crossing in 54 B. Roman 100. On the first occasion, Caesar took with him only 2 legions, and effected little beyond a landing on the coast of Kent. The second expedition consisted of 5 legions and 2,000 cavalry, and set out from the Portus Icius Boulogne, or Wiscent C.T. Rice Holmes' Ancient Britain and the Invasions of Julius Caesar 1907, later Views in Classical Review, May 1909, and H.S. Jones in Enghist, Rev. Roman 24 1909 p. 115. Caesar now penetrated into Middlesex and crossed the Thames, but the British Prince Cassivellaunus with his war chariots harassed the Roman columns, and Caesar was compelled to return to Gaul after imposing a tribute which was never paid. The next 2 years witnessed the final struggle of the Gauls for freedom just before the second crossing to Britain. Dumnorix, an Aeduan chief, had been detected in treasonable intrigues and killed in an attempt to escape from Caesar's camp at the close of the campaign. Caesar distributed his legions over a somewhat wide extent of territory. 2 of their camps were treacherously attacked at Aduatuca near Aix-la-Chapelle. A newly raised legion was cut to pieces by the Eburones under Ambiorix, while Quintus Cicero was besieged in the neighborhood of Namur, and only just relieved in time by Caesar, who was obliged to winter in Gaul in order to check the spread of the rebellion in Diudiomaris. Indeed, chief of the Treveri about Treves revolted and attacked Labienus, but was defeated and killed. The campaign of 53 B. Roman 100 was marked by a second crossing of the Rhine, and by the destruction of the Eburones, whose leader Ambiorix, however, escaped in the autumn. Caesar held a conference at Duracortorum Reims, and a chief of the Senons, was convicted of treason and flogged to death. Early in 52 B. Roman 100, some Roman traitors were massacred at Cenabum, Orleans, and on hearing the news, the Arverni revolted under Vercingetorix and were quickly joined by other tribes, especially the Bituriges, whose capital was Avaricum Bourgs. Caesar hastened back from Italy, slipped past Vercingetorix, and reached Agedincum Sens, the headquarters of his legions. Vercingetorix saw that Caesar could not be met in open battle and determined to concentrate his forces in a few strong positions. Caesar first besieged and took Avaricum, whose occupants were massacred, and then invested Gergovia, near the Pied Dome, the capital of the Arverni, but suffered a severe repulse and was forced to raise the siege. Hearing that the Roman province was threatened, he marched westward, defeated Vercingetorix near Dijon, and shut him up in Alesia Mont Auxois, which he surrounded with lines of circumvallation. An attempt at relief by Vercassivellaunus was defeated after a desperate struggle, and Vercingetorix surrendered. The struggle was over except for some isolated operations in 51 B. Roman 100, ending with the siege and capture of Uxelogenum Pi di Issalu, whose defenders had their hands cut off. Caesar now reduced Gaul to the form of a province, fixing the tribute at 40 million sesterces, 350,000, and dealing liberally with the conquered tribes, whose cantons were not broken up. In the meantime, his own position was becoming critical. In 56 B. Roman 100, at the conference of Luca Caesar Pompey breakup of the coalition, and Crassus had renewed their agreement, and Caesar's command in Gaul, which would have expired on the 1st of March 54 B. Roman 100, was renewed probably for 5 years. Roman 1e to the 1st of March 49 B. Roman 100, and it was enacted that the question of his successor should not be discussed until the 1st of March 50 B. Roman 100, by which time the provincial commands for 49 B. Roman 100 would have been assigned, so that Caesar would retain imperium and thus immunity from persecution until the end of 49 B. Roman 100. He was to be elected consul for 48 B. Roman 100, and as the law prescribed a personal canvass, he was by special enactment dispensed from its provisions. But in 54 B. Roman 100, Julia, the daughter of Caesar and wife of Pompey, died, and in 53 B. Roman 100, Crassus was killed at Carrhae. Pompey now drifted apart from Caesar and became the champion of the Senate. In 52 B. Roman 100, he passed a fresh law de jure magistratuum, which cut away the ground beneath Caesar's feet, by making it possible to provide a successor to the Gallic provinces before the close of 49 B. Roman 100, which meant that Caesar would become for some months a private person, and thus liable to be called to account for his unconstitutional acts. Caesar had no resource left but uncompromising obstruction, which he sustained by enormous bribes. His representative in 50 B. Roman 100, the tribune Roman 100 Scribonius Curio served him well, and induced the lukewarm majority of the Senate to refrain from extreme measures, insisting that Pompey as well as Caesar should resign the imperium, but all attempts at negotiation failed, and in January 49 B Roman 100 martial law, having been proclaimed on the proposal of the consuls, the tribunes Antony and Cassius fled to Caesar, who crossed the Rubicon, the frontier of Italy, with a single legion exclaiming Alia jacta est. Pompey's available force consisted in 2 legions stationed in Campania, and 8, commanded by his lieutenants Afranius, the civil warren Petreius in Spain. Both sides levied troops in Italy. Caesar was soon joined by 2 legions from Gaul, and marched rapidly down the Adriatic coast, overtaking Pompey at Brindisi, but failing to prevent him from embarking with his troops for the east, where the prestige of his name was greatest. Hereupon Caesar, it is said, exclaimed, "I am going to Spain to fight an army without a general." And thence to the east, to fight a general without an army. He carried out the first part of this program with marvelous rapidity. He reached Iler de Lerida on the 23rd of June, and after extricating his army from a perilous situation, outmaneuvered Pompey's lieutenants, and received their submission on the 2nd of August. Returning to Rome, he held the dictatorship for 11 days, was elected consul for 48 B Roman 100, and set sail for Epirus at Brundisium on the 4th of January. He attempted to invest Pompey's lines at Dyrrhachium Durazzo, though his opponent's force was double that of his own, and was defeated with considerable loss. He now marched eastwards in order, if possible, to intercept the reinforcements which Pompey's father-in-law Scipio was bringing up, but Pompey Roman 5 P was able to effect a junction with this force, and descended into the plain of Thessaly, where at the battle of Pharsalus he was decisively defeated, and fled to Egypt pursued by Caesar, who learnt of his rival's murder on landing at Alexandria. Here he remained for 9 months, fascinated, if the story be true, by Cleopatra, and almost lost his life in an emeute in June 47 B Roman 100. He proceeded to the east and Asia Minor, where he saw and conquered Pharnaces, son of Mithridates the Great at Zela. Returning to Italy, he quelled a mutiny of the legions, including the faithful 10th in Campania, and crossed to Africa, where a republican army of 14 legions under Scipio was cut to pieces at Thapsus 6th of April 46 B Roman 100. Here, most of the republican leaders were killed, and Cato committed suicide on the 26th to 29th July. Caesar celebrated a fourfold triumph, and received the dictatorship for 10 years. In November, however, he was obliged to sail for Spain, where the sons of Pompey still held out. On the 17th of March 45 B Roman 100, they were crushed at Munda. Caesar returned to Rome in September, and 6 months later, 15th of March 44 B Roman 100, was murdered in the Senate house at the foot of Pompey's statue. It was remarked by Seneca that amongst the murderers of Caesar were to be found more of his friends than of his enemies. Caesar's dictatorship. We can account for this only by emphasizing the fact that the form of Caesar's government became, as time went on, more undisguised in its absolutism, while the honors conferred upon seemed designed to raise him above the rest of humanity. It is explained elsewhere, see Rome History, Ancient, that Caesar's power was exercised under the form of dictatorship in the first instance autumn of 49 B Roman 100. This was conferred upon him as the only solution of the constitutional deadlock created by the flight of the magistrates and Senate, in order that elections, including that of Caesar himself to the consulship, might be held in due course. For this there were republican precedents. In 48 B Roman 100, he was created dictator for the second time, probably with constituent powers, and for an undefined period, according to the dangerous and unpopular precedent of Sulla. In May 46 B Roman 100, a third dictatorship was conferred on Caesar, this time for 10 years, and apparently as a yearly office, so that he became dictator Roman 4 in May 45 B Roman 100. Finally, before the 15th of February 44 B Roman 100, this was exchanged for a life dictatorship. Not only was this a contradiction in terms, since the dictatorship was by tradition a makeshift justified only when the state had to be carried through a serious crisis, but it involved military rule in Italy and the permanent suspension of the constitutional guarantees, such as intercessio and provocatio, by which the liberties of Romans were protected, that Caesar held the imperium, which he enjoyed as dictator, to be distinct in kind from that of the republican magistrates. He indicated by placing the term imperator at the head of his titles too. Besides the dictatorship, Caesar held the consulship in each year of his reign, except 47 B Roman 100, when no curule magistrates were elected save for the last 3 months of the year, and he was moreover invested by special enactments with a number of other privileges and powers. Of these the most important was the tribunicia potestas, which we may believe to have been free from the limits of place Roman 1 Rome and collegiality. Thus, too, he was granted the sole right of making peace and war, and of disposing of the funds in the treasury of the state 3 save, for the title of dictator, which undoubtedly carried unpopular associations, and was formally abolished on the proposal of Antony. After Caesar's death, this cumulation of powers has little to distinguish it from the principate of Augustus, and the assumption of the perpetual dictatorship would hardly by itself suffice to account for the murder of Caesar. But there are signs that in the last 6 months of his life, he aspired not only to a monarchy in name as well as in fact, but also to a divinity which Romans should acknowledge as well as Greeks Orientals, and barbarians. His statue was set up beside those of the 7 kings of Rome, and he adopted the throne of gold, the scepter of ivory, and the embroidered robe, which tradition ascribed to them. He allowed his supporters to suggest the offer of the regal title, by putting in circulation an oracle according to which it was destined for a king of Rome to subdue the Parthians. And when at the Lupercalia 15th February, 44 B. Roman 100 Antony set the diadem on his head, he rejected the offer half-heartedly on account of the groans of the people. His image was carried in the Pampa Circensis amongst those of the immortal gods, and his statue set up in the temple of Quirinus, with the inscription to the unconquerable god. A college of Luperci with the surname Juliani was instituted in his honor, and Flamines were created as priests of his godhead. This was intolerable to the aristocratic republicans, to whom it seemed becoming that victorious commanders should accept divine honors at the hands of Greeks and Asiatics, but unpardonable that Romans should offer the same worship to a Roman. Thus Caesar's work remained unfinished, and this must be borne in mind in considering his record of legislative and legislative reforms. Administrative reform. Some account of this is given elsewhere. See Rome History, Ancient, but it may be well to single out from the list of his measures, some of which, such as the restoration of exiles and the children of proscribed persons, were dictated by political expediency, while others, such as his financial proposals for the relief of debtors, and the steps which he took to restore Italian agriculture, were of the nature of palliatives, those which have a permanent significance, as indicating his grasp of imperial problems. The social war had brought to the inhabitants of Italy as far as the Po the privileges of Roman citizenship. It remained to extend this gift to the Transpadane Italians, to establish a uniform system of local administration, and to devise representative institutions, by which at least some voice in the government of Rome might be permitted to her new citizens. This last conception lay beyond the horizon of Caesar, as of all ancient statesmen. But his first act on gaining control of Italy was to enfranchise the Transpadanes, whose claims he had consistently advocated, and in 45 B. Roman 100, he passed the Lex Julia Municipalis, an act of which considerable fragments are inscribed on 2 bronze tables found at Heraclea near Tarentum. For this law deals inter alia with the police and the sanitary arrangements of the city of Rome, and hence, it has been argued by Mommsen that it was Caesar's intention to reduce Rome to the level of a municipal town, but it is not likely that such is the case. Caesar made no far-reaching modifications in the government of the city, such as were afterwards carried out by Augustus, and the presence in the Lex Julia Municipalis of the clauses referred to is an example of the common process of tacking legislation per saturam. As it was called by the Romans, the law deals with the constitution of the local senates, for whose members qualifications of age 30 years and military service are laid down, while persons who have suffered conviction for various specified offenses, or who are insolvent, or who carry on discreditable or immoral trades, are excluded. It also provides that the local magistrates shall take a census of the citizens at the same time as the census takes place in Rome, and send the registers to Rome within 60 days. The existing fragments tell us little as to the decentralization of the functions of government, but from the Lex Rubria, which applies to the Transpadane districts, enfranchised by Caesar, it must be remembered that Cisalpine Gaul remained nominally a province until 42 B. Roman 100. We gather that considerable powers of independent jurisdiction were reserved to the municipal magistrates. But Caesar was not content with framing a uniform system of local government. Roman 5:4. Italy, he was the first to carry out on a large scale those plans of transmarine colonization, whose inception was due to the Gracchi as consul in 59 B. Roman 100. Caesar had established colonies Kolonisov veterans in Campania under the Lex Julia Agraria, and had even then laid down rules for the foundation of such communities as dictator. He planted numerous colonies both in the eastern and western provinces, notably at Corinth and Carthage. Mommsen interprets this policy as signifying that the rule of the urban community of Rome over the shores of the Mediterranean was at an end, and says that the first act of the new Mediterranean state was to atone for the two greatest outrages which that urban community had perpetrated on civilization. This, however, cannot be admitted. The sites of Caesar's colonies were selected for their commercial value, and that the citizens of Rome should cease to be rulers of the Mediterranean basin could never have entered into Caesar's mind. The colonists were in many cases veterans who had served under Caesar. In others, members of the city proletariat. We possess the charter of the colony, planted at Urso in southern Spain, under the name of Colonia Julia Genitiva Urbanorum. Of the two latter titles, the first is derived from the name of Venus Genitrix, the ancestress of the Julian house. The second indicates that the colonists were drawn from the plebs urbana. Accordingly, we find that free birth is not, as in Italy, a necessary qualification for municipal office. By such foundations, Caesar began the extension to the provinces of that Roman civilization, which the Republic had carried to the bounds of the Italian peninsula. Lack of time alone prevented him from carrying into effect such projects as the piercing of the Isthmus of Corinth, whose object was to promote trade and intercourse throughout the Roman dominions, and we are told that at the time of his death, he was contemplating the extension of the empire to its natural frontiers, and was about to engage in a war with Parthia with the object of carrying Roman arms to the Euphrates. Above all, he was determined that the empire should be governed in the true sense of the word, and no longer exploited by its rulers. And he kept a strict control over the legati, who, under the form of military subordination, were responsible to him for the administration of their provinces. Caesar's writings are treated under Latin literature. It is sufficient here to say that of those preserved to us, that the Commentara 7 books Commentarii de Bello Gallico appear to have been written in 51 B. Roman 100, and carry the narrative of the Gallic campaigns down to the close of the previous year. The 8th book, written by Ahurdius, is a supplement relating the events of 5150 B. Roman 100, while the 3 books de Bello Civili record the struggle between Caesar and Pompey 4948 B. Roman 100. Their veracity was impeached in ancient times by Asinius Pollio, and has often been called in question by modern critics. The Gallic War, though its publication was doubtless timed to impress on the mind of the Roman people the great services rendered by Caesar to Rome, stands the test of criticism as far as it is possible to apply it, and the accuracy of its narrative has never been seriously shaken. The Civil War, especially in its opening chapters, is however not altogether free from traces of misrepresentation, with respect to the first moves made in the struggle, and the negotiations for peace at the outset of hostilities. Caesar's account sometimes conflicts with the testimony of Cicero's correspondence, or implies movements which cannot be reconciled with geographical facts. We have but few fragments of Caesar's other works, whether political pamphlets such as the Antiquato grammatical treatises de analogia, or poems. All authorities agree in describing him as a consummate orator. Cicero, Brut 22, wrote de Caesar, ita judico illum omnium fere oratorum, Latin loqui elegantissime, while Quintilian Roman 10 Roman 1 says that had he practiced at the bar, he would have been the only serious rival of Cicero. The verdict of historians on Caesar has always been colored by their political sympathies. All have recognized his commanding character genius, and few have failed to do justice to his personal charm and magnanimity, which almost won the heart of Cicero, who rarely appealed in vain to his clemency. Indeed, he was singularly tolerant of all but intellectual opposition. His private life was not free from scandal, especially in his youth. But it is difficult to believe the worst of the tales which were circulated by his opponents. For example, as to his relations with Nicomedes of Bithynia, as to his public character. However, no agreement is possible between those who regard Caesarism as a great political creation, and those who hold that Caesar, by destroying liberty, lost a great opportunity, and crushed the sense of dignity in mankind. The latter view is unfortunately confirmed by the undoubted fact that Caesar treated with scant respect the historical institutions of Rome, which with their magnificent traditions might still have been the organs of true political life. He increased the number of senators to 900 and introduced provincials into that body. But instead of making it into a grand council of the empire representative of its various races and nationalities, he treated it with studied contempt, and Cicero writes that his own name had been set down as the proposer of decrees of which he knew nothing, conferring the title of king on potentates of whom he had never heard a similar treatment, was meted out to the ancient magistracies of the Republic. And thus began the process by which the emperors undermined the self-respect of their subjects, and eventually came to rule over a nation of slaves. Few men indeed have partaken as freely of the inspiration of genius as Julius Caesar. Few have suffered more disastrously from its illusions. See further Rome history, Roman II, the Republic period. See Adfin. Authorities. The principal ancient authorities for the life of Caesar are his own commentaries, the biographies of Plutarch and Suetonius, letters and speeches of Cicero, the Catiline of Sallust, the Pharsalia of Lucan, and the histories of Appian, Dio Cassius, and Velleius Paterculus. That of Livy exists only in the epitome amongst modern works, may be named the exhaustive repertory of fact, contained in Drummond Geschichte Roms, Vol. Roman 3, New ed. by Grobe, 1906 pp. 125,829, and the brilliant but partial panegyric of Th. Mommsen in his History of Rome, Eng Trans Vol. Roman 4 sp. 450 ff. J. A. Froude's Caesar, a Sketch 2nd ed. 1896, is equally biased and much less critical. W. Ward Fowler's Julius Caesar 1892 gives a favorable account. See also his social life at Rome 1909. On the other side, see especially a home history of Greece, Eng Trans Vol. Roman 4 p. 582, ff. J. Roman 50, Strachan, Davidson, Cicero, 1894 p. 345 ff. And the introductory lections in Prof. Tyrrell's edition of the Correspondence of Cicero, particularly Cicero's case against Caesar. Vol. Roman 5 p. 13, ff. Vol. Roman 2, of G. Ferrero's Greatness and Decline of Rome, Eng Trans, 1907, largely devoted to Caesar, but must be used with caution. The Gallic campaigns have been treated by Napoleon. Roman 3, Histoire de Jules César, 18,651,866, which is valuable as giving the result of excavations, and in English by T. Rice. Home Caesar's Conquest of Gaul 1901, in which references to earlier literature will be found. A later account is that of G. Veith Geschichte der Feldzeug, Roman 100 Julius Caesar's, 1906, for maps. See von Campen for the Civil War. See Colonel Stoffel, the collaborator of Napoleon. Roman 3, Histoire de Jules César, Guerre Civile 1887. There is an interesting article, The Likenesses of Julius Caesar, by J. Roman 100 Ropes in Scribner's Magazine, Feb. 1887, with 18 plates. H.S.J. Medieval Legends. In the Middle Ages, the story of Caesar did not undergo such extraordinary transformations as befell the history of Alexander the Great, and the Theban legend Lucan was regularly read in medieval schools, and the general facts of Caesar's life were too well known. He was generally, by a curious error, regarded as the first emperor of Rome 5, and representing as he did in the popular mind the glory of Rome, by an easy transition, he became a pillar of the church. Thus in a French pseudo-historic romance, Les Fates des Romains Roman 100, he receives the honor of a bishopric. His name was not usually associated with the marvelous, and the Trouveur of Huon de Bordeaux outstepped the usual sober tradition when he made Oberon the son of Julius Caesar, and Morgan Le Fay, about 1240 Jehane de Tuim, composed a prose Histoire de Julius César ed f. Sedegast Hala 1881, based on the Pharsalia of Lucan, and the commentaries of Caesar on the Civil War, and his continuators on the Alexandrine, African, and Spanish wars. The author gives a romantic description of the meeting with Cleopatra, with an interpolated dissertation on amour courtois. As understood by the Trouveurs. Roman 5 p. The Histoire was turned into verse Alexandrines by Jacquot de Forest, latter part of the 13th century, under the title of Roman de Julius César, a prose compilation by an unknown author. Les Fails des Romains Roman 100 has little resemblance to the last two works, although mainly derived from the same sources. It was originally intended to contain a history of the 12 Caesars, but concluded with the murder of the dictator, and in some MSS bears the title of Les Livres de César. Its popularity is proved by the numerous MSS in which it is preserved, and by 3 separate translations into Italian. A Mystère de Julius César is said to have been represented at Amboise in 1500, before Louis Roman 12. See a graph Roma nella memoria, e nella immaginazione del Medio, Evo Roman 1 ch. 18,821,883 p. Mayer in Romania. Roman 14 Paris 1885, where the Fates des Romains is analyzed at length. A Duval, in Histoire littéraire de la France, Roman 190 1838 Roman 50 Constans, in Petit de Geleville's Hist de la Langue, et de la lit francaise Roman 11896. H. Wesseman, Die Kassar Fabeln des Mittelalters Lowenberg, 1879. Roman 1000 BR. Caesar Sir Julius 155,715,580, 1636. English judge descended by the female line, from the Dukes de Cesarini in Italy, was born near Tottenham in Middlesex. He was educated at Magdalen Hall, Oxford, and afterwards studied at the University of Paris, where in the year 1581 he was made a doctor of the civil law 2 years later. He was admitted to the same degree at Oxford, and also became doctor of the canon law. He held many high offices during the reigns of Elizabeth and James, Roman I, including a judgeship of the Admiralty Court, 1584, mastership in Chancery, 1588, a mastership of the Court of Requests, 1595, Chancellor, and under Treasurer of the Exchequer, 1606. He was knighted by King James in 1603, and in 1614 was appointed Master of the Rolls, an office which he held till his death on the 18th of April 1636. He was so remarkable for his bounty and charity to all persons of worth that it was said of him that he seemed to be the almoner general of the nation. His manuscripts, many of which are now in the British Museum, were sold by auction in 1757 for upwards of 500. See Elage Life of Sir Julius Caesar, 1810, Would Fasti Oxonienses ed Bliss Foss Lives of the Judges. Caesarea Mazaka, Mod Kayseri chief town of Asanjek, in the Angora Vilayet of Asia Minor, Mazaka, the residence of the kings of Cappadocia later, called Eusebia perhaps after Ergarates Eusebes, and named Caesarea probably by Claudius, stood on a low spur. On the north side of Urges Dog Roman 1000 Argius, the site now called Eskişehir, shows only a few traces of the old town. It was taken by Tigranes, and destroyed by the Persian king Shapur Sapor Roman I, after his defeat of Valerian in A Roman 500. At this time it is stated to have contained 400,000 inhabitants in the 4th century Basil, when Bishop established an ecclesiastical center on the plain, about 1 Roman 1000 to the northeast, and this gradually supplanted the old town. A portion of Basil's new city was surrounded with strong walls and turned into a fortress by Justinian, and within the walls rebuilt in the 13th and 16th centuries lies the greater part of Kayseri, altitude 3,500 ft. The town was captured by the Seljuk Sultan Alp Arslan 1064 and by the Mongols 1243, before passing to the Osmanli Turks. Its geographical situation has made it a place of commercial importance throughout history. It lay on the ancient trade route from Sinop to the Euphrates, on the Persian royal road from Sardis to Susa, and on the great Roman highway from Ephesus to the east. It is still the most important trade center in Eastern Asia Minor. The town is noted for its fruit, especially its vines, and it exports tissues, carpets, hides, yellow berries, and dried fruit. Kayseri is the headquarters of the American mission in Cappadocia, which has several churches and schools for boys and girls, and does splendid medical work. It is the seat of a Greek bishop, an Armenian archbishop, and a Roman Catholic bishop, and there is a Jesuit school. On the 30th of November 1895, there was a massacre of Armenians, in which several Gregorian priests and Protestant pastors lost their lives. According to QNet, 71,000 of whom 26,000 are Christians. Sir Roman 100 Wilson gave it as 50,000, 23,000 Christians. Roman 100 WWJG Roman 100A. Caesarean section in obstetrics. Q Roman 5, the operation for removal of a fetus from the uterus by an abdominal incision, so called from a legend of its employment at the birth of Julius Caesar. This procedure has been practiced on the dead mother since very early times. In fact, it was prescribed by Roman law that every woman dying in advanced pregnancy should be so treated. And in 1608, the Senate of Venice enacted that any practitioner who failed to perform this operation on a pregnant woman, supposed to be dead, laid himself open to very heavy penalties. But the first recorded instance of its being performed on a living woman occurred about 1500, when a Swiss pigelder operated on his own wife. From this time onwards, it was tried in many ways and under many conditions, but almost invariably with the same result, the death of the mother. Even as recently as the first half of the 19th century, the recorded mortality is over 50. Thus it is no surprise that craniotomy, in which the life of the child is sacrificed to save that of the mother, was almost invariably preferred, as the use of antiseptics was not then understood, and as it was customary to return the uterus to the body cavity, without suturing the incision, the immediate cause of death was either septicemia or hemorrhage. But in 1882, Sanger published his method of suturing the uterus, that of employing two series of sutures, one deep, the other superficial. This method of procedure was immediately adopted by many obstetricians, and it has proved so satisfactory that it is still in use today. This, and the increasing knowledge of aseptic technique, has brought the mortality from this operation to less than 3 for the mother, and about 5 for the child, and every year it is being advised more freely for a larger number of morbid conditions. And with increasingly favorable results, craniotomy, Roman 1, crushing the head of the fetus to reduce its size, is now very rarely performed on the living child, but symphysiotomy, Roman 1, the division of the symphysis pubis to produce a temporary enlargement of the pelvis or caesarean section, is advocated in its place of these two operations. Symphysiotomy is steadily being replaced by caesarean section. This operation is now advised for 1, extreme degrees of pelvic contraction, 2, any malformation or tumor of the uterus, cervix, or vagina, which would render the birth of the child, through the natural passages, impossible, 3, maternal complications as eclampsia and concealed accidental hemorrhage, and 4, at the death of the mother, for the purpose of saving the child. Caesarea Palestina, a town built by Herod about 2513 B. Roman 100, on the seacoast of Palestine 30 miles, and of Joppa, on the site of a place previously called Tunis Stratonus, remains of all the principal buildings erected by Herod, existed down to the end of the 19th century. The ruins were much injured by a colony of Bosnians established here in 1884. These buildings are a temple dedicated to Caesar, a theater, a hippodrome, 2 aqueducts, a boundary wall and chief of all, a gigantic mole 200 ft wide, built of stones 50 ft long in 20 fathoms of water, protecting the harbor on the south and west. The harbor measures 180 ids across. The massacre of Jews at this place led to the Jewish rebellion, and to the Roman war. Vespasian made it a colony, and called it Flavia. The old name, however, persisted and still survives as Caesarea. Eusebius was archbishop here a Roman 500,318. It was captured by the Moslems in 638, and by the Crusaders in 1102, by Saladin in 1187, recaptured by the Crusaders in 1191, and finally lost by them in 1265, since when till its recent settlement it has lain in ruins. Remains of the medieval town are also visible, consisting of the walls, 1/10 the area of the Roman city, the castle, the cathedral now covered by modern houses, and a church. R.S. Roman 1000. Caesarea Philippi, the name of a town 95 miles N of Jerusalem, 35 miles SW from Damascus, 1150 ft, above the sea on the south base of Hermon, and at an important source of the Jordan. It does not certainly appear in the Old Testament history, though identifications with Baal-Gad, and less certainly with Laish Dan, have been proposed. It was certainly a place of great sanctity from very early times, and when foreign Roman 5 religious influences intruded upon Palestine, the cult of its local Numen gave place to the worship of Pan, to whom was dedicated the cave in which the copious spring feeding the Jordan arises. It was long known as Panium or Panias, a name that has survived in the modern Banias. When Herod the Great received the territory from Augustus 20 B. Roman 100, he erected here a temple in honor of his patron. But the refoundation of the town is due to his son Philip, the tetrarch, who here erected a city which he named Caesarea, in honor of Tiberius, adding Philippi, to immortalize his own name, and to distinguish his city from the similarly named city founded by his father on the seacoast. Here Christ gave his charge to Peter. Matt Roman 16. Many Greek inscriptions have been found here, some referring to the shrine Agrippa. Roman 2 changed the name to Neronias, but this name endured but a short while. Titus here exhibited gladiatorial shows to celebrate the capture of Jerusalem. The Crusaders took the city in 1130 and lost it to the Moslems in 1165. Banias is a poor village inhabited by about 350 Moslems. All round it are gardens of fruit trees. It is well watered and fertile. There are not many remains of the Roman city above ground. The Crusaders' castle of Subibe, one of the finest in Palestine, occupies the summit of a conical hill above the village. R.S. Roman 1000. Cesium symbol CS, atomic weight 132. One of the alkali metals. Its name is derived from the Lat Cesius skyblue, from 2 bright blue lines of its spectrum. It is of historical importance, since it was the first metal to be discovered by the aid of the spectroscope. R. Bunsen Berlin Acad. Bur 1860. Although cesium salts had undoubtedly been examined before but had been mistaken. For potassium salts, see Roman 100 F. Plattner Pog, and 1846 P. 443, on the analysis of Pollux, and the subsequent work of F. Pisani Comps Rendus, 1864-58 P. 714 cesium, is found in the mineral. Springs of Frankenhausen Montecatini di Val di Nivel Tuscany, and Wheel, Clifford near Redruth Cornwall Wamiller Chem News, 1864 10p 181, and associated with rubidium at Durkheim. It is also found in lepidolite lucite pedalite triphyline, and in the carnallite from Stassfurt. The separation of cesium from the minerals which contain it is an exceedingly difficult and laborious process. According to R. Bunsen, the best source of rubidium and cesium salts is the residue left after extraction of lithium salts from lepidolite. This residue consists of sodium, potassium, and lithium chlorides with small quantities of cesium and rubidium chlorides. The cesium and rubidium are separated from this by repeated fractional crystallization of their double platinum chlorides, which are much less soluble in water than those of the other alkali metals. R. Bunsen, and 1862, 122 p. 347, 1863, 125 p. 367. The platinochlorides are reduced by hydrogen, and the cesium and rubidium chlorides extracted by water. See also a Schroeder-Jourprac, Chem, 1864-93 p. 2075, and W. Heinz-Jernprac, Chem, 1862, 87 p. 310, W. Fate, and K. Kuberschke, Chem. Zeit, 1892, 16 p. 335. Separate rubidium and cesium from the other alkali metals by converting them into double chlorides with stannic chloride, whilst J. Redtenbacher Jourprac, Chem. 1865-94 p. 442, separates them from potassium by conversion into alums, which Roman 100 Setterberg, and 1882 211 p. 100, has shown are very slightly soluble in a solution of potash alum. In order to separate cesium from rubidium, use is made of the different solubilities of their various salts. The bitartrates RbHC4H and CsHC4H have been employed, as have also the alums C above the double chloride of cesium and antimony 3 CsCl2Sb, Cl3 R. Godfrey Burr, 1874, 7 p. 375, and 1876 180, 1 p. 176, has been used. The corresponding compound, not being formed by rubidium, the metal has been obtained by electrolysis of a mixture of cesium and barium cyanides, Roman 100 Setterberg, and 1882 211 p. 100, and by heating the hydroxide with magnesium or aluminum. N. Biketov, Chem. Centralblatt, 1889 2 p. 245 Roman 50 Haxbill Comps Rendus 1905 140, 1 p. 101, finds that metallic cesium can be obtained more readily by heating the chloride with metallic calcium. A special V-shaped tube is used in the operation, and the reaction commences between 400 Roman 100 and 500 Roman 100. It is a silvery white metal, which burns on heating in air. It melts at 26 to 27 Roman 100, and has a specific gravity of 115 Roman 100. The atomic weight of cesium has been determined by the analysis of its chloride and bromide Richards, and Archibald Zeit Anorg, Chem. 1903 34 p. 353, obtained 132O. Cesium hydroxide CSO2, obtained by the decomposition of the sulfate with baryta water, is a grayish-white deliquescent solid, which melts at a red heat and absorbs carbon dioxide rapidly. It readily dissolves in water with evolution of much heat. Cesium chloride CsCl is obtained by the direct action of chlorine on cesium or by solution of the hydroxide in hydrochloric acid. It forms small cubes which melt at a red heat and volatilize readily. It deliquesces in moist air. Many double chlorides are known and may be prepared by mixing solutions of the two components in the requisite proportions. The bromide CsBr and iodide CsI resemble the corresponding potassium salts. Many trihaloid salts of cesium are also known, such as CsBr3, CsClBr2, CS3CsBri2, CsBr2, Roman 100H Roman 50 Wells and S Roman 50 Penfield Zeit für Anorg, Chem. 1892, IP85 cesium sulfate CS2SO. 4 may be prepared by dissolving the hydroxide or carbonate in sulfuric acid. It crystallizes in short, hard prisms, which are readily soluble in water, but insoluble in alcohol. It combines with many metallic sulfates, silver, zinc, cobalt, nickel, Roman 100, to form double sulfates of the type CS2SO, 4RSO46H2O. It also forms a cesium alum CS2SO, 4-altyso4324H2O cesium nitrate, CS, NO3, is obtained by dissolving the carbonate in nitric acid, and crystallizes in glittering prisms which melt readily and on heating evolve oxygen and leave a residue of cesium, nitrite the carbonate CS2CO 3 silicofluoride CS2C, F6 borate CS2O3 B2O3, and the sulfide CS2S4H2O CS2S2H2O CS2S3H2O CS2S4 and CS2S6H2O are also known. Cesium compounds can be readily recognized by the two bright blue lines of wavelength 4555 and 4593 in their flame spectrum, but these are not present in the spark spectrum. The other lines include 3 in the green, 2 in the yellow, and 2 in the orange. Cespetos lat cespsa, a botanical term for growing in tufts like many grasses. Cestus or cestus from lat keto, strike a gauntlet or boxing glove, used by the ancient pugilists of this. There were several varieties, the simplest and least dangerous being the maliki, which consisted of strips of raw hide tied under the palm, leaving the fingers bare. With these, the athletes in the palistry were wont to practice reserving for serious contests. The more formidable kinds, such as the spheri, which were sewn with small metal balls covered with leather, and the terrible myrmex, sometimes called limb-breakers, which were studded with heavy nails. The straps were of different lengths, many reaching to the elbow. In order to protect the forearm, when guarding heavy blows, see J.H. Craw's Gymnastic and Agonistic der Helen in 1840. 1. The cestus is to be distinguished from cestus, embroidered from an adjective used as a noun in the sense of girdle, especially the girdle of Aphrodite, which was supposed to have the power of exciting love. Caesura lat for cutting gr in prosody, a rest or pause, usually occurring about the middle of a verse, which is thereby separated into two parts members, in Greek and Latin. Hexameters, the best and most common caesura, is the penthamemeral Roman 1e after the fifth half foot. Arma Roman 6 rumc, canotro yiqui primus ab oris. Another caesura very common in Homer, but rare in Latin verse, is after the second syllable of the third dactyl. On the other hand, the heptamemeral caesura Roman 1e, after the seventh half foot, is common in Latin, but rare in Greek. Formo samrizo, ner du ces ama, rilita silvas. The bucolic caesura, peculiar to Greek so called, because it is chiefly found in writers like Theocritus, occurs after the fourth dactyl. In the pentameter verse of the elegiac distich, the caesura is always penthamemeral in the iambic trimeter, consisting of 3 dipodia, or pairs of feet, both in Greek and Latin. The most usual caesura is the penthamemeral next the heptamemeral. Supplex et oro regna per proser pini. Roman 5p. Verses in which neither of these caesuras occurs are considered faulty. On the other hand, secondary, or subsidiary caesuras, are found in both Greek and Latin. Thus a trithamemeral after the third half foot is combined with the heptamemeral, which divides the verse into 2 unequal parts. A caesura is often called masculine, when it falls after a long feminine, when it falls after a short syllable. The best treatise on Greek and Latin meter for general use is Roman 50 Muller Dimetric, der Griechen, und Romer 1885, see also the article verse. Caffeine or thene 17 trimethyl 2, dioxypurin C8H10 N4O2H2O, a substance found in the leaves and beans of the coffee tree and tea in Paraguay tea, and in small quantities in cocoa, and in the cola nut it may be extracted from tea or coffee by boiling with water the dissolved tannin precipitated by basic lead acetate, the solution filtered excess of lead, precipitated by sulfurated hydrogen, and the filtered liquid then evaporated to crystallization or tea, is boiled with water, and the whole then evaporated to a syrup which is mixed with slaked lime, evaporated to dryness on the water bath, and extracted with chloroform P. Cazeneuve de la Soche Chim de Paris, 18,761,877, 27, p. 199. Synthetically, it may be prepared by the methylation of silver theobromine and silver theophylline, or by boiling heteroxanthine with methyl iodide and potash. E. Fisher and Roman 50 Ock Bericht 1895-28 p. 3135 have synthesized it from dimethylalloxane, whilst W. Traub Bericht 1933 p. 3435 has obtained it from 1-dimethyl-4-diamino-2 dioxypyrimidine on the constitution of caffeine C. purin, and also E. Fisher aniline 1882, 215 p. 253. Caffeine crystallizes in long silky needles, which are slightly soluble in cold water. It becomes anhydrous at 100 Roman 100 and melts at 234 to 235 Roman 100. It has a faint bitter taste and gives salts with mineral acids on oxidation with nitric acid. Caffeine gives cholesterol dimethylparabanic acid. But if chlorine water be used as the oxidant, then it yields monomethylurea and dimethylalloxan E. Fischer. Caffrey Jacques 16,780, 1755. French worker in metal, the most famous member of a family several of whom distinguished themselves in plastic art, was the fifth son of Philippe Caffrey, 16,340, 1716, a decorative sculptor, who after serving Pope Alexander Roman VII, entered the service of Louis Roman XIV in 1660, an elder son of Philippe Francois Charles, 16,671,721, was associated with him as a fondeur Ceisleur. However, the renown of the house centered in Jacques, though it is not always easy to distinguish between his own work and that of his son Philippe 17,140,1777. A large proportion of his brilliant achievement as a designer and chaser in bronze and other metals was executed for the crown at Versailles, Fontainebleau, Campigny, Choisy, and La Muette, and the crown, ever in his debt, still owed him money at his death. Jacques and his son Philippe undoubtedly worked together in the Appartement du Dauphin at Versailles, and although much of their contribution to the palace has disappeared, the decorations of the marble chimneypiece still remain. They belong to the best type of the Louis Roman XV style, vigorous and graceful in design. They are executed with splendid skill. It is equally certain that father and son worked together upon the gorgeous bronze case of the famous astronomical clock made by Passement and Danthiow. For Louis Roman XV between 1749 and 1753, the form of the case has been much criticized and even ridiculed. But the severest critics in that particular have been the readiest to laud the boldness and freedom of the motives, the jewel-like finish of the craftsmanship, the magnificent dexterity of the master-hand. The elder Caffrey was indeed the most consummate practitioner of the style rocaille, which he constantly redeemed from its mannered conventionalism by the ease and mastery with which he treated it. From the studio, in which he and his son worked side by side, came an amazing amount of work, chiefly in the shape of those gilded bronze mounts, which in the end became more insistent than the pieces of furniture, which they adorned. Little of his achievement was ordinary. An astonishingly large proportion of it is famous. There is, in the Wallace Collection, Hertford House, London, a commode from the hand of Jacques Caffrey, in which the brilliance and spontaneity, the sweeping boldness and elegance of line that mark his style at its best, are seen in a perfection hardly exceeded in any other example. Also at Hertford House is the exceptionally fine luster, which was a wedding present from Louis Roman XV to Louise Elizabeth of France. After Jacques' death, his son Philippe continued to work for the crown but had many private clients. He made a great cross and 6 candlesticks for the high altar of Notre Dame, which disappeared in the Revolution. But similar work for Bayeux Cathedral still exists. A wonderful enameled toilet set, which he executed for the Princess of Asturias, has also disappeared. Philippe's style was gradually modified into that which prevailed in the third quarter of the 18th century, since by 1777, when he died, the taste for the magnificent mounts of his early days had passed away. Like his father, he drew large sums from the crown, usually after giving many years' credit, while many other years were needed by his heirs to get in the balance of the royal indebtedness. Philippe's younger brother, Jean-Jacques Caffrey, 17,251,792, was a sculptor, but was sufficiently adept in the treatment of metals to design the fine ramp d'escalier, which still adorns the Palais Royal. Kaftan or kaftan, a Turkish word also in use in Persia, a tunic or underdress with long hanging sleeves, tied with a girdle at the waist, worn in the East by persons of both sexes. The kaftan was worn by the upper and middle classes in Russia, till the time of Peter the Great, when it was generally discarded. Cagli, a town, and with Pergola an episcopal see of the Marches, Italy, in the province of Pesaro, and Urbino 18 Roman 1000 s of the latter town, by rail, and 830 ft, above sea level. Pop 1901 of town 4628, commune 12,533. The church of S. Domenico contains a good fresco Madonna and Saints by Giovanni Santi, the father of Raphael. The citadel of the 15th century, constructed by Francesco di Giorgio Martini of Siena, is on the SC of the modern town. Cagli occupies the site of an ancient vicus village on the Via Flaminia, which seems to have borne the name Cal 24 Roman 1000 N of Helvellum Mod Sigillo. and 18 Roman 1000 SW of Forum Semprona mod Fossembron below the town to the north, is a single arched bridge of the road, the arch having the span of 3814 FTC G Machi Storia di Cagli, 1878, about 5 Roman 1000 to the NNW of Cagli, and 212 Roman 1000 W of the Via Flaminia at the Mod Aqualigna, is the site of an ancient town. The place is now called Piano di Valeria, and is scattered with ruins. Inscriptions show that this was a Roman municipium, perhaps Pittenum Mergens Corp Insker. Lat Roman 11 Berlin 1901 p. 876, 3 miles north of Aqualigna. The Via Flaminia, which is still in use as the modern highroad, traverses the furlough, past a tunnel about 40 ids long, excavated by Vespasian in A Roman 500. As an inscription at the north end records, there is another tunnel at lower level which belongs to an earlier date. This seems to have been in use till the construction of the Roman road, which at first ran round the rock on the outside, until Vespasian cut the tunnel in repairing the modern road just outside the south entrance to the tunnel. A stratum of carbonized corn beans Roman 100, and a quantity of burnt wood, stones, tiles, pottery Roman 100, was found under and above the modern road for a distance of some 500 ids. This debris must have belonged to the castle of Petra Pertusa, burned by the Lombards in 570 or 571. On their way to Rome, the castle itself is mentioned by Procopius Bel Goth Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4, 34. Here also was found the inscription of A Roman 500, relating to the measures taken to suppress brigandage in these parts. See Apennines. See Averna Rexa in Notizi degli Scavi, 1886 411 cf. Ibid 227 Corp Insker, Lat Berlin 1901 Nos 6106 6107. T as Cagliari Anc Carols, the capital of the island of Sardinia, an archiepiscopal see, and the chief town of the province of Cagliari, which embraces the southern half of the island. It is 270 Roman 1000 WSW of Naples, and 375 Roman 1000 south of Genoa, by C. Pop 1900, of town 48,090, 8 of commune 53,057. It is finely situated at the northern extremity of the Gulf of Cagliari, in the center of the south coast of the island. The medieval town occupies a long narrow hill, running N and S, with precipitous Roman 5 cliffs on the E and W, which must have been the ancient Acropolis, but the modern town, like the Roman town before it, extends to the slopes of the hill, and to the low ground by the sea on each side of the town, are lagoons. That of S. Gilla on the W, which produces fish in abundance, was originally an open bay. That of Molin Targius on the E has large salt pans. The upper town still retains in part its fortifications, including the 2 great towers at the 2 extremities, called the Torre della Lefante S. and the Torre di S. Pancrazio, and both erected by the Pisans, the former in 1307, the latter in 1305. The Torre di S. Pancrazio, at the highest point 367 FD above sea level, commands a magnificent view. Close to it is the Archaeological Museum. The most important in the island to the north of it are the modern citadel and the barracks, and beyond a public promenade the narrow streets run from north to south for the whole length of the upper town. On the edge of the cliffs on the E is the cathedral, built in 12,571,312 by the Pisans, and retaining 2 of the original transept doors. The pulpit of the same period is also fine. It now stands divided into 2 on each side of the entrance, while the lions which supported it are on the balustrade in front of the cathedral. C. E. Brunelli, in L. Art Rome, 1901-59, Roman 500 Scano. Ibid 204. Near the sacristy are also some Gothic chapels of the Aragonese period. The church was, however, remodeled in 1676, and the interior is Baroque. 2 fine silver candelabra. The tabernacle and the altar front are of the 17th century, and the treasury also contains some good silver work. See Roman 500 Scano in Bollettino di Art, February 1907 p14, and E. Brunelli in L. Art 1907 p47. The crypt contains 3 ancient sarcophagi. The facade in the Baroque style was added in 1703. The university, a little farther north, the buildings of which were erected in 1764, has some 240 students. At the south extremity of the hill, on the site of the bastion of South Caterina, a large terrace, the Passeggiata Umberto Primo, has been constructed. It is much in use on summer evenings, and has a splendid view. Below it are covered promenades, and from its steps descend to the lower town, the oldest part of which, the so-called marina sloping gradually towards the sea, is probably the nucleus of the Roman municipium, while the quarter of Stampes lies to the west, and beyond it again. The suburb of St. Avandres, the northern portion of this below the castle hill, is the older, while the part near the shore consists mainly of modern buildings of no great interest to the east of the castle hill. And the marina is the quarter of Villanova, which contains the church of S. Saturnino, a domed church of the 8th century with a choir of the Pisan. Period. The harbor of Cagliari, along the north side of which runs a promenade called the Via Romo, is a good one, and has a considerable trade, exporting chiefly lead, zinc, and other minerals, and salt. The total annual value of exports amounting to nearly 112 million sterling in value. The Campidano of Cagliari, the plain, which begins at the north end of the lagoon of Esquila, is very fertile and much cultivated, as is also the district to the east round Quarto S. Alina, a village with 8459 inhabitants, 1901. The national costumes are rarely now seen in the neighborhood of Cagliari, except at certain festivals, especially that of S. Officio, May 14 at Pulisi. Nora, the methods of cultivation are primitive, the curious water wheels made of brushwood with pots tied onto them, and turned by a blindfolded donkey. May be noted the ox carts are often made with solid wheels for greater strength. Prickly pear opuntia hedges are as frequent, as in Sicily. Cagliari is considerably exposed to winds in winter, while in summer it is almost African in climate. The aqueduct was constructed in quite recent times. Rainwater, having previously given the only supply, the main line of railway runs north to Decimomanu for Iglesias, Oristano, Macamer, and Chilivani for Golfo degli Aranci and Cesari, while another line, narrow gauge, runs to Mandas for Sorgono and Tortoli. There is also a tramway to Quarto Esselina. In A. Roman 500, the whole of Sardinia was taken by the Vandals from Africa, but in 533, it was retaken by Justinian. In 687, Cagliari rose against the East Roman emperors under Geletus, one of the citizens who made himself king of the whole island, his 3 brothers becoming governors of Tours in the NW Arborea, in the SW, and Galera in the NE of the island. The Saracens devastated it in the 8th century, but were driven out, and the island returned to the rule of kings until they fell in the 10th century, their place being taken by 4 judges of the 4 provinces, Cagliari, Tours, Arborea, and Galera in the 12th century. Musato, a Saracen, established himself in Cagliari, but was driven out with the help of the Pisans, and Genoese. The Pisans soon acquired the sovereignty over the whole island, with the exception of Arborea, which continued to be independent. In 1297, Boniface, Roman 8, invested the kings of Aragon with Sardinia, and in 1326 they finally drove the Pisans out of Cagliari and made it the seat of their government. In 1348, the island was devastated by the plague described by Boccaccio. It was not until 1403 that the kings of Aragon were able to conquer the district of Arborea, which under the celebrated Eleonora, whose code of laws, so-called Carta de Lagu, is famous, offered a heroic resistance. In 1479, the native princes were deprived of all independence. The island remained in the hands of Spain until the Peace of Utrecht 1714, by which it was assigned to Austria in 1720. It was ceded by the latter in exchange for Sicily to the Duke of Savoy, who assumed the title of King of Sardinia. Cagliari continuing to be the seat of government, and this remained the title of the House of Savoy. Until 1861, Cagliari was bombarded by the French fleet in 1793, but Napoleon's attempt to take the island failed. T. as Cagliostro Alessandro, Count 17,430,1793, Italian alchemist and impostor, was born at Palermo on the 8th of June, 1743. Giuseppe Balsamoffer, such was the Count's real name, gave early indications of those talents, which afterwards gained for him so wide a notoriety. He received the rudiments of his education at the monastery of Caltagirone in Sicily, but was expelled from it for misconduct and disowned by his relations. He now signalized himself by his dissolute life, and the ingenuity with which he contrived to perpetrate forgeries and other crimes, without exposing himself to the risk of detection. Having at last got into trouble with the authorities, he fled from Sicily and visited in succession Greece, Egypt, Arabia, Persia, Rhodes, where he took lessons in alchemy and the cognate sciences from the Greek Althetas and Malta. There he presented himself to the Grand Master of the Maltese order as Count Cagliostro, and curried favor with him as a fellow alchemist, for the Grand Master's tastes lay in the same direction. From him he obtained introductions to the great houses of Rome and Naples, whither he now hastened at Rome. He married a beautiful but unprincipled woman, Lorenza Felicini, with whom he traveled under different names through many parts of Europe. It is unnecessary to recount the various infamous means which he employed to pay his expenses during these journeys. He visited London and Paris in 1770, 1, selling Lovefolter's elixirs of youth mixtures for making ugly women beautiful alchemistic powders, Roman 100, and deriving large profits from his trade. After further travels on the continent, he returned to London, where he posed as the founder of a new system of Freemasonry, and was well received in the best society, being adored by the ladies. He went to Germany and Holland once more, and to Russia, Poland, and then again to Paris, where in 1785 he was implicated in the affair of the diamond necklace Curoman 5, and although Cagliostro escaped conviction by the matchless impudence of his defense, he was imprisoned for other reasons in the Bastille. On his liberation, he visited England once more, where he succeeded well at first, but was ultimately outwitted by some English lawyers and confined for a while in the Fleet prison. Leaving England, he traveled through Europe as far as Rome, where he was arrested in 1789. He was tried and condemned to death for being a heretic, but the sentence was commuted to perpetual imprisonment. While his wife was immured in a convent, he died in the fortress prison of San Leo in 1795. The best account of the life, adventures, and character of Giuseppe Balsamo is contained in Carlyle's Miscellanies. Dumas' novel Memoirs of a Physician is founded on his adventures. See also a Roman 5 series of papers in the Dublin University magazine Vols Roman 78 and Roman 79, Memorial or Brief for Cagliostro in the cause of Card de Rohan Roman 100 Fr by P. McMahon 1786, Compendio della Vita e del Gesta di Giuseppe Balsamo denominato Il Conte Cagliostro Rome 1791, Cirque Schwarmer und Schwindler zu Ende, des Roman 18 Jahrhunderts 1875, and the sketch of his life in Roman 500 Silvagnis la Court e la Societa Romana, ni Secoli Roman 18, e Roman 19, Vol Roman 1 Florence 1881. Roman 50 Roman 5. Cagnier de la Tour Charles 17,771,859, French engineer and physicist, was born in Paris on the 31st of March 1777, and after attending the École Polytechnique, became one of the ingénieurs géographiques. He was made a baron in 1818 and died in Paris on the 5th of July 1859. He was the author of numerous inventions, including the Cagnardel blowing machine, which consists essentially of an Archimedean screw set obliquely in a tank of water, in such a way that its lower end is completely, and its upper end partially immersed, and operated by being rotated in the opposite direction to that required for raising water in acoustics. He invented about 1819 the improved siren, which is known by his name, using it for ascertaining the number of vibrations corresponding to a sound of any particular pitch. And he also made experiments on the mechanism of voice production. In course of an investigation, in 18,221,823, on the effects of heat and pressure on certain liquids, he found that for each there was a certain temperature, above which it refused to remain liquid, but passed into the gaseous state, no matter what the amount of pressure to which it was subjected. And in the case of water, he determined this critical temperature, with a remarkable approach to accuracy, to be 362 Roman 100. He also studied the nature of yeast and the influence of extreme cold upon its life. Cagnola Luigi Marchese, 17,621,833, Italian architect, was born on the 9th of June 1762 in Milan. He was sent at the age of 14 to the Clementine College at Rome, and afterwards studied at the University of Pavia. He was intended for the legal profession, but his passion for architecture was too strong, and after holding some government posts at Milan, he entered as a competitor for the construction of the Porta Orientale. His designs were commended, but were not selected on account of the expense their adoption would have involved. From that time, Cagnola devoted himself entirely to architecture. After the death of his father, he spent 2 years in Verona and Venice studying the architectural structures of these cities. In 1806, he was called upon to erect a triumphal arch for the marriage of Eugene Beauharnais with the Princess of Bavaria. The arch was of wood, but was of such beauty that it was resolved to carry it out in marble. The result was the magnificent Arco della Pace in Milan, surpassed in dimensions only by the Arc de l'Edel at Paris. Among other works executed by Cagnola are the Porta di Marengo at Milan, the Campanile at Ergnano, and the Chapel of Santa Marcellina in Milan. He died on the 14th of August 1833, 5 years before the completion of the Arco del Sempione, which he designed for his native city. Cagots, a people found in the Basque provinces Béarn, Gascony, and Brittany. The earliest mention of them is in 1288 when they appear to have been called Christians or Cristianos in the 16th century. They had many names: Cagots, Gahits, Gaffits in France, Agots, Goffos in Spain, and Cacans, Cahits, Cacu, and Caquins in Brittany. During the Middle Ages, they were popularly looked upon as Cretans, lepers, heretics, and even as cannibals. They were shunned and hated, were allotted separate quarters in towns called cagoteries, and lived in wretched huts in the country. Distinct from the villages, excluded from all political and social rights, they were only allowed to enter a church by a special door. And during the service, a rail separated them from the other worshippers. Either they were altogether forbidden to partake of the sacrament, or the holy wafer was handed to them on the end of a stick. While a receptacle for holy water was reserved for their exclusive use, they were compelled to wear a distinctive dress to which in some places was attached the foot of a goose or duck, whence they were sometimes called canards, and so pestilential was their touch considered that it was a crime for them to walk the common road. Barefooted, the only trades allowed them were those of butcher and carpenter, and their ordinary occupation was woodcutting. Their language is merely a corrupt form of that spoken around them, but a Teutonic origin seems to be indicated by their fair complexions and blue eyes. Their crania have a normal development, their cheekbones are high, their noses prominent with large nostrils, their lips straight, and they are marked by the absence of the auricular lobules. The origin of the Cagots is undecided. Litter defines them as a people of the Pyrenees affected with a kind of Cretinism. It has been suggested that they were descendants of the Visigoths, and Michael derives the name from cause, dog, and Goth. But opposed to this etymology is the fact that the word Cagot is first found in the fur of Béarn not earlier than 1551. Marca, in his Histoire de Béarn, holds that the word signifies hunters of the Goths, and that the Cagots are descendants of the Saracens. Others made them descendants of the Albigenses. The old MSS call them Crescians or Crescias, and from this, it has been argued that they were Visigoths who originally lived as Christians among the Gascon pagans. A far more probable explanation of their name Crescians is to be found in the fact that in medieval times, all lepers were known as paupers Christi, and that Goths or not these Cagots were affected in the Middle Ages with a particular form of leprosy or a condition resembling it. Thus would arise the confusion between Christians and Cretans today. Their descendants are not more subject to goiter and Cretinism than those dwelling around them, and are recognized by tradition, and not by features or physical degeneracy. It was not until the French Revolution that any steps were taken to ameliorate their lot, but today they no longer form a class, but have been practically lost sight of in the general peasantry. See Francisque Mitchell, Histoire des races modernes de France, et d'Espagne, Paris, 1846, Abvenuti Recherches sur les Cagots de Bordeaux, 1754, Bulletins de la Société Anthropologique, 1861, 1867, 1868, 1871, Annales médico-psychologiques, Jan. 1867, Lagno Questionnaire sur l'ethnologie de la France, Paul Raymond Mers Bernays, Pau, 1872, Roman 5 de Roches les Périas de France, et d'Espagne Cagots et Bohemians, Paris, 1877, J. Hack Tuk Jour Anthropological Institute, Vol. Roman 9, 1880. Cahir or Cahir, a market town of Co-Tipperary, Ireland, in the South Parliamentary Division, beautifully situated on the River Suir at the foot of the Galtee Mountains, Pop, 1901-2058. It stands midway between Clonmel and Tipperary town, on the Waterford and Limerick line of the Great Southern and Western Railway. 124 Roman 1000 SW from Dublin. It is the center of a rich agricultural district, and there is some industry in flour milling. Its name, Cat Stone Fortress, implies a high antiquity, and the site of the castle, picturesquely placed on an island in the river, was occupied from very early times. Here was a fortress palace of Munster, originally called Duniasketch, the suffix signifying abounding in fish. The present castle dates from 1142, being built by O'Connor, Lord of Thomond, and is well restored. It was besieged during the wars of 1599 and 1647, and by Cromwell. Among the fine environs of the town, the domain of Cahir Park is especially noteworthy. The Mitchelstown stalactite caverns 10 Roman 1000 SW, and the finely placed Norman castle of Ardfinnan, on a precipitous crag 6 Roman 1000 down the Suir, are other neighboring features of interest, while the Galtee Mountains reaching in Galtimore, a height of 30-15 ft, command admirable prospects. Cahita, a group of North American Indians, mainly of the Mayo and Yaqui tribes, found chiefly in Mexico, belonging to the Piman family, and numbering some 40,000. Cahokia, the name of a North American Indian tribe of the Illinois Confederacy, and of their mission station near St. Louis. The Cahokia Mound, there a model of which is in the Peabody Museum, Cambridge, Mass., is interesting as the largest prehistoric earthwork in America. Cahers, a city of southwestern France, capital of the department of Lot 70 Roman 1000 and of Toulouse, on the railway between that city and Limoges Pop 1906 10047. Cahers stands on the right bank of the river Lot, occupying a rocky peninsula formed by a bend in the stream. It is divided into two portions Roman 5, PBY the Boulevard Gambetta, which runs from the Pont Louis Philippe on the south to within a short distance of the fortified wall of the 14th and 15th centuries, enclosing the town on the north. To the east lies the old town with its dark narrow streets and closely packed houses west of the boulevard. A newer quarter with spacious squares and promenades stretches to the bank of the river Cahers, communicates with the opposite shore by three bridges. One of these, the Pont Valentin to the west of the town, is the finest fortified bridge of the Middle Ages in France. It is a structure of the early 14th century, restored in the 19th century, and is defended at either end by high machicolated towers. Another tower, less elaborate, surmounting the center pier, the East Bridge. The Pont Neuf also dates from the 14th century. The Cathedral of Saint Etienne stands in the heart of the old town. It dates from the 12th century but was entirely restored in the 13th century. Its exterior, for the most part severe in appearance, is relieved by some fine sculpture. That of the north portal being especially remarkable. The nave, which is without aisles, is surmounted by two cupolas. Its interior is whitewashed and plain in appearance, while the choir is decorated with medieval paintings. Adjoining the church to the southeast, there are remains of a cloister built from 1494 to 1509. St. Ursus, the chief of the other ecclesiastical buildings, stands near the cathedral, dating from the 12th and 13th centuries. It preserves Romanesque capitals recarved in the 14th century. The principal of the civil buildings is the palace of Pope John Roman XXII, built at the beginning of the 14th century. A massive square tower is still standing, but the rest is in ruins. The residence of the seneschals of Quercy, a building of the 14th to the 17th centuries, known as the Loges du Roi, also remains. The chief of the old houses, of which there are many in Cahers, is one of the 15th century, known as the Maison de Henry Roman. For most of the state buildings are modern with the exception of the prefecture, which occupies the old episcopal palace and the old convent, and the Jesuit college in which the Lycée Gambetta is established. The Porte de Diane is a large archway of the Roman period, probably the entrance to the baths of the commemorative monuments. The finest is that erected in the Place d'Armes to Gambetta, who is a native of the town. There is also a statue of the poet Clement Marot, born at Cahers in 1496. Cahers is the seat of a bishopric, a prefect, and a court of assizes. It has tribunals of first instance and of commerce, chamber of commerce, and a branch of the Bank of France. There are also training colleges, a lycée, a communal college for girls, an ecclesiastical seminary, a library, museum, and hospital. The manufacture of farm implements, tanning, wool spinning, metal founding, distilling, and the preparation of pate de foie gras and other delicacies are carried on. Wine, nuts, oil of nuts, tobacco, truffles, and plums are leading articles of commerce. History. Before the Roman conquest, Cahers, which grew up near the sacred fountain of Divona, now known as the Fontaine des Chartreux, was the capital of the Catersai under the Romans. It enjoyed a prosperity partly due to its manufacture of cloth and of mattresses, which were exported even to Rome. The first bishop of Cahers, St. Genulphus, appears to have lived in the 3rd century. In the Middle Ages, the town was the capital of Quercy, and its territory until after the Albigensian Crusade was a fief of the Counts of Toulouse. The seigneurial rights, including that of coining money, belonged to the bishops in the 13th century. Cahers was a financial center of much importance owing to its colony of Lombard bankers, and the name Cahorsin consequently came to signify banker or usurer. At the beginning of the century, a commune was organized in the town. Its constant opposition to the bishops drove them in 1316 to come to an arrangement with the French king, by which the administration of the town was placed almost entirely in the hands of royal officers, king and bishop being co-seigneurs. This arrangement survived till the Revolution in 1331. Pope John Roman XXII, a native of Cahers, founded there a university which afterwards numbered Jacques Cuges among its teachers, and François Fenelon among its students. It flourished till 1751, when it was united to its rival, the University of Toulouse. During the 100 Years' War, Cahers, like the rest of Quercy, consistently resisted the English occupation, from which it was relieved in 1428 in the 16th century. It belonged to the Viscounts of Béarn, but remained Catholic and rose against Henry of Navarre, who took it by assault in 1580 on his accession. Henry Roman IV punished the town by depriving it of its privileges as a wine market. The loss of these was the chief cause of its decline. Caetia Mod Caiazzo, an ancient city of Campania, on the right bank of the Volturnus 11 Roman 1000 Eni of Capua, on the road between it and Telesia, it was already in the hands of the Romans, in 306 B Roman 100. And since in the 3rd century B Roman 100, it issued copper coins, with a Latin legend it must have had the civitas sign suffragio in the social war it rebelled. From Rome, and its territory was added to that of Capua by Sulla in the imperial period. However, we find it once more. A municipium Caetia has remains of Cyclopean walls, and under the Piazza del Mercato is a large Roman cistern, which still provides a good water supply. The episcopal see was founded in A Roman 500. The place is frequently confused with Calatia Q Roman 5. Caeti Portus Mod Gita, an ancient harbor of Latium, Adectum, Italy in the territory of Formii, from which it is 5 Roman 1000 SW. The name originally is generally derived from the nurse of Aeneas. The harbor, owing to its fine anchorage, was much in use. But the place was never a separate town, but always dependent on Formii. Livy mentions a temple of Apollo. The coast of the Gulf, not only between Caeti Portus and Formii, but of the latter also as far as the modern Montescori, was a favorite summer resort. See Formia. Cicero may have had villas both at Portus Caeti and at Formii one proper, and the emperors certainly possessed property at both places. After the destruction of Formii in A Roman 500, it became one of the most important seaports of central Italy. See Gita. In the town are scanty remains of an amphitheater and theater, near the church of La Trinita. Higher up are remains of a large reservoir. There are also traces of an aqueduct. The promontory 548 ft is crowned by the tomb of Monadius Plancus, founder of Lugudunum Mod Leon, who died after 22 B Roman 100. It is a circular structure of blocks of travertine 160 ft high and 180 ft in diameter. Further inland is the so-called tomb of Roman 50 Atratinus, about 100 ft in diameter. Caeti Portus was no doubt connected with the Via Appia, which passed through Formii by a diverticulum. There seems also to have been a road running W&W along the precipitous coast to Spelunky Mod Sperlonga. C. E. Gesualdo Osservazgani, Critic sopra la storia della Via Appia di Pratilli p. 7 Naples 1754. T. as Cayley or Cale Renat, August 17,991,830, 8 French explorer, was born at Maz, Poitou in 1799, the son of a baker. The reading of Robinson Crusoe kindled in him a love of travel and adventure. And at the age of 16, he made a voyage to Senegal. Whence he went to Guadeloupe. Returning to Senegal in 1818, he made a journey to Bondu to carry supplies to a British expedition. Then in that country ill with fever, he was obliged to go back to France, but in 1824 was again in Senegal, with the fixed idea of penetrating to Timbuktu. He spent 8 months with the Brakna Moors, living north of Senegal River, learning Arabic and being taught as a convert the laws and customs of Islam. He laid his project of reaching Timbuktu before the governor of Senegal, but receiving no encouragement, went to Sierra Leone, where the British authorities made him superintendent of an indigo plantation. Having saved 80, he joined a Mandingo caravan going inland. He was dressed as a Mussulman and gave out that he was an Arab from Egypt who had been carried off by the French to Senegal and was desirous of regaining his own country. Starting from Kakundi near Bok on the Rio Nunez, on 19th of April 1827, he traveled east along the hills of Fouta Djallon, passing the head streams of the Senegal and crossing the upper Niger at Curassa. Still going east, he came to the Kong Highlands, where at a place called Time, he was detained 5 months by illness. Resuming his journey Roman 5 Pin January 1828, he went northeast and gained the city of Jen, whence he continued his journey to Timbuktu by water after spending a fortnight. 20th April 4th May in Timbuktu, he joined a caravan crossing the Sahara to Morocco, reaching Fez on the 12th of August from Tangier. He returned to France. He had been preceded at Timbuktu by a British officer, Major Gordon Lang. But Lang had been murdered 1826 on leaving the city, and Cayley was the first to accomplish the journey in safety. He was awarded the prize of 400 offered by the Geographical Society of Paris to the first traveler who should gain exact information of Timbuktu, to be compared with that given by Mungo Park. He also received the Order of the Legion of Honor, a pension, and other distinctions. and it was at the public expense that his journal Dun Voyage à Timbuktu, et Agen dans l'Afrique centrale etc., edited by E.F. Jomard, was published in 3 volumes in 1830. Cayley died at Badir in 1830. 8 of a malady contracted during his African travels for the greater part of his life. He spelt his name Cayley afterwards, omitting the second Roman one. See Dr. Robert Brown's The Story of Africa vol Roman, 1 chap Roman 12 London 1892 Gope. And Cordier les Grands Hommes de France Voyageurs, Renéquel Paris 1885 E.F. Jomard Notice historique sur la vie et les voyages de R. Cayley Paris, 1839. An English version of Cayley's journal was published in London in 1830, in 2 volumes under the title of Travels Through Central Africa to Timbuktu. Roman 100 Cain in the Bible, the eldest son of Adam and Eve gen Roman 4, was a tiller of the ground, whilst his younger brother Abel was a keeper of sheep, enraged, because the Lord accepted Abel's offering and rejected his own. He slew his brother in the field. See Abel. For this, a curse was pronounced upon him, and he was condemned to be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth, a mark being set upon him, lest any finding him should kill him. He took up his abode in the land of Nod, wandering on the east of Eden, where he built a city which he named after his son Enoch. The narrative presents a number of difficulties, which early commentators sought to solve with more ingenuity than success. But when it is granted that the ancient Hebrews, like other primitive peoples, had their own mythical and traditional figures, the story of Cain becomes less obscure. The mark set upon Cain is usually regarded as some tribal mark or sign analogous to the cattle marks of Bedouin and the related usages in Europe. Such marks had often a religious significance and denoted that the bearer was a follower of a particular deity. The suggestion has been made that the name Cain is the eponym of the Kenites. And although this clan has a good name almost everywhere in the Old Testament, yet in Num Roman 24, its destruction is foretold, and the Amalekites, of whom they formed a division, are consistently represented as the inveterate enemies of Yahweh and of his people. Israel, the story of Cain and Abel, which appears to represent the nomad life, as a curse, may be an attempt to explain the origin of an existence which in the eyes of the settled agriculturist was one of continual restlessness, whilst at the same time it endeavors to find a reason for the institution of blood revenge on the theory that at some remote age a man or tribe had killed his brother or brother tribe. Cain's subsequent founding of a city finds a parallel in the legend of the origin of Rome through the swarms of outlaws and broken men of all kinds, whom Romulus attracted thither. The list of Cain's descendants reflects the old view of the beginnings of civilization. It is thrown into the form of a genealogy, and is parallel to Gen Roman 5. See Genesis. It finds its analogy in the Phoenician account of the origin of different inventions, which Eusebius Prep Evang Roman 1 quotes from Philo of Biblis Jebel, and probably both go back to a common Babylonian origin. On this question see Driver Genesis Westminster, Com London 1904 p. 80, Seca Jeremiah's Alt Test, I am Licht Roman 500 Alten Orients, Leipzig 1906 pp 220. Sec also Enoch Lamech on the story of Cain. C. especially stayed Akadmish, Re Den pp 229,273, Ed Mayer Israelite, pp 395 SQQ, A.R. Gordon Early Trad Genesis Index Literary Criticism, C. Chain Encycl Bibcall 620,628, and 44,114,417, has made it extremely probable that Cain the nomad and outlaw Gen Roman 416 was originally distinct from Cain the city builder Roman 10, SQQ. The latter was perhaps regarded as a smith CP Roman 5, where Tubal Cain is the father of those who work in bronze or copper. That the Kenites too were a race of metalworkers is quite uncertain, although even at the present day, the smiths in Arabia form a distinct nomadic class. Whatever be the meaning of the name, the words put into Eve's mouth, Roman 5, probably are not an etymology, but an assonance driver. It is noteworthy that Kenan, son of Enosh man Gen Roman 5, appears in Sabaean inscriptions of South Arabia as the name of a tribal god. A Gnostic sect of the 2nd century was known by the name of Cainites. They are first mentioned by Irenaeus, who connects them with the Valentinians. They believed that Cain derived his existence from the superior power, and Abel from the inferior power, and that in this respect, he was the first of a line which included Esau, Korah the Sodomites, and Judas Iscariot. A Roman 100. Cain Thomas Henry Hall, 1853, British novelist and dramatist, was born of mixed Manx and Cumberland parentage at Runcorn, Cheshire, on the 14th of May 1853. He was educated with a view to becoming an architect, but turned to journalism, becoming a leader writer on the Liverpool Mercury. He came up to London at the suggestion of Roman 500 G. Rossetti, with whom he had had some correspondence, and lived with the poet for some time before his death. He published a volume of recollections of Rossetti 1882, and also some critical work. But in 1885, he began an extremely successful career as a novelist of a melodramatic type with The Shadow of a Crime, followed by The Son of Hagar 1886, The Deemster 1887, The Bondman 1890, The Scapegoat 1891, The Manxman 1890, For the Christian 1897, The Eternal City 1901, and The Prodigal Son 1904. His writings on Manx subjects were acknowledged by his election in 1901 to represent Ramsay in the House of Keys. The Deemster, The Manxman, and The Christian had already been produced in dramatic form when The Eternal City was staged with magnificent accessories by Mr. Beerbohm Tree in 1902, and in 1905 The Prodigal Son had a successful run at Drury Lane. See Roman 100 F. Kenyon Hall, Cain the Man and the Novelist 1901, and The Novelist's Autobiography, My Story 1908. Cain whale Globicephalus malas, a large representative of the dolphin tribe, frequenting the coasts of Europe, the Atlantic coast of North America, the Cape, and New Zealand, from its nearly uniform black color. It is also called the blackfish. Its maximum length is about 20 ft. These cetaceans are gregarious and inoffensive in disposition, and feed chiefly on cuttlefish. Their sociable character constantly leads to their destruction, as when attacked they instinctively rush together and blindly follow the leaders of the herd, whence the names pilot whale and kang or driving whale, many hundreds at a time, are thus frequently driven ashore and killed. When a herd enters one of the bays or fjords of the Faroe Islands or north of Scotland, the kang whale of the North Pacific has been distinguished as G. scamoni, while one from the Atlantic coast south of New Jersey and another from the Bay of Bengal are possibly also distinct sea cetacea. Cainozoic from the GR Recent Life, also written Cenozoic American Cainozoisch Canozoisch German Cenozoa Renevier in geology, the name given to the youngest of the three great eras of geological time, the other two being the Mesozoic and Paleozoic eras. Some authors have employed the term Neozoic Neozoisch, with the same significance. Others have restricted its application to the tertiary epoch. Neozoic de Laparent, the Neogene of Horns, 1853, included the Miocene and Pliocene periods. Renevier subsequently modified its form to Neogenique. The remaining tertiary periods were classed as Paleogene by Naumann in 1866. The word Neocene has been used in place of Neozoic, but its employment is open to objection. Some confusion has been introduced by the use of the term Cainozoic to include on the one hand the tertiary period alone, and on the other hand to make it include both the tertiary and the post-tertiary or quaternary epochs, and in order that it may bear a relationship to the concepts of time and faunal development similar to those indicated by the terms Mesozoic and Paleozoic, it is advisable to restrict its use to the latter alternative. Thus the Cainozoic era would embrace all the geological periods from Eocene to recent sea tertiary and Pleistocene. J.A.H. Roman 5p. Kaik from Turk, kaik, a light skiff or rowing boat used by the Turks having from 1 to 12 rowers, also a Levantan sailing vessel of considerable size. Ka-ira, a song of the French Revolution with the refrain, "Ah ka-ira, ka-ira, ka-ira." Les aristocrats à la lanterne. The words, written by one latter, a street singer, were put to an older tune called La Caroline Nationale, and the song rivaled the Carmagnole Curoman 5. During the Terror, it was forbidden by the Directory. Caird Edward 18,351,908, British philosopher and theologian, brother of John Caird Curoman 5, was born at Greenock on the 22nd of March 1835. And educated at Glasgow University and Balliol College, Oxford. He took a first class in moderations in 1862 and in literary humaneers in 1863, and was Pusey and Ellerton Scholar in 1861. From 1864 to 1866, he was Fellow and Tutor of Merton College in 1866. He became Professor of Moral Philosophy in the University of Glasgow, and in 1893 succeeded Benjamin Jowett as Master of Balliol with Thomas Hill Green. He founded in England a school of orthodox neo-Hegelianism, see Hegel ad fin, and through his pupils he exerted a far-reaching influence on English philosophy and theology, owing to failing health. He gave up his lectures in 1904 and in May 1906 resigned his mastership, in which he was succeeded by James Lee Strachan Davidson, who had previously for some time as senior tutor and fellow borne the chief burden of college administration. Dr. Caird received the honorary degree of Roman 500 Roman 100 Roman 50. In 1892, he was made a corresponding member of the French Academy of Moral and Political Science and a Fellow of the British Academy. His publications include Philosophy of Kant 1878, Critical Philosophy of Kant 1889, Religion and Social Philosophy of Kant 1885, Essays on Literature and Philosophy 1892, Evolution of Religion. Gifford Lectures 18,911,892, Evolution of Theology in the Greek Philosophers 1904, and he is represented in this encyclopedia by the article on Cartesianism. He died on the 1st of November 1908. For a criticism of Dr. Caird's theology, see Auben English Rationalism in the 19th Century, London 1906. Caird John 18,201,898 Scottish divine and philosopher was born at Greenock on the 15th of December 1820. In his 16th year, he entered the office of his father, who was partner and manager of a firm of engineers. 2 years later, however, he obtained leave to continue his studies at Glasgow University. After a year of academic life, he tried business again, but in 1840 he gave it up finally and returned to college. In 1845, he entered the ministry of the Church of Scotland, and after holding several livings, accepted the chair of divinity at Glasgow in 1862. During these years, he won a foremost place among the preachers of Scotland in theology. He was a broad churchman, seeking always to emphasize the permanent elements in religion and ignoring technicalities. In 1873, he was appointed vice-chancellor and principal of Glasgow University. He delivered the Gifford Lectures in 18,921,893, and in 18,951,896, his Introduction to the Philosophy of Religion 1880 is an attempt to show the essential rationality of religion. It is idealistic in character, being in fact a reproduction of Hegelian teaching in clear and melodious language. His argument for the being of God is based on the hypothesis that thought not individual, but universalis, the reality of all things, the existence of this infinite thought being demonstrated by the limitations of finite thought. Again, his Gifford Lectures are devoted to the proof of the truth of Christianity on grounds of right reason alone. Caird wrote also an excellent study of Spinoza, in which he showed the latent Hegelianism of the great Jewish philosopher. He died on the 30th of July, 1898. Cairn in Gaelic and Welsh cairn, a heap of stones piled up in a conical form in modern times. Cairns are often erected as landmarks. In ancient times, they were erected as sepulchral monuments. The Duan Irinac, an ancient Irish poem, describes the erection of a family cairn, and the Census Mora collection of ancient Irish laws prescribes a fine of 3 3-year-old heifers for not erecting the tomb of thy chief. Meetings of the tribes were held at them, and the inauguration of a new chief took place on the cairn of one of his predecessors. It is mentioned in the Annals of the Four Masters that in 1225 the O'Connor was inaugurated on the cairn of Freach, the son of Fiodhatch of the Red Hair. In medieval times, cairns are often referred to as boundary marks, though probably not originally raised for that purpose in a charter by King Alexander Roman 21,221, granting the lands of Bergen to the monks of Kinloss. The boundary is described as passing from the Great Oak in Melevin as far as the Rune Pictorum, which is explained as the cairn of the Pexfieldies in Highland District's. Small cairns used to be erected even in recent times at places where the coffin of a distinguished person was rested on its way to the churchyard. Memorial cairns are still occasionally erected, as for instance the cairn raised in memory of the Prince Consort at Balmoral, and Mall's cairn in Glenesk, erected by the Earl of Dalhousie in 1866, in memory of himself and certain friends specified by name in the inscription placed upon it. See Barrow. Cairns John Eliot 18,230,1875. British political economist, was born at Castle Bellingham, Ireland, in 1823. After leaving school, he spent some years in the counting house of his father, a brewer. His tastes, however, lay altogether in the direction of study, and he was permitted to enter Trinity College, Dublin, where he took the degree of BA in 1848 and 6 years later that of Roman 1000A. After passing through the curriculum of arts, he engaged in the study of law and was called to the Irish bar, but he felt no very strong inclination for the legal profession, and during some years he occupied himself to a large extent with contributions to the daily press. Treating of the social and economical questions that affected Ireland, he devoted most attention to political economy, which he studied with great thoroughness and care while residing in Dublin. He made the acquaintance of Archbishop Whately, who conceived a very high respect for his character and abilities. In 1856, a vacancy occurred in the chair of political economy at Dublin, founded by Whately and Cairns, received the appointment in accordance with the regulations of the foundation. The lectures of his first year's course were published. The book appeared in 1857, with the title Character and Logical Method of Political Economy. It follows up and expands J.S. Mill's treatment in the essays on some unsettled questions in political economy and forms an admirable introduction to the study of economics. As a science in it, the author's peculiar powers of thought and expression are displayed to the best advantage logical exactness, precision, of language and firm grasp of the true nature of economic facts are the qualities characteristic of this. As of all his other works, if the book had done nothing more, it would still have conferred inestimable benefit on political economists. By its clear exposition of the true nature and meaning of the ambiguous term, law to the view of the province and method of political economy expounded in this early work, the author always remained true, and several of his later essays, such as those on political economy and land political economy and laissez-faire, are but reiterations of the same doctrine. His next contribution to economical science was a series of articles on the gold question published partly in Fraser's magazine, in which the probable consequences of the increased supply of gold attendant on the Australian and Californian gold discoveries were analyzed with great skill and ability, and a critical article on Roman 1000 Chevalier's work on the probable fall in the value of gold appeared in the Edinburgh Review for July 1860. In 1861, Cairns was appointed to the professorship of political economy and jurisprudence in Queen's College, Galway, and in the following year he published his admirable work, The Slave Power. One of the finest specimens of applied economical philosophy, the inherent disadvantages of the employment of slave labor were exposed with great fullness and ability, and the conclusions arrived at have taken their place among the recognized doctrines of political economy. The opinions expressed by Cairns as to the probable issue of the war in America were largely verified by the actual course of events, and the appearance of the book had a marked influence on the attitude taken by serious political thinkers in England towards the southern states. Roman 5p. During the remainder of his residence at Galway, Professor Cairns published nothing beyond some fragments and pamphlets, mainly upon Irish questions. The most valuable of these papers are the series devoted to the consideration of university education. His health at no time very good was still further weakened in 1865 by a fall from his horse. He was ever afterwards incapacitated from active exertion, and was constantly liable to have his work interfered with by attacks of illness. In 1866, he was appointed professor of political economy in University College London. He was compelled to spend the session 18,680,1869 in Italy, but on his return continued to lecture till 1872. During his last session, he conducted a mixed-class ladies being admitted to his lectures. His health soon rendered it impossible for him to discharge his public duties. He resigned his post in 1872 and retired with the honorary title of Emeritus Professor of Political Economy in 1873. His own university conferred on him the degree of Roman 100 Roman 500. He died at Blackheath near London on the 8th of July, 1875. The last years of his life were spent in the collection and publication of some scattered papers, contributed to various reviews and magazines, and in the preparation of his most extensive and important work. The political essays published in 1873 comprise all his papers relating to Ireland and its university system, together with some other articles of a somewhat similar nature. The essays in political economy, theoretical and applied, which appeared in the same year, contain the essays towards a solution of the gold question brought up to date and tested by comparison with statistics of prices. Among the other articles in the volume, the more important are the criticisms on Bastiat and Kant, and the essays on political economy and land, and on political economy and laissez-faire, which have been referred to above. In 1874, appeared his largest work, Some Leading Principles of Political Economy, newly expounded, which is beyond doubt a worthy successor to the great treatises of Smith, Malthus, Ricardo, and Roman 1099. It does not expound a completed system of political economy. Many important doctrines are left untouched. And in general, the treatment of problems is not such as would be suited for a systematic manual. The work is essentially a commentary on some of the principal doctrines of the English school of economists, such as value, cost of production, wages, labor, and capital, and international values, and is replete with keen criticism and lucid illustration. While in fundamental harmony with Mill, especially as regards the general conception of the science, Cairns differs from him to a greater or less extent on nearly all the cardinal doctrines, subjects his opinions to a searching examination, and generally succeeds in giving to the truth that is common to both a firmer basis and a more precise statement. The last labor to which he devoted himself was a republication of his first work on the logical method of political economy. Taken as a whole, the works of Cairns formed the most important contribution to economical science made by the English school. Since the publication of J.S. Mill's Principles, it is not possible to indicate more than generally the special advances in economic doctrine effected by him, but the following points may be noted as establishing for him a claim to a place beside Ricardo and Mill. 1. His exposition of the province and method of political economy. He never suffers it to be forgotten that political economy is a science, and consequently that its results are entirely neutral with respect to social facts or systems. It has simply to trace the necessary connections among the phenomena of wealth and dictates no rules for practice further. He is distinctly opposed both to those who would treat political economy as an integral part of social philosophy, and to those who have attempted to express economic facts in quantitative formulae, and to make economy a branch of applied mathematics. According to him, political economy is a mixed science, its field being partly mental, partly physical. It may be called a positive science, because its premises are facts, but it is hypothetical insofar as the laws it lays down are only approximately true. Roman 1e are only valid in the absence of counteracting agencies. From this view of the nature of the science, it follows at once that the method to be pursued must be that called by Mill the physical or concrete deductive, which starts from certain known causes, investigates their consequences and verifies, or tests the result by comparison with facts of experience. It may perhaps be thought that Cairns gives too little attention to the effects of the organism of society on economic facts, and that he is disposed to overlook what Bagehot called the postulates of political economy. 2. His analysis of cost of production in its relation to value. According to Mill, the universal elements in cost of production are the wages of labor and the profits of capital. To this theory, Cairns objects that wages being remuneration can in no sense be considered as cost, and could only have come to be regarded as cost in consequence of the whole problem being treated from the point of view of the capitalist, to whom no doubt the wages paid represent cost. The real elements of cost of production he looks upon as labor abstinence, and risk the second of these, falling mainly though not necessarily upon the capitalist. In this analysis, he to a considerable extent follows and improves upon Senior, who had previously defined cost of production as the sum of the labor and abstinence necessary to production. 3. His exposition of the natural or social limit to free competition and of its bearing on the theory of value. He points out that in any organized society, there can hardly be the ready transference of capital from one employment to another, which is the indispensable condition of free competition, while class distinctions render it impossible for labor to transfer itself readily to new occupations. Society may thus be regarded as consisting of a series of non-competing industrial groups with free competition among the members of any one group or class. Now, the only condition under which cost of production will regulate value is perfect competition. It follows that the normal value of commoditist value, which gives to the producers the average and usual remuneration, will depend upon cost of production only when the exchange is confined to the members of one class, among whom there is free competition in exchange between classes or non-competing industrial groups. The normal value is simply a case of international value and depends upon reciprocal demand, that is to say, is such as will satisfy the equation of demand. This theory is a substantial contribution to economical science and throws great light upon the general problem of value. At the same time, it may be thought that Cairns overlooked a point brought forward prominently by Senior, who also had called attention to the bearing of competition on the relation between cost of production and value. The cost to the producer fixes the limit below which the price cannot fall without the supply being affected. but it is the desire of the consumer Roman 1, what he is willing to give up rather than be compelled to produce the commodity for himself that fixes the maximum value of the article to treat the whole problem of natural or normal value. From the point of view of the producer, is to give but a one-sided theory of the facts for his defense of the wages fund doctrine. This doctrine expounded by Mill in his principles had been relinquished by him, but Cairnes still undertook to defend it. He certainly succeeded in removing from the theory much that had tended to obscure its real meaning, and in placing it in its very best aspect. He also showed the sense in which when treating the problem of wages, we must refer to some fund devoted to the payment of wages, and pointed out the conditions under which the wages fund may increase or decrease. It may be added that his leading principles contain admirable discussions on trade unions and protection together with a clear analysis of the difficult theory of international trade and value, in which there is much that is both novel and valuable. The logical method contains about the best exposition and defense of Ricardo's theory of rent, and the essays contain a very clear and formidable criticism of Bastiat's economic doctrines. Professor Cairnes' son, Captain W. E. Cairnes, 18,621,906, was an able writer on military subjects, being author of An Absent-Minded War, 1900, The Coming Waterloo, 1905, Roman 100, Roman 5 p. Cairngorm, a yellow or brown variety of quartz named from Cairngorm or Cairngorm, one of the peaks of the Grampian Mountains in Banffshire, Scotland. According to Mr. A. Cunningham Craig, the mineral occurs in crystals lining cavities in highly inclined veins of a fine-grained granite running through the coarser granite of the main mass. Shallow pits were formerly dug in the kaolinized granite for sake of the Cairngorm, and the mineral was also found as pebbles in the bed of the river Avon. Cairngorm is a favorite ornamental stone in Scotland, being set in the lids of snuff-mulls, in the handles of dirks, and in brooches for Highland costume. A rich sherry yellow color is much esteemed. Quartz of yellow and brown color is often known in trade as false topaz or simply topaz. Such quartz is found at many localities in Brazil, Russia, and Spain. Much of the yellow quartz used in jewelry is said to be burnt amethyst, that is, it was originally amethystine quartz, the color of which has been modified by heat. See amethyst. Yellow quartz is sometimes known as citrine. When the quartz presents a pale brown tint, it is called smoky quartz, and when the brown is so deep that the stone appears almost black, it is termed morion. The brown color has been referred to the presence of titanium. Cairnes, Hugh MacCormack Cairnes, 1st Earl, 18,191,880, 5, Irish statesman, and Lord Chancellor of England, was born at Coultra Co, Down, Ireland, on the 27th of December 1819. His father, William Cairnes, formerly a captain in the 47th Regiment, came of a family one of Scottish origin which migrated to Ireland in the time of James. Roman 1. Hugh Cairnes was his second son, and was educated at Belfast Academy and at Trinity College, Dublin, graduating with a senior moderatorship in classics in 1838. In 1844, he was called to the bar at the Middle Temple, to which he had migrated from Lincoln's Inn during his first years at the Chancery Bar. Cairnes showed little promise of the eloquence, which afterwards distinguished him. Never a rapid speaker, he was then so slow and diffident that he feared that this defect might interfere with his legal career. Fortunately, he was soon able to rid himself of the idea that he was only fit for practice as a conveyancer. In 1852, he entered Parliament as member for Belfast, and his inn, on his becoming a Curoman 100 in 1856, made him a bencher. In 1858, Cairnes was appointed Solicitor General and was knighted, and in May of that year made two of his most brilliant and best-remembered speeches in the House of Commons. In the first, he defended the action of Lord Ellenborough, who, as President of the Board of Control, had not only censured Lord Canning for a proclamation issued by him as Governor-General of India, but had made public the dispatch in which the censure was conveyed on the other occasion. Referred to, Sir Hugh Cairnes spoke in opposition to Lord John Russell's amendment to the motion for the second reading of the Government Reform Bill, winning the most cordial commendation of Disraeli's appreciation, found an opportunity for displaying itself. Some years later, when in 1868 he invited him to be Lord Chancellor, in the brief Conservative administration, which followed Lord Derby's resignation of the leadership of his party. Meanwhile, Cairnes had maintained his reputation in many other debates, both when his party was in power and when it was in opposition. In 1866, Lord Derby, returning to office, had made him Attorney General, And in the same year he had availed himself of a vacancy to seek the comparative rest of the Court of Appeal, while a Lord Justice he had been offered a peerage. And though at first unable to accept it, he had finally done so on a relative, a member of the wealthy family of Macamont, providing the means necessary for the endowment of a title. The appointment of Baron Cairns of Garmel as Lord Chancellor in 1868 involved the superseding of Lord Chelmsford, an act which apparently was carried out by Disraeli, with less tact than might have been expected of him. Lord Chelmsford bitterly declared that he had been sent away with less courtesy than if he had been a butler, but the testimony of Lord Malmesbury is strong that the affair was the result of an understanding arrived at when Lord Chelmsford took office. Disraeli held office on this occasion for a few months only, and when Lord Derby died in 1869, Lord Cairns became the leader of the Conservative opposition in the House of Lords. He had distinguished himself in the Commons by his resistance to the Roman Catholics' Oath Bill, brought in 1865. In the Lords, his efforts on behalf of the Irish Church were equally strenuous. His speech on Gladstone's suspensory bill was afterwards published as a pamphlet, but the attitude which he and the peers who followed him had taken up in insisting on their amendments to the preamble of the bill was one difficult to maintain, and Lord Cairns made terms with Lord Granville in circumstances which precluded his consulting his party. First, he issued a circular to explain his action in taking a course for which many blamed him, viewed dispassionately. The incident appears to have exhibited his statesmanlike qualities in a marked degree, for he secured concessions which would have been irretrievably lost by continued opposition. Not long after this, Lord Cairns resigned the leadership of his party in the Upper House, but he had to resume it in 1870, and took a strong part in opposing the Irish Land Bill in that year. On the Conservatives coming into power in 1874, he again became Lord Chancellor. In 1878, he was made Viscount Garmel and Earl Cairns, and in 1880 his party went out of office in opposition. He did not take as prominent a part as previously, but when Lord Beaconsfield died in 1881, there were some Conservatives who considered that his title to lead the party was better than that of Lord Salisbury. His health, however never robust, had for many years shown intermittent signs of failing. He had periodically made enforced retirements to the Riviera, and for many years had had a house at Bournemouth, and it was here that he died on the 2nd of April 1885. Cairns was a great lawyer with an immense grasp of first principles, and the power to express them, his judgments taking the form of luminous expositions or treatises upon the law governing the case before him, rather than of controversial discussions of the arguments adduced by counsel, or of analysis of his own reasons. Lucidity and logic were the leading characteristics of his speeches in his professional capacity, and in the political arena in an eloquent tribute to his memory in the House of Lords. Lord Chief Justice Coleridge expressed the high opinion of the legal profession upon his merits, and upon the severe integrity and single-minded desire to do his duty, which animated him in his selections for the bench. His piety was reflected by that of his great opponent, rival, and friend Lord Selborne. Like Lord Selborne and Lord Hatherley, Cairns found leisure at his busiest for teaching in the Sunday school, but it is not recorded of them as of him that they refused to undertake work at the bar on Saturdays, in order to devote that day to hunting. He used to say that his great incentive to hard work at his profession in early days was his desire to keep hunters, and he retained his keenness as a sportsman as long as he was able to indulge it. Of his personal characteristics, it may be said that he was a spare man with a Scottish, not an Irish cast of countenance. He was scrupulously neat in his personal appearance, faultless in bands and necktie, and fond of wearing a flower in his buttonhole. His chilly manner, coupled with his somewhat austere religious principles, had no doubt much to do with the fact that he was never a popular man. His friends claimed for him a keen sense of humor, but it was not to be detected by those whose knowledge of him was professional rather than personal. Probably he thought the exhibition of humor incompatible with the dignity of high judicial position. Of his legal attainments, there can be no doubt his influence upon the legislation of the day was largely felt where questions affecting religion and the church were involved, and in matters peculiarly affecting his own profession, his power was felt, as has been said, both when he was in office and when his party was in opposition. He had been chairman of the Committee on Judicature Reform, and although he was not in office when the Judicature Act was passed, all the reforms in the legal procedure of his day owed much to him. He took part, when out of office, in the passing of the Married Women's Property Act, and was directly responsible for the conveyancing acts of 18,811,882 and Roman 5 4. The Settled Land Act, many other statutes in which he was largely concerned, might be quoted. His judgments are to be found in the law reports, and those who wish to consider his oratory should read the speeches above, referred to or that delivered in the House of Lords, on the Compensation for Disturbance Bill in 1880, and his memorable criticism of Mr. Gladstone's policy in the Transvaal, after Majuba Hill C. Hansard, and the Times 1st of April 1881. His style of delivery was as a rule cold to a marked degree. The term frozen oratory has been applied to his speeches, and it has been said of them that they flowed like water from a glacier. The several stages of his speech are like steps cut out in ice, as sharply defined as smooth. And as cold Lord Kames married in 1856, Mary Harriet, eldest daughter of John McNeill of Parkmount, co-Antrim, by whom he had issue 5 sons and 2 daughters, he was succeeded in the earldom by his second but eldest surviving son Arthur William 18,611,890, who left 1 daughter, and from whom the title passed to his 2 next younger brothers in succession, Herbert John III Earl 18,631,905, and Wilfred Dallas 4th Earl B. 1865. Authorities see the Times 3rd and 14th of April 1885, Law Journal Law Times Solicitors, Journal 11th of April 1885, the Law Magazine Vol Roman 11 p. 133, the Law Quarterly Vol Roman 1 p. 365, Earl Russell's Recollections, Memoirs of Lord Malmesbury, Sir Theodore Martin, The Life of the Prince Consort, E. Manson, Builders of Our Law, J. B. Attlee, Victorian Chancellors, Vol Roman 21, See History of the Family of Cairns or Cairns, by H. Roman 100 Lawler, 1907. Cairns John 18,180, 1892, Scottish Presbyterian divine, was born at Ighton Hill, Berwickshire, on the 23rd of August 1818. The son of a shepherd, he went to school at Ighton and Old Cambus, Berwickshire, and was then for 3 years a herd boy, but kept up his education in 1834. He entered Edinburgh University, but during 1836 and 1837, owing to financial straits, taught in a school at Ighton. In November 1837, he returned to Edinburgh, where he became the most distinguished student of his time, graduating Roman 1000 A in 1840, won first in classics and philosophy, and bracketed first in mathematics. While at Edinburgh, he organized the Metaphysical Society, along with a Campbell Fraser and David Masson. He entered the Presbyterian Secession Hall in 1840, and, in 1843, wrote an article in the Secession magazine on the Free Church movement, which aroused the interest of Thomas Chalmers. The years 18,431,844. He spent at Berlin studying German philosophy and theology. He was licensed as preacher on the 3rd of February 1845, and on the 6th of August ordained as minister of Golden Square Church, Berwick and Tweed. There his preaching was distinguished by its impressiveness and by a broad and unaffected humanity. He had many calls to other churches, but chose to remain at Berwick in 1857. He was one of the representatives at the meeting of the Evangelical Alliance in Berlin, and in 1858 Edinburgh University conferred on him an honorary Roman 500. In the following year, he declined an invitation to become principal of Edinburgh University. In 1872, he was elected moderator of the United Presbyterian Synod, and represented his church in Paris at the first meeting of the Reformed Synod of France in May 1876. He was appointed joint professor of systematic theology and apologetics with James Harper, principal of the United Presbyterian Theological College, whom he succeeded as principal in 1879. He was an indefatigable worker and speaker, and in order to facilitate his efforts in other countries and other literatures, he learnt Arabic, Norse, Danish, and Dutch. In 1890, he visited Berlin and Amsterdam to acquaint himself with the ways of younger theologians, especially with the Ritschlians, whose work he appreciated, but did not accept as final. On his return, he wrote a long article on recent Scottish theology for the Presbyterian and Reformed Review, for which he read over every theological work of note published in Scotland during the preceding half-century. He died on the 12th of March 1892 at Edinburgh. Among his principal publications are an examination of Ferrier's Knowing and Being and the Scottish Philosophia work, which gave him the reputation of being an independent Hamiltonian. In Philosophy Memoir of John Brown Roman 500 Roman 5,001,860, Romanism and Rationalism, 1863. Outlines of Apologetical Theology, 1867. The Doctrine of the Presbyterian Church, 1876. Unbelief in the 18th Century, 1880. 1. Doctrinal Principles of the United Presbyterian Church, Dr. Blair's Manual, 1888. See Mac Ewan's Life and Letters of John Cairns, 1895. Roman 500 MN. Cairns, a seaport of Nares County, Queensland, Australia, 890 Roman, 1000 direct NNW, of Brisbane Pop, 1901 3557. The town lies parallel with the sea on the western shore of Trinity Bay with an excellent harbor, and a long beach finely timbered. Cairns is the natural outlet for the goldfields, tin mines, and silver fields of the district, and for the rich copper district of Chillagoe, a government railway 48 Roman 1000 long runs to Mariba, whence a private company's line continues to Mungana 100 Roman 1000 W. There is also a line belonging to a private company, connecting Chillagoe with Mariba in the vicinity of Cairns, are extensive sugar plantations with sugar mills and refineries. The culture of coffee and tobacco has rapidly extended. Bananas, pineapples, and other fruits are exported in considerable quantities, and there is a large industry in cedar. The Barren Falls, among the finest in Australia, are near Curanda. 19 Roman 1000 from Cairns. Cairns became a municipality in 1885. Cairo, Arabic Misr al-Kahira, or simply Misr, the capital of modern Egypt and the most populous city in Africa, on the Nile. 12 Roman 1000 s of the apex of the delta, in 33 n and 3121 e. It is 130 Roman 1000 sc of Alexandria, and 148 e of Suez by rail, though only 84 Roman 1000 from the last named port, by the overland route across the desert in use. Before the opening of the Suez Canal, Cairo occupies a length of 5 Roman 1000 on the east bank of the Nile, stretching north from the old Roman fortress of Babylon, and covers an area of about 8 sq Roman 1000. It is built partly on the alluvial plain of the Nile Valley, and partly on the rocky slopes of the Makatam Hills, which rise 550 ft above the town. The citadel, which is built on a spur of the Makatam Hills, occupies the SE angle of the city. The prospect from the ramparts of this fortress is one of striking picturesqueness and beauty. Below lies the city with its ancient walls and lofty towers, its gardens and squares, its palaces, and its mosques with their delicately carved domes and minarets covered with fantastic tracery, the port of Bulak, the gardens and palace of Shubra, the broad river studded with islands, the valley of the Nile, dotted with groups of trees with the pyramids on the north horizon, and on the east, the barren cliffs backed by a waste of sand. Since the middle of the 19th century, the city has more than doubled in size and population. The newer quarters situated near the river are laid out in the fashion of French cities, but the eastern parts of the town retain, almost unimpaired, their oriental aspect, and in scores of narrow, tortuous streets and busy bazaars, it is easy to forget that there has been any change from the Cairo of medieval times. Here, the line of fortifications still marks the eastern limits of the city, though on the north large districts have grown up beyond the walls. Neither on the south nor towards the river are there any fortifications left. Principal quarters and modern buildings from the citadel, a straight road, the Sharia Mehemet Ali, runs end to the Ezbekiye Gardens, which cover over 20 acres and form the central point of the foreign colony. North and west of the Ezbekiya runs the Ismailia Canal, and on the W side of the canal, about half a mile in of the gardens, is the central railway station, approached by a broad road, the Sharia Clot Bay, the Arab city, and the quarters of the Copts. And Jews lie e of the two streets named west of the Ismailia Canal, lies the Bulak quarter. The port or riverside district at Bulak are the arsenal foundry, and railway works, a paper manufactory, and the government printing press founded by Mehemet Ali. A little distance SE of the Ezbekiya is the place Adebe, the chief point of intersection of the electric tramways, which serve the newer parts of the town. From the place Adebe, a narrow street, the Musky, leads into the heart of the Arab city. Another street leads SW to the Nile at the point where the Kasr en Nil, or Great Nile Bridge, spans the river leading to Jazeera Bulak, an island, whereon is a palace now turned into a hotel, polo, cricket, and tennis grounds, and a race course. The districts between the bridge, the Ezbekiya Roman 5 Pan, the Ismailia Canal, are known as the Ismailia and Tufikia quarters, after the Khedives in whose reigns they were laid out. The district immediately south of the bridge is called the Kasr el Dubara quarter. Abdin Square, which occupies a central position, is connected with Ezbekiya Gardens by a straight road, the narrow Canal el Khalig, which branched from the Nile at Old Cairo and traversed the city from SW to NE, was filled up in 1897, and an electric tramway runs along the road. Thus made with the filling up of the channel, the ancient festival of the cutting of the canal came to an end. The government offices and other modern public buildings are nearly all in the western half of the city on the south side of the Izbikia, are the post office, the courts of the international tribunals, and the opera house on the east side, are the Bourse and the Credit Lyonnais on the north, the buildings of the American Mission on or near the west side of the gardens are most of the large and luxurious hotels, which the city contains for the accommodation of Europeans facing the river. Immediately north of the Great Nile Bridge are the large barracks called Kasran Nil, and the new Museum of Egyptian Antiquities, opened in 1902 south of the bridge, are the Ismailia Palace, a Khedivial residence. The British Consulate General, the Palace of the Khedives, Mother the Medical School, and the government hospital farther removed from the river, are the offices of the Ministries of Public Works, and of Wara large building surrounded by garden sand of justice and finance on the east side of Abdin Square, is Abdin Palace, an unpretentious building used for official receptions adjoining the palace. Are barracks any of Abdin Square in the Sharia Mehmet Ali, is the Arab Museum and Khedivial Library near this building, are the new courts of the native tribunals. Private houses in these western districts consist chiefly of residential flats, though in the Kasr el Dubara quarter are many detached residences. The oriental city, the eastern half of Cairo, is divided into many quarters. These quarters were formerly closed at night by massive gates. A few of these gates remain, in addition to the Mohammedan quarters, usually called after the trade of the inhabitants or some notable building. There are the Copt or Christian quarter, the Jews' quarter, and the Old Frank quarter. The last is the Musky district, where since the days of Saladin Frank merchants have been permitted to live and trade. Some of the principal European shops are still to be found in this street. The Copt and Jewish quarters lie north of the Musky. The Coptic cathedral, dedicated to St. Mark, is a modern building. In the basilica style, the oldest Coptic church in Cairo is probably the Kenistal Adra, or Church of the Virgin, which is stated to preserve the original type of Coptic basilica. The Coptic churches in the city are not, however, of so much interest as those in Old Cairo. See below. In the Copt quarter are also Armenian, Syrian, Maronite, Greek, and Roman Catholic churches in the Copt and Jewish quarters. The streets, as in the Arab quarters, are winding and narrow in them. The projecting upper stories of the houses nearly meet sebels or public fountains, are numerous. These fountains are generally two-storied, the lower chamber enclosing a well, the upper room being often used for scholastic purposes. Many of the fountains are fine specimens of Arab architecture, while the houses of the poorer classes are mean, and too often dirty. In marked contrast are the houses of the wealthier citizens, built generally in a style of elaborate arabesque, the windows shaded with projecting cornices of graceful woodwork, mushrabia, and ornamented with stained glass. A winding passage leads through the ornamental doorway into the court, in the center of which is a fountain shaded with palm trees. The principal apartment is generally paved with marble in the center. A decorated lantern is suspended over a fountain, while round the sides are richly inlaid cabinets and windows of stained glass, and in a recess is the divan, a low narrow cushioned seat. The basement story is generally built of the soft calcareous stone of the neighboring hills, and the upper story, which contains the harem of painted brick. The shops of the merchants are small and open to the street. The greater part of the trade is done, however, in the bazaars or markets, which are held in large khans or storehouses of 2 stories and of considerable size. Access to them is gained from the narrow lanes, which usually surround them. The khans often possess fine gateways. The principal bazaar, the Khanal Khalil, marks the site of the tombs of the Fatimite caliphs. The citadel and the mosques. Besides the citadel, the principal edifices in the Arab quarters are the mosques and the ancient gates. The citadel, or El Kala, was built by Saladin about 1166, but it has since undergone frequent alteration and now contains a palace erected by Mehmet Ali and a mosque of oriental alabaster based on the model of the mosques at Constantinople, founded by the same pasha on the site of Joseph's Hall, so named after the praenomen of Saladin. The dome and the 2 slender minarets of this mosque form one of the most picturesque features of Cairo, and are visible from a great distance. In the center is a well called Joseph's Well, sunk in the solid rock to the level of the Nile. There are 4 other mosques within the citadel, walls the chief being that of Ibn Khalon, built in a Roman 500 by Sultan Nasir ibn Khalon. The dome has fallen in after having been used as a prison and later as a military storehouse. It has been cleared, and its fine colonnades are again visible. The upper parts of the minarets are covered with green tiles. They are furnished with bulbous cupolas. The most magnificent of the city mosques is that of Sultan Hassan standing in the immediate vicinity of the citadel. It dates from a Roman 500 and is celebrated for the grandeur of its porch and cornice and the delicate stalactite vaulting which adorns them. The restoration of parts of the mosque, which had fallen into decay, was begun in 1904. Besides it, there is the Mosque of Chalun Roman 100 Roman 500, exhibiting very ancient specimens of the pointed arch, the Mosque of Sultan el-Hakim a Roman 500, the Mosque el-Azhar the Splendid, which dates from about a Roman 500 and is the seat of a Mohammedan university, and the Mosque of Sultan Kalon, which is attached to the hospital or madhouse Muristan, begun by Kalon in a Roman 500. The whole forms a large group of buildings now partially in ruins, in a style resembling the contemporaneous medieval work in Europe, with pointed arches in several orders. Besides the mosque proper, there is a second mosque containing the fine mausoleum of Kalon, adjacent to the Muristan on the north, is the tomb mosque of al-Nasir, completed 1303, with a fine portal east of the Khanal Khalil, is the Mosque of el-Hassanin, which is invested with peculiar sanctity, as containing relics of Hussein and Hassan, grandsons of the Prophet. This mosque was rebuilt in the 19th century, and is of no architectural importance in all Cairo, contains over 260 mosques, and nearly as many zawiyas or chapels of the gates. The finest are the Bab Nasser in the north wall of the city, and the Bab Zuwela, the only surviving part of the southern fortifications. Tombs of the caliphs and Mamelukes beyond the eastern wall of the city are the splendid mausolea, erroneously known to Europeans as the tombs of the caliphs. They really are tombs of the Circassian or Burji, Mamelukes, a race extinguished by Mehemet Ali. Their lofty gilt domes and fanciful network or arabesque tracery are partly in ruins, and the mosques attached to them are also partly ruined. The chief tomb mosques are those of Sultan Barkuk, with 2 domes and 2 minarets completed ad 1410, and that of Kite Bey Roman 100, with a slender minaret 135 ft high. This mosque was carefully restored in 1898 south of the citadel, is another group of tomb mosques, known as the Tombs of the Mamelukes. They are architecturally of less interest than those of the caliphs. Southwest of the Mameluke tombs is the much venerated tomb mosque of the Imam Shafi, or Shafi founder, of one of the 4 orthodox sects of Islam. Near the Imam's mosque is a family burial place built by Mehemet Ali. Map of Cairo. Old Cairo, the fortress of Babylon, and the Nilometer about a mile south of the city, is Masral Attica, called by Europeans Old Cairo. Between Old Cairo and the newer city are large mounds of debris marking the site of Fostet Sea. Below history, Roman 5p. The road to Old Cairo by the river leads past the monastery of the Howling Dervishes and the head of the aqueduct, which formerly supplied the citadel with water. Farther to the east is the Mosque of Amr, a much-altered building dating from a Roman 500, and containing the tomb of the Arab conqueror of Egypt. Most important of the quarters of Masral Attica is that of Kasresh Shama Castle of the Candle, built within the outer walls of the Roman fortress of Babylon. Several towers of this fortress remain, and in the south wall is a massive gateway uncovered in 1901 in the quarter. Are 5 Coptic churches, a Greek convent, and 2 churches, and a synagogue. The principal Coptic church is that of Abu Serga St. Sergius. The crypt dates from about the 6th century, and is dedicated to Sit Miriam the Lady Mary, from a tradition that, in the flight into Egypt, the Virgin and Child rested at this spot. The upper church is basilican, in form, the nave being as customary in Coptic churches, divided into 3 sections by wooden screens, which are adorned by carvings in ivory and wood. The wall above the high altar is faced with beautiful mosaics of marbles, blue glass, and mother of pearl of the other churches in Kasresh Shama. The most noteworthy is that of Eladra the Virgin, also called El Molaka, or the suspended being, built in one of the towers of the Roman gateway. It contains fine wooden and ivory screens. The pulpit is supported on 15 columns which rest on a slab of white marble. The Patriarch of the Copts was formerly consecrated in this church. The other buildings in Old Cairo, or among the mounds of rubbish which adjoin it, include several fort-like dairs or convents. One south of the Kasresh Shama is called Deir Babylon, thus preserving the name of the ancient fortress. In the Deir Abu Sefin, to the north of Babylon, is a Coptic church of the 10th century, possessing magnificent carved screens, a pulpit with fine mosaics, and a semicircle of marble steps. Opposite Old Cairo lies the island of Rhoda, where, according to Arab tradition, Pharaoh's daughter found Moses in the bulrushes. 2 bridges opened in 1908 connect Old Cairo with Rhoda, and a third bridge joins Rhoda to Giza on the west bank of the river. Rhoda Island contains a mosque built by Kite Bey, and at its southern extremity is the Nilometer by which the Cairenes have for over 1,000 years measured the rise of the river. It is a square well with an octagonal pillar marked in cubits in the center. Northern and western suburbs 2 miles NE of Cairo, and on the edge of the desert is the suburb of Abbasia, named after the viceroy Abbas connected with the city by a continuous line of houses. Abbasia is now largely a military colony, the cavalry barracks being the old palace of Abbas Pasha in these. Barracks Arabi Pasha surrendered to the British on the 14th of September 1882, the day after the Battle of Tel el-Kebir Materia, a village 3 Roman 1,000 farther to the NE, is the site of the defeat of the Mamelukes by the Turks in 1517, and of the defeat of the Turks by the French under General Kleber in 1800 at Materia was a sycamore tree, the successor of a tree which decayed in 1665, venerated as being that beneath which the Holy Family rested on their flight into Egypt. This tree was blown down in July 1906, and its place taken by a cutting made from the tree some years previously less than a mile. Any of Materia are the scanty remains of the ancient city of On or Heliopolis. The chief monument is an obelisk about 66 ft high erected by Usertesen Roman, one of the Zayith dynasty. A residential suburb named Heliopolis, containing many fine buildings, was laid out between Materia and Abbasia during 190,510. On the west bank of the Nile, opposite the southern end of Rhoda Island, is the small town of Giza or Gizeh, a fortified place of considerable importance in the times of the Mamelukes. In the viceregal palace, here the Museum of Egyptian Antiquities was housed for several years. 18,891,902. The grounds of this palace have been converted into zoological gardens, a broad tree-bordered macadamized road, along which run electric trams, leads SSW across the plain to the pyramids of Giza 5 Roman 1,000 distant, built on the edge of the desert. Helwan 14 miles east of Cairo, and connected with it by railway, is the town of Helwan built in the desert 3 Roman 1,000 E of the Nile, and much frequented by invalids on account of its sulfur baths, which are owned by the Egyptian government. A Khedivial Astronomical Observatory was built here in 19,031,904, to take the place of that at Abbasia, that site being no longer suitable, in consequence of the northward extension of the city. The ruins of Memphis are on the e-bank of the Nile opposite Helwan. The inhabitants are of many diverse races, the various nationalities being frequently distinguishable by differences in dress, as well as in physiognomy and color, in the oriental quarters of the city. The curious shops, the markets of different trades, the shops of each trade being generally congregated in one street or district, the easy merchant sitting before his shop, the musical and quaint street-grease of the picturesque vendors of fruit sherbet water Roman 100, with the ever-changing and mani-colored throng of passengers, all render the streets a delightful study for the lover of Arab life, nowhere else to be seen in such perfection, or with so fine a background of magnificent buildings. The Cairenes or native citizens differ from the Fellahin in having a much larger mixture of Arab blood, and are at once keener-witted and more conservative than the peasantry. The Arabic spoken by the middle and higher classes is generally inferior in grammatical correctness and pronunciation to that of the Bedouins of Arabia, but is purer than that of Syria, or the dialect spoken by the Western Arabs besides the Cairenes proper, who are largely engaged in trade or handicrafts. The inhabitants include Arabs, numbers of Nubians, and Negroes, mostly laborers or domestics in nominal slavery, and many Levantins, there being considerable colonies of Syrians and Armenians. The higher classes of native society are largely of Turkish or semi-Turkish descent. Of other races, the most numerous are Greeks, Italians, British, French, and Jews. Bedouins from the desert frequent the bazaars. At the beginning of the 19th century, the population was estimated at about 200,000, made up of 120,000 Moslems, 60,000 Copts, 4,000 Jews, and 16,000 Greeks, Armenians, and Franks. In 1882, the population had risen to 374,000, in 1897 to 570,062, and in 1907, including Helwan and Materia, the total population was 654,476, of whom 46,507 were Europeans. Climate and health. In consequence of its insanitary condition, Cairo used to have a heavy death rate since the British occupation in 1882. Much has been done to better this state of things, notably by a good water supply. And a proper system of drainage, the death rate of the native population, is about 35 per 1,000. The climate of the city is generally healthy, with a mean temperature of about 68 F, though rain seldom falls. Exhalations from the river, especially when the flood has begun to subside, render the districts near the Nile damp during September, October, and November. And in winter, early morning fogs are not uncommon. The prevalent north wind and the rise of the water tend to keep the air cool in summer. Commerce. The commerce of Cairo, of considerable extent and variety, consists mainly in the transit of goods, gum, ivory hides, and ostrich feathers, from the Sudan cotton and sugar, from Upper Egypt indigo and shawls, from India and Persia sheep and tobacco, from Asiatic, Turkey, and European manufactures, such as machinery, hardware, cutlery, glass, and cotton, and woolen goods, are the more important articles. The traffic in slaves ceased in 1877 in Bulak, are several factories founded by Mehemet Ali for spinning, weaving, and printing cotton, and a paper mill established by the Khedive Ismail in 1870. Various kinds of paper are manufactured, and especially of fine quality for use in the government offices in the island of Rhoda. There is a sugar refinery of considerable extent founded in 1859 and principally managed by Englishmen. Silk goods, saltpeter, gunpowder, leather, Roman 100 are also manufactured. An octroi duty of 9 ad valorem, formerly levied on all foodstuffs entering the city, was abolished in 1903. It used to produce about 150,000 per annum. Mohammedan architecture. Architecturally considered, Cairo is still the most remarkable and characteristic of Arab cities. The edifices raised by the Moorish kings of Spain and the Moslem Roman five rulers of India may have been more splendid in their materials and more elaborate in their details. The houses of the great men of Damascus may be more costly than were those of the Mameluke beys, but for purity of taste and elegance of design, both are far excelled by many of the mosques and houses of Cairo. These mosques have suffered much in the beauty of their appearance from the effects of time and neglect, but their color has been often thus softened, and their outlines rendered the more picturesque. What is most to be admired in their style of architecture is its extraordinary freedom from restraint, shown in the wonderful variety of its forms, and the skill in design which has made the most intricate details to harmonize with grand outlines. Here the student may best learn the history of Arab art, like its contemporary Gothic. It has three great periods: those of growth, maturity, and decline. Of the first, the Mosque of Ahmed ibn Chalun in the southern part of Cairo, and the three great gates of the city, the Babin Nasser, Babel Fuda, and Bab Zuwela, are splendid examples. The design of these entrance gateways is extremely simple and massive, depending for their effect on the fine ashlar masonry in which they are built, the decoration being more or less confined to ornamental discs. The Mosque of Chalun was built entirely in brick, and is the earliest instance of the employment of the pointed arch. In Egypt, the curve of the arch turns in slightly below the springing, giving a horseshoe shape. Built in brick, it was found necessary to give a more monumental appearance to the walls by a casing of stucco, which remains in fair preservation to the present day. This led to the enrichment of the archivolts and imposts with that peculiar type of conventional foliage which characterizes Mohammedan work, and which in this case was carried out by Coptic craftsmen. The attached angle shafts of piers are found here for the first time, and their capitals are enriched, as also the frieze surmounting the walls with other conventional patterns. The second period passes from the highest point to which this art attained to a luxuriance promising decay. The Mosque of Sultan Hassan below the citadel, those of Mugyad and Kalon, with the Barkukia, and the Mosque of Barkuk in the cemetery of Kite Bay, are instances of the second and more matured style of the period. The simple plain ashlar masonry still predominates, but the wall surface is broken up with sunk panels, sometimes with geometrical patterns in them. The principal characteristics of this second period are the magnificent portals rising sometimes, as in the Mosque of Sultan Hassan, to 80 or 90 ft, with elaborate stalactite vaulting at the top, and the deep stalactite cornices which crown the summit of the building. The decoration of the interior consists of the casing of the walls with marble with enriched borders, and about 20 ft above the ground, friezes 3 to 5 ft in height, in which the precepts of the Quran are carved in relief, with a background of conventional foliage of the last style of this period. The Guria and the Mosque of Kite Bay in his cemetery are beautiful specimens. They show an elongation of forms and an excess of decoration, in which the florid qualities predominate of the age of decline. The finest monument is the Mosque of Muhammad Bey. Abu Dahab. The forms are now poor though not lacking in grandeur, and the details are not as well adjusted as before with a want of mastery of the most suitable decoration. The usual plan of a congregational mosque is a large square open court, surrounded by arcades of which the chief often several bays deep, and known as the Manksura or prayer chamber faces Mecca eastward, and has inside its outer wall a decorated niche to mark the direction of prayer. In the center of the court is a fountain for ablutions often surmounted by a dome, and in the prayer chamber a pulpit and a desk for readers. When a mosque is also the founder's tomb, it has a richly ornamented sepulchral chamber, always covered by a dome. See further mosque, which contains plans of the mosques of Amr and Sultan Hassan, and of the tomb mosque of Kite Bey. After centuries of neglect, efforts are now made to preserve the monuments of Arabic art, a commission with that object having been appointed in 1881. To this commission, the government makes an annual grant of 4,000. The careful and systematic work accomplished by this commission has preserved much of interest and beauty, which would otherwise have gone utterly to ruin. Arrangements were made in 1902 for the systematic repair and preservation of Coptic monuments. Museums and library. The Museum of Egyptian Antiquities was founded at Bulak in 1863, being then housed in a mosque by the French savant Auguste Mariette in 1889. The collection was transferred to the Giza Gezir Palace, and in 1902 was removed to its present quarters. Erected at a cost of over 250,000, a statue of Mariette was unveiled in 1904. The museum is entirely devoted to antiquities of pharaonic times, and except in historical papyri, in which it is excelled by the British Museum, is the most valuable collection of such antiquities in existence. The Arab Museum and Khedivial Library are housed in a building erected for the purpose at a cost of 66,000 and opened in 1903. In the museum are preserved treasures of Saracenic art, including many objects removed from the mosques for their better security. The Khedivial Library contains some 64,000 volumes, over two-thirds being books and MSS in Arabic, Persian, Turkish, Amharic, and Syriac. The Arabic section includes a unique collection of 2677 Qurans. The Persian section is rich in illuminated MSS. The numismatic collection, as regards the period of the caliphs and later dynasties, is one of the richest in the world. History before the Arab conquest of Egypt. The site of Cairo appears to have been open country Memphis, with some 12 Roman 1,000 higher up on the opposite side of the Nile, and Heliopolis was 5 or 6 Roman 1,000 distant on the Ne. The most ancient known settlement in the immediate neighborhood of the present city was the town called Babylon. From its situation, it may have been a north suburb of Memphis, which was still inhabited in the 7th century. A Roman 500 Babylon is said by Strabo to have been founded by emigrants from the ancient city of the same name in 525 B Roman 100 Roman 1 At the time of the Persian conquest of Egypt here, the Romans built a fortress and made it the headquarters of one of the 3 legions which garrisoned the country. The Church of Babylon, mentioned in 1 Peter Roman 5, has been thought by some writers to refer to this town. An improbable supposition. Amr, the conqueror of Egypt for the Caliph Omar, after taking the town, besieged the fortress for the greater part of a year, the garrison surrendering in April A Roman 500. The town of Babylon disappeared, but the strong walls of the fortress in part remain, and the name survived. Babylon of Egypt or Babylon, simply being frequently used in medieval writings as synonymous with Cairo, or as denoting the successive Mohammedan dynasties of Egypt. Cairo itself is the 4th Moslem capital of Egypt. The site of one of those that had preceded it is for the most part included within its walls, while the other 2 were a little to the south. Amr founded El Fostat, the oldest of these close to the fortress, which he had besieged. Fostat signifies the tent, the town being built where Amr had pitched his tent. The new town speedily became a place of importance, and was the residence of the naibs or lieutenants appointed by the Orthodox and Umayyad caliphs. It received the name of Masr, properly Misr, which was also applied by the Arabs to Memphis and to Cairo, and is today with the Roman town, which preceded it, represented by Masr al-Attica, or Old Cairo. Shortly after the overthrow of the Umayyad dynasty and the establishment of the Abbasids, the city of El Ascar was founded A Roman 500 by Suleiman, the general, who subjugated the country, and became the capital, and the residence of the successive lieutenants of the Abbasid caliphs. El Ascar was a small town of, and adjacent to El Fostat, of which it was a kind of suburb. Its site is now entirely desolate, The third capital, El-Kadi, was founded about a Roman 500 by Ahmed ibn Chalun. As his capital, it continued the royal residence of his successors, but was sacked not long after the fall of the dynasty, and rapidly decayed. A part of the present Cairo occupies its site and contains its great mosque, that of Ahmed ibn Chalun. Johar Gohar el-Qaid, the conqueror of Egypt for the Fatimite Caliph, El-Moise founded a new capital, a Roman 500, which Roman 5 Piwas named El-Kahira, that is the victorious, a name corrupted into Cairo. The new city, like that founded by Amr, was originally the camp of the conqueror. This town occupied about a fourth part the northeastern of the present metropolis. By degrees, it became greater than El-Fastet, and took from it the name of Misr or Masr, which is applied to it by the modern Egyptians. With its rise, Fastet, which had been little affected by the establishment of Asgar and Kadi, declined. It continually increased so as to include the site of El-Kadi to the south. In a Roman 500, Cairo was unsuccessfully attacked by the Crusaders. Shortly afterwards, Saladin built the citadel on the lowest point of the mountains to the east, which immediately overlooked El-Kadi, and he partly walled round the towns and large gardens within the space now called Cairo. Under the prosperous rule of the Mamluk sultans, this great tract was filled with habitations. A large suburb to the north, the Hosinia, was added, and the town of Bulak was founded. After the Turkish conquest, a Roman 500, the metropolis decayed, but its limits were the same. In 1798, the city was captured by the French, who were driven out in 1801 by the Turkish and English forces, the city being handed over to the Turks. Mehmet Ali, originally the Turkish viceroy, by his massacre of the Mamelukes in 1811 in a narrow street leading to the citadel, made himself master of the country, and Cairo again became the capital of a virtually independent kingdom under Mehmet and his successors. All the western part of the city has grown up. The Khedive Ismail, in making the straight road from the citadel to the Azbikia Gardens, destroyed many of the finest houses of the old town. In 1882, Cairo was occupied by the British, and British troops continued to garrison the citadel. Bibliography S. Roman 50 Poole, The Story of Cairo, London 1902, A Historical and Architectural Survey of the Moslem City, E. Reynolds Ball, Cairo, The City of the Caliphs, Boston, USA, 1897, Pris d'Avens L'Art, Arab d'après les Monuments du Caire, Paris, 1847, P. Raves, L. Histoire et la Topographie du Caire d'après Macrazy, Paris, 1887, Yo Lane, Cairo, 50 years ago, London, 1896, presents a picture of the city as it was before the era of European improvements, and gives extracts from the Kidat of Macrazy written in 1417, the chief original authority on the antiquities of Cairo, Murray's and Baedeker's guides, and in Roman 100 Black's Cairo of today, 1905, contain much useful and accurate information about Cairo. For the Fortress of Babylon and its churches, consult A.J. Butler, Ancient Coptic Churches in Egypt, Oxford, 1884. Cairo, a city and the county-seat of Alexander County, Illinois, USA, in the S part of the state, at the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. 365 Roman 1000 S of Chicago Pop, 1890 10,324, 1900 12,566, of whom 5,000 were Negroes. 1910 census, 14,548. Cairo is served by the Illinois Central, the Mobile, Ohio, the Cleveland, Cincinnati, Chicago, St. Louis, the St. Louis Iron Mountain Southern, and the St. Louis Southwestern Railways, and by river steamboat lines. The city, said to be the Eden of Charles Dickens Martin Chuzzlewit, is built on a tongue of land between the rivers, and has suffered many times from inundations, notably in 1858. It is now protected by great levees. A fine railway bridge, 1888, spans the Ohio. The city has a large government building, a U.S. Marine Hospital, 1884, and the Ob Safford Memorial Library, 1882, and is the seat of St. Joseph's Loretto Academy, Roman Catholic, 1864. In one of the squares there is a bronze statue, the Hewer by G.G. Barnard. In the end part of the city is St. Mary's Park, 30 acres, at Mound City Pop, in 1910 28 37 5 Roman 1000 N of Cairo. There is a National Cemetery. Lumber and flour are Cairo's principal manufactured products, and the city is an important hardwood and cottonwood market. The Singer Manufacturing Co. has veneer mills here, and there are large box factories. In 1905, the value of the city's factory products was 4,380,1,465, an increase of 40 since 1900. Cairo is a shipping point for the surrounding agricultural country. The city owes its origin to a series of commercial experiments. In 1818, a charter was secured from the legislature of the territory of Illinois, incorporating the city and Bank of Cairo. The charter was soon forfeited, and the land secured by it reverted to the government in 1835, a new charter was granted to a second company, and in 1837, the Cairo City Canal Co. was formed by 1842. However, the place was practically abandoned. A successful settlement was made in 18,511,854 under the auspices of the New York Trust. The Illinois Central Railway was opened in 1856, and Cairo was chartered as a city in 1857. During the Civil War, Cairo was an important strategic point and was a military center and depot of supplies of considerable importance for the Federal armies in the West. In 1862, Admiral Andrew H. Foote established at Mound City a naval depot which was the basis of his operations on the Mississippi. Caroli Benedetto, 18,251,889, Italian statesman, was born at Pavia on the 28th of January, 1825. From 1848 until the completion of Italian unity in 1870, his whole activity was devoted to the Risorgimento as Garibaldian officer, political refugee, anti-Austrian conspirator, and deputy to Parliament. He commanded a volunteer company under Garibaldi in 1859 and 1860, being wounded slightly at Calatafimi and severely at Palermo in the latter year in 1866. With the rank of colonel, he assisted Garibaldi in Tyrol in 1867, fought at Mentana, and in 1870 conducted the negotiations with Bismarck, during which the German chancellor is alleged to have promised Italy possession of Rome and of her natural frontiers if the Democratic Party could prevent an alliance between Victor Emmanuel and Napoleon. The prestige personally acquired by Benedetto Caroli was augmented by that of his four brothers who fell during the wars of Risorgimento, and by the heroic conduct of their mother. His refusal of all compensation or distinction further endeared him to the Italian people. When in 1876 the left came into power, Caroli, then a deputy of 16 years standing, became parliamentary leader of his party, and after the fall of Depretis, Nicotra and Crispi formed his first cabinet in March 1878 with a Francophile and irredentist policy. After his marriage with the Countess Elena Sizzo of Trent, he permitted the irredentist agitation to carry the country to the verge of a war with Austria. General irritation was caused by his and Count Cordi's policy of clean hands at the Berlin Congress, where Italy obtained nothing, while Austria-Hungary secured a European mandate to occupy Bosnia and the Herzegovina. A few months later, the attempt of Passanante to assassinate King Humbert at Naples, 12th of December 1878, caused his downfall in spite of the courage displayed, and the severe wound received by him in protecting the king's person on that occasion. On the 3rd of July, 1879, Caroli returned to power, and in the following November formed with Depretis a coalition ministry, in which he retained the premiership and the Foreign Office. Confidence in French assurances and belief that Great Britain would never permit the extension of French influence in North Africa prevented him from foreseeing the French occupation of Tunis, 11th of May 1881. In view of popular indignation, he resigned in order to avoid making inopportune declarations to the chamber. Thenceforward, he practically disappeared from political life. In 1887, he received the knighthood of the Annunziata, the highest Italian decoration, and on the 8th of August 1889 died, while a guest of King Humbert in the royal palace of Capodimonte near Naples. Caroli was one of the most conspicuous representatives of that type of Italian public men who, having conspired and fought for a generation in the cause of national unity, were, despite their valor, little fitted for the responsible parliamentary and official positions they subsequently attained, and who, by their ignorance of foreign affairs and of internal administration, unwittingly impeded the political development of their country. Caisson from the FR case, the variant form cassoon being adapted from the idle casson, a chest, or case, when employed as a military term. It denotes an ammunition wagon or chest in architecture. It is the term used for a sunk panel or coffer in a ceiling, or in the soffit of an arch or a vault. In civil engineering, however, the word has attained a far wider signification, and has been adopted in connection with a considerable variety of hydraulic works. A caisson, in this sense, implies a case or enclosure of wood or iron, generally employed for keeping out water during the execution of foundations, and other works in water-bearing strata at the side of or under rivers, and also Roman 5-pin the sea. There are two distinct forms of this type of caisson. 1. A caisson open at the top, whose sides, when it is sunk in position, emerge above the water level, and which is either provided with a watertight bottom or is carried down by being weighted at the top. and having a cutting edge round the bottom into a watertight stratum, aided frequently by excavation. Inside, too, a bottomless caisson serving as a sort of diving bell, in which men can work when compressed air is introduced to keep out the water in proportion to the depth below the water level, which is gradually carried down to an adequately firm foundation by excavating at the bottom of the caisson and building up a quay-wall or pier out of water on the top of its roof. As it descends, an example of a caisson with a watertight bottom is furnished by the quays erected alongside the Seine at Rouen, where open timber caissons were sunk onto bearing piles down to a depth of 934 ft. Below low water, the brick and concrete lower portions of the quay wall being built inside them out of water. Sea dock. At Bilbao, Zeebrugge, and Scheveningen harbors, large open metal caissons built inland, ballasted with concrete, floated out into position, and then sunk and filled with concrete, have been employed for forming very large foundation blocks. For the breakwater, sea breakwater open iron caissons are frequently employed for enclosing the site of river piers for bridges, where a watertight stratum can be reached at a moderate depth, into which the caisson can be taken down so that the water can be pumped out of the enclosure, and the foundations laid, and the pier carried up in the open air. Thus the two large river piers carrying the high towers, bascules, and machinery of the Tower Bridge London were each founded and built within a group of 12 platiron caissons, open at the top, whilst 4 of the piers, on which the cantilevers of the fourth bridge rest, were each erected within an open platiron caisson fitted at the bottom to the sloping rock, where ordinary cofferdams could not have been adopted. Where foundations have to be carried down to a considerable depth in water-bearing strata, or through the alluvial bed of a river, to reach a hard stratum, bottomless caissons, sunk by excavating under compressed air, are employed. The caisson at the bottom, forming the working chamber, is usually provided with a strong roof round the top of which, when the caisson is floated into a river, platiron sides are erected forming an upper open caisson, inside which the pier or quay wall is built up out of water on the top of the roof. As the sinking proceeds, shafts through the roof up to the open air provide access for men and materials to the working chamber through an airlock consisting of a small chamber with an airtight door at each end, enabling locking into and out of the compressed air portion, to be readily effected on the same principle as a waterlock on a canal. When a sufficiently reliable stratum has been reached, the men leave the working chamber, and it is filled with concrete through the shafts, the bottomless caisson remaining embedded in the work. The foundations for the 2 river piers of the Brooklyn Suspension Bridge carried down to the solid rock 78 and 45 ft, respectively, below high water, by means of bottomless timber caissons, with compressed air, were an early instance of this method of carrying out subaqueous foundations, whilst the Antwerp quay walls commenced many years ago in the river Scheldt at some distance out from the right bank, and the foundations of 6 of the piers, supporting the cantilevers of the fourth bridge, carried down to rock between 64 and 89 ft below high water, are notable examples of works founded under water within wrought iron bottomless caissons by the aid of compressed air. The foundations of the 2 piers of the Eiffel Tower adjoining the Seine were carried down through soft water-bearing strata to a depth of 33 ft by means of wrought iron bottomless caissons, sunk by the help of compressed air, and the deep foundations under the sills of the new large Florida lock at Havre Sea Dock were laid underneath the water-logged alluvial strata close to the Seine estuary. By similar means, workmen, after emerging from such caissons, sometimes exhibit symptoms of illness, which is known as caisson disease. Roman 5. As in the above system, significantly termed by French engineers par caisson, perdu, the materials of the bottomless caisson have to be left in the work. A more economical system has been adapted for carrying out similar foundations at moderate depths, by using movable caissons, which, after the lowest portions of the foundations have been laid, are raised by screwjacks for constructing the next portions. In this way, instead of building the pier or wall on the roof of the caisson, the work is carried out under water in successive stages, by raising the bottomless caisson as the work proceeds. And by this arrangement, the caisson, having completed the subaqueous portion of the structure, is available for work elsewhere. This movable system has been used with advantage for the foundations for some piers of river bridges, some breakwater foundations, and at the Florida Lock Havre for founding portions of the side walls. Closed iron caissons, termed ship caissons, and sliding or rolling caissons are generally employed for closing graving docks, especially the former so called from their resemblance in shape to a vessel on account of their simplicity, being readily floated into and out of position, while sliding caissons are sometimes used instead of lock gates at docks, but require a chamber at the side to receive them. When drawn back, they possess the advantage particularly for naval dockyards, where heavy weights are transported of providing, in addition, a strong movable bridge, thereby dispensing with a swing bridge across the opening. The term caisson is sometimes applied to flat airtight constructions, used for raising vessels out of water for cleaning or repairs by being sunk under them, and then floated, but these floating caissons are more commonly known as pontoons, or when air chambers are added at the sides as floating dry docks. Roman 50F Roman 5H. Caisson disease, in order to exclude the water, the air pressure within a caisson, used for subaqueous works, must be kept in excess of the pressure, due to the superincumbent water, that is, it must be increased by 1 atmosphere, or 15 lb per sq in, for every 3312 ft that the caisson is submerged below the surface, hence, at a depth of 100 ft, a worker in a caisson, or a diver in a diving dress, must be subjected to a pressure of 4 atmospheres or 60 lb per sq in exposure to such pressures, is apt to be followed by disagreeable and even dangerous physiological effects, which are commonly referred to as caisson disease or compressed air illness. The symptoms are of a very varied character, including pains in the muscles and joints, the bends, deafness, embarrassed breathing, vomiting, paralysis, diver's palsy, fainting, and sometimes even sudden death at the St. Louis Bridge, where a pressure was employed equal to 414 atmospheres. Out of 600 workmen, 119 were affected, and 14 died at one time. The symptoms were attributed to congestion produced by the mechanical effects of the pressure on the internal organs of the body. But this explanation is seen to be untenable when it is remembered that the pressure is immediately transmitted by the fluids of the body, equally to all parts. They do not appear during the time that the pressure is being raised, nor so long as it is continued, but only after it has been removed, and the view now generally accepted is that they are due to the rapid effervescence of the gases, which are absorbed in the body fluids during exposure to pressure. Experiment has proved that in animals exposed to compressed air, nitrogen is dissolved in the fluids in accordance with Dalton's law to the extent of roughly 1 for each atmosphere of pressure, and also that when the pressure is suddenly relieved, the gas is liberated in bubbles within the body. It is these bubbles that do the mischief. Set free in the spinal cord, for instance, they may give rise to partial paralysis in the labyrinth of the ear, to auditory vertigo, or in the heart to stoppage of the circulation. On the other hand, they may be liberated in positions where they do no harm. But if the pressure is relieved gradually, they are not formed because the gas comes out of solution slowly and is got rid of by the heart and lungs. Paul Burt exposed 24 dogs to pressure of 7912 atmospheres and decompressed them rapidly. In 14 minutes, the result was that 21 died, while only one showed no symptoms in one of his cases, in which the apparatus burst while at a pressure of 912 atmospheres. Death was instantaneous, and the body was enormously distended, with the right heart full of gas. Roman 5p. But he also found that dogs, exposed for moderate periods to similar pressures, suffered no ill effects provided that the pressure was relieved gradually in 11-12 hours, and his results have been confirmed by subsequent investigators to prevent caisson disease. Therefore, the decompression should be slow. Leonard Hill suggests it should be at a rate of not less than 20 minutes for each atmosphere of pressure. Good ventilation of the caisson is also of great importance, though experiment does not entirely confirm the view that the presence of carbonic acid to an amount exceeding 1 or 114 parts per thousand exercises a specific influence on the production of compressed air. Illness and long shifts should be avoided, because by fatigue the circulatory and respiratory organs are rendered less able to eliminate the absorbed gas. Another reason against long shifts, especially at high pressures, is that a high partial pressure of oxygen acts as a general protoplasmic poison. This circumstance also sets a limit to the pressures that can possibly be used in caissons, and therefore to the depths at which they can be worked, though there is reason to think that the maximum pressure, 434 atmospheres, so far used in caisson work, might be considerably exceeded with safety, provided that proper precautions were observed in regard to slow decompression, the physique of the workmen, and the hours of labor. As to the remedy for the symptoms after they have appeared, satisfactory results have been obtained by replacing the sufferers in a compressed air chamber. Recompression, when the gas is again dissolved by the body fluids, and then slowly decompressing them. See Paul Bert Lapression Barometrique, 1878, and Leonard Hill Recent Advances in Physiology and Biochemistry, 1906. Both these works contain bibliographies, also a lecture by Leonard Hill, delivered at the Royal Institution of Great Britain. On the 25th of May 1906, Diving and Caisson Disease, a summary of recent investigations, by Surgeon Howard Mummery, British Medical Journal, June 27, 1908 Diseases of Occupation, by T. Oliver, 1908 Diseases of Workmen, by T. Lewson, and R. Hyde, 1908. Caithness, a county occupying the extreme northeast of Scotland, bounded W and S by Sutherlandshire, E by the North Sea, and N by the Pentland Firth. Its area is 446,017 acres, or nearly 697 sq Roman 1,000. The surface generally is flat and tame, consisting for the most part of barren moors, almost destitute of trees. It presents a gradual slope from the north and east up to the heights in the south and west, where the chief mountains are Morven 2313 ft, Scarabin 2054 ft, and Maiden Pap 1587 ft. The principal rivers are the Thurso Thors River, which rising in Seanock Crom Ewelt 1199 ft, near the Sutherlandshire border, pursues a winding course, till it reaches the sea in Thurso Bay. The Force, which emerging from Loch Shurry, follows a generally northward direction, and enters the sea at Crosskirk, a fine cascade about a mile from its mouth, giving the river its name for Scandinavian waterfall. In English, the form is Force and Wick Water, which, draining Loch Watton, flows into the sea at Wick. There are many other smaller streams well stocked with fish. Indeed, the county offers fine sport for rod and gun. The lochs are numerous, the largest being Loch Watton, 234 Roman 1000 by 34 Roman 1000, and Loch Calder 214 by 1 Roman 1000, and Lochs Column, Hempriggs, Highland, Ruard, Scarmclate, St. John's, Toftingale, and Wester. So much of the land is lowlying and boggy that there are no glens, except in the mountainous southwest. Although towards the center of the county are Strathmore and Strathbeg, the great and little valleys, most of the coastline, is precipitous and inhospitable, particularly at the headlands of the Ord Nos Skirsa Duncan's Bay, St. John's Point, Dunnet Head 346 ft, the most northerly point of Scotland. Holborn and Brim's Ness, from Berriedale at frequent intervals, round the coast, occur superb stacks or detached pillars of red sandstone, which add much to the grandeur of the cliff scenery. Caithness is separated from the Orkneys by the Pentland Firth, a strait about 14 miles long, and from 6 to 8 miles broad, owing to the rush of the tide. Navigation is difficult, and in rough weather dangerous. The tidal wave races at a speed which varies from 6 to 12 Roman 1000 an hour. At the meeting of the western and eastern currents, the waves at times rise into the air like a waterspout, but the current does not always nor everywhere flow at a uniform rate, being broken up at places into eddies as perilous as itself. The breakers caused by the sunken reefs off Duncan's Bay Head create the bores of Duncan's Bay, and eddies off St. John's Point are the origin of the merry men of May, while off the island of Stroma occurs the whirlpool of the Swalchie, and off the Orcadian Swanna is the vortex of the wells of Swanna. Nevertheless, as the most direct road from Scandinavian ports to the Atlantic, the Firth is used by at least 5,000 vessels every year. In the eastern entrance to the Firth lies the group of islands known as the Pentland Skerries. They are 4 in number: Muckle Skerry, Little Skerry, Claddack Skerry, and Lowther Skerry, and the nearest is 412 Roman 1000 from the mainland on Muckle Skerry. The largest, 12 Roman 1000 by 13 Roman 1000, stands a lighthouse with twin towers, 100 ft, apart. The island of Stroma, 112 Roman 1000, from the mainland. Pop 375, belongs to Caithness and is situated in the parish of Canis Bay. It is 214 Roman 1000 long by 114 Roman 1000 broad. In 1862, a remarkable tide climbed the cliffs 200 ft and swept across the island. Geology: along the western margin of the county, from Ree on the north coast to the Scarabin Hills, there is a narrow belt of country, which is occupied by metamorphic rocks of the types found in the east of Sutherland. They consist chiefly of granulitic quartzose schists and felspathic gneisses, permeated in places by strings and veins of pegmatite. On the Scarabin Hills, there is a prominent development of quartz schists, the age of which is still uncertain. These rocks are traversed by a mass of granite, sometimes foliated, trending north and south, which is traceable from Ree southwards by Altnabreek Station to Kinbrace and Strath Helmsdale. In Sutherland, excellent sections of this rock showing segregation veins are exposed in the railway cuttings between Altnabreek and for Sinard a rock of special interest. Described by Professor Judd occurs on Inchverisdale Moor near Loch Sy, and hence named Sciolite, it forms a small isolated boss. Its relations to the surrounding rocks not being apparent under the microscope, the rock consists of biotite hornblende serpentinous pseudomorphs. After olivine and possibly after enstatite and magnetite, and may be described as a mica-hornblende the remainder of the county is occupied by strata of old red sandstone, age the greater portion being grouped with the middle or Orcadian division of that system, and a small area on the promontory of Dunnet Head being provisionally placed in the upper division by means of the fossil fishes Dr. Trackware, has arranged the Caithness flagstone series in three groups: the Achanara's beds at the base, the Thurso flagstones in the middle, and the John O. Groats beds at the top in the extreme south of the county. Certain minor subdivisions appear which probably underlie the lowest fossiliferous beds containing the Achanara's fauna. These comprise 1. The coarse basement conglomerate, 2. Dull chocolatated sandstones, shales and clays around Breamore in the Barradale water, 3. The brecciated conglomerate, largely composed of granite detritus seen at Badbia, 4. Red sandstones shales, and conglomeratic bands found in the Barradale water, and further northwards in the direction of Strathmore. Morven, the highest hill in Caithness, is formed of gently inclined sandstones and conglomerates, resting on an eroded platform of quartz schists and quartz micagranulites. The flagstones, yielding the fishes of the lowest division of the Orcadian series, appear on Achanara's hill about 3 miles south of Halkirk. The members of the overlying Thurso group have a wide distribution as they extend along the shore on either side of Thurso, and spread across the county by Castletown and Halkirk to Sinclair's Bay and Wick. They are thrown into folds, which are traversed by faults, some of which run in a north and south direction. They consist of dark gray and cream-colored flagstones, sometimes thick-bedded with gray and blue shales, and thin limestones, and occasional intercalations of sandstone in the northwest of the county. The members of the Thurso group appear to overlap the Achanara's beds, and to rest directly on the platform of crystalline schists in the extreme northeast. There is a passage upwards into the John O. Groats group, Roman 5p with its characteristic fishes, the strata, consisting of sandstones, flagstones with thin impure limestones, the rocks of Dunnet Head, which are provisionally classed with the upper old red sandstone, are composed of red and yellow sandstones, marls, and mudstones. Hitherto, no fossils have been obtained from these beds, save some obscure plant-like markings, but they are evidently a continuation southwards of the sandstones of Hoy, which there rest unconformably on the flagstone series of Orkney. This patch of upper old red strata is faulted against the Caithness flagstones to the south. For many years the flagstones have been extensively quarried for pavement purposes, as for instance near Thurso at Castletown and Achanara's. 2 instances of volcanic necks occur in Caithness, 1. piercing the red sandstones at the Ness of Duncan's Bay, and the other, the sandstones of Dunnet Head north of Bray. They point to volcanic activity subsequent to the deposition of the John O. Groats beds, and of the Dunnet sandstones. The materials filling these vents consist of agglomerate charged with blocks of diabase sandstone, flagstone, and limestone. An interesting feature connected with the geology of Caithness is the deposit of shelly boulder clay, which is distributed over the low ground, being deepest in the valleys, and in the cliffs surrounding the bays on the east coast apart from the shell. Fragments, many of which are striated. The deposit contains blocks foreign to the county, as for instance chalk and chalkflints, fragments of Jurassic rocks, with fossils and pieces of jet. The transport of local boulders shows that the ice must have moved from the southeast towards the northwest, which coincides with the direction indicated by the striae. The Jurassic blocks may have been derived from the strip of rocks of that age on the east coast of Sutherland. The shell fragments, many of which are striated, include Arctic boreal and southern forms, only a small number being characteristic of the littoral zone. Climate and agriculture. The climate is variable, and though the winter storms fall with great severity on the coast, yet owing to proximity to a vast expanse of sea, the cold is not intense, and snow seldom lies many days continuously in winter and spring. The northern shore is subject to frequent and disastrous gales from the N and NW. Only about 2/5 of the arable land is good in spite of this, and the cold, wet, and windy climate. Progressive landlords and tenants keep a considerable part of the acreage of large farms successfully tilled in 1824. James Trail of Rattern. Dunnet, recognizing that it was impossible to expect tenants to reclaim and improve the land on a system of short leases, advocated large holdings on long terms, so that farmers might enjoy a substantial return on their capital and labor. Thanks to this policy, and the farmer's skill and enterprise, the county has acquired a remarkable reputation for its produce, notably oats, and barley, turnips, potatoes, and beans, sheep chiefly Leicester and Cheviotzoff, which the wool is in a special request. In consequence of its fine quality, cattle, horses, and pigs are raised for southern markets. Other industries, the great source of profit to the inhabitants, is to be found in the fisheries of cod, ling, lobster, and herring. The last is the most important, beginning about the end of July and lasting for 6 weeks, the center of operations being at Wick. Besides those more immediately engaged in manning the boats, the fisheries give employment to a large number of coopers, curers, packers, and helpers. The salmon fisheries on the coast and at the mouths of rivers are let at high prices. The Thurso is one of the best salmon streams in the north. The flagstone quarries, mostly situated in the Thurso, Alrig, and Halkirk districts, are another important source of revenue of manufactures. There is little beyond tweeds, ropes, agricultural implements, and whiskey, and the principal imports consist of coal, wood, manure, flour, and lime. The only railway in the county is the Highland Railway, which from a point some 4 miles to the southwest of Altnabreek Station, crosses the Shire in a rough semicircle via Halkirk to Wick with a branch from Georgima's Junction to Thurso. There is also, however, frequent communication by steamer between Wick and Thurso, and the Orkneys and Shetlands, Aberdeen, Leith, and other ports. The deficiency of railway accommodation is partly made good by coach services between different places. Population and government. The population of Caithness in 1891 was 33,177, and in 1901, 33,870, of whom 24 persons spoke Gaelic only, and 2876 Gaelic and English. The chief towns are Wick Pop in 1901 7911 and Thurso 3723. The county returns one member to Parliament. Wick is the only royal burgh, and one of the northern group of parliamentary burghs, which includes Cromarty, Dingwall, Dornoch, Kirkwall, and Tain. Caithness unites with Orkney and Shetland to form a sheriffdom, and there is a resident sheriff substitute at Wick, who sits also at Thurso, and Libster. The county is under school board jurisdiction, and there are academies at Wick and Thurso. The county council subsidizes elementary schools and cookery classes, and provides apparatus for technical classes. History. The early history of Caithness may to some extent be traced in the character of its remains, and its local nomenclature. Picts houses, still fairly numerous Norwegian names, and Danish mounds attest that these peoples displaced each other in turn, and the number and strength of the fortified keeps show that its annals include the usual feuds, assaults, and reprisals, circles of standing stones, as at Stemster Lock and Bower, and the ruins of Roman Catholic chapels and places of pilgrimage in almost every district illustrate the changes which have come over its ecclesiastical condition. The most important remains are those of Buckley Castle, Gurnigo Castle, and the Tower of Case. And on the SE coast, the castles of Clith, Swiney, Forsell, Laverin, Knockin, Berridale, Achastle, and Dunbeath, the last of which is romantically situated on a detached stack of sandstone rock about 6 miles from Thurso, stand the ruins of Brawl Castle, the residence of the ancient bishops of Caithness on the coast of the Pentland Firth, 112 miles west of Dunskins Bay Head, is the site of John O'Groat's house. C.S. Lang, Prehistoric Remains of Caithness, London and Edinburgh, 1866. James T. Calder, History of Caithness, 2nd edition, Wick John, Home in and about Wick. Thomas Sinclair, Caithness, Events, Wick 1899, History of the Clan Gun. Wick 1890, J. Henderson, Caithness Family History. Edinburgh 1884, Harvey Brown, Fauna of Caithness, Edinburgh 1887, Principal Miller, Our Scandinavian Forefathers, Thurso, 1872, Smiles, Robert, Dick, Botanist and Geologist, London 1878, H. Morrison, Guide to Sutherland and Caithness. Wick 1883, A Auld Ministers and Men in the Far North, Edinburgh 1891. Caius or Gaius Pope from 283 to 296 was the son of Gaius, or of Concordius, a relative of the Emperor Diocletian, and became Pope on the 17th of December 283. His tomb with the original epitaph was discovered in the cemetery of Calixtus, and in it the ring with which he used to seal his letters C. Aringhi, Roma, Subter Roman 50 Roman 4 Roman 100 Roman 40, 8p 426. He died in 296. Caius Angelus Keys, etc., John 15,101,573, English physician, and second founder of the present Gonville and Caius College, Cambridge, was born at Norwich on the 6th of October 1510, he was admitted a student at what was then Gonville Hall, Cambridge, where he seems to have mainly studied divinity after graduating in 1533. He visited Italy, where he studied under the celebrated Montanus and Vesalius at Padua. And in 1541, he took his degree in physic at Padua. In 1543, he visited several parts of Italy, Germany, and France and returned to England. He was a physician in London in 1547 and was admitted Fellow of the College of Physicians, of which he was for many years president in 1557, being then physician to Queen Mary. He enlarged the foundation of his old college, changed the name from Gonville Hall to Gonville and Caius College, and endowed it with several considerable estates, adding an entire new court at the expense of 1834 of this college. He accepted the mastership 24th of January, 15,589, on the death of Dr. Bacon and held it till about a month before his death. He was physician to Edward Roman's 6 Queen Mary and Queen Elizabeth. He returned to Cambridge from London for a few days in June 1573, about a month before his death, and resigned the mastership to Dr. Legatutor at Jesus College. He died at his London house in St. Bartholomew's on the 29th Roman 5 Poff, July 1573, but his body was brought to Cambridge and buried in the chapel under the well-known monument, which he had designed. Dr. Caius was a learned, active, and benevolent man. In 1557, he erected a monument in St. Paul's to the memory of Linacre. In 1564, he obtained a grant for Gonville and Caius College to take the bodies of 2 malefactors annually for dissection. He was thus an important pioneer in advancing the science of anatomy. He probably devised and certainly presented the silver caduceus, now in the possession of Caius College, as part of its insignia. He first gave it to the College of Physicians and afterwards presented the London College with another. His works are Annals of the College from 1555 to 1572, translation of several of Galen's works, printed at different times abroad. Hippocrates de Medicamenes, first discovered and published by Dr. Caius, also de Ration Victus Love 1556-8, Vo de Mendetti Methodo Basel, 1554 London 1556-8, Vo Account of the Sweating Sickness in England London 1556-1721, it is entitled De Ephemera. Britannica History of the University of Cambridge London, 1568-8, Vo 1574-4, 2, in Latin De Thermis Britannicis, but it is doubtful whether this work was ever printed. Of some rare plants and animals. London 1570 De Cannabis Britannicis, 1570-17, 29, De Pronunciation, Graeci et Latini Lingui London 1574, De Libris Propriis London 1570. He also wrote numerous other works which were never printed. For further details, see the Biographical History of Caius College, an admirable piece of historical work, by Dr. John Venn 1897. Cajamarca or Caxamarca, a city of northern Peru, capital of a department and province of the same name, 90 Roman 1000, e. by N. of Pacasmayo. Its port on the Pacific coast. Pop 1906, estimate of the department 333,310, of the city 9,000. The city is situated in an elevated valley between the central and western Cordilleras 9,400 ft, above sea level, and on the Arisneges, a small tributary of the Maranon. The streets are wide and cross at right angles. The houses are generally low and built of clay. Among the notable public buildings are the old parish church built at the expense of Charles Roman II of Spain, the church of San Antonio, a Franciscan monastery, a nunnery, and the remains of the palace of Atahualpa the Inca ruler, whom Pizarro treacherously captured and executed in this place. In 1533, the hot sulfur springs of Pultamarca, called the Banos del Inca Inca's Baths, are a short distance east of the city, and are still frequented. Cajamarca is an important commercial and manufacturing town, being the distributing center for a large inland region, and having long-established manufactures of woolen and linen goods, and of metal work, leather, etc. It is the seat of one of the 7 superior courts of the Republic, and is connected with the coast by telegraph and telephone. A railway has been undertaken from Pacasmayo on the coast to Cajamarca, and by 1908 was completed as far as Yonan 60 Roman 1000 from its starting point. The department of Cajamarca lies between the western and central Cordilleras, and extends from the frontier of Ecuador S to about 7 lat, having the departments of Piura and Lambayeque on the W, and Amazonas on the E. Its area, according to official returns, is 12,542 sq Roman 1000, The Upper Maranon traverses the department from S to N. The department is an elevated region, well-watered with a large number of small streams whose waters eventually find their way through the Amazon into the Atlantic. Many of its productions are of the temperate zone, and considerable attention is given to cattle raising. Coal is found in the province of Hualgayoc at the southern extremity of the department, which is also one of the rich silver mining districts of Peru, next to its capital. The most important town of the department is Cajamarquilla, whose population was about 6,000 in 1906. Cajatambo or Caxatambo, a town and province of the department of Ancash, Peru, on the western slope of the Andes. Since 1896, the population of the town has been estimated at 6,000, but probably it does not exceed 4,500. The town is 110 Roman 1000 N by E of Lima. In Lat 953, S long 7657, W. The principal industries of the province are the raising of cattle and sheep, and the cultivation of cereals. Cochineal is a product of this region near the town. There are silver mines in which a part of its population is employed. Cajetan Gitanis Cardinal 14,701,534 was born at Gita in the Kingdom of Naples. His proper name was Tommaso I de Villa, but he adopted that of Cajetan from his birthplace. He entered the order of the Dominicans at the age of 16 and 10 years later became Doctor of Theology at Padua, where he was subsequently professor of metaphysics. A public disputation at Ferrara, 1494, with Pico della Mirandola, gave him a great reputation as a theologian, and in 1508 he became general of his order for his zeal in defending the papal pretensions against the Council of Pisa, in a series of works which were condemned by the Sorbonne and publicly burnt by order of King Louis. Roman 12 he obtained the bishopric of Gita, and in 1517 Pope Leo Roman X made him a cardinal and archbishop of Palermo. The year following, he went as legate into Germany to quiet the commotions raised by Luther. It was before him that the reformer appeared at the Diet of Augsburg, and it was he who in 1519 helped in drawing up the bull of excommunication against Luther. Cajetan was employed in several other negotiations and transactions, being as able in business as in letters, in conjunction with Cardinal Giulio de' Medici. In the conclave of 15,211,522, he secured the election of Adrian Dettel, Bishop of Tortosa, as Adrian Roman VI, though as a theologian Cajetan was a scholastic of the older Thomist type. His general position was that of the moderate reformers of the school, to which Reginald Pole, Archbishop of Canterbury, also belonged. Roman 1e, he desired to retain the best elements of the humanist revival in harmony with Catholic orthodoxy, illumined by a revived appreciation of the Augustinian doctrine of justification. Nominated by Clement Roman 7a, member of the Committee of Cardinals, appointed to report on the Nuremberg recess, he recommended in opposition to the majority certain concessions to the Lutherans, notably the marriage of the clergy, as in the Greek Church, and communion, in both kinds, according to the decision of the Council of Basel. In this spirit, he wrote commentaries upon portions of Aristotle and upon the Summa of Aquinas, and towards the end of his life made a careful translation of the Old and New Testaments, excepting Solomon's Song the Prophets and the Revelation of St. John, in contrast to the majority of Italian cardinals of his day. Cajetan was a man of austere piety and fervent zeal, and if from the standpoint of the Dominican idea of the supreme necessity of maintaining ecclesiastical discipline, he defended the extremist claims of the papacy, he also proclaimed that the Pope should be the mirror of God on earth. He died at Rome on the 9th of August 1534. See Aktenstuck über des Verhalten der Römischen Curie zur Reformation, 15,240,1530, 1, in Quellen und Forschungen con Prius Hist, Inst Rome Vol Roman 3p, 120 T Roman, 1000 Lindsay, History of the Reformation Vol Roman, 1 Edinburgh 1906. Cajeput oil, a volatile oil obtained by distillation from the leaves of the myotaceous tree, Melaleuca leucodendron, and probably other species. The trees yielding the oil are found throughout the Indian archipelago, the Malay Peninsula, and over the hotter parts of the Australian continent, but the greater portion of the oil is produced from Celebes Island. The name cajeput is derived from the native Cayuputi, or white wood. The oil is prepared from leaves collected on a hot, dry day, which are macerated in water and distilled after fermenting for a night. This oil is extremely pungent to the taste, and has the odor of a mixture of turpentine and camphor. It consists mainly of cineol C terpenes, from which cadubutene having a hyacinthin. Odor can be obtained by distillation with phosphorus pentoxide. The drug is a typical volatile oil and is used internally in doses of 12 to 3 minims for the same purposes as, say, clove oil. It is frequently employed externally as a counterirritant. Capsule, a tribe of Central American Indians of Mayan stock, inhabiting parts of Guatemala. Their name is said to be that of a native tree at the conquest. They were found to be in a much civilized condition. See Roman 500 G, Brinton Annals of the Caxuquels. Roman 5p. Calabar or Old Calabar, a seaport of West Africa in the British Protectorate of southern Nigeria, on the left bank of the Calabar River, in 456 and 818, E5 Roman 1000 above the point, where the river falls into the Calabar estuary of the Gulf of Guinea Pop, about 15,000. It is the capital of the eastern province of the Protectorate, and is in regular steamship and telegraphic communication with Europe from the beach, where are the business houses and customs office, rise cliffs of moderate elevation, and on the sides or summits of the hills are the principal buildings such as Government House, the European Hospital, and the Church of the Presbyterian Mission. The valley between the hills is occupied by the native quarter called Duke Town. Here are several fine houses in bungalow style, the residences of the chiefs or wealthy natives along the river front. Runs a tramway connecting Duke Town with Queen Beach, which is higher up, and provided with excellent key accommodation. Among the public institutions are government botanical gardens, primary schools, and a high school. Palms, mangoes, and other trees grow luxuriantly in the gardens and open spaces, and give the town a picturesque setting. The trade is very largely centered in the export of palm oil and palm kernels, and the import of cotton goods and spirits, mostly gin. See Nigeria for trade returns. Calabar was the name given by the Portuguese discoverers of the 15th century to the tribes on this part of the Guinea coast at the time of their arrival, when as yet the present inhabitants were unknown in the district. It was not till the early part of the 18th century that the Efik, owing to civil war with their kindred, and the Ibibio migrated from the neighborhood of the Niger to the shores of the river Calabar and established themselves at Ikorotunko or Creek Town, a spot 4 Roman 1000 higher up the river, to get a better share in the European trade at the mouth of the river. A body of colonists migrated further down and built Obutong or Old Town, and shortly afterwards, a rival colony established itself at Aqua Akpa or Duke Town, which thus formed the nucleus of the existing town. The native inhabitants are still mainly Efik. They are pure Negroes. They have been for several generations, the middlemen between the white traders on the coast and the inland tribes of the Cross River and Calabar district. Christian missions have been at work among the Efiks since the middle of the 19th century. Many of the natives are well educated, profess Christianity, and dress in European fashion, a powerful bond of union among the Efik, and one that gives them considerable influence over other tribes, is the secret society, known as the Egbo Kiroman. 5 The chiefs of Duke Town and other places in the neighborhood placed themselves in 1884 under British protection. From that date until 1906, Calabar was the headquarters of the European administration in the Niger Delta. In 1906, the seat of government was removed to Lagos. Until 1904, Calabar was generally and officially known as Old Calabar, to distinguish it from New Calabar, the name of a river and port, about 100 Roman 1000 to the east. Since the date mentioned, the official style is Calabar, simply Calabar estuary, is mainly formed by the Cross River Kiroman 5, but receives also the waters of the Calabar and other streams. The Rio del Rey Creek at the eastern end of the estuary marks the boundary between British Nigeria and German Cameroon. The estuary is 10 to 12 Roman 1000 broad at its mouth, and maintains the same breadth for about 30 Roman 1000. Calabar, being the seed of a leguminous plant, Physostigma venenosum, a native of tropical Africa. It derives its scientific name from a curious beak-like appendage at the end of the stigma. In the center of the flower, this appendage, though solid, was supposed to be hollow, hence the name from a bladder and stigma. The plant has a climbing habit like the scarlet runner, and attains a height of about 50 ft, with a stem an inch or 2 in thickness. The seed pods, which contain 2 or 3 seeds or beans, are 6 or 7 in length, and the beans are about the size of an ordinary horse bean, but much thicker with a deep chocolate brown color. They constitute the esser, or ordeal beans of the Negroes of Old Calabar, being administered to persons accused of witchcraft or other crimes. In cases where the poisonous material did its deadly work, it was held at once to indicate, and rightly, to punish guilt. But when it was rejected by the stomach of the accused innocents, was held to be satisfactorily established a form of dueling with the seeds, is also known among the natives in which the two opponents divide a bean, each eating one half. That quantity has been known to kill both adversaries. Although thus highly poisonous, the bean has nothing in external aspect, taste, or smell to distinguish it from any harmless leguminous seed, and very disastrous effects have resulted from its being incautiously left in the way of children. The beans were first introduced into England in the year 1840, but the plant was not accurately described till 1861, and its physiological effects were investigated in 1863 by Sir Thomas R. Fraser. The bean usually contains a little more than one of alkaloids. Of these two have been identified, one called calabarine, and the other now a highly important drug known as physostigminer, occasionally as esserine. The British Pharmacopoeia contains an alcoholic extract of the bean intended for internal administration, but the alkaloid is now always employed. This is used as the sulfate, which has the empirical formula of C15H21N30H2SO, 4 plus an unknown number of molecules of water. It occurs in small yellowish crystals, which are turned red by exposure to light or air. They are readily soluble in water or alcohol and possess a bitter taste. The dose is 160,130 grain and should invariably be administered by hypodermic injection for the use of the oculist who constantly employs this drug. It is also prepared in lamellae for insertion within the conjunctival sac. Each of these contains 1,000th part of a grain of physostigmine, sulfate, a quantity which is perfectly efficient. Physostigmine has no action on the unbroken skin. When swallowed, it rapidly causes a great increase in the salivary secretion. Being one of the most powerful sialagogues known, it has been shown that the action is due to a direct influence on the secreting gland cells themselves. After a few minutes, the salivation is arrested owing to the constricting influence of the drug upon the blood vessels that supply the glands. There is also felt a sense of constriction in the pharynx due to the action of the drug on its muscular fibers. A similar stimulation of the non-striped muscle in the alimentary canal results in violent vomiting and purging. If a large dose has been taken, physostigmine indeed stimulates nearly all the non-striped muscles in the body, and this action upon the muscular coats of the arteries, and especially of the arterioles, causes a great rise in blood pressure shortly after its absorption, which is very rapid. The terminals of the vagus nerve are also stimulated, causing the heart to beat more slowly later in its action. The drug depresses the intracardiac motor ganglia, causing prolongation of diastole and finally arrest of the heart in dilatation. A large lethal dose kills by this action, but the minimum lethal dose by its combined action on the respiration and the heart. The respiration is at first accelerated by a dose of physostigmine, but is afterwards slowed and ultimately arrested. The initial hastening is due to a stimulation of the vagus terminals in the lung, as it does not occur if these nerves are previously divided. The final arrest is due to paralysis of the respiratory center in the medulla oblongata, hastened by a quasi-asthmatic contraction of the non-striped muscular tissue in the bronchial tubes and by a waterlogging of the lungs due to an increase in the amount of bronchial secretion. It may here be stated that the non-striped muscular tissue of the bladder, the uterus, and the spleen is also stimulated, as well as that of the iris. C. Below it is only in very large doses that the voluntary muscles are poisoned, there being induced in them a tremor which may simulate ordinary convulsions. The action is a direct one upon the muscular tissue. Cf. the case of the gland cells, since it occurs in an animal whose motor nerves have been paralyzed by curare. Consciousness is entirely unaffected by physostigmine, there being apparently no action on any part of the brain above the medulla oblongata. But the influence of the alkaloid upon the Roman 5p spinal cord is very marked and characteristic. The reflex functions of the cord are entirely abolished, and it has been experimentally shown that this is due to a direct influence upon the cells in the anterior cornua. It is precisely the reverse of the typical action of strychnine near the termination of a fatal case. There is a paralysis of the sensory columns of the cord, so that general sensibility is lowered. The alkaloid calabarine is, on the other hand, a stimulant of the motor and reflex functions of the cord, so that only the pure alkaloid physostigmine, and not any preparation of calabar itself, should be used when it is desired to obtain this action. Besides the secretions already mentioned, as being stimulated, the bile, the tears and the perspiration, are increased by the exhibition of this drug. There remains only to consider its highly important action upon the eye, whether administered in the form of the official lamella or by subcutaneous injection. Physostigmine causes a contraction of the pupil, more marked than in the case of any other known drug. That this action is a direct, and not a nervous one, is shown by the fact that if the eye be suddenly shaded, the pupil will dilate a little, showing that the nerves which cause dilatation are still competent after the administration of physostigmine. Besides the sphincter pupillae, the fibers of the ciliary muscle are stimulated. There is consequently spasm of accommodation, so that clear vision of distant objects becomes impossible. The intraocular tension is markedly lowered. This action, at first sight somewhat obscure, is due to the extreme pupillary contraction, which removes the mass of the iris from pressing upon the spaces of Fontana, through which the intraocular fluids normally make a very slow escape from the eye into its efferent lymphatics. There is a marked antagonism in nearly all important particulars between the actions of physostigmine and of atropine. The details of this antagonism, as well as nearly all our knowledge of this valuable drug, we owe to Sir Thomas Fraser, who introduced it into therapeutics. The clinical uses of physostigmine are based upon the facts of its pharmacology. As above detailed, it has been recommended in cases of chronic constipation and of want of tone in the muscular wall of the urinary bladder. It has undoubtedly been of value in many cases of tetanus, in which it must be given in maximal doses. The tetanus antitoxin should invariably be employed, as well. Sir Thomas Fraser differs from nearly all other authorities in regarding the drug as useless in cases of strychnine poisoning, and the question must be left open. There is some doubtful evidence of the value of the alkaloid in Korea. The oculist uses it for at least 6 purposes. Its stimulant action on the iris and ciliary muscle is employed when they are weak or paralyzed. It is used in all cases where one needs to reduce the intraocular tension. And for this and other reasons in glaucoma, it is naturally the most efficient agent in relieving the discomfort or intolerable pain of photophobia, and it is the best means of breaking down adhesions of the iris and of preventing prolapse of the iris after injuries to the cornea. In fact, it is hardly possible to overestimate its value in ophthalmology. The drug has been highly and widely recommended in general paralysis, but there remains grave doubt as to its utility in this disease. Toxicology. The symptoms of Calabar bean poisoning have all been stated above. The obvious antidote is atropine, which may often succeed, and the other measures are those usually employed to stimulate the circulation and respiration. Unfortunately, the antagonism between physostigmine and atropine is not perfect, and Sir Thomas Fraser has shown that in such cases there comes a time when, if the action of the two drugs be summated, death results sooner than from either alone. Thus atropine will save life after 3.5 times the fatal dose of physostigmine has been taken, but will hasten the end if 4 or more times the fatal dose has been ingested. Thus it would be advisable to use the physiological antidote only when the dose of the poison, assuming estimation to be possible, was known to be comparatively small. Calabash, from the span calabaza, a gourd or pumpkin, possibly derived from the pers carlenza, a melon, the shell of a gourd or pumpkin, made into a vessel for holding liquids, also a vessel of similar shape made of other materials. It is the name of a tree, Crescentia cujete, of tropical America, whose gourd-like fruit is so hard that vessels made of it can be used over a fire many times before being burned. Calabash tree, a native of the West Indies and South America, known botanically as Crescentia cujete natural, order Bignonaceae. The fruit resembles a gourd and has a woody rind which, after removal of the pulp, forms a calabash. Calabozo or Calabozo, an inland town of Venezuela, once capital of the province of Caracas in the colonial period, and now capital of the state of Garicopop, 1891-56-18, Calabozo is situated in the midst of an extensive lawn on the left bank of the Garico River, 325 ft above sea level and 123 Roman 1000 SSW of Caracas. The plain lies slightly above the level of intersecting rivers and is frequently flooded in the rainy season. In summer, the heat is most oppressive, the average temperature being 88 F. The town is regularly laid out with streets crossing at right angles and possesses several fine old churches, a college and public school. It is also a bishop's see and a place of considerable commercial importance. Because of its situation in the midst of a rich cattle-raising country, It is said to have been an Indian town originally and was made one of the trading stations of the Compania Guipuscoana in 1730. However, like most Venezuelan towns, Calabozo made little growth during the 19th century and 1820. The Spanish forces under Morales were defeated here by the revolutionists under Bolivar and Pease. Calabrisella, sometimes spelt Calabresella, an Italian card game, the little Calabrian game for 3 players. All the 10s, 9s, and 8s are removed from an ordinary pack. The order of the cards is 3-2 ace king queen Roman 100. In scoring, the ace counts 3, the 3-2 king queen, and knave 1 each. The last trick counts 3 each. Separate hand is a whole game one player plays against the other 2, paying to each, or receiving from each the difference between the number of points that he and they hold. Each player receives 12 cards dealt 2 at a time. The remainder form the stock, which is left face downwards. There are no trumps. The player on the dealer's left declares. First, he can either play or pass the dealer, has the last option if one person announces that he plays, the others combine against him. If all decline to play the deal, passes the hands being abandoned. The single player may demand any 3 he chooses, giving a card in exchange. If the 3 demanded is in the stock, no other card may be asked for. If a player hold all the 3s, he may demand a 2. The single player must take 1 card from the stock in exchange for one of his own, which is never exposed, and may take more. He puts out the cards he wishes to exchange face downwards and selects what he wishes from the stock, which is now exposed. The rejected cards and cards left in the stock form the discard. The player on the dealer's left then leads the highest card, wins the trick. There being no trumps, players must follow suit if they can. The single player and the allies collect all the tricks, they win respectively. The winner of the last trick, besides scoring 3, adds the discard to his heap. The heaps are then searched for the scoring cards. The scores are compared, and the stakes paid. It is important to remember that the value and the order of the cards are not the same. Thus, the ace, whose value is 3, is only third as a trick winner. Also, that it is highly important to win the last trick. Third of 5 is the full score. Calabria, a territorial district of both ancient and modern Italy. T as Caliphate, a town of Romania in the department of Dolgiu on the river Danube, opposite the Bulgarian fortress of Vidin Pop, 1971. 13 Caliphate is an important center of the grain trade and is connected by a branch line with the principal Wallachian railways and by a steam ferry with Vidin. It was founded in the 14th century by Genoese colonists who employed large numbers of workmen. Cafets in repairing ships, which industry gave its name to the place. In 1854, a Russian force was defeated at Caliphate by the Turks under Ahmed Pasha, who surprised the enemy's camp. Calaso in the Bible, Cala in the Assyrian inscriptions, an ancient city situated in the angle formed by the Tigris and Roman 5 Peth Upper Zab 19 Roman 1000 S of Nineveh, and one of the capitals of Assyria according to the inscriptions. It was built by Shalmaneser Roman 1, about 1300 B Roman 100, as a resident city in place of the older Ashur. After that, it seems to have fallen into decay or been destroyed, but was restored by Ashurnasirpal about 880 B Roman 100. And from that time to the overthrow of the Assyrian power, it remained a resident city of the Assyrian kings. It shared the fate of Nineveh, was captured and destroyed by the Medes and Babylonians toward the close of the 7th century, and from that time has remained a ruin. The site was discovered by Sir A.H. Layard in 1845. In the Tell of Nimrud Hebrew tradition, in the J narrative Genesis, Roman 10:12 mentions Cala as built by Nimrod. Modern Arabic tradition likewise ascribes the ruins, like those of Burz, Nimrud near Babylon, to Nimrod, because they are the most prominent ruins of that region. Similarly, the ancient dike in the river Tigris at this point is ascribed to Nimrod. The ruined mounds of Nimrud consist of an oblong enclosure formed by the walls of the ancient city, of which 58 towers have been traced on the N, and about 50 on the E. In the SW corner of this oblong is an elevated platform in the form of a rectangular parallelogram, some 600 ids from N to S and 400 ids from E to W, raised on an average about 40 ft above the plane, with a lofty cone, 140 ft high in the NW corner. This is the remains of the raised platform of unbaked brick, faced with baked bricks and stone, on which stood the principal palaces and temples of the city. The cone at the NW, representing the ziggurat or stagetower of the principal temple, originally on the banks of the Tigris. This platform now stands some distance east of the river. Here Layard conducted excavations from 1845 to 1847, and again from 1849 to 1851. The means at his disposal were inadequate. His excavations were incomplete and also unscientific in that his prime object was the discovery of inscriptions and museum objects, but he was wonderfully successful in achieving the results at which he aimed, and the numerous statues, monuments, inscribed stones, bronze objects, and the like found by him in the ruins of Cala are among the most precious possessions of the British Museum. Excavations were also conducted by Hormuzd Rassen in 18,521,854, and again in 1878, and by George Smith in 1873, but while supplementing in some important respects Layard's excavations, this later work added relatively little to his discoveries, whether of objects or of facts. The principal buildings discovered at Cala area, the Northwest Palace south of the Ziggurat, one of the most complete and perfect Assyrian buildings, known about 350 ft square, consisting of a central court 129 ft by 90 ft, surrounded by a number of halls and chambers. This palace was originally constructed by Ashurnasirpal Roman 1,880, 5,860 B Roman 100, and restored and reoccupied by Sargon 722,705 B Roman 100. In it were found the winged lions now in the British Museum, the fine series of sculptured bas-reliefs glorifying the deeds of Ashurnasirpal in war and peace, and the large collection of bronze vessels and implements numbering over 200 pieces. The central palace in the interior of the mound, toward its southern end, erected by Shalmaneser Roman 2,860,825 B Roman 100, and rebuilt by Tiglath-Pileser Roman 3,745,727 B Roman 100. Here were found the famous black obelisk of Shalmaneser, now in the British Museum, in the inscription on which the tribute of Jehu son of Omri is mentioned. The great winged bulls, and also a fine series of slabs representing the battles and sieges of Tiglath-Pileser. See the Southwest Palace in the SW corner of the platform, an uncompleted building of Esarhaddon 680, 1668 B Roman 100, who robbed the Northwest and Central Palaces, effacing the inscriptions of Tiglath-Pileser, to obtain material for his construction. The smaller West Palace between the Southwest and the Northwest Palaces, a construction of Hadad Nerari, or Adad Nerari Roman 3,812,783 B Roman 100 e, the Southeast Palace built by Ashur-Tililani, after 626 B Roman 100, for his harem in the SE corner of the platform, above the remains of an older similar palace of Shalmaneser, F2 small temples of Ashurnasirpal, in connection with the ziggurat in the NW corner, and G a temple called Izida, and dedicated to Nebo near the Southeast Palace. From the number of colossal figures of Nebo discovered here, it would appear that the cult of Nebo was a favorite one, at least during the later period. The other buildings on the east side of the platform had been ruined by the post-Assyrian use of the mound for cemetery and for tunnels for the storage and concealment of grain, while the ruins of Cala were remarkably rich in monumental material, enameled bricks, bronze, and ivory objects, and the like. They yielded few of the inscribed clay tablets found in such great numbers at Nineveh and various Babylonian sites, not a few of the astrological and omen tablets in the Kyanjik collection of the British Museum. However, although found at Nineveh, were executed according to their own testimony at Cala, for the Rabdipsar, or principal librarian, during the reigns of Sargon and Sennacherib, 716,684 B Roman 100. From this, it would appear that there was at that time at Cala a library, or a collection of archives, which was later removed to Nineveh. In the prestige of antiquity and religious renown, Cala was inferior to the older capital Ashur, while in population and general importance, it was much inferior to the neighboring Nineveh. There is no proper ground for regarding it as some biblical scholars of a former generation did through a false interpretation of the Book of Jonah as a part or suburb of Nineveh. C. A. H. Layard, Nineveh, and its remains. London 1849, George Smith, Assyrian, Discoveries, London 1883, Hormuzd Rassam Asher, and the Land of Nimrod, London, and New York 1897. J.P.P. Calahorra Ankh Caligaris, a city of northern Spain in the province of Logrono, on the left bank of the river Sidacos, which enters the Ebro 3 Roman 1000 E, and on the Bilbao-Saragossa Railway Pop, 1994-75, Calahorra is built on the slope of a hill overlooking the wide Ebro Valley, which supplies its markets with an abundance of grain, wine, oil, and flax. Its cathedral, which probably dates from the foundation of the See of Calahorra in the 5th century, was restored in 1485 and subsequently so much altered that little of the original Gothic structure survives. The Casa Santa, annually visited by many thousands of pilgrims on the 31st of August, is said to contain the bodies of the martyrs Immaterius and Celadonius who were beheaded in the 3rd or 4th century, on the site now occupied by the cathedral. Their heads, according to local legend, were cast into the Ebro, and after floating out to sea and rounding the Iberian Peninsula, are now preserved at Santander. The chief remains of the Roman Caliguris are the vestiges of an aqueduct and an amphitheater. Caliguris became famous in 76 B. Roman 100, when it was successfully defended against Pompey by the adherents of Sertorius 4 years later. It was captured by Pompey's legate Afranius after starvation had reduced the garrison to cannibalism under Augustus. 31 B. Roman 100 A. Roman 500 Caliguris received the privileges of Roman citizenship, and at a later date, it was given the additional name of Nasica to distinguish it from the neighboring town of Caliguris Fibularensis, the exact site of which is uncertain. The rhetorician Quintilian was born at Caliguris Nasica, about A. Roman 500. Calais, a seaport and manufacturing town of northern France, in the department of past Calais. 18 Roman 1000 Esque of Dover, and 185 Roman 1000 N of Paris, by the Northern Railway Pop, 1906 59,623, Calais. Formerly a celebrated fortress, is defended by 4 forts not of modern construction, by a citadel built in 1560, which overlooks it on the west, and by batteries. The old town stands on an island hemmed in by the canal and the harbor basins which divide it from the much more extensive manufacturing quarter of Saint-Pierre, enveloping it on the east and south. The demolition of the ramparts of Old Calais was followed by the construction of a new circle of defenses embracing both the old and new quarters, and strengthened by a deep moat in the center of the old town, is the Place d'Armes in which stands the former Hôtel de Ville, rebuilt in 1740. Restored in 1867, with busts of Eustache de Saint-Pierre, Francis Duke of Guise, and Cardinal Richelieu, the belfry belongs to the 16th and early 17th century close by is the Tour du Guet or watchtower used as a lighthouse. Until 1848, the Church of Notre Dame, built during the English occupancy of Calais, has a Roman 5 fine high altar of the 17th century. Its lofty tower serves as a landmark for sailors, a gateway flanked by turrets. 14th century is a relic of the Hôtel de Guise, built as a guild hall for the English woolstaplers, and given to the Duke of Guise as a reward for the recapture of Calais. The modern town hall and a church of the 19th century are the chief buildings of the quarter of Saint-Pierre. Calais has a board of trade arbitrators, a tribunal and a chamber of commerce, a commercial and industrial school, and a communal college. The harbor is entered from the roads by way of a channel leading to the outer harbor, which communicates with a floating basin 22 acres in extent on the east, and with the older and less commodious portion of the harbor to the north and west of the old town. The harbor is connected by canals with the river Aa and the navigable waterways of the department. Calais is the principal port for the continental passenger traffic with England, carried on by the southeastern Chatham, and the northern of France. Railways. The average number of passengers between Dover and Calais for the years 19,021,906, inclusive, was 315,012. Trade is chiefly with the United Kingdom. The principal exports are wines, especially champagne, spirits, hay, straw, wool, potatoes, woven goods, fruit, glassware, lace, and metalware. Imports include cotton and silk goods, coal, iron, and steel, petroleum, timber, raw wool, cotton yarn, and cork. During the 5 years 19,011,905, the average annual value of exports was 8,388,000, 6,363,000. In the years 18,961,900, of imports 4,145,000, 3,759,000. In 18,961,900. In 1905, exclusive of passenger and mail boats, there entered the port 848 vessels of 312,477 tons, and cleared 857 of 305,284 tons, these being engaged in the general carrying trade of the port. The main industry of Calais is the manufacture of tulle and lace, for which it is the chief center in France, brewing, sawmilling, boat building, and the manufacture of biscuits, soap, and submarine cables, are also carried on. Deep sea and coast fishing for cod, herring, and mackerel employ over 1,000 of the inhabitants. Calais was a petty fishing village with a natural harbor at the mouth of a stream till the end of the 10th century. It was first improved by Baldwin Roman IV, Count of Flanders, in 997, and afterwards in 1224, was regularly fortified by Philip Hurepel, Count of Boulogne. It was besieged in 1346, after the Battle of Crécy, by Edward Roman III, and held out resolutely by the bravery of Jean de Vienne, its governor, till after nearly a year's siege, famine forced it to surrender. Its inhabitants were saved from massacre by the devotion of Eustache de Saint Pierre and 6 of the chief citizens, who were themselves spared at the prayer of Queen Philippa. The city remained in the hands of the English, till 1558, when it was taken by Francis, Duke of Guise, at the head of 30,000 men from the ill-provided English garrison, only 800 strong. After a siege of 7 days from this time, the Calaises, or territory of Calais, was known as the Pays Reconquis. It was held by the Spaniards from 1595 to 1598, but was restored to France by the Treaty of Vervins. Calais, a city and subport of entry of Washington County, Maine, USA, on the St. Croix River, 12 Roman 1000, from its mouth, opposite St. Stephen's, New Brunswick, with which it is connected by bridges Pop, 1890-72, 901,976 5519, 08, being foreign-born 1910-6116, it is served by the Washington County Railway, 102 Roman 1000 to Washington Junction, where it connects with the main Central Railway, and by steamboat lines to Boston, Portland, and St. John's. In the city limits are the post offices of Calais, Milltown, and Red Beach. The city has a small public library. The valley here is wide and deep, the banks of the river bold and picturesque, and the tide rises and falls about 25 ft. The city has important interests in lumber, besides foundries, machine shops, granite works. There are several granite, notably red granite quarries in the vicinity, a tannery and manufactories of shoes and calcined plaster. Big Island, now in the city of Calais, was visited in the winter of 16,041,605 by Pierre du Guast. Sieur de Mont's Calais was first settled in 1779, was incorporated as a town in 1809, and was chartered as a city in 1851. Calais and Zetes, the Boreadae in Greek mythology, the winged twin sons of Boreas and Oreithea, on their arrival with the Argonauts at Salmydessus. In Thrace, they liberated their sister Cleopatra, who had been thrown into prison with her 2 sons by her husband. Phineas, the king of the country, Sophocles, Antigone, 966, Diod sic Roman 4. According to another story, they delivered Phineas from the Harpies, Roman 5, in pursuit of whom they perished. Apollodorus, Roman 1, Roman 3. Others say that they were slain by Heracles near the island of Tinos in consequence of a quarrel with Tiphys, the pilot of the Argonauts, or because they refused to wait during the search for Hylas, the favorite of Heracles. Hyginus, Fab 14, 273 Skal, on Apollonius Rhodius, Roman 1. They were changed by the gods into winds, and the pillars over their tombs in Tinos were said to wave whenever the wind blew from the north. Like the Harpies, Calais and Zetes are obvious personifications of wind's legend, attributed the foundation of Cals in Campania to Calais. Silius Italicus, Roman 8. Calamine, a mineral species consisting of zinc carbonate Zn Co3 and forming an important ore of zinc. It is rhombohedral in crystallization and isomorphous with calcite and chalybite. Distinct crystals are somewhat rare. They have the form of the primitive rhombohedron RR 7220, the faces of which are generally curved, and rough botryoidal and stalactitic masses are more common. Or again, the mineral may be compact and granular or loose and earthy as in the other rhombohedral carbonates. The crystals possess perfect cleavages parallel to the faces of the rhombohedron. The hardness is 5 specific gravity, for the color of the pure mineral is white. More often, it is brownish, sometimes green or blue. A bright yellow variety containing cadmium has been found in Arkansas and is known locally as turcophat, or the pure material, contains 52 of zinc. But this is often partly replaced isomorphously by small amounts of iron and manganese, traces of calcium and magnesium, and sometimes by copper or cadmium. Calamine is found in beds and veins in limestone rocks and is often associated with galena and blende. It is a product of alteration of blende, having been formed from this by the action of carbonated waters, or in many cases the zinc sulfide may have been first oxidized to sulfate, which in solution acted on the surrounding limestone, producing zinc carbonate. The latter mode of origin is suggested by the frequent occurrence of calamine pseudomorphous after calcite, that is, having the form of calcite crystals. Deposits of calamine have been extensively mined in the limestones of the Mendip Hills in Derbyshire and at Alston Moor in Cumberland. It also occurs in large amount in the province of Santander in Spain in Missouri, and at several other places, where zinc ores are mined. The best crystals of the mineral were found many years ago at Chessy near Lyon. These are rhombohedra of a fine apple green color. A translucent botryoidal calamine, banded with blue and green, is found at Lorient in Greece, and has sometimes been cut and polished for small ornaments such as brooches. The name calamine, German galme from Lapis calaminaris, a Latin corruption of cadmia, the old name for zinc ores in General G. Agricola, in 1546, derived it from the Latin calamus, a reed, was early used indiscriminately for the carbonate and the hydrosilicate of zinc, and even now both species are included by miners under the same term. The two minerals often closely resemble each other in appearance, and can usually only be distinguished by chemical analysis. They were first so distinguished by James Smithson in 1803 FS. Budent in 1832 restricted the name calamine to the hydrosilicate and proposed the name smithsonite for the carbonate, and these meanings of the terms are now adopted by Dana and many other mineralogists. Unfortunately, however, in England, following Brooke and Miller 1852, these designations have been reversed, calamine being used for the carbonate and smithsonite for the silicate. This unfortunate confusion is somewhat lessened by the use of the terms zinc spar and hemimorphite Roman 5 for the carbonate and silicate respectively. Roman 50 JS. Roman 5p. Calamize, an Athenian sculptor of the first half of the 5th century B. Roman 100. He made statues of Apollo, the averter of ill, Hermes, the ram-bearer, Aphrodite, and other deities, as well as part of a chariot group. For Hiero, king of Syracuse, his works are praised by ancient critics for delicacy and grace, as opposed to breadth and force. Archaeologists are disposed to regard the bronze charioteer, recently found at Delphi, as a work of Calamize, but the evidence is not conclusive. See Greek art. Calamy Edmund, known as the Elder 16,001,666, English Presbyterian divine, was born of Huguenot descent in Walbrook, London, in February 1600, and educated at Pembroke Hall, Cambridge, where his opposition to the Arminian party, then powerful in that society, excluded him from a fellowship. Nicholas Felton, Bishop of Ely, however, made him his chaplain, and gave him the living of St. Mary Swaffham Prior, which he held till 1626. He then removed to Bury St. Edmunds, where he acted as lecturer for 10 years, retiring when his Bishop Wren insisted on the observance of certain ceremonial articles in 1636. He was appointed rector, or perhaps only lecturer, of Rochford in Essex, which was so unhealthy that he had soon to leave it. And in 1639 he was elected to the perpetual curacy of St. Mary Aldermanbury in London, where he had a large following. Upon the opening of the Long Parliament, he distinguished himself in defense of the Presbyterian cause, and had a principal share in writing the conciliatory work known as Smectum News against Bishop Joseph Hall's presentation of episcopacy. The initials of the names of the several contributors formed the name under which it was published, viz. S. Marshall, E. Calamy, T. Young, Roman 1000 Newcomen, and W. Spurstow. Calamy was an active member in the Westminster Assembly of Divines, and refusing to advance to Congregationalism, found in Presbyterianism the middle course which best suited his views of theology and church government. He opposed the execution of Charles Roman I, lived quietly under the Commonwealth, and was assiduous in promoting the king's return. For this he was afterwards offered the bishopric of Coventry and Lichfield, but declined it. It is said on his wife's persuasion he was made one of Charles' chaplains, and vainly tried to secure the legal ratification of Charles' declaration of the 25th of October 1660. He was ejected for nonconformity in 1662, and was so affected by the sight of the devastation caused by the Great Fire of London that he died shortly afterwards, on the 29th of October 1666. He was buried in the ruins of his church near the place where the pulpit had stood. His publications are almost entirely sermons. His eldest son Edmund, known as the younger, was educated at Cambridge, and was ejected from the rectory of Morton, Essex, in 1662. He was of a retiring disposition and moderate views, and died in 1685. Calamy Edmund, 16,711,732, English nonconformist, divine, the only son of Edmund Calamy. The younger was born in London, in the parish of St. Mary Aldermanbury, on the 5th of April 1671. He was sent to various schools, including merchant tailors, and in 1688 proceeded to the University of Utrecht, While there he declined an offer of a professor's chair in the University of Edinburgh, made to him by the Principal William Carstairs, who had gone over on purpose to find suitable men for such posts. After his return to England in 1691, he began to study divinity, and on Baxter's advice went to Oxford, where he was much influenced by Chillingworth. He declined invitations from Andover and Bristol, and accepted one as assistant to Matthew Sylvester at Blackfriars, 1692. In June 1694, he was publicly ordained at Annesley's Meeting House in Little St. Helens, and soon afterwards was invited to become assistant to Daniel Williams in Hand Alley Bishopsgate. In 1702, he was chosen one of the lecturers in Salters Hall, and in 1703 he succeeded Vincent Alsop as pastor of a large congregation in Westminster. In 1709, Calamy made a tour through Scotland and had the degree of Doctor of Divinity conferred on him by the Universities of Edinburgh, Aberdeen, and Glasgow. Calamy's 41 publications are mainly sermons, but his fame rests on his nonconformist biographies. His first essay was a table of contents to Baxter's narrative of his life and times, which was sent to the press in 1696. He made some remarks on the work itself, and added to it an index, and reflecting on the usefulness of the book, he saw the expediency of continuing it, as Baxter's history came no further than the year 1684. Accordingly, he composed an abridgment of it with an account of many other ministers who were ejected, after the restoration of Charles Roman II, their apology containing the grounds of their nonconformity and practice, as to stated and occasional communion with the Church of England, and a continuation of their history, until the year 1691. This work was published in 1702. The most important chapter 9 is that which gives a detailed account of the ministers ejected in 1662. It was afterwards published as a distinct volume. He afterwards published a moderate defense of nonconformity in 3 tracts in answer to some tracts of Benjamin, afterwards Bishop Hoadley, in 1713. He published a second edition, 2 vols of his abridgment of Baxter's history, in which among various editions there is a continuation of the history, through the reigns of William and Anne, down to the passing of the occasional bill at the end, is subjoined the Reformed liturgy, which was drawn up and presented to the bishops in 1661. In 1718, he wrote a vindication of his grandfather and several other persons against certain reflections cast upon them by Lawrence Etchard in his History of England. In 1719, he published The Church and the Dissenters compared as to persecution, and in 1728 appeared his continuation of the account of the ejected ministers and teachers, a volume, which is really a series of emendations of the previously published account. He died on the 3rd of June 1732, having been married twice, and leaving 6 of his 13 children to survive him. Calamy, kindly man, frankly self-conscious, but very free from jealousy. He was an able diplomatist, and generally secured his ends. His great hero was Baxter, of whom he wrote 3 distinct memoirs. His eldest son Edmund IV was a Presbyterian minister in London, and died 1755. Another son, Edmund V, was a barrister, who died in 1816, and this one son, Edmund VI, died in 1850. His younger brother Michael, the last of the direct Calamy line, surviving till 1876. Călărași, the capital of the Jalamița department, Romania, situated on the left bank of the Borcea branch of the Danube, amid wide fens, north of which extends the desolate Baragan steppe. Pop. 1911,024. Călărași has a considerable transit trade in wheat, linseed, hemp, timber, and fish from a broad mere on the west, or from the Danube's small vessels, carry cargo to Brela and Galatz, and a branch railway from Călărași traverses the steppe from south to north and meets the main line between Bucharest and Constanța. Callas Jean 16,980, 1762, a Protestant merchant at Toulouse whose legal murder is a celebrated case in French history. His wife was an Englishwoman of French extraction. They had 3 sons and 3 daughters. His son Louis had embraced the Roman Catholic faith through the persuasions of a female domestic who had lived 30 years in the family. In October 1761, another son, Anton, hanged himself in his father's warehouse. The crowd, which collected on so shocking a discovery, took up the idea that he had been strangled by the family to prevent him from changing his religion, and that this was a common practice among Protestants. The officers of justice adopted the popular tale and were supplied by the mob with what they accepted as conclusive evidence of the fact. The fraternity of white penitents buried the body with great ceremony and performed a solemn service for the deceased. As a martyr, the Franciscans followed their example and these formalities led to the popular belief in the guilt of the unhappy family being all condemned to the rack. In order to extort confession, they appealed to the Parliament. But this body being as weak as the subordinate magistrates sentenced the father to the torture ordinary and extraordinary to be broken alive upon the wheel, and then to be burnt to ashes, which decree was carried into execution on the 9th of March 1762. Pierre Callas, the surviving son, was banished for life. The rest were acquitted. The distracted widow, however, found some friends, and among them Voltaire, who laid her case before the Council of State at Roman 5 Versailles for 3 years. He worked indefatigably to procure justice, and made the Callas case famous throughout Europe. See Voltaire. Finally, the king and council unanimously agreed to annul the proceeding of the Parliament of Toulouse. Callas was declared to have been innocent, and every imputation of guilt was removed from the family. See Causes Célèbres tome, Roman 4 Réel allié Voltaire et Callas une erreur judiciaire au XV siècle Paris, 1898, and Biographies of Voltaire. Kalash from Fr. Kalech, derived from Polish kaleska, a wheeled carriage, a light carriage with a folding hood. The Canadian kalash is two-wheeled and has a seat for the driver on the splashboard. The word is also used for a kind of hood made of silk, stretched over hoops formerly worn by women. Calaceo, a town of the province of Pangasinan, Luzon, Philippine Islands, on a branch of the Agno River, about 4 Roman 1000 s by E of Dagupan, the end terminal of the Manila-Dagupan Railway. Pop. 1903 16,539. In 1903, after the census had been taken, the neighboring town of Santa Barbara, Pop. 10,367, was annexed to Calaceo. It is in the midst of a fertile district, and has manufactures of hats and various woven fabrics. Calasio Mario di 15,501,620, Italian Minorite friar, was born at a small town in the Abruzzi, whence he took his name. Joining the Franciscans at an early age, he devoted himself to Oriental languages, and became an authority on Hebrew. Coming to Rome, he was appointed by Paul Roman V, whose confessor he was, to the chair of Scripture at Ara Sili, where he died on the 1st of February 1620. Calasio is known by his Concordantiae Sacrorum Bibliorum Hebraicorum, published in 4 vols. Rome, 1622, 2 years after his death, a work which is based on Nathan's Hebrew Concordance, Venice 1523. For 40 years Calasio labored on this work, and he secured the assistance of the greatest scholars of his age. The concordance evinces great care and accuracy. All root words are treated in alphabetical order, and the whole Bible has been collated for every passage containing the word, so as to explain the original idea, which is illustrated from the cognate usages of the Chaldee-Syrian Rabbinical Hebrew and Arabic. Calasio gives under each Hebrew word the literal Latin translation, and notes any existing differences from the Vulgate and Septuagint readings. An incomplete English translation of the work was published in London by Romain in 1747. Calasio also wrote a Hebrew grammar canons, Generates Linguae Sanctity, Rome 1616, and the Dictionarium Hebraicum, Rome 1617. Calatafimi, a town of the province of Trapani, Sicily, 30 Roman 1000 WSW, of Palermo, direct 5112 Roman 1000, by rail. Pop. 1901 11426. The name of the town is derived from the Saracenic castle of Calatal Fimi, Castle of Euphemius, which stands above it. The principal church contains a fine Renaissance reredos in marble. Samuel Butler, the author of Aruhin, did much of his work here. The battlefield, where Garibaldi won his first victory over the Neapolitans on the 15th of May 1860, lies 2 Roman 1000 SW. Calatead, a town of central Spain in the province of Saragossa, at the confluence of the rivers Jalon and Jiloca, and on the Madrid-Saragossa and Calatead-Sagunto railways. Pop. 1911,526. Calatead consists of a lower town built on the left bank of the Jalon, and an upper or Moorish town, which contains many dwellings hollowed out of the rock above and inhabited by the poorer classes. Among a number of ecclesiastical buildings, 2 collegiate churches are especially noteworthy. Santa Maria, originally a mosque, has a lofty octagonal tower, and a fine Renaissance doorway added in 1528, while Santo Sepulcro, built in 1141 and restored in 1613, was long the principal church of the Spanish Knights Templar in commercial importance. Calatead ranks second only to Saragossa among the Aragonese towns, for it is the central market of the exceptionally fertile expanse, watered by the Jalon and Jiloca. About 2 Roman 1000 E are the ruins of the ancient Bilbilis, where the poet Martial was born. Roman 100 A Roman 500. It It was celebrated for its breed of horses, its armorers, its gold, and its iron, but Martial also mentions its unhealthy climate due to the icy winds which sweep down from the heights of Monkyo 7705 ft on the north in the Middle Ages. The ruins were almost destroyed to provide stone for the building of Calatead, which was founded by a Moorish emir named Ayub, and named Calat Ayub. Castle of Ayub Calatead was captured by Alfonso Roman I of Aragon in 1119. Calatia, an ancient town of Campania, Italy. 6 Roman 1000 SC of Capua, on the Via Appia, near the point where the Via Papilia branches off from it. It is represented by the Church of St. Giacomo, Aleg Gallas. The Via Appia here, as at Capua, abandons its former SC direction for a length of 2,000 Oscan ft, 180,412 English ft, for which it runs due e, and then resumes its course SE. There are no ruins but a considerable quantity of debris, and the pre-Roman necropolis was partially excavated in 1882. 10 shafts lined with slabs of tufa, which were there found, may have been the approaches to tombs, or may have served as wells. The history of Calatia is practically that of its more powerful neighbor Capua, but as it lay near the point where the Via Appia turns east and enters the mountains, it had some strategic importance. In 313 B Roman 100, it was taken by the Samnites and recaptured by the dictator Q. Fabius. The Samnites captured it again in 311, but it must have been retaken at an unknown date in the 3rd century. We find it issuing coins with an Oscan legend. But in 211 B Roman 100, it shared the fate of Capua. In 174, we hear of its walls being repaired by the censors. In 59 B Roman 100, a colony was established here by Caesar. C. C. H. Hulson in Pauli Wiswa, Real Encyclopaedia Roman 3 Stuttgart, 1899. Calavera's skull, a famous fossil cranium, reported by Professor J. Roman 500 Whitney, as found 1886, in the undisturbed auriferous gravels of Calaveras County, California. The discovery at once raised the still discussed question of tertiary man in the New World. Doubt has been thrown on the genuineness of the find, as the age of the gravels is disputed, and the skull is of a type corresponding exactly with that of the present Indian inhabitants of the district. Whitney assigns the fossil to late tertiary Pliocene times, and concludes that man existed in California previous to the cessation of volcanic activity in the Sierra Nevada, to the epoch of the greatest extension of the glaciers in that region, and to the erosion of the present river canyons and valleys, at a time when the animal and vegetable creation differed entirely from what they now are. The specimen is preserved in the Peabody Museum, Cambridge, Mass. Calbiag, a town of the province of Samar, Philippine Islands, on the W coast at the mouth of the Calbiag River, about 30 Roman 1000 NW of Catbalogan, the capital in Lat 12-3 NPOP, 1903 15,895. Calbiag has an important export trade in hemp, which is shipped to Manila. Copra is also produced in considerable quantity, and there is fine timber in the vicinity. There are hot springs near the town. The neighboring valleys of the Gandara and Hipatan rivers are exceedingly fertile, but in 1908 were uncultivated. The climate is very warm, but healthy. The language is Viscan. Kalb or Kalb, a town of Germany on the Zala in Prussian Saxony. It is known as Kalbinder Saal to distinguish it from the smaller town of Kalb on the Milda, in the same province. Pop 1905 12,281. It is a railway junction, and among its industries are wool weaving, and the manufacture of cloth paper, stoves, sugar and bricks. Cucumbers and onions are cultivated, and soft coal is mined in the neighborhood. Calcar or Calcar John de 14,991,546, Italian painter, was born at Calcar in the Duchy of Cleves. He was a disciple of Titian at Venice, and perfected himself by studying Raphael. He imitated those masters so closely as to deceive the most skillful critics. Among his various pieces is a nativity representing the angels around the infant Christ, which he arranged so that the light emanated wholly from the child. He died at Naples. Calceolaria in botany, a genus belonging to the natural order Scrophulariaceae, containing about 150 species of herbaceous or shrubby plants, chiefly natives of the South American Andes of Peru and Chile. The Calceolaria of the present day has Roman 5 bean developed into a highly decorative plant, in which the herbaceous habit has preponderated. The plants are now very generally raised annually from seed, which is sown about the end of June, in a mixture of loam, leaf mold, and sand, and being very small must be only slightly covered. When the plants are large enough to handle, they are pricked out an inch or two apart into 3-inch or 5-inch pots. When a little more advanced, they are potted singly. They should be wintered in a greenhouse with a night temperature of about 40 occupying a shelf, near the light by the end of February. They should be moved into 8-inch or 10-inch pots, using a compost of 3 parts good turfy loam, 1 part leaf mold, and 1 part thoroughly rotten manure with a fair addition of sand. They need plenty of light and air, but must not be subjected to drafts. When the pots get well filled with roots, they must be liberally supplied with manure water in all stages of growth. The plants are subject to the attacks of the greenfly, for which they must be fumigated. The so-called shrubby calceolarias used for bedding are increased from cuttings planted in autumn in cold frames, where they can be wintered protected from frost by the use of mats and a good layer of litter placed over the glass and round the sides. Calchaquí, a tribe of South American Indians, now extinct, who formerly occupied northern Argentina stone, and other remains prove them to have reached a high degree of civilization. They offered a vigorous resistance to the first Spanish colonists coming from Chile. Calchas of Mycenae or Megara, son of Thestor, the most famous soothsayer among the Greeks at the time of the Trojan War, he foretold the duration of the siege of Troy. And when the fleet was detained by adverse winds at Aulis, he explained the cause and demanded the sacrifice of Iphigenia. When the Greeks were visited with pestilence on account of Chryses, he disclosed the reasons of Apollo's anger. It was he who suggested that Neoptolemus and Philoctetes should be fetched from Syros and Lemnos to Troy, and he was one of those who advised the construction of the wooden horse when the Greeks on their journey home after the fall of Troy were overtaken by a storm. Calchas is said to have been thrown ashore at Colophon, according to another story. He foresaw the storm and did not attempt to return by sea. It had been predicted that he should die when he met his superior in divination, and the prophecy was fulfilled in the person of Mopsus, whom Calchas met in the grove of the Clarion Apollo, near Colophon. Having been beaten in a trial of soothsaying, Calchas died of chagrin or committed suicide. He had a temple and oracle in Apulia. Ovid Metam Roman 12, ff Homer Iliad Roman 1 Roman 2, Strabo Roman 6 p 284, Roman 14 p 642. Calcite, a mineral consisting of naturally occurring calcium carbonate, Ca-CO3, crystallizing in the rhombohedral system. With the exception of quartz, it is the most widely distributed of minerals, whilst in the beautiful development and extraordinary variety of form of its crystals it is surpassed by none. In the massive condition it occurs as large rock masses, marble, limestone, chalk, which are often of organic origin, being formed of the remains of mollusks, corals, crinoids, Roman 100, the hard parts of which consist largely of calcite. The name calcite, Lat. Calx calcis, meaning burnt lime, is of comparatively recent origin, and was first applied in 1836 to the barleycorn pseudomorphs of calcium carbonate after celestite from Sanderhausen in Thuringia. It was not until about 1843 that the name was used in its present sense. The mineral had, however, long been known under the names calcareous spar and calcspar, and the beautifully transparent variety called Iceland spar had been much studied. The strong double refraction and perfect cleavages of Iceland spar were described in detail by Erasmus Bartholinus in 1669. In his book Experimenta Crystalli Islandici Distiaclastici, the study of the same mineral led Christian Huygens to discover in 1690 the laws of double refraction and E Roman 50 malus, in 1808 the polarization of light. An important property of calcite is the great ease with which it may be cleaved in 3 directions. The 3 perfect cleavages are parallel to the faces of the primitive rhombohedron, and the angle between them was determined by W. H. Wollaston in 1812, with the aid of his newly invented reflective goniometer, to be 7455. The cleavage is of great help in distinguishing calcite from other minerals of similar appearance. The hardness of 3, it is readily scratched with a knife. The specific gravity of 2, and the fact that it effervesces briskly in contact with cold dilute acids are also characters of determinative value. Figs 16 crystals of calcite. Figs 16 crystals of calcite. Crystals of calcite are extremely varied in form, but as a rule they may be referred to 4 distinct habits, namely rhombohedral, prismatic, scalenohedral, and tabular. The primitive rhombohedron R100 Fig 1 is comparatively rare except in combination with other forms. A flatter rhombohedron E110 is shown in Fig 2, and a more acute one F111 in Fig 3. These 3 rhombohedra are related in such a manner that, when in combination, the faces of R truncate the polar edges of F, and the faces of E truncate the edges of R. The crystal of prismatic habit shown in Fig 4 is a combination of the prism M211, and the rhombohedron E110 Fig 5 is a combination of the scalenohedron V201 and the rhombohedron R100, and the crystal of tabular habit represented in Fig 6 is a combination of the basal pinacoid C111 prism M211 and rhombohedron E110. In these figures, only 6 distinct forms REFMVC are represented, but more than 400 have been recorded for calcite, whilst the combinations of them are almost endless. Depending on the habits of the crystals, certain trivial names have been used, such for example as dagduspar, for the crystals of scalenohedral habit, so common in the Derbyshire lead mines, and limestone caverns nailhidspar, for crystals terminated by the obtuse rhombohedron, E, which are common in the lead mines of Alston Moor in Cumberland Slatespar German Schieferspath, for crystals of tabular habit and sometimes as thin as paper cannonspar, for crystals of prismatic habit, terminated by the basal pinacoid Roman 100 calcite, is also remarkable for the variety and perfection of its twinned crystals. Twinned crystals, though not of infrequent occurrence, are however far less common than simple untwinned crystals. No less than 4 well-defined twin laws are to be distinguished. Fig 710, twinned crystals of calcite. Fig 710, twinned crystals of calcite. Roman 1 twinplane C, 111. Here there is rotation of one portion with respect to the other through 180, about the principal trigonal axis, which is perpendicular to the plane C111, or the same result may be obtained by reflection across this plane. Fig 7 shows a prismatic crystal like Fig 4 twinned in this manner, and Fig 8 represents a twinned scalenohedron V201. Roman 2 twinplane E110. The principal axes of the two portions are inclined at an angle of 52-30-12. Repeated twinning on this plane is very common, and the twin lamella Fig 9, to which it gives rise, are often to be observed in the grains of calcite of crystalline limestones, which have been subjected to pressure. This lamellar twinning is of secondary origin. It may be readily produced artificially by pressure, for example, by pressing a knife into the edge of a cleavage rhombohedron. Roman 5p. Roman 3 twinplane R100. Here the principal axes of the two portions are nearly at right angles 89-14, and one of the directions of cleavage in both portions is parallel to the twinplane. Fine crystals of prismatic habit twinned, according to this law, were formerly found in considerable numbers at Wheelwray in Cornwall, and of scalenohedral habit at Iam in Derbyshire, and Cleator in Cumberland. Those from the last two localities are known as butterfly twins or heart-shaped twins, Fig 10, according to their shape. Roman 4 twinplane F111. The principal axes are here inclined at 53-46. This is the rarest twin law of calcite. Calcite, when pure as in the well-known Iceland spar, is perfectly transparent and colorless. The luster is vitreous owing to the presence of various impurities. The transparency and color may vary considerably. Crystals are often nearly white or colorless, usually, with a slight yellowish tinge. The yellowish color is in most cases due to the presence of iron, but in some cases it has been proved to be due to organic matter such as epicrinic acid, derived from the humus overlying the rocks, in which the crystals were formed. An opaque calcite of a grass-green color, occurring as large cleavage masses in central India, and known as hyslopite, owes its color to enclosed green earth glauconite, and celadonite, a stalagmitic calcite of a beautiful purple color from Reichelsdorf in Hesse, is colored by cobalt. Optically, calcite is uniaxial with negative birefringence, the index of refraction for the ordinary ray being greater than for the extraordinary ray for sodium light. The former is 1, and the latter 1. The difference between these two indices gives a measure of the birefringence or double refraction. Although the double refraction of some other minerals is greater than that of calcite, for example, for cinnabar it is 0, and for calomel 0, yet this phenomenon can be best demonstrated in calcite, since it is a mineral obtainable in large pieces of perfect transparency, owing to the strong double refraction and the consequent wide separation of the two polarized rays of light traversing the crystal. An object viewed through a cleavage rhombohedron of Iceland spar is seen double. Hence, the name doubly refracting spar, Iceland spar, is extensively used in the construction of Nichols prisms for polariscopes, polarizing microscopes and saccharimeters, and of dichroscopes for testing the pleochroism of gemstones. Chemically, calcite has the same composition as the orthorhombic aragonite curomin, 5 these minerals being dimorphous forms of calcium carbonate, well-crystallized material, such as Iceland spar, usually consists of perfectly pure calcium carbonate, but at other times the calcium may be isomorphously replaced by small amounts of magnesium, barium, strontium, manganese, zinc, or lead. When the elements named are present in large amount, we have the varieties dolomitic calcite, barocalcite, strontianocalcite, ferrocalcite, manganocalcite, zincocalcite, and plumbocalcite, respectively. Mechanically enclosed impurities are also frequently present, and it is to these that the color is often due. A remarkable case of enclosed impurities is presented by the so-called Fontainebleau limestone, which consists of crystals of calcite of an acute rhombohedral form, Fig. 3, enclosing 50 to 60 of quartz and similar crystals, but with the form of an acute hexagonal pyramid, and enclosing 64 of sand, have recently been found in large quantity over a wide area in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. The case of hyslopite, which encloses up to 20 of green earth, has been noted above. In addition to the varieties of calcite, noted above, some others, depending on the state of aggregation of the material, are distinguished. A finely fibrous form is known as satin spar curomin 5, a name also applied to fibrous gypsum. The most typical example of this is the snow white material, often with a rosy tinge and a pronounced silky luster, which occurs in veins in the Carboniferous shales of Alston Moor in Cumberland. Finely scaly varieties with a pearly luster are known as Argentine and Ephrite German Schaumspeth, soft earthy and dull white varieties as agaric mineral rock milk. Rockmeal Roman 100. These form a transition to Marl's chalk Roman 100 of the granular and compact forms. Numerous varieties are distinguished. Sea limestone and marble in the form of stalactites. Calcite is of extremely common occurrence. Each stalactite usually consists of an aggregate of radially arranged crystalline individuals, though sometimes it may consist of a single individual with crystal faces, developed at the free end. Onyx marbles, or oriental alabaster, sea alabaster, and other stalagmitic deposits also consist of calcite, and so do the allied deposits of travertine calcsinter or calctufa. The modes of occurrence of calcite are very varied. It is a common gangue mineral in metalliferous deposits, and in the form of crystals, is often associated with ores of lead, iron, copper, and silver. It is a common product of alteration in igneous rocks, and frequently occurs as well-developed crystals in association with zeolites, lining the amygdaloidal cavities of basaltic and other rocks. Veins and cavities in limestones are usually lined with crystals of calcite. The wide distribution, under various conditions of crystallized calcite, is readily explained by the solubility of calcium carbonate in water containing carbon dioxide, and the ease with which the material is again deposited in the crystallized state when the carbon dioxide is liberated by evaporation. On this also depends the formation of stalactites and calcsinter. Localities at which beautifully crystallized specimens of calcite are found are extremely numerous for beauty of crystals and variety of forms. The hematite mines of the Cleator Moor district in West Cumberland and the Furnace district in North Lancashire are unsurpassed. The lead mines of Alston in Cumberland and of Derbyshire, and the silver mines of Andreasburg in the Harz and Guanajuato in Mexico have yielded many fine specimens. From the zinc mines of Joplin in Missouri, enormous crystals of golden yellow and amethystine colors have been recently obtained. At all the localities here mentioned, the crystals occur with metalliferous ores in Iceland. The mode of occurrence is quite distinct, the mineral being here found in a cavity in basalt. The quarry, which since the 19th century has supplied the famous Iceland spar, is in a cavity in basalt, the cavity itself measuring 12 by 5 ids in area and about 10 ft in height. It is situated quite close to the farm Helgastadir, about an hour's ride from the trading station of Eskifjordur on Reyðarfjordur on the east coast of Iceland. This cavity, when first found, was filled with pure crystallized masses and enormous crystals. The crystals measure up to a yard across and are rhombohedral or scalenohedral in habit. Their faces are usually dull and corroded or coated with stilbite. In recent years, much of the material taken out has not been of sufficient transparency for optical purposes, and this, together with the very limited supply, has caused a considerable rise in price. Only very occasionally has calcite from any locality other than Iceland been used for the construction of a Nichols prism. Roman 50 Js. Calcium symbol Ca, atomic weight 40O, a metallic chemical element, so named by Sir Humphrey Davy, from its Roman 5 occurrence in chalk Latin calx. It does not occur in nature in the free state, but in combination, it is widely and abundantly diffused. Thus, the sulfate constitutes the minerals anhydrite, alabaster, gypsum, and selenite. The carbonate occurs dissolved in most natural waters, and as the minerals chalk, marble, calcite, aragonite, also in the double carbonates, such as dolomite, bromlite, barytocalcite. The fluoride as fluorspar, the fluphosphate constitutes the mineral apatite, while all the more important mineral silicates contain a proportion of this element. Extraction calcium oxide, or lime, has been known from a very remote period, and was for a long time considered to be an elementary or undecomposable earth. This view was questioned in the 18th century, and in 1808, Sir Humphrey Davy Filtran's 1808 p. 303 was able to show that lime was a combination of a metal and oxygen. His attempts at isolating this metal were not completely successful. In fact, metallic calcium remained a laboratory curiosity until the beginning of the 20th century. Davy, inspired by his successful isolation of the metals sodium and potassium by the electrolysis of their hydrates, attempted to decompose a mixture of lime and mercuric oxide. By the electric current, an amalgam of calcium was obtained, but the separation of the mercury was so difficult that even Davy himself was not sure as to whether he had obtained pure metallic calcium. Electrolysis of lime or calcium chloride in contact with mercury gave similar results. Bunsen and 1854 92 p. 248 was more successful when he electrolyzed calcium chloride moistened with hydrochloric acid, and Amatthieson Jurchem Soch 1856 p. 28 obtained the metal by electrolyzing a mixture of fused calcium and sodium chlorides. Henry Moissan obtained the metal of 99 purity by electrolyzing calcium iodide at a low red heat using a nickel cathode and a graphite anode. He also showed that a more convenient process consisted in heating the iodide with an excess of sodium, forming an amalgam of the product, and removing the sodium by means of absolute alcohol, which has but little action on calcium, and the mercury by distillation. The electrolytic isolation of calcium has been carefully investigated, and this is the method followed for the commercial production of the metal. In 1902, W. Borchers and Roman 50 Stockham, Zeit für Elektrochemie, 1902 p. 8757, obtained the metal of 90 purity by electrolyzing calcium chloride at a temperature of about 780 using an iron cathode, the anode being the graphite vessel in which the electrolysis was carried out. In the same year, O. Ruff and W. Plato-Burr 1902, 35 p. 3612, employed a mixture of calcium chloride 100 parts and fluorspar 16 parts, which was fused in a porcelain crucible and electrolyzed with a carbon anode and an iron cathode. Neither of these processes admitted of commercial application, but by a modification of Ruff and Plato's process, W. Ruthenau and Roman 100 Suter have made the metal commercially available. These chemists electrolyze either pure calcium chloride or a mixture of this salt with fluorspar in a graphite vessel, which serves as the anode. The cathode consists of an iron rod which can be gradually raised. On electrolysis, a layer of metallic calcium is formed at the lower end of this rod, on the surface of the electrolyte. The rod is gradually raised, the thickness of the layer increases, and ultimately a rod of metallic calcium forming, as it were a continuation of the iron cathode, is obtained. This is the form in which calcium is put on the market. An idea as to the advance made by this method is recorded in the variation in the price of calcium at the beginning of 1904. It was quoted at 5s per gram, 250 per kilogram, or 110 per pound. About a year later, the price was reduced to 21s per kilogram or 12s per kilogram in quantities of 100 kilograms. These quotations apply to Germany in the United Kingdom. The price 1905 varied from 27s to 30s per kilogram, 12s to 13s per lb. Properties: a freshly prepared surface of the metal closely resembles zinc in appearance, but on exposure to the air, it rapidly tarnishes, becoming yellowish and ultimately gray or white in color. Owing to the information of a surface layer of calcium hydrate, a faint smell of acetylene may be perceived. During the oxidation in moist air, this is probably due to traces of calcium carbide. It is rapidly acted on by water, especially if means are taken to remove the layer of calcium hydrate formed on the metal. Alcohol acts very slowly in its chemical properties. It closely resembles barium and strontium, and to some degree magnesium. These four elements comprise the so-called metals of the alkaline earths. It combines directly with most elements, including nitrogen. This can be taken advantage of in forming almost a perfect vacuum the oxygen combining to form the oxide Ca(O), and the nitrogen to form the nitride Ca3N2. Several of its physical properties have been determined by K. Arndt Burr, 1904-37 p. 4733. The metal as prepared by electrolysis generally contains traces of aluminum and silica. Its specific gravity is 1. And after remelting 1 after distillation, it is 1 it melts at about 800, but sublimes at a lower temperature. Compounds calcium hydride, obtained by heating electrolytic calcium, in a current of hydrogen, appears in commerce under the name hydrolyte water, decomposes it to give hydrogen free from ammonia, and acetylene, 1 gram yielding about 100 ccs of gas. Pratt's Imrich Abs J Roman 100s 1907 Roman 2 p 460. Calcium forms 2 oxides monoxide Ca(O) and the dioxide Ca(O2). The monoxide and its hydrate are more familiarly known as lime Q-Roman 5 and slaked lime. The dioxide was obtained as the hydrate Ca(O28H2O) by P. Thenard and Chim Fies 8 p 213, who precipitated limewater with hydrogen peroxide. It is permanent. When dry on heating to 130 Roman 100, it loses water and gives the anhydrous dioxide as an unstable pale buff-colored powder, very sparingly soluble in water. It is used as an antiseptic and oxidizing agent. Whereas calcium chloride, bromide, and iodide are deliquescent solids, the fluoride is practically insoluble. In water, this is a parallelism to the soluble silver fluoride. And the insoluble chloride, bromide, and iodide calcium fluoride, Ca(F2), constitutes the mineral fluorspar Q-Roman 5, and is prepared artificially as an insoluble white powder by precipitating. Solution of calcium chloride with a soluble fluoride 1 part dissolves in 26,000 parts of water. Calcium chloride, CaCl2, occurs in many natural waters, and as a byproduct in the manufacture of carbonic acid, carbon dioxide, and potassium chlorate aqueous solutions, deposit crystals containing 2, 4, or 6 molecules of water and hydrous calcium chloride, prepared by heating the hydrate to 200 preferably, in a current of hydrochloric acid gas, which prevents the formation of any oxychloride, is very hygroscopic, and is used as a desiccating agent. It fuses at 723, it combines with gaseous ammonia, and forms crystalline compounds with certain alcohols. The crystallized salt dissolves very readily in water with a considerable absorption of heat, hence its use in forming freezing mixtures. A temperature of 55 Roman 100 is obtained by mixing 10 parts of the hexahydrate with 7 parts of snow. A saturated solution of calcium chloride contains 325 parts of CaCl2 to 100 of water at the boiling point. 179 calcium iodide and bromide are white deliquescent solids and closely resemble the chloride. Chloride of lime or bleaching powder is a calcium chlorhypochlorite or an equimolecular mixture of the chloride and hypochlorite. C. Alkali manufacture and bleaching. Calcium carbide Ca(C2), a compound of great industrial importance as a source of acetylene, was first prepared by F. Wohler. It is now manufactured by heating lime and carbon in the electric furnace. C. Acetylene heated in chlorine or with bromine, it yields carbon and calcium chloride or bromide at a dull red heat. It burns in oxygen-forming calcium carbonate, and it becomes incandescent in sulfur vapor at 500, forming calcium sulfide and carbon disulfide. Heated in the electric furnace in a current of air, it yields calcium cyanamide. C. Cyanamide. Calcium carbonate CaCO3 is of exceptionally wide distribution in both the mineral and animal kingdoms. It constitutes the bulk of the chalk deposits and limestone rocks. It forms over 1/2 of the mineral dolomite and the rock magnesium limestone. It occurs also as the dimorphous minerals aragonite Q-Roman 5 and calcite Q-Roman 5. Tough Q-Roman 5 and travertine are calcareous deposits found in volcanic districts. Most natural waters contain it dissolved in carbonic acid. This confers temporary hardness on the water. The dissipation of the dissolved carbon dioxide results in the formation of fur in kettles or boilers, and if the solution is falling as from the roof of a cave, in the formation of stalactites and stalagmites. In the animal kingdom, it occurs as both calcite and aragonite in the tests of the foraminifera, echinoderms, brachiopoda, and mollusca. Also in the skeletons of sponges and corals. Calcium carbonate is obtained as a white precipitate, almost insoluble in water 1 part, requiring 10,000 of water for solution by mixing solutions of a carbonate and a calcium salt. Hot or dilute cold solutions deposit minute orthorhombic crystals of aragonite. Cold saturated or moderately strong solutions hexagonal rhombohedral crystals of calcite aragonite, is the least stable form. Crystals have been found altered to calcite. Calcium nitride Ca3N2 is a grayish-yellow powder formed by heating calcium in air or nitrogen water, decomposes it with evolution of ammonia CH moisten, Compt Rend 127p 497. Calcium nitrate CaNO 324H2O is a highly deliquescent salt Roman 5, P crystallizing in monoclinic prisms and occurring in various natural waters, as an efflorescence in limestone caverns, and in the neighborhood of decaying nitrogenous organic matter, hence its synonyms wall saltpeter and lime saltpeter. From its disintegrating action on mortar, it is sometimes referred to as saltpeter rot. The anhydrous nitrate, obtained by heating the crystallized salt, is very phosphorescent and constitutes Baldwin's phosphorus. A basic nitrate CaNO32, Ka23H2O, is obtained by dissolving calcium hydroxide in a solution of the normal nitrate. Calcium phosphide Ca3P2 is obtained as a reddish substance by passing phosphorus vapor over strongly heated lime water, decomposes it with the evolution of spontaneously inflammable hydrogen, phosphide, hence its use as a marine signal fire. Holmes, Lights C. Roman 50 Gatterman, and W. Hosknecht Burr 1890 23p 1176, and H. Moisen Compt Rend 128p 787. Of the calcium orthophosphates, the normal salt Ca3Po is the most important. It is the principal inorganic constituent of bones and hence of the bone ash of commerce. See phosphorus. It occurs with fluorides in the mineral apatite Curomin 5, and the concretions known as coprolites Curomin 5 largely consist of this salt. It also constitutes the minerals ornithite Ca3Po 422H2O osteolite, and somberite, the mineral brushite Ca HPO 42H2O, which is isomorphous with the acid arsenate pharmacolite Ca H as O42H2O, is an acid phosphate, and assumes monoclinic forms. The normal salt may be obtained artificially as a white gelatinous precipitate, which shrinks greatly on drying by mixing solutions of sodium hydrogen phosphate ammonia and calcium chloride. Crystals may be obtained by heating to calcium pyrophosphate Ca 7 with water under pressure. It is insoluble in water, slightly soluble in solutions of carbonic acid and common salt, and readily soluble in concentrated hydrochloric and nitric acid. Of the acid orthophosphates, the monocalcium salt Ca H4Po may be obtained as crystalline scales containing one molecule of water by evaporating a solution of the normal salt in hydrochloric or nitric acid. It dissolves readily in water, the solution having an acid reaction. The artificial manure known as superphosphate of lime consists of this salt and calcium sulfate, and is obtained by treating ground bones coprolites Roman 100 with sulfuric acid. The decalcium salt Cotwage occurs in a concretionary form in the ureters and cloaca of the sturgeon, and also in guano. It is obtained as rhombic plates by mixing dilute solutions of calcium chloride and sodium phosphate, and passing carbon dioxide into the liquid. Other phosphates are also known. Calcium monosulfide Ca(S), a white amorphous powder, sparingly soluble in water, is formed by heating the sulfate with charcoal or by heating lime in a current of sulfuretted hydrogen. It is particularly noteworthy from the phosphorescence which it exhibits when heated or after exposure to the sun's rays, hence its synonym, Canton's phosphorus. After John Canton 17,180,1772, an English natural philosopher, the sulfidrate or hydrosulfide Cash2 is obtained as colorless prismatic crystals of the composition Cash26H2O by passing sulfuretted hydrogen into milk of lime. The strong aqueous solution deposits colorless four-sided prisms of the hydroxyhydrosulfide, Kh. The disulfide Ca(S2) and pentasulfide Ca(S5) are formed when milk of lime is boiled with flowers of sulfur. These sulfides form the basis of Baumain's luminous paint, and oxysulfide 2, Ca(SKO), is sometimes present in soda waste and orange-colored acicular crystals of 4 Ca(SKSO 418H2O, occasionally settle out on the long-standing of oxidized soda or alkali waste. C. Alkali manufacture. Calcium sulfite Ca(SO3), a white substance soluble in water, is prepared by passing sulfur dioxide into milk of lime. This solution with excess of sulfur dioxide yields the bisulfite of lime of commerce, which is used in the chemical manufacture of wood pulp for paper making. Calcium sulfate Ca(SO4) constitutes the minerals anhydrite Curomin 5, and in the hydrated form, selenite gypsum Curoman 5 alabaster Curoman 5, and also the adhesive plaster of Paris sea cement. It occurs dissolved in most natural waters, which it renders permanently hard. It is obtained as a white crystalline precipitate sparingly soluble in water, 100 parts of water, dissolve 24 of the salt at 15 Roman 100. By mixing solutions of a sulfate and a calcium salt, it is more soluble in solutions of common salt and hydrochloric acid, and especially of sodium thiosulfate. Calcium silicates are exceptionally abundant in the mineral kingdom. Calcium metasilicate, CaCO3, occurs in nature as monoclinic crystals known as tabular spar or wollastonite. It may be prepared artificially from solutions of calcium chloride and sodium silicate. H. Lechatelier Annals des Mines, 1887 p. 345, has obtained artificially the compounds CaCO3 CaTaC, O4 Ca3C2O7, and Ca3CO5C, also G. Otto Chemisch's Central Blatt. 1896-228. Acid calcium silicates are represented in the mineral kingdom by gyrolite H2CaTaC, O33H2O, a lime zeolite sometimes regarded as an altered form of apophyllite Curoman 5, which is itself an acid calcium silicate containing an alkaline fluoride by oaknite H2CaC, O32H2O, and bisonolite 4CaCO3H2O, calcium silicate, is also present in the minerals olivine pyroxenes amphiboles epidote feldspars, zeolites scapolites QQ Roman 5. Detection and estimation. Most calcium compounds, especially when moistened with hydrochloric acid, impart an orangered color to a Bunsen flame, which when viewed through green glass appears to be finch green. This distinguishes it in the presence of strontium, whose crimson coloration is apt to mask the orangered calcium flame. When viewed through green glass, the strontium flame appears to be a very faint yellow in the spectroscope. Calcium exhibits two intense lines: an orange line, 6163, a green line, 4229, and a fainter indigo line. Calcium is not precipitated by sulfurated hydrogen, but falls as the carbonate when an alkaline carbonate is added to a solution. Sulfuric acid gives a white precipitate of calcium sulfate with strong solutions. Ammonium oxalate gives calcium oxalate, practically insoluble in water and dilute acetic acid, but readily soluble in nitric or hydrochloric acid. Calcium is generally estimated by precipitation as oxalate, which after drying is heated, and weighed as carbonate or oxide, according to the degree and duration of the heating. Calculating machines. Instruments for the mechanical performance of numerical calculations have in modern times come into ever-increasing use, not merely for dealing with large masses of figures in banks, insurance offices, Roman 100, but also as cash registers for use on the counters of retail shops. They may be classified as follows: Roman 1 edition, machines, the first invented by Blaise Pascal, 1642. Roman 2 edition, machines modified to facilitate multiplication, the first by G.W. Leibniz, 1671. Roman 3 true multiplication machines, Leon Bowles, 1888. Steiger, 1894. Roman 4 difference machines, Johann Helfrich von Müller, 1786. Charles Babbage, 1822. Roman 5 analytical machines. Babbage, 1834. The number of distinct machines of the first three kinds is remarkable, and is being constantly added to old machines being improved, and new ones invented. Professor R. Mamke has counted over 80 distinct machines of this type. The fullest published account of the subject is given by Mamke in the Encyclopaedia der Mathematischen Wissenschaften, Artikel Numerisches, Rechnen vol Roman, 1 Heft 6 1901. It contains historical notes and full references. Walther von Dick's catalog also contains descriptions of various machines. We shall confine ourselves to explaining the principles of some leading types, without giving an exact description of any particular one. Fig. 1 Figure Disc. Fig. 1. Practically all calculating machines contain a counting work, a series of figure discs consisting in the original form of horizontal circular discs. Fig. 1, on which the figures 0, 1, 2 to 9 are marked. Each disc can turn about its vertical axis and is covered by a fixed plate with a hole or window in it through which one figure can be seen. On turning the disc through 1/10 of a revolution, this figure will be changed into the next higher or lower. Such turning may be called a step. Positive addition machines if the next higher, and negative if the next lower figure appears. Each positive step therefore adds 1 unit to the figure under the window, while 2 steps add 2, and so on. If a series, say 6 of such figure discs be placed side by side, their windows lying in a row, Then any number of 6 places can be made to appear, for instance 373. In order to add 6425 to this number, the discs, counting from right to left, have to be turned 5 to 4 and 6 steps respectively. If this is done, the sum 6798 will appear in case the sum of the two figures at any disc is greater than 9. If, for instance, the last figure to be added is 8 instead of 5, the sum for this disc is 11, and the one only will appear. Hence, an arrangement for carrying has to be introduced. This may be done as follows. The axis of a figure disc contains wheel with 10 teeth. Each figure disc has besides one long tooth which, when its 0 passes the window, turns the next wheel to the left one tooth forward. And hence the figure disc, one step. The actual mechanism is not quite so simple, because the long teeth as described would gear also into the wheel to the right, and besides would interfere with each other. They must therefore be replaced by a somewhat more complicated arrangement, which has been done in various ways, not necessary to describe more fully. On the way in which this is done, however, depends to a great extent the durability and trustworthiness of any arithmometer. In fact, it is often its weakest point. If to the series of figure discs arrangements are added for turning each disc through a required number of steps, Roman 5 PWE, have an addition machine, essentially of Pascal's type in it. Each disc had to be turned by hand. This operation has been simplified in various ways by mechanical means for pure addition machines. Keyboards have been added, say, for each disc 9 keys, marked 1 to 9. On pressing the key marked 6, the disc turns 6 steps, and so on. These have been introduced by Stettner 1882, Max Mayer 1887, and in the comptometer by Dorsey Felt of Chicago. In the comptograph by Felt, and also in Burroughs' registering accountant, the result is printed. These machines can be used for multiplication as repeated addition, but the process is laborious. Depending for rapid execution, modified addition machines, essentially on the skill of the operator. 1. To adapt an addition machine, as described, to rapid multiplication, the turnings of the separate figure discs are replaced by one motion, commonly the turning of a handle, as however the different discs have to be turned through different steps. A contrivance has to be inserted which can be set in such a way that, by one turn of the handle, each disc is moved through a number of steps equal to the number of units which is to be added on that disc. This may be done by making each of the figure discs receive on its axis a 10-toothed wheel called hereafter the A wheel, which is acted on either directly or indirectly by another wheel called the B wheel, in which the number of teeth can be varied from 0 to 9. This variation of the teeth has been effected in different ways, theoretically. The simplest seems to be to have on the B wheel 9 teeth, which can be drawn back into the body of the wheel, so that at will any number from 0 to 9 can be made to project. This idea, previously mentioned by Leibniz, has been realized by Bodner in the Brunsviga. Another way, also due to Leibniz, consists in inserting between the axis of the handle bar and the A wheel a stepped cylinder. This may be considered as being made up of 10 wheels large enough to contain about 20 teeth each, but most of these teeth are cut away, so that these wheels retain in succession 9810 teeth. If these are made as one piece, they form a cylinder with teeth of lengths from 98 times the length of a tooth on a single wheel. Fig 2, Brunsviga. Fig 2. In the diagrammatic vertical section of such a machine, Fig 2FF is a figure disc with a conical wheel A on its axis. In the covering plate HK is the window W. A stepped cylinder is shown at B. The axis Z, which runs along the whole machine, is turned by a handle, and itself turns the cylinder B by aid of conical wheels. Above the cylinder lies an axis E with square section, along which a wheel D can be moved. The same axis carries at E a pair of conical wheels C and C, which can also slide on the axis, so that either can be made to drive the A wheel. The covering plate MK has a slot above the axis E, allowing a rod LL to be moved by aid of a button L, carrying the wheel D with it. Along the slot is a scale of numbers 0, 1 to 9, corresponding with the number of teeth on the cylinder B, with which the wheel D will gear in any given position. A series of such slots is shown in the top middle part of Steiger's machine. Fig 3. Let now the handle driving the axis Z be turned once round, the button being set to 4, then 4 teeth of the B wheel will turn D, and with it the A wheel, and consequently the figure disc will be moved 4 steps. These steps will be positive or forward if the wheel C gears in A, and consequently 4 will be added to the figure showing at the window W. But if the wheels CC are moved to the right, C will gear with a moving backwards, with the result that 4 is subtracted at the window. This motion of all the wheels C is done simultaneously by the push of a lever which appears at the top plate of the machine, its two positions being marked addition and subtraction. The B wheels are in fixed positions below the plate MK level with this. But separate is the plate KH with the window on it. The figure discs are mounted. This plate is hinged at the back at H, and can be lifted up, thereby throwing the wheels out of gear. When thus raised, the figure discs can be set to any figures at the same time. It can slide to and fro so that a wheel can be put in gear with any C wheel forming with it. One element, the number of these, varies with the size of the machine. Suppose there are 6 B wheels and 12 figure discs. Let these be all set to 0, with the exception of the last 4 to the right, these showing 1, 4, 3, 2. And let these be placed opposite the last B wheels to the right, if now the buttons belonging to the latter be set to 3, 2, 5, 6, then, on turning the B wheels, all once round the latter figures will be added to the former, thus showing 4, 6, 8, 8 at the windows by aid of the axis Z. This turning of the B wheels is performed simultaneously. By the movement of one handle, we have thus an addition machine, if it be required to multiply a number, say 725, by any number up to 6 figures, say 357, the buttons are set to the figures 725. The windows all showing 0, the handle is then turned 725, appears at the windows, and successive turns, add this number to the first, hence 7 turns, show the product 7 times 725. Now the plate with the wheels is lifted and moved one step to the right, then lowered, and the handle turned 5 times, thus adding 50 times 725 to the product obtained. Finally, by moving the piot again and turning the handle 3 times, the required product is obtained. If the machine has 6 B wheels and 12 discs, the product of two 6-figure numbers can be obtained. Division is performed by repeated subtraction. The lever regulating the C wheel is set to subtraction, producing negative steps at the discs. The dividend is set up at the windows, and the divisor at the buttons. Each turn of the handle subtracts the divisor once. To count the number of turns of the handle, a second set of windows is arranged with number discs below. These have no carrying arrangement, but one is turned one step for each turn of the handle. The machine described is essentially that of Thomas of Calmer, which was the first that came into practical use. Of earlier machines, those of Leibniz Müller 1782 and Hahn 1809 deserve to be mentioned. See Dick Catalog. Thomas machine has had many imitations both in England and on the continent, with more or less important alterations. Joseph Edmondson of Halifax has given it a circular form, which has many advantages. The accuracy and durability of any machine depend to a great extent on the manner in which the carrying mechanism is constructed. Besides, no wheel must be capable of moving in any other way than that required. Hence, every part must be locked and be released only when required to move further. Any disc must carry to the next only after the carrying to itself has been completed. If all were to carry at the same time, a considerable force would be required to turn the handle, and serious strains would be introduced. It is for this reason that the B wheels or cylinders have the greater part of the circumference free from teeth. Again, the carrying acts generally, as in the machine described, in one sense only, and this involves that the handle be turned always in the same direction. Subtraction, therefore, cannot be done by turning it in the opposite way. Hence, the two wheels C and C are introduced. These are moved all at once by one lever, acting on a bar shown at R in section Fig 2. In the Brunsviga, the figure discs are all mounted on a common horizontal axis, the figures being placed on the rim on the side of each disc, and rigidly connected with it lies its a wheel with which it can turn independent of the others. The B wheels all fixed on another horizontal axis, geared directly on the A wheels by an ingenious contrivance. The teeth are made to appear from out of the rim to any desired number. The carrying mechanism, too, is different and so arranged that the handle can be turned either way, no special setting being required for subtraction or division. It is extremely handy, taking up much less room than the others. Professor Eduard Selling of Würzburg has invented an altogether different machine, which has been made by Max Ott of Munich. The B wheels are replaced by lasetongs to the joints of these. The ends of racks are pinned, and as they are stretched out, the racks are moved forward 0 to 9 steps according to the joints. They are pinned to the racks, geared directly in the A wheels, and the figures are placed on cylinders. As in the Brunsviga, the carrying is done continuously by a train of epicycloidal wheels. The working is thus rendered very smooth without the jerks which the ordinary carrying tooth produces. But the arrangement has the disadvantage that the resulting figures do not appear in a straight line, a figure followed by a 5, for instance, being already carried half a step forward. This is not a serious matter in the hands of a mathematician or an operator using the machine constantly, but it is serious for casual work. Anyhow, it has prevented the machine from being a commercial success, and it is not any longer made for ease and rapidity of working. It surpasses all others since the lasetongs allow of an extension, equivalent to 5 turnings of the handle if the multiplier is 5 or under 1 push forward. We'll do the Roman 5 same as 5 or less turns of the handle, and more than 2 pushes are never required. Fig 3 Steiger Egli machine. Fig 3. The Steiger Egli machine is a multiplication machine of which Fig 3 gives a picture. As it appears to the manipulator, the lower multiplication machine part of the figure contains under the covering plate a carriage with 2 rows of windows for the figures marked FF and GG. On pressing down the button, W the carriage can be moved to right or left. Under each window is a figure disc. As in the Thomas machine, the upper part has 3 sections. The one to the right contains the handle K for working the machine, and a button U for setting the machine for addition, multiplication, division, or subtraction. In the middle section, a number of parallel slots are seen with indices which can each be set to one of the numbers 0 to 9 below each slot, and parallel to it lies a shaft of square section on which a toothed wheel, the wheel slides to and fro with the index in the slot below these wheels again, lie 9 toothed racks at right angles to the slots. By setting the index in any slot, the wheel below it comes into gear with one of these racks. On moving the rack, the wheels turn their shafts, and the figure discs GG opposite to them. The dimensions are such that a motion of a rack through 1 Roman 900 turns the figure disc through 1 step, or adds 1 to the figure under the window the racks are moved by. An arrangement contained in the section to the left of the slots. There is a vertical plate called the multiplication table block, or more shortly the block from it. Project rows of horizontal rods of lengths varying from 0 to 9 centimeters. If one of these rows is brought opposite the row of racks, and then pushed forward to the right through 9 Roman 900, each rack will move and add to its figure disc a number of units equal to the number of centimeters of the rod, which operates on it. The block has a square face divided into 100 squares. Looking at its face from the right, Roman 1e from the side, where the racks lie, suppose the horizontal rows of these squares numbered from 0 to 9 beginning at the top, and the columns numbered similarly, the 0 being to the right. Then the multiplication table for numbers 0 to 9 can be placed on these squares. The row 7 will therefore contain the numbers 63, 56, 70. Instead of these numbers, each square receives 2 rods, perpendicular to the plate, which may be called the units rod, and the tense rod. Instead of the number 63, we have thus a tense rod 6 Roman 900, and a units rod 3 Roman 900 long by aid of a lever. H. The block can be raised or lowered, so that any row of the block comes to the level of the racks, the units rods being opposite the ends of the racks. The action of the machine will be understood by considering an example. Let it be required to form the product 7 times 385. The indices of 3 consecutive slots are set to the numbers 385, respectively. Let the windows GG opposite these slots be called a B. Roman 100. Then, to the figures shown at these windows, we have to add 21, 56, 35, respectively. This is the same thing as adding first the number 165 formed by the units of each place, and next 25, 30, corresponding to the tens, or again, as adding first 165, and then moving the carriage 1 step to the right, and adding 253. The first is done by moving the block with the units rods opposite the racks forward. The racks are then put out of gear, and together with the block brought back to their normal position, the block is moved sideways to bring the tense rods opposite the racks, and again moved forward, adding the tens, the carriage having also been moved forward. As required, this complicated movement, together with the necessary carrying, is actually performed by 1 turn of the handle during the first quarter turn. The block moves forward, the units rods coming into operation during the second quarter turn. The carriage is put out of gear and moved 1 step to the right. While the necessary carrying is performed at the same time, the block and the racks are moved back and the block is shifted so as to bring the tense rods opposite the racks during the next 2 quarter turns. The process is repeated, the block ultimately returning to its original position. Multiplication by a number with more places is performed as in the Thomas. The advantage of this machine over the Thomas in saving time is obvious. Multiplying by 817 requires in the Thomas 16 turns of the handle, but in the Steiger Egli only 3 turns with 3 settings of the lever H. If the lever H is set to 1, we have a simple addition machine like the Thomas or the Brunsviga. The inventors state that the product of 2 8-figure numbers can be got in 67 seconds, the quotient of a 6-figure number, by one of 3 figures in the same time, while the square root to 5 places of a 9-figure number requires 18 seconds. Machines of far greater powers than the arithmometers mentioned have been invented by Babbage. And by Schutz, a description is impossible without elaborate drawings. The following account will afford some idea of the working of Babbage's difference machine. Imagine a number of striking clocks placed in a row each with only an hour hand, and with only the striking apparatus retained. Let the hand of the first clock be turned as it comes opposite a number on the dial. The clock strikes that number of times. Let this clock be connected with the second, in such a manner that by each stroke of the first, the hand of the second is moved from one number to the next, but can only strike when the first comes to rest if the second hand stands at 5, and the first strikes 3. Then, when this is done, the second will strike 8, the second will act similarly on the third, and so on. Let there be 4 such clocks with hands set to the numbers 6, 6, 1, 0, respectively. Now set the third clock, striking 1. This sets the hand of the fourth clock to 1, strike the second 6. This puts the third to 7, and the fourth to 8. Next, strike the first 6. This moves the other hands to 12, 19, 27, respectively, and now repeat the striking of the first. The hand of the fourth clock will then give in succession the numbers 1, 8, 27, 64, Roman 100, being the cubes of the natural numbers. The numbers thus obtained on the last dial will have the differences given by those shown in succession on the dial before it, their differences by the next, and so on, till we come to the constant difference on the first dial, a function y of bx cx2 dx3 x4 gives on increasing x always by unity, a set of values for which the fourth difference is constant. We can by an arrangement like the above with 5 clocks calculate y for x1, 2, 3 to any extent. This is the principle of Babbage's difference machine. The clock dials have to be replaced by a series of dials, as in the arithmometers described, and an arrangement has to be made to drive the whole by turning one handle by hand or some other power. Imagine further that with the last clock is connected a kind of typewriter, which prints the number or, better, impresses the number in a soft substance from which a stereotype casting can be taken, and we have a machine which, when once set for a given formula like the above, will automatically print or prepare stereotype plates for the printing of tables of the function, without any copying or typesetting, thus excluding all possibility of errors of this difference engine, as Babbage called it. A part was finished in 1830, for the government having contributed 17,000 towards the cost. This great expense was chiefly due to the want of proper machine tools. Meanwhile, Babbage had conceived the idea of a much more powerful machine, the analytical engine, intended to perform any series of possible arithmetical operations. Each of these was to be communicated to the machine by aid of cards with holes punched in them into which levers could drop. It was long taken for granted that Babbage left complete plans. The committee of the British Association appointed to consider this question came, however, to the conclusion, Brit Assoc Report 1878, pp. 90, 2102, that no detailed working drawings existed at all, that the drawings left were only diagrammatic, and not nearly sufficient to put into the hands of a draftsman for making working plans, and that in the present state of the design, it is not more than a theoretical possibility. A full account of the work done by Babbage in connection with calculating machines, and much else published by others in connection therewith, is contained in a work published by his son General Babbage. Fig. 4 Slide Rule. Fig. 4. Slide rules are instruments for performing logarithmic calculations mechanically, and are extensively used, especially where slide rulesonly rough approximations are required. They are almost as old as logarithms themselves. Edmund Gunter drew a logarithmic line on his scales, as follows. Fig. 4. On a line, ob lengths are set off to scale to represent the common logarithms of the numbers 1, 2, 3, 10, and the points thus obtained are marked with these numbers. Roman 5 PAs log 1, 0. The beginning A has the number 1, and B the number 10, hence the unit of length is ob as log 10, 1. The same division is repeated from B to Roman 100. The distance 12 thus represents log 2, 13, gives log 3 the distance between 4 and 5, gives log 5 log 4 log 54, and so for others. In order to multiply two numbers, say 2 and 3, we have log 2, 3 log 2 log 3, hence, setting off the distance 12 from 3 forward, by the aid of a pair of compasses, will give the distance log 2 log 3, and will bring us to 6 as the required product again. If it is required to find 45 of 7, set off the distance between 4 and 5 from 7 backwards, and the required number will be obtained in the actual scales. The spaces between the numbers are subdivided into 10 or even more parts, so that from 2 to 3 figures may be read the numbers 2, 3 in the interval BC. Give the logarithms of 10 times the same numbers in the interval ob, hence. If the 2 in the latter means 2 or 2, then the 2 in the former means 20 or 2. Soon after Gunter's publication, 1620 of these logarithmic lines, Edmund Wingate 1672, constructed the slide rule by repeating the logarithmic scale on a tongue or slide, which could be moved along the first scale, thus avoiding the use of a pair of compasses. A clear idea of this device can be formed if the scale in Fig 4 be copied on the edge of a strip of paper, placed against the line, a Roman 100 if this is now moved to the right till its 1 comes opposite the 2 on the first scale, then the 3 of the second will be opposite 6 on the top scale, this being the product of 2 and 3. And in this position, every number on the top scale will be twice that on the lower for every position of the lower scale. The ratio of the numbers on the two scales, which coincide, will be the same, therefore multiplications, divisions, and simple proportions can be solved at once. Dr. John Perry added log-log scales to the ordinary slide rule in order to facilitate the calculation of ax or x according to the formula log-log x, log-loga logs. These rules are manufactured by A. G. Thornton of Manchester. Many different forms of slide rules are now on the market. The handiest for general use is the Gravit rule made by Tavernier Gravit in Paris. According to instructions of the mathematician Roman 5 Roman 1000 A. Mannheim of the École Polytechnique in Paris, it contains at the back of the slide scales for the logarithms of sines and tangents so arranged that they can be worked with the scale on the front in improved form. Is now made by Davis and Son of Darby, who engraved the scales on white celluloid instead of on boxwood, thus greatly facilitating the readings. These scales have the distance from 1 to 10 about twice that in Fig 4 Tavernier Gravit makes them of that size, and longer, even 12-meter long. But they then become somewhat unwieldy, though they allow of reading to more figures to get a handy long scale. Professor G. Fuller has constructed a spiral slide rule drawn on a cylinder, which admits of reading to 3 and 4 figures. The handiest of all is perhaps the calculating circle by Boucher, made in the form of a watch for various purposes. Special adaptations of the slide rules are met with, for instance, in various exposure meters for photographic purposes. General Strachey introduced slide rules into the meteorological office for performing special calculations at some blast furnaces. A slide rule has been used for determining the amount of coke and flux required for any weight of ore. Near the balance, a large logarithmic scale is fixed with a slide, which has 3 indices. Only a load of ore is put on the scales, and the first index of the slide is put to the number giving the weight when the second and third point to the weights of coke and flux required. By placing a number of slides side by side drawn, if need be, to different scales of length, more complicated calculations may be performed. It is then convenient to make the scales circular. A number of rings or discs are mounted side by side on a cylinder, each having on its rim a log scale. The calendar cable calculator, invented by Harold Hastings and manufactured by Robert W. Paul, is of this kind. In it, a number of discs are mounted on a common shaft on which each turns freely unless a button is pressed down, whereby the disc is clamped to the shaft. Another disc is fixed to the shaft. In front of the discs lies a fixed 0 line. Let all discs be set to 0, and the shaft be turned with the first disc clamped till a desired number appears on the 0 line. Let then the first disc be released and the second clamped, and so on. Then the fixed disc will add up all the turnings, and thus give the product of the numbers shown on the several discs. If the division on the discs is drawn to different scales, more or less complicated calculations may be rapidly performed. Thus, if for some purpose the value of, say, ob3c is required for many different values of a bc3, movable discs would be needed with divisions drawn to scales of lengths in the proportion 1:3:12. The instrument now on sale contains 6 movable discs. Continuous calculating machines or integrators in order to measure the length of a curve, such as the road on a map. A curvometerswheel is rolled along it for 1 revolution of the wheel. The path described by its point of contact is equal to the circumference of the wheel. Thus, if a cyclist counts the number of revolutions of his front wheel, he can calculate the distance ridden by multiplying that number by the circumference of the wheel. An ordinary cyclometer is nothing but an arrangement for counting these revolutions, but it is graduated in such a manner that it gives at once the distance in miles. On the same principle depend a number of instruments which, under various fancy names, serve to measure the length of any curve. They are in the shape of a small meter, chiefly for the use of cyclists. They all have a small wheel which is rolled along the curve to be measured, and this sets a hand in motion which gives the reading on a dial. Their accuracy is not very great, because it is difficult to place the wheel, so, on the paper that the point of contact lies exactly over a given point, the beginning and end of the readings are therefore badly defined. Besides, it is not easy to guide the wheel along the curve, to which it should always lie tangentially, to obviate this defect. More complicated curvometers or cartometers have been devised. The handiest seems to be that of G. Corradi. He uses two wheels. The tracing point halfway between them is guided along the curve, the line joining the wheels being kept normal to the curve. This is pretty easily done by I. A constant deviation of 8 from this direction produces an error of only 1. The sum of the two readings gives the length E. Fleischhauer uses 3, 5 or more wheels arranged symmetrically round a tracer, whose point is guided along the curve. The planes of the wheels all pass through the tracer, and the wheels can only turn in one direction. The sum of the readings of all the wheels gives approximately the length of the curve. The approximation increasing with the number of the wheels used. It is stated that with 3 wheels, practically useful results can be obtained, although in this case the error, if the instrument is consistently handled, so as always to produce the greatest inaccuracy, may be as much as 5. Fig. 5 Amsler's planimeter. Fig. 5. Planimeters are instruments for the determination by mechanical means of the area of any figure. A pointer, generally called the Planumterstracer, is guided round the boundary of the figure, and then the area is read off on the recording apparatus of the instrument. The simplest and most useful is Amsler's Fig. 5. It consists of 2 bars of metal Oc and QT Roman 5p which are hinged together at Q. At O is a needle point which is driven into the drawing board, and at T is the tracer as this is guided round the boundary of the figure. A wheel W mounted on QT rolls on the paper, and the turning of this wheel measures to some known scale the area. We shall give the theory of this instrument fully in an elementary manner by aid of geometry. The theory of other planimeters can then be easily understood. Fig. 6 Theory of planimeter. Fig. 6. Consider the rod QT with the wheel W without the arm Oc. Let it be placed with the wheel on the paper, and now move perpendicular to itself from AC to BD. Fig. 6. The rod sweeps over or generates the area of the rectangle ACDB LP, where L denotes the length of the rod, and P the distance ob through which it has been moved. This distance, as measured by the rolling of the wheel which acts as a curvometer, will be called the roll of the wheel, and be denoted by W, in this case PW, and the area P is given by PWL. Let the circumference of the wheel be divided into, say, 100 equal parts U, then W registers the number of us rolled over, and W therefore gives the number of areas Lu contained in the rectangle. By suitably selecting the radius of the wheel and the length L, this area Lu may be any convenient unit, say a square inch or square centimeter. By changing L, the unit will be changed. Fig. 7 Theory of planimeter. Fig. 7. Again, suppose the rod to turn. Fig. 7 about the end Q, then it will describe an arc of a circle, and the rod will generate an area 12L2, whereas the angle AC through which the rod has turned the wheel will roll over an arc C, where C is the distance of the wheel from Q. The roll is now WC, hence the area generated is P1, 2L2, CW, and is again determined by W. Fig. 8 Theory of planimeter. Fig. 8. Next, let the rod be moved parallel to itself, but in a direction not perpendicular to itself. Fig. 8 The wheel will now not simply roll. Consider a small motion of the rod from QT to QT. This may be resolved into the motion to RR perpendicular to the rod, whereby the rectangle QTRR is generated, and the sliding of the rod along itself from RR to QT. During this second step, no area will be generated. During the first step, the roll of the wheel will be QR, whilst during the second step, there will be no roll at all. The roll of the wheel will therefore measure the area of the rectangle, which equals the parallelogram QTTQ. If the whole motion of the rod be considered as made up of a very great number of small steps, each resolved as stated, it will be seen that the roll again measures the area generated. But it has to be noticed that now the wheel does not only roll, but also slips over the paper. This, as will be pointed out later, may introduce an error in the reading. Fig. 9 Theory of planimeter. Fig. 9. We can now investigate the most general motion of the rod. We again resolve the motion into a number of small steps. Let Fig. 9 ob be one position, CD the next, after a step so small that the arcs AC and BD, over which the ends have passed, may be considered as straight lines. The area generated is AB. This motion we resolve into a step from OB to CB parallel to OB, and a turning about C from CB to CD steps, such as have been investigated during the first, The roll will be p. The altitude of the parallelogram during the second will be c therefore. WPC. Fig 10 theory of planimeter. Fig 10. The area generated is LP12L2, or expressing P in terms of WLW12L2, LC for a finite motion. We get the area equal to the sum of the areas generated during the different steps. But the wheel will continue rolling and give the whole roll as the sum of the rolls for the successive steps. Let then W denote the whole roll in Fig 10, and let denote the sum of all the small turnings, then the area is PLW12L2 LC1. Here is the angle which the last position of the rod makes with the first in all applications of the planimeter. The rod is brought back to its original position. Then the angle is either 0, or it is 2 if the rod has been once turned quite round. Hence, in the first case we have PLW2A, and W gives the area as in case of a rectangle. In the other case, PLWLC2B, where C12LC2, if the rod has once turned round the number C, will be seen to be always the same, as it depends only on the dimensions of the instrument. Hence, now again, the area is determined by W if C is known. Fig 11 theory of planimeter. Fig 11. Thus it is seen that the area generated by the motion of the rod can be measured by the roll of the wheel. It remains to show how any given area can be generated by the rod. Let the rod move in any manner, but return to its original position. Q and T, then describe closed curves. Such motion may be called cyclical. Here the theorem holds if a rod QT performs a cyclical motion, then the area generated equals the difference of the areas enclosed by the paths of T and Q, respectively. The truth of this proposition will be seen from a figure. In Fig 11, different positions of the moving rod QT have been marked, and its motion can be easily followed. It will be seen that every part of the area TTBB will be passed over once and always by a forward motion of the rod, whereby the wheel will increase its roll. The area OC will also be swept over once. But with a backward roll, it must therefore be counted as negative. The area between the curves is passed over twice, once with a forward and once with a backward roll. It therefore counts once positive and once negative, hence, not at all in more complicated figures. It may happen that the area within one of the curves, say TTBB, is passed over several times, but then it will be passed over once more in the forward direction than in the backward one, and thus the theorem will still hold. Fig 12 Amsler's planimeter. Fig 12. To use Amsler's planimeter, place the pole O on the paper, outside the figure to be measured. Then the area generated by QT is that of the figure because the point Q moves on an arc of a circle to and fro, enclosing no area at the same time. The rod comes back without making a complete rotation. We have therefore in formula 10, and hence PLW Roman 5P, which is read off, but if the area is too large, the pole O may be placed within the area. The rod describes the area between the boundary of the figure and the circle with radius r OC. Whilst the rod turns once completely round, making 2, the area measured by the wheel is by formula 1 LW12L2LC2. To this, the area of the circle R2 must be added so that now PLW12L2LC2 R2 or PLWC, where C12L2LC2 R2 is a constant as it depends on the dimensions of the instrument alone. This constant is given with each instrument. Fig 14 recording wheel with a sharp edge. Fig 14. Fig 13 Amsler's planimeter. Fig 13. Amsler's planimeters are made either with a rod QT of fixed length, which gives the area therefore in terms of a fixed unit, say in square inches, or else the rod can be moved in a sleeve to which the arm OC is hinged. Fig 13. This makes it possible to change the unit lu, which is proportional to Roman 50 in the planimeters. Described the recording or integrating apparatus is a smooth wheel rolling on the paper or on some other surface. Amsler has described another recorder, viz. A wheel with a sharp edge. This will roll on the paper but not slip. Let the rod QT carry with it an arm CD. Perpendicular to it, let there be mounted on it a wheel W which can slip along and turn about it. If now QT is moved parallel to itself to QT, then W will roll without slipping parallel to QT and slip along Roman 400. This amount of slipping will equal the perpendicular distance between QT and therefore serve to measure the area swept over like the wheel in the machine. already described the turning of the rod will also produce slipping of the wheel, but it will be seen without difficulty that this will cancel during a cyclical motion of the rod, provided the rod does not perform a whole rotation. Fig 15, early planimeter. Fig 15. The first planimeter was made on the following principles: a frame, FF Fig 15, can move parallel to ox. It carries a rod TT, early forms movable along its own length, hence. The tracer T can be guided along any curve at when the rod has been pushed back to QQ. The tracer moves along the axis ox on the frame. A cone VCC is mounted with its axis sloping, so that its top edge is horizontal and parallel to TT, whilst its vertex V is opposite Q. As the frame moves, it turns the cone. A wheel W is mounted on the rod at T or on an axis parallel to and rigidly connected with it. This wheel rests on the top edge of the cone. If now the tracer T, when pulled out through a distance, Y above Q, be moved parallel to ox through a distance, dx, the frame moves through an equal distance, and the cone turns. Through an angle D proportional to Roman 510, the wheel W rolls on the cone to an amount again proportional to dx, and also proportional to y, its distance from Roman 5. Hence, the roll of the wheel is proportional to the area x described by the rod QT as T is moved from A to B along the curve. The roll of the wheel will therefore be proportional to the area ABB. If the curve is closed and the tracer moved round it, the roll will measure the area independent of the position of the axis ox, as will be seen by drawing a figure. The cone may with advantage be replaced by a horizontal disc, with its center at V. This allows of y being negative. It may be noticed at once that the roll of the wheel gives at every moment the area OC. It will therefore allow of registering a set of values of x for any values of x, and thus of tabulating the values of any indefinite integral in this. It differs from Amsler's planimeter. Planimeters of this type were first invented in 1814 by the Bavarian engineer Hermann, who however published nothing. They were reinvented by Prof. Tito Ganella of Florence in 1824, and by the Swiss engineer Oppikofer, and improved by Ernst in Paris, the astronomer Hansen in Gotha, and others. See Henrysi British Association Report 1894, but all were driven out of the field by Amsler's simpler planimeter. Fig 16, hatchet planimeter. Fig 16. Fig 17, hatchet planimeter. Fig 17. Altogether different from the planimeters described is the hatchet planimeter invented by Captain Pritz, a Dane, and made by Herr Hatchet Planimeters Cornelius Knudsen in Copenhagen. It consists of a single rigid piece like Fig 16. The one in T is the tracer, the other Q has a sharp hatchet-like edge. If this is placed with QT on the paper and T is moved along any curve, Q will follow, describing a curve of pursuit. In consequence of the sharp edge, Q can only move in the direction of QT, but the whole can turn about Q. Any small step forward can therefore be considered as made up of a motion along QT together with a turning about Q. The latter motion alone generates an area. If therefore a line OA QT is turning about a fixed point O, always keeping parallel to QT, it will sweep over an area equal to that generated by the more general motion of QT. Let now Fig 17 QT be placed on OA and T, be guided round the closed curve in the sense of the arrow Q, will describe a curve OSP. It may be made visible by putting a piece of copying paper under the hatchet. When T has returned to A, the hatchet has the position by a line turning from OA about O kept parallel to QT, will describe the circular sector OC, which is equal in magnitude and sense to AOB. This therefore measures the area generated by the motion of QT. To make this motion cyclical, suppose the hatchet turned about A till Q comes from B to O. Hereby the sector AOB is again described, and again, in the positive sense, if it is remembered that it turns about the tracer T fixed at A. The whole area now generated is therefore twice the area of this sector, or equal to OA OB, where OB is measured along the arc according to the theorem given above. This area also equals the area of the given curve less the area OSPO. To make this area disappear, a slight modification of the motion of QT is required. Let the tracer T be moved both from the first position OA and the last BA of the rod along some straight line ax. Q describes curves of and BH respectively. Now begin the motion with T at some point R on ax, and move it along this line to around the curve and back to RQ, will describe the curve DOSPed. If the motion is again made cyclical by turning QT with T fixed at A, if R is properly selected, the path of Q will cut itself, and parts of the area will be positive, parts negative, as marked in the figure. and may therefore be made to vanish. When this is done, the area of the curve will equal twice the area of the sector RDE. It is therefore equal to the arc d multiplied by the length QT. If the latter equals 10, in then 10 times the number of inches contained in the arc d gives the number of square inches contained within the given figure. If the area is not too large, the arc d may be replaced by the straight line d. To use this simple instrument as a planimeter requires the possibility of selecting the point R. The geometrical theory here given has so far failed to give any rule. In fact, every line through any point in the curve contains such a point. The analytical theory of the inventor, which is very similar to that given by F. W. Hill Phil Mag, 1894, is too complicated to repeat here. The integrals expressing the area generated by QT have to be expanded in a series by retaining only the most important terms. A result is obtained which comes to this: that if the mass-center of the area be taken as R, then A may be any point on the curve. This is only approximate. Captain Pritz gives the following instructions: take a point R as near as you can guess to the mass-center, put the tracer T on it, the nifage Q outside, make a mark on the paper by pressing the nifage into it, guide the tracer from R along a straight line to a point A on the boundary round the boundary Roman 5, pan back from it to R, lastly make again a mark with the nifage and measure the distance C between the marks. Then the area is nearly CL, where LQT, a nearer approximation, is obtained by repeating the operation after turning QT through 180 from the original position and using the mean of the two values of C, thus obtain the greatest dimension of the area, should not exceed 12L, otherwise the area must be divided into parts which are determined separately. This condition being fulfilled, the instrument gives very satisfactory results, especially if the figures to be measured, as in the case of indicator diagrams, are much of the same shape, for in this case the operator soon learns where to put the point R. Integrators serve to evaluate a definite integral ob fx Roman 510. If we plot out Integrators curve, whose equation is y fx, the integral x between the proper limits, represents the area of a figure, bounded by the curve the axis of x and the ordinates at za xb. Hence, if the curve is drawn, any planimeter may be used for finding the value of the integral. In this sense, planimeters are integrators. In fact, a planimeter may often be used with advantage to solve problems more complicated than the determination of a mere area. By converting the one problem graphically into the other, we give an example. Fig 18, use of planimeter as integrator. Fig 18. Let the problem be to determine for the figure AB Fig 18 not only the area, but also the first and second moment with regard to the axis Roman 20. At a distance, draw a line CD parallel to Roman 20 in the figure. Draw a number of lines parallel to OB. Let CD be one of them. Draw C and D vertically upwards to CD. Join these points to some point O in Roman 20, and mark the point C1 D1, where OC and OD cut Roman 400. Do this for a sufficient number of lines, and join the point CD. Thus obtained, this gives a new curve which may be called the first derived curve. By the same process, get a new curve from this, the second derived curve, by aid of a planimeter. Determine the areas P1, P2 of these three curves. Then if x is the distance of the mass center of the given area from Roman 20x, 1 the same quantity for the first derived figure. And I act 2, the moment of inertia of the first figure, k its radius of gyration, with regard to Roman 20, as axis. The following relations are easily proved. Px AP1 P1 x1 AP2, I AP1 x1 A to P1 P2 K2 XX1, which determine Px and I, or K. Amsler has constructed an integrator, which serves to determine these quantities by guiding a tracer once round the boundary of the given figure C. Below again, it may be required to find the value of an integral x between given limits, where x is a simple function like sin nx, and where y is given as the ordinate of a curve. The harmonic analyzers described below are examples of instruments for evaluating such integrals. Fig 19, Amsler's integrator, or moment planimeter. Fig 19. Fig 20. Fig 20. Amsler has modified his planimeter in such a manner that instead of the area it gives the first or second moment of a figure about an axis in its plane. An instrument giving all three quantities simultaneously is known as Amsler's integrator, or moment planimeter. It has one tracer but three recording wheels. It is mounted on an Amsler's integrator carriage, which runs on a straight rail. Fig 19. This carries a horizontal disc A movable about a vertical axis. Q, slightly more than half the circumference, is circular, with radius 2, A the other part, with radius 3a against these gear 2. Discs B and C with radii, their axes are fixed in the carriage from the disc A, extends to the left a rod out of length L, on which a recording wheel W is mounted. The discs B and C have also recording wheels W1 and W2, the axis of W1 being perpendicular, that of W2 parallel to aught if now T is guided round a figure FO will move to and fro in a straight line. This part is therefore a simple planimeter in which the one end of the arm moves in a straight line, instead of in a circular arc. Consequently, the roll of W will record the area of the figure. Imagine now that the discs B and C also receive arms of length L from the centers of the discs to points T1 and T2, and in the direction of the axes of the wheels, then these arms with their wheels will again be planimeters, as T is guided round the given figure. F these points T1 and T2 will describe closed curves. F1 and F2, and the rolls of W1 and W2, will give their areas A1 and A2. Let Roman 20 Fig 20 denote the line parallel to the rail on which O moves then. When T lies on this line, the arm BT1 is perpendicular to Roman 20, and CT2 parallel to it. If aught is turned through an angle clockwise, BT1 will turn counterclockwise through an angle 2, and CT2 through an angle 3, also counterclockwise if, in this position, T is moved through a distance x parallel to the axis Roman 20. The points T1 and T2 will move parallel to it through an equal distance, if now the first arm is turned through a small angle D moved back through a distance x, and lastly turned back through the angle D. The tracer T will have described the boundary of a small strip of area. We divide the given figure into Roman 5 such strips. Then to every such strip will correspond a strip of equal length x of the figures described by T1 and T2. The distances of the points TT, 1 T2 from the axis Roman 20 may be called y, y1, y2. They have the values y L sin, y1 L cos 2, y2 L sin 3. From which di L cos d di 1 2 L sin 2 d di 2 3 L cos 3d. The areas of the three strips are respectively dA x dy dA1, x dy1 dA2 x dy2. Now di1 can be written di1 4 L sin cos d 4 sin di therefore. dA1 4 sin dA4. Cell y dA. Whence A1 4 L y dA4. Del I. Where is the area of the given figure, and y the distance of its mascenter from the axis Roman 20, but A1 is the area of the second figure, F1 which is proportional to the reading of W1. Hence, we may say I C1 W1, where C1 is a constant, depending on the dimensions of the instrument. The negative sign in the expression for A1 is got rid of by numbering the wheel W1 the other way round. Again, di 2 3 L cos 4 cos 2 3 D3, 4 cos 2 3 di. 3 right brace 4. L2 Y2 3 left brace die. Which gives DA 212. L2 Y to DA 9 DA. And A 212. L2 Y to DA 9A. But the integral gives the moment of inertia, I of the area A about the axis Roman 20, as A2 is proportional to the roll of W2, A to that of W we can write ICWC2 W2. IC1 W1. A CCW. If a line be drawn parallel to the axis Roman 20, at the distance y it will pass through the mascenter of the given figure. If this represents the section of a beam subject to bending this line, gives for a proper choice of Roman 20, the neutral fiber the moment of inertia for it will be II. Thus the instrument gives at once all those quantities which are required for calculating the strength of the beam under bending. One chief use of this integrator is for the calculation of the displacement and stability of a ship. From the drawings of a number of sections, it will be noticed that the length of the figure in the direction of Roman 20 is only limited by the length of the rail. This integrator is also made in a simplified form without the wheel W2. It then gives the area and first moment of any figure. While an integrator determines the value of a definite integral, hence, a integraph's mere constant, an integraph gives the value of an indefinite integral, which is a function of Roman 10, analytically if y is a given function, fx of x and y c(x) or y igs const. The function y has to be determined from the condition dy dxy. Graphically y(fx) is either given by a curve, or the graph of the equation is drawn y therefore, and similarly y is a length. But dx is in this case a mere number, and cannot equal a length y, hence we introduce an arbitrary constant length, a, the unit to which the integraph draws the curve, and write dy, dxy, are and ay igs. Now for the curve dx tan, where is the angle between the tangent to the curve and the axis of Roman 10, our condition therefore becomes tan y. Fig 21 integraph Fig 21. This is easily constructed for any given point on the curve from the foot B, Fig 21, of the ordinate YBB set off. As in the figure BD, a then angle BDB, let now DB with a perpendicular BB, move along the axis of X whilst B follows the curve, then a pen P on BB will describe the curve provided it moves at every moment in a direction parallel to BD. The object of the integraph is to draw this new curve when the tracer of the instrument is guided along the curve. The first to describe such instruments was Abdanka Bakinovich, who in 1889 published a book in which a variety of mechanisms to obtain the object in question are described. Some years later, G. Corradi in Zurich carried out his ideas. Before this was done, Roman 100 Roman 5 boys, without knowing of Abdanka Bakinovich's work, actually made an integraph, which was exhibited at the Physical Society in 1881. Both make use of a sharp edge wheel. Such a wheel will not slip sideways, it will roll forwards along the line in which its plane intersects the plane of the paper, and while rolling will be able to turn gradually about its point of contact. If then the angle between its direction of rolling and the z-axis be always equal to the wheel, will roll along the curve, required the axis of x is fixed only in direction, shifting it parallel to itself, adds a constant to y, and this gives the arbitrary constant of integration. In fact, if y shall vanish for xc, or if y czigs, then the axis of x has to be drawn through that point on the curve, which corresponds to x Roman 100 Fig 22, Corradi's integraph Fig 22. In Corradi's integraph, a rectangular frame F1, F2, F3, F4 Fig 22 rests with 4 rollers R on the drawing board, and can roll freely in the direction ox, which will be called the axis of the instrument on the front edge FF, travels a carriage A supported at A on another rail, a bar DB can turn about D fixed to the frame in its axis, and slide through a point B fixed in the carriage A. Along it, a block K can slide on the back edge FF of the frame. Another carriage C travels, it holds a vertical spindle with the nifage wheel at the bottom, at right angles to the plane of the wheel. The spindle has an arm GH which is kept parallel to a Roman 5 similar arm, attached to K perpendicular to DB, the plane of the nifage wheel R, is therefore always parallel to DB. If now the point B is made to follow a curve, whose y is measured from ox we have in the triangle BDB with the angle at D. Stanya, where a DB is the constant base to which the instrument works, the point of contact of the wheel R or any point of the carriage C, will therefore always move in a direction, making an angle with the axis of x, whilst it moves in the x direction through the same distance as the point B on the curvethet, is to say it will trace out the integral curve required, and so will any point rigidly connected with the carriage Roman 100 a pen P attached to this carriage, will therefore draw the integral curve. Instead of moving B along the curve, a tracer T fixed to the carriage A is guided along it. For using the instrument, the carriage is placed on the drawing board with the front edge parallel to the axis of Y, the carriage of being clamped in the central position with A at E and B at B on the axis of Roman 10. The tracer is then placed on the z-axis of the curve and clamped to the carriage, and the instrument is ready for use, as it is convenient to have the integral curve placed directly opposite to the curve, so that corresponding values of y or y are drawn on the same line. A pen P is fixed to C in a line with the tracer. Boy's integraph was invented during a sleepless night, and during the following days carried out as a working model, which gives highly satisfactory results. It is ingenious in its simplicity and a direct realization, as a mechanism of the principles explained in connection with Fig 21. The line BB is represented by the edge of an ordinary T-square, sliding against the edge of a drawing board. The points B and P are connected by 2 rods B and EP, jointed at E at B, E and P, are small pulleys of equal diameters. Over these an endless string runs, ensuring that the pulleys at B and P always turn. Through equal angles, the pulley at B is fixed to a rod, which passes through the point D, which itself is fixed in the T-square. The pulley at P carries the nifage wheel, if then B and P are kept on the edge of the T-square, and B is guided along the curve, the wheel at P will roll along the I-curve it, having been originally set parallel to BD, to give the wheel at P sufficient grip on the paper. A small loaded three-wheeled carriage, the nifage wheel P being one of its wheels, is added if a piece of copying paper is inserted between the wheel P and the drawing paper. The I-curve is drawn very sharply. Integraphs have also been constructed by aid of which ordinary differential equations, especially linear ones, can be solved, the solution being given as a curve. The first suggestion in this direction was made by Lord Kelvin. So far no really useful instrument has been made, although the ideas seem sufficiently developed to enable a skillful instrument maker to produce one, should there be sufficient demand, for it sometimes a combination of graphical work with an integraph will serve the purpose. This is the case if the variables are separated, hence if the equation x dx id 0 has to be integrated where x p x y y are given as curves. If we write mo x dx av id, then u as a function of x and v as a function of y can be graphically found by the integraph. The general solution is then uvc, with the condition for the determination for c that yy0 for xx0. This determines cu0 v0, where u0 and v0 are known from the graphs of u, and Roman 5 from this the solution, as a curve, giving y a function of x can be drawn for any x take u from its graph, and find the y for which vcu plotting these y against their x, gives the curve required. If a periodic function y of x is given by its graph for one period c, it can, according to the theory of Fourier's series, be harmonic analysis expanded in a series. Ya0, A1 cos A2 cos 2 n cos n. B1 sin B2 sin 2 Bn sin n. Where 2x Roman 100 the absolute term, A0, equals the mean ordinate of the curve, and can therefore be determined by any planimeter the other coefficients are. n1, 2y cos nd Bn1, 2y sin nd. A harmonic analyzer is an instrument which determines these integrals, and is therefore an integrator. The first instrument of this kind is due to Lord Kelvin Proc, Roy Soch Vol Roman 24, 1876. Since then several others have been invented. See Dix. Catalog Henrysi Film Mag, July 1894 Fies Soch, 9th March Sharp Film Mag, July 1894 Fies Soch, 13th April in Lord Kelvin's instrument. The curve to be analyzed is drawn on a cylinder, whose circumference equals the period c, and the sine and cosine terms of the integral are introduced by aid of simple harmonic motion. Sommerfeld and Weichert of Königsberg avoid this motion by turning the cylinder about an axis perpendicular to that of the cylinder. Both these machines are large and practically fixtures in the room. Where they are used, the first has done good work in the Meteorological Office in London, in the analysis of meteorological curves. Quite different and simpler constructions can be used if the integrals determining and NBN be integrated by parts. This gives sin n1, 2 sin ndy nbn1, 2 cos ndy. An analyzer presently to be described based on these forms has been constructed by Corradi in Zurich 1890. For lastly, a most powerful analyzer has been invented by Michelson and Stratton USA, Film Mag, 1898, which will also be described. Fig 23, Henrysi Corradi Analyzer. Fig 23. The Henrysi Corradi Analyzer has to add up the values of Dyson n and Dicos n, but these are the components of die in two directions perpendicular to each other, of which one makes an angle n with the axis of x, or of this decomposition, can be performed by Amsler's registering wheels. Let two of these be mounted perpendicular to each other in one horizontal frame, which can be turned about a vertical axis, the wheels resting on the paper, on which the curve is drawn. When the tracer is placed on the curve at the point 0, the one axis is parallel to the axis of as the tracer follows the curve. The frame is made to turn through an angle n. At the same time, the frame moves with the tracer in the direction of y for a small motion. The two wheels will then register just the components required, and during the continued motion of the tracer along the curve, the wheels will add these components and thus give the values of nn and nbn. The factors 1 and 1 are taken account of in the graduation of the wheels. The readings have then to be divided by n to give the coefficients required. Corradi's realization of this idea will be understood from Fig 23. The frame PP of the instrument rests on three rollers EE and Roman 500. The first two drive an axis with a disc C on it. It is placed parallel to the axis of X of the curve. The tracer is attached to a carriage WW which runs on the rail P as it follows the curve. This carriage moves through a distance X, whilst the whole instrument runs forward. Through a distance Y, the wheel C turns through an angle proportional during each small motion to die on. It rests a glass sphere, which will therefore also turn about its horizontal axis. Proportionally, to die the registering frame is suspended by aid of a spindle S. Having a disc H, it is turned by aid of a wire connected with the carriage WW and turns N times round. As the tracer describes the whole length of the curve, the registering wheels RR rest against the glass sphere. And give the values NN and NBN. The value of N can be altered by changing the disc H into one of different diameter. It is also possible to mount on the same frame a number of spindles with registering wheels and glass spheres, each of the latter resting on a separate disc Roman 100. As many as 5 have been introduced. One guiding of the tracer over the curve gives, then at once the 10 coefficients and NBN for N1 to 5. All the calculating machines and integrators considered so far have been kinematic. We have now to describe a most remarkable instrument, based on the equilibrium of a rigid body, under the action of springs. The body itself, for rigidity's sake, is made a hollow Roman 5 P. Michelson and Stratton analyzer cylinder H shown in Fig 24 in N view. It can turn about its axis being supported on niphages O to it. Springs are attached at the prolongation of a horizontal diameter to the left, a series of N small springs, S all alike side by side at equal intervals, at a distance, from the axis of the niphages. To the right, a single spring, S at distance B. These springs are supposed to follow Hooke's law if the elongation beyond the natural length of a spring is the force asserted by it is pk. Let for the position of equilibrium LL be respectively the elongation of a small and the large spring kk their constants then. Fig 24, Michelson and Stratton analyzer, Fig 24. Encla KLB. The position now obtained will be called the normal one now. Let the top end C of the small springs be raised through distances, y1, y2 in then. The body H will turn B will move down through a distance, Z, and A up through a distance. Abs, the new forces thus introduced will be in equilibrium if AC left bracket Y in BZ right bracket BKZ. Door Z Y then BB the K Y N left bracket BL L right bracket. This shows that the displacement Z of B is proportional to the sum of the displacements Y of the tops of the small springs. The arrangement can therefore be used for the addition of a number of displacements. The instrument made has 80 small springs, and the authors state that from the experience gained, there is no impossibility of increasing their number even to 1,000. The displacement Z, which necessarily must be small, can be enlarged by aid of a lever ought to regulate the displacements Y of the point C. Fig 24. Each spring is attached to a lever ek fulcrum E. To this again, a long rod FG is fixed by aid of a joint at F. The lower end of this rod rests on another lever GP fulcrum N at a changeable distance YNG from N. The elongation Y of any spring S can thus be produced by a motion of P if P be raised through a distance. Y then the displacement Y of C will be proportional to Y. It is say equal to Y, where is the same for all springs. Now let the point C, and with it the springs S, the levers Roman 100 be numbered C0, C1, C2. There will be a zero position for the points P, all in a straight horizontal line. When in this position, the point C will also be in a line. And this we take as axis of Roman 10. On it the points C0, C1, C2 follow at equal distances. Say each equal to H, the point CK lies at the distance KH, which gives the X of this point. Suppose now that the rods FG are all set at unit distance NG from N, and that the points P be raised so as to form points in a continuous curve, yx, then the point C will lie in a curve, yx. The area of this curve is 0 cx Roman 510, approximately this equals high hence we have cx dx age, y age, as z, where z is the displacement of the point B, which can be measured. The curve yx may be supposed cut out as a template by putting this under the points P. The area of the curve is thus determined. Instrument is a simple integrator. The integral can be made more general by varying the distances. and gy these can be set to form another curve. Yfx we have now y fxx and get as before. 0 cfx x dxh. As e, these integrals are obtained by the addition of ordinates, and therefore by an approximate method, but the ordinates are numerous, there being 79 of them, and the results are in consequence very accurate. The displacement z of b is small, but it can be magnified by taking the reading of a point t on the lever ob. The actual reading is done at point t, connected with t by a long vertical rod. At t, either a scale can be placed or a drawing board on which a pen at t marks the displacement. If the points g are set so that the distances ng on the different levers are proportional to the terms of a numerical series, u0, u1, u2, and if all p be moved through the same distance, then z will be proportional to the sum of this series. Up to 80 terms, we get an addition machine. The use of the machine can, however, be still further extended. Let a template with a curve y be set under each point p, at right angles, to the axis of x, hence parallel to the plane of the figure. Let these templates form sections of a continuous surface. Then each section parallel to the axis of x will form a curve like the old yx, but with a variable parameter, or yx, for each value of the displacement of t, will give the integral y0c fxx dx f1, where y equals the displacement of t to some scale dependent on the constants of the instrument. If the whole block of templates be now pushed under the points p, and if the drawing board be moved at the same rate, then the pen t will draw the curve yf. The instrument now is an integraph, giving the value of a definite integral as function of a variable parameter. Having thus shown how the lever with its springs can be made to serve a variety of purposes, we return to the description of the actual instrument. Constructed, the machine serves first of all to sum up a series of harmonic motions, or to draw the curve ya1 cos x, a2 cos 2, x, a3 cos 3, x2. The motion of the points p1, p2 is here made harmonic by aid of a series of eccentric disks arranged so that for one revolution of the first, the other disks complete 2-3 revolutions. They are all driven by one handle. These disks take the place of the templates described before. The distances and g are made equal to the amplitudes a1, a2, a3. The drawing board, moved forward by the turning of the handle, now receives a curve of which 2 is the equation. If all eccentrics are turned through a right angle, a sine series can be added up. It is a remarkable fact that the same machine can be used as a harmonic analyzer of a given curve. Let the curve to be analyzed be set off along the levers ng, so that in the old notation it is yfx, whilst the curves yx are replaced by the eccentrics, hence by the angle through which the first eccentric is turned, so that it cos k, but khx and nh, n being the number of springs s, and taking the place of Roman 100, this makes kn Roman 10. Hence our instrument draws a curve which gives the integral 1 in the form y2 0 fx cos left bracket n x right bracket dx as a function of, but this integral becomes the coefficient m in the cosine expansion if we make n m or mn's the ordinates of the curve at the values n2, n, give therefore all coefficients up to m, 80. The curve shows at a glance which and how many of the coefficients are of importance. The instrument is described in Phil Mag Vol Roman 45, 1890. 8. A number of curves drawn by it are given, and also examples of the analysis of curves, for which the coefficients m are known. These indicate that a remarkable accuracy is obtained. Mo H. Calcutta, the capital of British India, and also of the province of Bengal. It is situated in 2234 N and 8824 E on the left or east bank of the Hugli, about 80 Roman 1000 from the sea, including its suburbs. It covers an area of 27,267 acres and contains a population 1901 of 949,144. Calcutta and Bombay have long contested the position of the premier city of India in population and trade, but during the decade 18,911,901, the prevalence of plague in Bombay gave a considerable advantage to Calcutta, which was comparatively free from that disease. Calcutta lies only some 20 ft above sea level and extends about 6 Roman 1000 along the Hugli, and is bounded elsewhere by the Circular Canal and the Salt Lakes, and by suburbs which form separate municipalities. Fort William stands in its center. Public buildings, though Calcutta was called by Macaulay the city of palaces, its modern public buildings cannot compare with those of Bombay. Its chief glory is the Maidan or park, which is large enough to embrace the area of Fort William and a racecourse. Many monuments find a place on the Maidan, among them being modern equestrian statues of Lord Roberts and Lord Lansdowne, which face one another on each side of the Red Road, where the rank and Roman five fashion of Calcutta take their evening drive in the northeastern corner of the Maidan, the Indian Memorial, to Queen Victoria, consisting of a marble hall with a statue and historical relics, was opened by the Prince of Wales in January 1906. The government acquired Metcalfe Hall in order to convert it into a public library and reading room worthy of the capital of India, and also the country house of Warren Hastings at Alipur for the entertainment of Indian princes. Lord Curzon restored at his own cost the monument which formerly commemorated the massacre of the Black Hole, and a tablet let into the wall of the General Post Office indicates the position of the Black Hole in the northeast bastion of Fort William, now occupied by the Roadway Government House, which is situated near the Maidan and Eden Gardens, is the residence of the Viceroy. It was built by Lord Wellesley in 1799 and is a fine pile situated in grounds covering 6 acres and modelled upon Kettleston Hall in Derbyshire, one of the Adam Buildings. Belvedere House, the official residence of the Lieutenant Governor of Bengal, is situated close to the Botanical Gardens in Alipur, the southern suburb of Calcutta, facing the Maidan for a couple of miles. Is the Charinghi, one of the famous streets of the world, once a row of palatial residences, but now given up almost entirely to hotels, clubs, and shops. Commerce. Calcutta owes its commercial prosperity to the fact that it is situated near the mouth of the two great river systems of the Ganges and Brahmaputra. It thus receives the produce of these fertile river valleys, while the rivers afford a cheaper mode of conveyance than any railway. In addition, Calcutta is situated midway between Europe and the Far East, and thus forms a meeting place for the commerce and peoples of the Eastern and Western worlds. The port of Calcutta is one of the busiest in the world, and the banks of the Hugli rival the Port of London in their show of shipping. The total number of arrivals and departures during 19,041,905 was 3027 vessels with an average tonnage of 3734. But though the city is such a busy commercial center, most of its industries are carried on outside municipal limits. Howrah, on the opposite side of the Hugli, is the terminus of 3 great railway systems, and also the headquarters of the jute industry and other large factories. It is connected with Calcutta by an immense floating bridge 1530 ft in length, which was constructed in 1874. Other railways have their terminus at Sealdah, an eastern suburb. The docks lie outside Calcutta at Kitterpur on the south, and at Alipur are the zoological gardens, the residence of the Lieutenant Governor of Bengal, cantonments for a native infantry regiment, the central jail, and a government reformatory. The port of Calcutta stretches about 10 Roman 1000 along the river. It is under the control of a port trust, whose jurisdiction extends to the mouth of the Hugli and also over the floating bridge. New docks were opened in 1892, which cost upwards of 2 millions sterling. The figures for the seaborne trade of Calcutta are included in those of Bengal. Its inland trade is carried on by country boat, inland steamer, rail, and road, and amounted in 19,041,905 to about 4.75 millions sterling. More than half the total is carried by the East Indian Railway, which serves the United Provinces. Country boats hold their own against inland steamers, especially in imports. Municipality. The municipal government of Calcutta was reconstituted by an act of the Bengal legislature, passed in 1899. Previously, the governing body consisted of 7 to 5 commissioners, of whom 50 were elected under the new system, modeled upon that of the Bombay municipality. This body styled the corporation remains comparatively unaltered, but a large portion of their powers is transferred to a general committee, composed of 12 members, of whom 1/3 are elected by the corporation, 1/3 by certain public bodies, and 1/3 are nominated by the government. At the same time, the authority of the chairman as supreme executive officer is considerably strengthened. The 2 most important works undertaken by the old municipality were the provision of a supply of filtered water and the construction of a main drainage system. The water supply is derived from the river Hugli, about 16 Roman 1000 above Calcutta, where there are large pumping stations and settling tanks. The drainage system consists of underground sewers which are discharged by a pumping station into a natural depression to the eastward, called the Salt Lake Refuse, is also removed to the Salt Lake by means of a municipal railway. Education. The Calcutta University was constituted in 1857 as an examining body on the model of the University of London. The chief educational institutions are the Government Presidency College, 3 aided missionary colleges, and 4 unaided native colleges, the Sanskrit College and the Mohammedan Madrasa, the Government Medical College, the Government Engineering College at Sibpur on the opposite bank of the Hugli, the Government School of Art high schools for boys, the Bethune College, and high schools for girls. Population. The population of Calcutta in 1710 was estimated at 12,000, from which figure it rose to about 117,000 in 1752. In the census of 1831, it was 187,000. In 1839, it had become 229,000, and in 1901, 949,144. Thus, in the century between 1801 and 1901, it increased sixfold, while during the same period London only increased fivefold. Out of the total population of town and suburbs, in 1901, 615,000 were Hindus, 286,000 Mohammedans, and 38,000 Christians. Climate and health. The climate of the city was originally very unhealthy, but it has improved greatly of recent years with modern sanitation and drainage. The climate is hot and damp, but has a pleasant cold season from November to March. April, May, and June are hot, and the monsoon months from June to October are distinguished by damp heat and malaria. The mean annual temperature is 79°F, with a range from 85 in the hot season and 83 in the rains to 72 in the cool season, a mean maximum of 102 in May, and a mean minimum of 48 in January. Calcutta has been comparatively fortunate in escaping the plague. The disease manifested itself in a sporadic form in April 1898, but disappeared by September of that year. Many of the Marwari traders fled the city, and some trouble was experienced in shortage of labor in the factories. And at the docks, the plague returned in 1899 and caused a heavy mortality during the early months of the following year. But the population was not demoralized, nor was trade interfered. With a yet more serious outbreak occurred in the early months of 1901, the number of deaths being 7884 for 3 following years. The totals were 19,021,903, 84, 19,030, 1,904, 8223, and 19,041,905, 46, 89. But these numbers compared very favorably with the condition of Bombay at the same time. History. The history of Calcutta practically dates from the 24th of August 1690, when it was founded by Job Charnock, Curoman V of the English East India Company. In 1596, it had obtained a brief entry as a rent-paying village in the Survey of Bengal, executed by command of the Emperor Akbar. But it was not till 90 years later that it emerged into history. In 1686, the English merchants at Hugli, under Charnock's leadership, finding themselves compelled to quit their factory in consequence of a rupture with the Mughal authorities, retreated about 26 Roman 1,000 down the river to Sutanadi, a village on the banks of the Hugli now within the boundaries of Calcutta. They occupied Sutanadi temporarily in December 1686, again in November 1687, and permanently on the 24th of August 1690. It was thus only at the third attempt that Charnock was able to obtain the future capital of India for his center, and the subsequent prosperity of Calcutta is due entirely to his tenacity of purpose. The new settlement soon extended itself along the river bank to the then village of Calicut, and by degrees the cluster of neighboring hamlets grew into the present town. In 1696, the English built the original Fort William by permission of the Nawab, and in 1698 they formally purchased the 3 villages of Sutanadi, Calicut, and Govinpur from Prince Azim's son of the Emperor Aurangzeb. The site thus chosen had an excellent anchorage, and was defended by the river from the Marathas, who harried the districts on the other side. The fort subsequently rebuilt on the Vauban principle, and a moat designed to form a semicircle Roman 5 crowned the town, and to be connected at both ends with the river, but never completed, combined with the natural position of Calcutta, to render it one of the safest places for trade in India. During the expiring struggles of the Mughal Empire, it grew up without any fixed plan, and with little regard to the sanitary arrangements required for a town. Some parts of it lay below high-water mark on the Hugli, and its low level throughout rendered its drainage a most difficult problem. Until far on in the 18th century, the malarial jungle and paddy fields closely hemmed in the European mansions, the vast plain Maidan now covered with gardens and promenades, was then a swamp during 3 months of each year. The spacious quadrangle known as Wellington Square was built upon a filthy creek. A legend relates how 1/4 of the European inhabitants perished in 12 months. And during 70 years, the mortality was so great that the name of Calcutta, derived from the village of Calicut, was identified by mariners with Golgotha, the place of a skull. The chief event in the history of Calcutta is the sack of the town and the capture of Fort William in 1756 by Surajah Dowlah, the Nawab of Bengal. The majority of the English officials took ship and fled to the mouth of the Hugli River. The Europeans, under John Zephaniah Holwell, who remained, were compelled, after a short resistance, to surrender themselves to the mercies of the young prince. The prisoners, numbering 146 persons, were forced into the guardroom, a chamber measuring only 18 ft by 14 ft 10 in, with but two small windows, where they were left for the night. It was the 20th of June, the heat was intense, and next morning only 23 were taken out alive, among them Holwell, who left an account of the awful sufferings endured in the Black Hole. The site of the Black Hole is now covered with a black marble slab, and the incident is commemorated by a monument erected by Lord Curzon in 1902. The Mohammedans retained possession of Calcutta for about 7 months, and during this brief period the name of the town was changed in official documents to Alinagar. January 1757, the expedition dispatched from Madras, under the command of Admiral Watson, and Colonel Clive regained possession of the city. They found many of the houses of the English residents demolished, and others damaged by fire. The old church of St. John lay in ruins. The native portion of the town had also suffered much. Everything of value had been swept away, except the merchandise of the company within the fort, which had been reserved for the Nawab. The Battle of Plassey was fought on the 23rd of June, 1757, exactly 12 months after the capture of Calcutta. Mir Jafar, the nominee of the English, was created Nawab of Bengal, and by the treaty which raised him to this position, he agreed to make restitution to the Calcutta merchants for their losses. The English received 500,000, the Hindus and Mohammedans 200,000, and the Armenians 70,000. By another clause in this treaty, the company was permitted to establish a mint, the visible sign in India of territorial sovereignty, and the first coin, still bearing the name of the Delhi emperor, was issued on the 19th of August 1757. The restitution money was divided among the sufferers by a committee of the most respectable inhabitants. Commerce rapidly revived, and the ruined city was rebuilt. Modern Calcutta dates from 1757. The old fort was abandoned, and its site devoted to the custom house and other government offices. A new fort, the present Fort William, was begun by Clive a short distance lower down the river, and is thus the second of that name. It was not finished till 1773, and is said to have cost 2 million sterling at this time. Also the Maidan, the Park of Calcutta, was formed, and the healthiness of its position induced the European inhabitants gradually to shift their dwellings eastward, and to occupy what is now the Charangi quarter. Up to 1707, when Calcutta was first declared a presidency, it had been dependent upon the older English settlement at Madras. From 1707 to 1773, the presidencies were maintained on a footing of equality, but in the latter year, the Act of Parliament was passed, which provided that the presidency of Bengal should exercise a control over the other possessions of the company, that the chief of that presidency should be styled Governor-General, and that a Supreme Court of Judicature should be established at Calcutta. In the previous year, 1772, Warren Hastings had taken under the immediate management of the company's servants the general administration of Bengal, which had hitherto been left in the hands of the old Mohammedan officials, and had removed the treasury from Murshidabad to Calcutta. The latter town thus became the capital of Bengal, and the seat of the supreme government in India. In 1834, the Governor-General of Bengal was created Governor-General of India, and was permitted to appoint a deputy governor to manage the affairs of Lower Bengal during his occasional absence. It was not until 1854 that a separate head was appointed for Bengal, who, under the style of lieutenant governor, exercises the same powers in civil matters as those vested in the governors in Council of Madras or Bombay. Although subject to closer supervision by the Supreme Government, Calcutta is thus at present the seat both of the Supreme and the local government, each with an independent set of offices. See Bengal. C.A.K. Ray, A Short History of Calcutta Indian Census, 1901, H.B. Hyde, Parochial Annals of Bengal, 1901, K. Bletchendon, Calcutta Past, and present 1905, H.E. Bastide Echoes from Old Calcutta, 1897. G.W. Forrest Cities of India, 1903, Roman 100 R. Wilson, Early Annals of the English in Bengal, 1895. And Old Fort William in Bengal, 1906, Imperial Gazetteer of India, Oxford, 1908, S. Roman 5, Calcutta. Caldani, Leopoldo Marco Antonio, 17,251,813, Italian anatomist and physician, was born at Bologna in 1725. After studying under G.B. Morgagni at Padua, he began to teach practical medicine at Bologna, but in consequence of the intrigues of which he was the object, he returned to Padua, where in 1771 he succeeded Morgagni in the chair of anatomy. He continued to lecture until 1805 and died at Padua in 1813. His works include Institutions Pathologicae 1772, Institutions Physiologicae 1773, and Icons Anatomicae 18,011,813. His brother Petronio Maria Caldani, 17,351,808, was professor of mathematics at Bologna and was described by J. La R. Lambert as the first geometer and algebraist of Italy. Caldecott Randolph, 18,461,886, English artist and illustrator, was born at Chester on the 22nd of March, 1846. From 1861 to 1872, he was a bank clerk first at Whitchurch in Shropshire, afterwards at Manchester, but devoted all his spare time to the cultivation of a remarkable artistic faculty. In 1872, he migrated to London, became a student at the Slade School, and finally adopted the artist's profession. He gained immediately a wide reputation as a prolific and original illustrator, gifted with a genial, humorous faculty, and he succeeded also, though in less degree, as a painter and sculptor. His health gave way in 1876, and after prolonged suffering, he died in Florida on the 12th of February, 1886. His chief book illustrations are as follows: Old Christmas, 1876, and Bracebridge Hall, 1877, both by Washington Irving. North Italian Folk, 1877, by Mrs. Cummins Carr. The Harz Mountains, 1883, Breton Folk, 1879, by Henry Blackburn. Picture books: John Gilpin, The House That Jack Built, and other children's favorites from 1878 onwards. Some Aesop's fables, with modern instances. Roman 1,001,883, he held a roving commission for the Graphic, and was an occasional contributor to Punch. He was a member of the Royal Institute of Painters in Watercolors. See Henry Blackburn, Randolph Caldecott Personal Memoir of his early life, London, 1886. Calder, Sir Robert Bart, 17,451,818, British Admiral, was born at Elgin in Scotland on the 2nd of July, 1745. He belonged to a very ancient family of Morayshire, and was the second son of Sir Thomas Calder. Of Muirton, he was educated at the Grammar School of Elgin, and at the age of 14, entered the British Navy as midshipman in 1766. He was serving as Lieutenant of the Essex under Captain the Hun George Faulkner. In the West Indies, promotion came slowly, and it was not till 1782 that he attained the rank of post-captain. He acquitted himself honorably in the various services to which he was called, but for a long time had no opportunity. Roman 5 Poff, distinguishing himself in 1796. He was named captain of the fleet by Sir John Jervis, and took part in the great battle off Cape St. Vincent, February 14, 1797. He was selected as bearer of the dispatches announcing the victory, and on that occasion was knighted by George Roman III. He also received the thanks of Parliament, and in the following year was created a baronet. In 1799, he became rear admiral, and in 1801 he was dispatched with a small squadron in pursuit of a French force under Admiral Gantham, conveying supplies to the French in Egypt. In this pursuit he was not successful, and returning home at the peace, he struck his flag. When the war again broke out, he was recalled to service, was promoted vice-admiral in 1804, and was employed in the following year in the blockade of the ports of Ferrol and Corunna, in which amongst other ports ships were preparing for the invasion of England by Napoleon. Roman I. He held his position with a force greatly inferior to that of the enemy, and refused to be enticed out to sea. On its becoming known that the first movement directed by Napoleon was the raising of the blockade of Ferrol, Rear Admiral Stirling was ordered to join Sir R. Calder and cruise with him to intercept the fleets of France and Spain on their passage to Brest. The approach of the enemy was concealed by a fog, but on the 22nd of July, 1805, their fleet came in sight. It still outnumbered the British force, but Sir Robert entered into action after a combat of 4 hours during which he captured 2 Spanish ships. He gave orders to discontinue the action. He offered battle again on the 2 following days, but the challenge was not accepted. The French Admiral Villeneuve, however, did not pursue his voyage, but took refuge in Ferrol. In the judgment of Napoleon, his scheme of invasion was baffled by this day's action, but much indignation was felt in England at the failure of Calder to win a complete victory. In consequence of the strong feeling against him at home, he demanded a court-martial. This was held on the 23rd of December, and resulted in a severe reprimand of the vice-admiral for not having done his utmost to renew the engagement, at the same time acquitting him of both cowardice and disaffection. False expectations had been raised in England by the mutilation of his dispatches, and of this he indignantly complained in his defense. The tide of feeling, however, turned again, and in 1815, by way of public testimony to his services, and of acquittal of the charge made against him, he was appointed commander of Portsmouth. He died at Holt, near Bishop's Waltham in Hampshire, on the 31st of August 1818. See Naval Chronicle, Roman 17 James Naval History, Roman 3379, 1860. Calder, an ancient district of Midlothian, Scotland. It has been divided into the parishes of Mid Calder Pop in 1901, 3132, and West Calder Pop 8092, East Calder belonging to the parish of Kirknewton Pop 3221. The whole locality owes much of its commercial importance and prosperity to the enormous development of the mineral oil industry. Coal mining is also extensively pursued. Sandstone and limestone are worked, and paper mills flourish. Mid Calder, a town on the Almond Pop 703, has an ancient church, and John Spottiswoode 15,101,585. The Scottish reformer was for many years minister. His sons John, Archbishop of St. Andrews, and James 15,671,645, Bishop of Clogher, were both born at Mid Calder. West Calder is situated on Breakwater, an affluent of the Almond 1512 Roman 1000 SW of Edinburgh, by the Caledonian Railway, and is the chief centre of the district. Pop 1901-2652, at Aduel, about 112 Roman 1000 SW, the manufacture of ammonia. Naphtha, paraffin oil, and candles is carried on the village, practically dating from 1866, and having in 1901 a population of 1591. The Highland and Agricultural Society have an experimental farm at Pumferston Pop 1462. The district contains several tumuli, old ruined castles, and a Roman camp in fair preservation. Calderon Rodrigo, Roman 500, Count of Oliva, and Marx de la Sayet Iglesias, Spanish favorite and adventurer, was born at Antwerp. His father, Francisco Calderon, a member of a family ennobled by Charles Roman V, was a captain in the army who became afterwards commendador mayor of Aragon, presumably by the help of his son. The mother was a Fleming, said by Calderon to have been a lady by birth and called by him Maria Sandalin. She is said by others to have been first the mistress, and then the wife of Francisco Calderon. Rodrigo is said to have been born out of wedlock in 1598. He entered the service of the Duke of Lerma as secretary. The accession of Philip Roman III in that year made Lerma, who had unbounded influence over the king master of Spain, Calderon, who was active and unscrupulous, made himself the trusted agent of Lerma in the general scramble for wealth among the worthless intriguers who governed in the name of Philip Roman III. Calderon was conspicuous for greed, audacity, and insolence. He was created Count of Oliva, a knight of Santiago, Commendador of Ocana, in the order secretary to the King Secretario de Camara, was loaded with plunder, and made an advantageous marriage with Inés de Vargas as an insolent upstart. He was peculiarly odious to the enemies of Lerma, two religious persons, Juan de Santa Maria, a Franciscan, and Mariana de San Jose, prioress of La Encarnacion, worked on the Queen Margarita, by whose influence Calderon was removed from the secretaryship. In 1611, he however retained the favor of Lerma, an indolent man to whom Calderon's activity was indispensable. In 1612, he was sent on a special mission to Flanders, and on his return was made Marx de la Sayet Iglesias. In 1614, when the Queen Margarita died in that year in childbirth, Calderon was accused of having used witchcraft against her. Soon after it became generally known that he had ordered the murder of one Francisco de Juarez, when Lerma was driven from court in 1618 by the intrigues of his own son, the Duke of Uceda, and the king's confessor, the Dominican Aliaga. Calderon was seized upon as an expiatory victim to satisfy public clamor. He was arrested, despoiled, and on the 7th of January 1620 was savagely tortured to make him confess to the several charges of murder and witchcraft brought against him, Calderon confessed to the murder of Juarez, saying that the man was a pander and adding that he gave the particular reason by word of mouth, since it was more fit to be spoken than written. He steadfastly denied all the other charges of murder. And the witchcraft some hope of pardon seems to have remained in his mind, till he heard the bells tolling for Philip Roman III in March 1621. He is dead, and I too am dead was his resigned comment. One of the first measures of the new reign was to order his execution. Calderon met his fate firmly, and with a show of piety on the 21st of October 1621, and this bearing together with his broken and prematurely aged appearance, turned public sentiment in his favor. The magnificent devotion of his wife helped materially to placate the hatred he had aroused Lord Lytton, made Rodrigo Calderon the hero of his story, Calderon the courtier. See Modestes de la Fuente Historia General Hispana, Madrid 18,501,867, Vol Roman 15 pp 452, Et sec quivido obras Madrid 1794, Vol Roman 10 Grands Annales de Quince Dias, a curious contemporary French pamphlet on him histoire admirable, et declin piticable, advenu, en la personne d'Unfury de la Cour d'Espagny, is reprinted by Roman 1000 E. Fournier, in Variats Historiques Paris, 1855, Vol Roman 1 Roman 500 H. Calderon de la Barca Pedro, 16,001,680, one Spanish dramatist and poet, was born at Madrid on the 17th of January 1600. His mother, who was of Flemish descent, died in 1610. His father, who was secretary to the treasury, died in 1615. Calderon was educated at the Jesuit college in Madrid with a view to taking orders and accepting a family living, abandoning this project. He studied law at Salamanca and competed with success at the literary fetes held in honor of St. Isidore at Madrid, 16,201,632, according to his biographer Vera. Tassis Calderon served with the Spanish army in Italy and Flanders between 1625 and 1635. But this statement is contradicted by numerous legal documents, which prove that Calderon resided at Madrid during these years. Early in 1629, his brother Diego was stabbed by an actor who took sanctuary in the convent of the Trinitarian nuns. Calderon and his friends broke into the cloister and attempted to seize the offender. This violation was denounced by the fashionable preacher Hortensio Felix Paravicino Q. Roman 5 in a sermon preached before Philip Roman 4 Roman 5 P. Calderon retorted by introducing into El Principe Constante a mocking reference afterwards cancelled to Paravicino's gongoristic verbiage, and was committed to prison. He was soon released, grew rapidly in reputation as a playwright, and on the death of Lope de Vega in 1635, was recognized as the foremost Spanish dramatist of the age. A volume of his plays, edited by his brother José in 1636, contains such celebrated and diverse productions as La Vida y Suno, El Purgatorio, de San Patricia, La Devoción de la Cruz, La Dama Duende, and Peor esta que estaba. In 16,361,637, he was made a Knight of the Order of Santiago by Philip Roman IV, who had already commissioned from him a series of spectacular plays for the Royal Theatre in the Buin. Retiro Calderon was almost as popular with the general public as Lope de Vega had been in his zenith. He was moreover in high favor at court. But this royal patronage did not help to develop the finer elements of his genius. On the 28th of May 1640, he joined a company of mounted cuirassiers, recently raised by Olivers, took part in the Catalonian campaign, and distinguished himself by his gallantry at Tarragona. His health failing, he retired from the army in November 1642, and 3 years later was awarded a special military pension in recognition of his services in the field. The history of his life during the next few years is obscure. He appears to have been profoundly affected by the death of his mistress, mother of his son Pedro, Jose, about the year 16,480,1649. His long connection with the theater had led him into temptations, but it had not diminished his instinctive spirit of devotion, and he now sought consolation in religion. He became a tertiary of the Order of St. Francis in 1650, and finally reverted to his original intention of joining the priesthood. He was ordained in 1651, was presented to a living in the parish of San Salvador at Madrid, and according to his statement, made a year or two later determined to give up writing for the stage. He did not adhere to this resolution after his preferment to a prebend at Toledo in 1653, though he confined himself as much as possible to the composition of Otto's sacramentals allegorical pieces, in which the mystery of the Eucharist was illustrated dramatically, and which were performed with great pomp on the feast of Corpus Christi, and during the weeks immediately ensuing in 1662, two of Calderon's Otto's Laws Ordines Militares and Mysticae Real Babyloniae, the subjects of an inquiry by the Inquisition. The former was censured the manuscript. Copies were confiscated, and the condemnation was not rescinded. Till 1671, Calderon was appointed honorary chaplain to Philip Roman IV in 1663, and the royal favor was continued to him in the next reign in his 81st year. He wrote his last secular play Hado y Divisa de Leonido y Marfisa in honor of Charles Roman II's marriage to Marie-Louise de Bourbon, notwithstanding his position at court and his universal popularity throughout Spain. His closing years seem to have been passed in poverty. He died on the 25th of May, 1681. Like most Spanish dramatists, Calderon wrote too much and too speedily, and he was too often content to recast the productions of his predecessors. His Saber del Mal y del Bien is an adaptation of Lope de Vega's play Las Mudanzas de la Fortuna, y Sucesos de Don Beltrán de Aragon. His Selva Confusa is also adapted from a play of Lope's which bears the same title. His Encanto sin Encanto derives from Tirso de Molina's Amor Parcinas, and to take an extreme instance, the second act of his Caballos de Absalon is transferred almost bodily from the third act of Tirso's Venganza de Tamar. It would be easy to add other examples of Calderon's lax methods, but it is simple justice to point out that he committed no offense against the prevailing code of literary morality. Many of his contemporaries plagiarized with equal audacity, but with far less success sometimes, as in El Alcalde de Zalamea. The bold procedure is completely justified by the result, in this case by his individual treatment. He transforms one of Lope de Vega's rapid improvisations into a finished masterpiece. It was not given to him to initiate a great dramatic movement. He came at the end of a literary revolution, was compelled to accept the conventions which Lope de Vega had imposed on the Spanish stage, and he accepted them all the more readily, since they were peculiarly suitable to the display of his splendid and varied gifts. Not a master of observation, nor an expert in invention, he showed an unexampled skill in contriving ingenious variants on existing themes. He had a keen dramatic sense and unrivaled dexterity in manipulating the mechanical resources of the stage. And in addition to these minor indispensable talents, he was endowed with a lofty philosophically imagination and a wealth of poetic diction. Naturally, he had the defects of his great qualities. His ingenuity is apt to degenerate into futile embellishment. His employment of theatrical devices is the subject of his own good-humored satire in No Hay Burla's Khan. El Amor, his philosophically intellect, is more interested in theological mysteries than in human passions, and the delicate beauty of his style is tinged with a willful preciosity excelling Lope de Vega at many points. Calderon falls below his great predecessor in the delineation of character, yet in almost every department of dramatic art Calderon has obtained a series of triumphs. In the symbolic drama, he is best represented by El Príncipe Constante, by El Magico Prodigioso, familiar to English readers in Shelley's free translation, and by La Vida es Soon, perhaps the most profound and original of his works. His tragedies are more remarkable for their acting qualities than for their convincing truth, and the fact that in La Nina de Gomez Arias, he interpolates an entire act borrowed from Vélez de Guevara's play of the same title seems to indicate that this kind of composition awakened no great interest in him, but in El Medico de Sahanra and El Mayor Monstruo, Los Celos. The theme of jealousy is handled with somber power, while El Alcalde de Zalamea is one of the greatest tragedies in Spanish literature. Calderon is seen to much less advantage in the spectacular place dramas de Tramuajich. He wrote at the command of Philip Roman, for the dramatist is subordinated to the stage carpenter, but the graceful fancy of the poet preserves even such a mediocre piece as Los Tres Mayors Prodigies, which won him his knighthood from complete oblivion. A greater opportunity is afforded in the more animated comedias, palaciegas, or melodramatic pieces, destined to be played before courtly audiences in the royal palace. La Banda y la Flor and El Galán Fantasma are charming illustrations of Calderon's genial conception and refined artistry. His historical plays La Gran Cenobia, Las Armas de la Hermosura Roman 100, are the weakest of all his formal dramatic productions. El Golfo de las Serenas and La Purpura de la Rosa are typical zarzuelas to be judged by the standard of operatic libretti, and the entremeses are lacking in the lively humor which should characterize these dramatic interludes. On the other hand, Calderon's faculty of ingenious stagecraft is seen at its best in his cloak and sword plays Comedias de Capa y Espada, which are invaluable pictures of contemporary society. They are conventional, no doubt, in the sense that all representations of a specially artificial society must be conventional, but they are true to life, and are still as interesting as when they first appeared in this kind. No siempre lo peor y cierto la dama duende, una casa con dos puertas, mala es de guardar, and guardate del agua mansa, are almost unsurpassed. But it is as a writer of autos sacramentals that Calderon defies rivalry, his intense devotion, his subtle intelligence, his sublime lyrism, all combined to produce such marvels of allegorical poetry as La Cena del Rey Baltasar, La Vina del Señor, and La Serpiente de Metal. The autos lingered on in Spain till 1765, but they may be said to have died with Calderon, for his successors merely imitated him with a tedious fidelity. Almost alone among Spanish poets, Calderon had the good fortune to be printed in a fairly correct and readable edition, 16,821,691, thanks to the enlightened zeal of his admirer Juan de Vera Tassis. Why Villarroel, and owing to this happy accident, he came to be regarded generally as the first of Spanish dramatists. The publication of the plays of Lope de Vega and of Tirso de Molina has affected the critical estimate of Calderon's work. He is seen to be inferior to Lope de Vega in creative power and inferior to Tirso de Molina in variety of conception. But setting aside the extravagances of his admirers, he is admittedly an exquisite poet and expert in the dramatic form, and a typical representative of the Roman 5p devout, chivalrous, patriotic, and artificial society in which he moved. Bibliography H. Bremen Calderon Studien München, and Berlin 1905 Roman 1 Tale, contains a fairly exhaustive list of editions, translations, and arrangements. Autos Sacramentals, Madrid 17,591,766, vols, edited by Juan Fernández de Ponce. Comedias, Madrid 18,480, 1,854, vols, edited by Juan Eugenio Hartzenbuch. Max Krenkel Klassisch Bühnendichtungen der Spanier, containing La Vida y Suno, El Magico Prodigioso, and El Alcalde de Zalamca Leipzig, 18,811,887, 3 vols. Titro Selecto, Madrid 1884, 4 vols, edited by Roman 1000 Menendez, Y Pello El Magico Prodigioso. Heilbronn 1877, edited by Alfred Morel Facio, Select Plays of Calderon London, 1888, edited by Norman Maccall, F.W. Roman 5 Schmidt die Schauspiel Calderons Elberfeld, 1857, E. Gunther Calderon, Unsen Work, Freiburg Roman 1b, 1888, 2 vols. Felipe Picatost, Y. Rodriguez Biografia de Don Pedro Calderon de la Barca and Homnage, A Calderon, Madrid 1880, 1 Antonio Sanchez Magal, Memoria acerca del Magico Prodigioso, Madrid 1881, Roman 1000 Menendez, Y. Pelgio Calderon y su Titro, Madrid 1881, Ernest Martinench La Comedia Espagnole, en France de Hardy, a Racine, Paris 1900. J.F.K. Calderwood David 15,751,650, Scottish divine and historian, was born in 1575. He was educated at Edinburgh, where he took the degree of Roman 1000A in 1593. About 1604, he became minister of Crailing near Jedburgh, where he became conspicuous for his resolute opposition to the introduction of episcopacy in 1617, while James was in Scotland. A remonstrance which had been drawn up by the Presbyterian clergy was placed in Calderwood's hands. He was summoned to St. Andrews and examined before the king, but neither threats nor promises could make him deliver up the roll of signatures to the remonstrance. He was deprived of his charge, committed to prison at St. Andrews, and afterwards removed to Edinburgh. The Privy Council ordered him to be banished from the kingdom. For refusing to acknowledge the sentence of the High Commission, he lingered in Scotland, publishing a few tracts, till the 27th of August, 1619, when he sailed for Holland. During his residence in Holland, he published his Alter Damascenum. Calderwood appears to have returned to Scotland in 1624, and he was soon afterwards appointed minister of Pencaitland, in the county of Haddington. He continued to take an active part in the affairs of the church, and introduced in 1649 the practice, now confirmed by long usage, of dissenting from the decision of the assembly, and requiring the protest to be entered in the record. His last years were devoted to the preparation of a history of the Church of Scotland. In 1640, 8, the General Assembly urged him to complete the work he had designed and voted him a yearly pension of 800. He left behind him a historical work of great extent and of great value as a storehouse of authentic materials for history. An abridgment which appears to have been prepared by himself was published after his death. An excellent edition of the complete work was published by the Wadraw Society, 8 vols, 18,421,849. The manuscript, which belonged to General Calderwood Durham, was presented to the British Museum. Calderwood died at Jedburgh on the 29th of October 1650. Calderwood Henry, 18,301,897, Scottish philosopher and divine, was born at Peebles on the 10th of May 1830. He was educated at the Royal High School and later at the University of Edinburgh. He studied for the ministry of the United Presbyterian Church and in 1856 was ordained pastor of the Greyfriars Church, Glasgow. He also examined in mental philosophy for the University of Glasgow from 1861 to 1864, and from 1866 conducted the moral philosophy classes at that university. Until in 1868 he became professor of moral philosophy at Edinburgh. He was made Roman 100 Roman 500 of Glasgow in 1865. He died on the 19th of November 1897. His first and most famous work was The Philosophy of the Infinite, 1854, in which he attacked the statement of Sir William Hamilton that we can have no knowledge of the infinite. Calderwood maintained that such knowledge, though imperfect, is real and ever-increasing, that faith implies knowledge. His moral philosophy is in direct antagonism to Hegelian doctrine and endeavors to substantiate the doctrine of divine sanction. Beside the data of experience, the mind has pure activity of its own, whereby it apprehends the fundamental realities of life and combat. He wrote in addition a handbook of moral philosophy on the relations of mind and brain science, and religion, the evolution of man's place in nature. Among his religious works, the best known is his Parables of Our Lord and Just. Before his death, he finished a life of David Hume in the famous Scott series. His interests were not confined to religious and intellectual matters. As the first chairman of the Edinburgh School Board, he worked hard to bring the Education Act into working order. He published a well-known treatise on education, in the cause of philanthropy and temperance. He was indefatigable in politics. He was at first a liberal, but became a liberal unionist at the time of the Home Rule Bill. A biography of Calderwood was published in 1900 by his son W. Roman 100 Calderwood and the Rev. David Woodside, with a special chapter on his philosophy by Professor A. S. Pringle Pattison. Caleb Dog, in the Bible, one of the spies, sent by Moses from Kadesh in South Palestine to spy out the land of Canaan for his courage and confidence. He alone was rewarded by the promise that he and his seed should obtain a possession in it. Num Roman 13. The later tradition includes Joshua, the hero of the conquest of the land. Subsequently Caleb settled in Kirjath Arba Hebron, but the account of the occupation is variously recorded. Thus a Caleb by himself drove out the Anakites, giants of Hebron, and promised to give his daughter Achsah to the hero who could take Kirjath Sefer Debir. This was accomplished by Othniel, the brother of Caleb. Josh Roman 1519. Both are sons of Kenaz, and Kenaz is an Edomite clan. Gen Roman 36 1542. Elsewhere B. Caleb the Kenizzite reminds Joshua of the promise at Kadesh. He asks that he may have the mountain whereof Yahweh spake and hopes to drive out the giants from its midst. Joshua blesses him, and thus Hebron becomes the inheritance of Caleb. Josh Roman 14:15. Further C. The capture of Hebron and Debir is ascribed to Judah, who gives them to Caleb. Judge Roman 1 sec 20. And finally D. These cities are taken by Joshua himself in the course of a great and successful campaign against South Canaan. Josh Roman 10:39. Primarily, the clan Caleb was settled in the south of Judah but formed an independent unit. Sam Roman 25 Roman 30. Its seat was at Carmel, and Abigail, the wife of the Calebite Nabal, was taken by David after her husband's death. Not until later are the small divisions of the south united under the name Judah, and this result is reflected in the genealogies, where the brothers Caleb and Jerahmeel are called sons of Hezron. The name typifies nomadic life and become descendants of Judah. Similarly in Num, Roman 13 Roman 34, postexilic Caleb becomes the representative of the tribe of Judah, and also in C above Caleb's enterprise was later regarded as the work of the tribe with which it became incorporated. B and D are explained in accordance with the aim of the book, to ascribe to the initiation or the achievements of one man the conquest of the whole of Canaan. See Joshua, the mount or hill country in B, appears to be that which the Israelites unsuccessfully attempted to take Num Roman 1445. But according to another old fragment Horma, was the scene of a victory Num Roman 213, and it seems probable that Caleb at least was supposed to have pushed his way northward to Hebron see Jerahmeel Kenite Simeon. The genealogical lists place the earliest seats of Caleb in the south of Judah, 1 Chron Roman 2, SQQ Hebron Mound Roman 100. Another list numbers the more northerly towns of Kirjath-Jearim Bethlehem Roman 100, and adds the families of the scribes, and the Kenites Roman 2, This second move is characteristically expressed by the statements that Caleb's first wife was Azubah. Abandoned desert region Jirioth tent curtains appears to have been Anathoran that after the death of Hezron, he united with Ephrath P24 Bethlehem on the details in 1 Chron Roman 2 Roman 4c. Further J. Wellhausen Degent, et Famil Judiorum, 1869, S. Cook Critical Notes on OT History Index S. Roman 5, E. Mayer Israelite pp 400 SQQ, and the commentaries on Chronicles Q. Roman 5. S. A Roman 100. Caledon 1 A Town of the Cape Province 81 Roman 1000 by Rail Essay, of Cape Town Pop 1904-3508. The town is 15 Roman 1000 N of the sea at Walker Bay, and is built on a spur of the Zwartberg 800 ft high. The streets are lined with blue gums and oaks from the early day of Dutch settlement at the Cape Caledon, has been noted for the curative value of its mineral springs, which yield 150,000 gallons daily. There are 7 spring 6 with a natural temperature of 120 F. The 7th Roman 5 P being cold. The district is rich in flowering heaths and everlasting flowers. The name Caledon was given to the town and district in honor of the 2nd Earl of Caledon, Governor of the Cape, 18,071,811 2, a river of South Africa tributary to the Orange Q. Roman 5, also named after Lord Caledon. Caledonia, the Roman name of North Britain, still used especially in poetry for Scotland. It occurs first in the poet Lucan A. Roman 500, and then often in Roman literature. There were one a district Caledonia, of which the southern border must have been on or near the isthmus between the Clyde and the Forth. 2, a Caledonian forest possibly in Perthshire, and 3 a tribe of Caledones or Caledones, named by the geographer Ptolemy, as living within boundaries, which are now unascertainable. The Romans first invaded Caledonia under Agricola, about A. Roman 500. They then fortified the Forth and Clyde Isthmus with a line of forts, 2 of which, those at Camelon and Barhill, have been identified, and excavated, penetrated into Perthshire and fought the decisive battle of the war. According to Tacitus, on the slopes of Mons, Gropius won the site quite as hotly contested among antiquaries as between Roman and Caledonian may have been near the Roman encampment of Inchtethill, in the policies of Delvine 10 Roman 1000 N of Perth, near the union of Tay and Isla, which is the most northerly of the ascertained Roman encampments in Scotland, and seems to belong to the age of Agricola. Tacitus represents the result as a victory, the home government, whether averse to expensive conquests of barren hills or afraid of a victorious general, abruptly recalled Agricola, and his northern conquests all beyond the Tweed, if not all beyond Cheviot, were abandoned. The next advance followed more than 50 years later. About A. Roman 500, the district up to the Firth of Forth was definitely annexed, and a rampart with forts along it, the wall of Antoninus Pews, was drawn from sea to C. Britain Roman and Graham's Dyke. At the same time, the Roman forts at Ardoch north of Dunblane Carpo near Abernethy, and perhaps 1 or 2 more, were occupied, but the conquest was stubbornly disputed, and after several risings, the land north of Cheviot seems to have been lost. About A. Roman 500,185, about A. Roman 500, the Emperor Septimius Severus carried out an extensive punitive expedition against the northern tribes, but while it is doubtful how far he penetrated, it is certain that after his death the Roman writ never again ran north of Cheviot. Rome is said indeed to have recovered the whole land up to the wall of Pews in A. Roman 500, and to have established there a province Valentia. A province with that name was certainly organized somewhere, but its site and extent is quite uncertain, and its duration was exceedingly brief. Throughout, Scotland remained substantially untouched by Roman influences, and its Celtic art, though perhaps influenced by Irish, remained free from Mediterranean infusion, even in the south of Scotland, where Rome ruled for half a century. A. Roman 500,180, the occupation was military, and produced no civilizing effects of the actual condition of the land. During the period of Roman rule in Britain, we have yet to learn the details by excavation, the curious carvings and ramparts at Burghead, on the coast of Elgin, and the underground stone houses, locally called weems, in which Roman fragments have been found, may represent the native forms of dwelling Roman 100. And some of the late Celtic metalwork may belong to this age. But of the political divisions, the boundaries and capitals of the tribes, and the like we know nothing. Ptolemy gives a list of tribe and place names, but hardly one can be identified with any approach to certainty, except in the extreme south, nor has any certainty been reached about the ethnological problems of the population, the Aryan or non-Aryan character of the Picts, and the like. That the Caledonians, like the later Scots, sometimes sought their fortunes in the south, is proved by a curious tablet of about a Roman 500 found at Colchester, dedicated to an unknown equivalent of Mars Medocius by one Losio, Veda Nepos kin of Vepudni Calido. The name Caledonia is said to survive in the second syllable of Dunkeld, and in the mountain name Schihalian Scythian. Authorities Tacitus Agricola Hist, Augusta Vita, Severi Dio Roman 76, F. Haverfield The Antonine Wall Report Glasgow, 1899 pp. 154,168. J. Rees Celtic Britain, ed. 3, on Burged C. H. W. Young Proc. Of Scottish Antic Roman 25, Roman 27 J. MacDonald Trans, Glasgow Arch Society. The Roman remains of Scotland are described in Rob Stewart's Cald Romana Edinburgh, 1852, the volumes of the Scottish Antic Society, the Corpus Inscriptionum, Latinarum Vol Roman 7 and elsewhere. Nef J. H. Caledonian Canal, the chain of freshwater lakes Lochs, Ness Oich and Lochuich, stretch along the line of the Great Glen of Scotland, in a SW direction from Inverness, early suggested the idea of connecting the east and west coasts of Scotland by a canal, which would save ships about 400 Roman 1,000 of coasting voyage round the north of Great Britain through the stormy Pentland Firth. In 1773 James Watt was employed by the government to make a survey for such a canal, which again was the subject of an official report by Thomas Telford in 1801. In 1803, an Act of Parliament was passed authorizing the construction of the canal, which was begun forthwith under Telford's direction, and traffic was started in 1822 from the northern entrance on Bowley Firth to the southern near Fort William. The total length is about 60 Roman 1,000, that of the artificial portion being about 22 Roman 1,000. The number of locks is 28. And their standard dimensions: area length 160 ft, breadth 38 ft, water depth 15 ft. Their lift is in general about 8 ft, but some of them are for regulating purposes only. A flight of 8 at Corpach with a total lift of 64 ft is known as Neptune's Staircase. The navigation is vested in and managed by the Commissioners of the Caledonian Canal, of whom the Speaker of the House of Commons is ex officio chairman. Usually, the income is between 7,000 and 8,000 annually, and exceeds the expenditure by a few £100, but the commissioners are not entitled to make a profit, and the credit balances, though sometimes allowed to accumulate, must be expended on renewals and improvements of the canal. They have not, however, always proved sufficient for their purposes, and Parliament is occasionally called upon to make special grants in the commissioners. Is also vested the Crinan Canal, which extends from Ardrishaig on Loch Gilp to Crinan on Loch Crinan. This canal was made by a company incorporated by Act of Parliament in 1793, and was opened for traffic in 1801. At various times, it received grants of public money, and ultimately, in respect of these, it passed into the hands of the government. In 1848, it was vested by Parliament in the Commissioners of the Caledonian Canal, who had in fact administered it for many years previously. The Act contained a proviso that the company might take back the undertaking on repayment of the debt within 20 years, but the power was not exercised. The length of the canal is 9 Roman 1,000, and it saves vessels sailing from the Clyde, a distance of about 85 Roman 1,000, as compared with the alternative route. Round the Mull of Kintyre, its highest reach is 64 ft above sea level, and its locks, 15 in number, are 96 ft long by 24 ft wide, the depth of water being such as to admit vessels up to a draft of 912 ft. The revenue is over 6,000 a year, and there is usually a small credit balance, which, as with the Caledonian Canal, must be applied to the purposes of the undertaking. Kahlenberg or Kahlenberg, the name of a district including the town of Hanover, which was formerly part of the Duchy of Brunswick. It received its name from a castle near Schulenburg, and is traversed by the rivers Weser, and lane its area being about 1050 sq Roman 1,000. The district was given to various cadets of the ruling house of Brunswick, one of these being Ernest Augustus, afterwards Elector of Hanover, and the ancestor of the Hanoverian kings of Great Britain and Ireland. Calendar, so called from the Roman calends, or kalends, a method of distributing time into certain periods, adapted to the purposes of civil life. As hours, days, weeks, months, years, Roman 100, of all the periods marked out by the motions of the celestial bodies, the most conspicuous and the most intimately connected with the affairs of mankind, are the solar day, which is Roman 5p, distinguished by the diurnal revolution of the earth and the alternation of light and darkness, and the solar year, which completes the circle of the seasons. But in the early ages of the world, when mankind were chiefly engaged in rural occupations, the phases of the moon must have been objects of great attention and interest, hence the month and the practice, adopted by many nations of reckoning time by the motions of the moon, as well as the still more general practice of combining lunar with solar periods, the solar day, the solar year, and the lunar month or lunation, may therefore be called the natural divisions of time, all others, as the hour, the week, and the civil month, though of the most ancient and general use, are only arbitrary and conventional. Day, the subdivision of the day, Roman 5 into 24 parts or hours, has prevailed since the remotest ages, though different nations have not agreed either with respect to the epoch of its commencement or the manner of distributing the hours. Europeans, in general, like the ancient Egyptians, place the commencement of the civil day at midnight and reckon 12 morning hours from midnight to midday and 12 evening hours from midday to midnight. Astronomers, after the example of Ptolemy, regard the day as commencing with the sun's culmination or noon, and find it most convenient for the purposes of computation to reckon through the whole 24 hours. Hipparchus reckon the 24 hours from midnight to midnight. Some nations, as the ancient Chaldeans and the modern Greeks, have chosen sunrise for the commencement of the day. Others again, as the Italians and Bohemians, suppose it to commence at sunset. In all these cases, the beginning of the day varies with the seasons at all places, not under the equator in the early ages of Rome, and even down to the middle of the 5th century, after the foundation of the city, no other divisions of the day were known than sunrise, sunset, and midday, which was marked by the arrival of the sun between the rostra and a place called Greekostasis, where ambassadors from Greece and other countries used to stand. The Greeks divided the natural day and night into 12 equal parts each, and the hours thus formed were denominated temporary hours from their varying in length, according to the seasons of the year. The hours of the day and night were, of course, only equal at the time of the equinoxes, the whole period of day and night they called week. The week is a period of 7 days having no reference whatever to the celestial motions, a circumstance to which it owes its unalterable uniformity, although it did not enter into the calendar of the Greeks, and was not introduced at Rome till after the reign of Theodosius. It has been employed from time immemorial in almost all Eastern countries, and as it forms neither an aliquot part of the year nor of the lunar month, those who reject the Mosaic recital will be at a loss. As Delambre remarks, to assign it to an origin having much semblance of probability, it might have been suggested by the phases of the moon, or by the number of the planets known in ancient times, an origin which is rendered more probable from the names universally given to the different days of which it is composed. In the Egyptian astronomy, the order of the planets, beginning with the most remote, is Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, Venus, Mercury, the moon, now the day being divided into 24 hours. Each hour was consecrated to a particular planet, namely one to Saturn, the following to Jupiter, the third to Mars, and so on according to the above order. And the day received the name of the planet which presided over its first hour. If then the first hour of a day was consecrated to Saturn, that planet would also have the 8th, the 15th, and the 22nd hour. The 23rd would fall to Jupiter, the 24th to Mars, and the 25th, or the first hour of the second day, would belong to the Sun. In like manner, the first hour of the third day would fall to the Moon, the first of the fourth day, to Mars of the 5th, to Mercury of the 6th, to Jupiter, and of the 7th to Venus. The cycle being completed, the first hour of the 8th day would return to Saturn, and all the others succeed in the same order. According to Dio Cassius, the Egyptian week commenced with Saturday. On their flight from Egypt, the Jews, from hatred to their ancient oppressors, made Saturday the last day of the week. The English names of the days are derived from the Saxon. The ancient Saxons had borrowed the week from some Eastern nation, and substituted the names of their own divinities for those of the gods of Greece in legislative and justiciary acts. The Latin names are still retained. Latin, English, Saxon, dies solis, Sunday, Sun's day, dies luni, Monday, Moon's Day, Dies Martis, Tuesday, Tuesday, Dies Mercury, Wednesday, Woden's Day, Dies Jovis, Thursday, Thursday, Dies Veneris, Friday, Frig's Day, Dies Saturni, Saturday, Saturn's Day. Month-long before the exact length of the year was determined, it must have been perceived that the synodic revolution of the moon is accomplished. In about 2912 days, 12 lunations, therefore form a period of 354 days, which differs only by about 1114 days from the solar year. From this circumstance has arisen the practice perhaps universal of dividing the year into 12 months. But in the course of a few years, the accumulated difference between the solar year and 12 lunar months would become considerable and have the effect of transporting the commencement of the year to a different season. The difficulties that arose in attempting to avoid this inconvenience induced some nations to abandon the moon altogether and regulate their year by the course of the sun. The month, however, being a convenient period of time, has retained its place in the calendars of all nations. But instead of denoting a synodic revolution of the moon, it is usually employed to denote an arbitrary number of days approaching to the 12th part of a solar year. Among the ancient Egyptians, the month consisted of 30 days invariably, and in order to complete the year, 5 days were added at the end called supplementary days. They made use of no intercalation, and by losing a fourth of a day, every year the commencement of the year went back 1 day in every period of 4 years, and consequently made a revolution of the seasons in 1461 years. Hence, 1461 Egyptian years are equal to 1460 Julian years of 36,514 days. Each, this year, is called vague by reason of its commencing sometimes at one season of the year, and sometimes at another. The Greeks divided the month into 3 decades or periods of 10 days of practice, which was imitated by the French in their unsuccessful attempt to introduce a new calendar at the period of the Revolution. This division offers 2 advantages. The first is that the period is an exact measure of the month of 30 days, and the second is that the number of the day of the decade is connected with and suggests the number of the day of the month. For example, the 5th of the decade must necessarily be the 5th, the 15th, or the 25th of the month, so that when the day of the decade is known, that of the month can scarcely be mistaken in reckoning by weeks. It is necessary to keep in mind the day of the week on which each month begins. The Romans employed a division of the month, and a method of reckoning the days which appear not a little extraordinary, and must in practice have been exceedingly inconvenient, as frequent allusion is made by classical writers to this embarrassing method of computation, which is carefully retained in the ecclesiastical calendar. We here give a table showing the correspondence of the Roman months with those of modern Europe. Instead of distinguishing the days by the ordinal numbers 1st, 2nd, 3rd Roman 100, the Romans counted backwards from 3 fixed epochs, namely the calends, the nones, and the ides. The calends or calends were invariably the first day of the month, and were so denominated because it had been an ancient custom of the pontiffs to call the people together on that day, to apprise them of the festivals or days that were to be kept sacred during the month. The ides, from an obsolete verb iduere, to divide, were at the middle of the month, either the 13th or the 15th day, and the nones were the 9th day before the Roman 5 ides. Counting inclusively from these 3 terms, the days received their denomination in the following manner. Those which were comprised between the calends and the nones were called the days before the nones. Those between the nones and the ides were called the days before the ides. And lastly, all the days after the ides to the end of the month were called the days before the calends of the succeeding month in the months of March, May, July, and October. The ides fell on the 15th day, and the nones consequently on the 7th, so that each of these months had 6 days named from the nones in all the other months. The ides were on the 13th, and the nones on the 5th. Consequently, there were only 4 days named from the nones. Every month had 8 days named from the ides. The number of days receiving their denomination from the calends depended on the number of days in the month, and the day on which the ides fell. For example, if the month contained 31 days, and the ides fell on the 13th, as was the case in January, August, and December, there would remain 18 days after the ides, which added to the first of the following month, made 19 days of calends in January. Therefore, the 14th day of the month was called the 19th. Before the calends of February, counting inclusively The 15th was the 18th before the calends, and so on to the 30th, which was called the third before the calend tertio calendas, the last being the second of the calends, or the day before the calends pretty calendas. Days of the month: March, May, July, October, January, August, December, April, June, September, November, February, Calendy, 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 Pridnones, 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 Znani, 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 Pridnones, Znani, Priditis, 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 Itis, 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 Priditis, Itis, Pridcallan, Mart, Pridcallan, Pridcallan, Pridcallan. Year. The year is either astronomical or Roman 153. The solar astronomical year is the period of time in which the Earth performs a revolution in its orbit about the Sun or passes from any point of the ecliptic to the same point again, and consists of 365 days 5 hours 48 min and 46 sec of mean solar time. The civil year is that which is employed in chronology and varies among different nations, both in respect of the season at which it commences and of its subdivisions when regard is had to the sun's motion alone. The regulation of the year, and the distribution of the days into months, may be effected without much trouble, but the difficulty is greatly increased when it is sought to reconcile solar and lunar periods, or to make the subdivisions of the year depend on the moon, and at the same time to preserve the correspondence between the whole year and the seasons. Of the solar year in the arrangement of the civil year, two objects are sought to be accomplished: at first, the equable distribution of the days among 12 months, and secondly, the preservation of the beginning of the year at the same distance from the solstices or equinoxes. Now, as the year consists of 365 days and a fraction, and 365 is a number not divisible by 12, it is impossible that the months can all be of the same length, and at the same time include all the days of the year. By reason also of the fractional excess of the length of the year, above 365 days, it likewise happens that the years cannot all contain the same number of days, if the epoch of their commencement remains fixed for the day, and the civil year must necessarily be considered as beginning at the same instant, and therefore the extra hours cannot be included in the year till they have accumulated to a whole day. As soon as this has taken place, an additional day must be given to the year. The civil calendar of all European countries has been borrowed from that of the Romans. Romulus is said to have divided the year into 10 months, only including in all 304 days, and it is not very well known how the remaining days were disposed of. The ancient Roman year commenced with March, as is indicated by the names September, October, November, December, which the last 4 months still retain. July and August likewise were anciently denominated quintiles and sextiles, their present appellations having been bestowed in compliment to Julius Caesar and Augustus. In the reign of Numa, 2 months were added to the year: January at the beginning and February at the end, and this arrangement continued till the year 452 B Roman 100, when the Decemvirs changed the order of the months and placed February after January. The months now consisted of 29 and 30 days alternately to correspond with the synodic revolution of the moon, so that the year contained 354 days, but a day was added to make the number odd, which was considered more fortunate, and the year therefore consisted of 355 days. This differed from the solar year by 10 whole days and a fraction, but to restore the coincidence, Numa ordered an additional or intercalary month to be inserted every second year between the 23rd and 24th of February, consisting of 22 and 23 days alternately, so that 4 years contained 1465 days, and the mean length of the year was consequently 36,614 days. The additional month was called Mercedinus, or Mercedonius from Merces. Wages, probably because the wages of workmen and domestics were usually paid at this season of the year. According to the above arrangement, the year was too long by 1 day, which rendered another correction necessary, as the error amounted to 24 days. In as many years it was ordered that every third period of 8 years, instead of containing 4 intercalary months. Amounting in all to 90 days should contain only 3 of those months, consisting of 22 days. Each, the mean length of the year was thus reduced to 36,514 days. But it is not certain at what time the octennial periods borrowed from the Greeks were introduced into the Roman calendar, or whether they were at any time strictly followed. It does not even appear that the length of the intercalary month was regulated by any certain principle, for a discretionary power was left with the pontiffs to whom the care of the calendar was committed to intercalate more or fewer days according as the year was found to differ more or less from the celestial motions. This power was quickly abused to serve political objects, and the calendar consequently thrown into confusion by giving a greater or less number of days to the intercalary month. The pontiffs were enabled to prolong the term of a magistracy or hasten the annual elections, and so little care had been taken to regulate the year that at the time of Julius Caesar, the civil equinox differed from the astronomical by 3 months, so that the winter months were carried back into autumn and the autumnal into summer. In order to put an end to the disorders arising from the negligence or ignorance of the pontiff Caesar, abolished the use of the lunar year and the intercalary month, and regulated the civil year entirely by the sun. With the advice and assistance of Sosigenes, he fixed the mean length of the year at 36,514 days, and decreed that every fourth year should have 366 days, the Roman 5 pother years having each 365, in order to restore the vernal equinox to the 25th of March, the place it occupied in the time of Numa. He ordered 2 extraordinary months to be inserted between November and December in the current year, the first to consist of 33 and the second of 34 days. The intercalary month of 23 days fell into the year of course, so that the ancient year of 355 days received an augmentation of 90 days, and the year on that occasion contained in all 445 days. This was called the last year of confusion. The first Julian year commenced with the 1st of January of the 46th, before the birth of Christ, and the 708th from the foundation of the city. In the distribution of the days through the several months, Caesar adopted a simpler and more commodious arrangement than that which has since prevailed. He had ordered that the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th months, that is January, March, May, July, September, and November, should have each 31 days, and the other months 30 excepting February, which in common years should have only 29. But every fourth year 30 days, this order was interrupted to gratify the vanity of Augustus by giving the month bearing his name as many days as July, which was named after the first Caesar. A day was accordingly taken from February and given to August, and in order that 3 months of 31 days might not come together, September and November were reduced to 30 days, and 31 given to October and December. For so frivolous a reason was the regulation of Caesar abandoned, and a capricious arrangement introduced which it requires some attention to remember. The additional day which occurred every fourth year was given to February, as being the shortest month, and was inserted in the calendar between the 24th and 25th day February, having then 29 days. The 25th was the 6th of the calends of March sexto calendas. The preceding, which was the additional or intercalary day, was called bisexto calendations. The term bisextal, which is still employed to distinguish the year of 366 days, the English denomination of leap year, would have been more appropriate if that year had differed from common years in defect, and contained only 364 days in the modern calendar. The intercalary day is still added to February, not however between the 24th and 25th, but as the 29th. The regulations of Caesar were not at first sufficiently understood, and the pontiffs, by intercalating every third year instead of every fourth at the end of 36 years, had intercalated 12 times instead of 9. This mistake having been discovered, Augustus ordered that all the years from the 37th of the era to the 48th inclusive should be common years, by which means the intercalations were reduced to the proper number of 12 in 48 years. No account is taken of this blunder in chronology, and it is tacitly supposed that the calendar has been correctly followed from its commencement. Although the Julian method of intercalation is perhaps the most convenient that could be adopted, yet as it supposes the year too long by 11 minutes 14 seconds, it could not without correction very long answer the purpose for which it was devised, namely, that of preserving always the same interval of time between the commencement of the year and the equinox. Sosigenes could scarcely fail to know that this year was too long, for it had been shown long before by the observations of Hipparchus that the excess of 36,514 days above a true solar year would amount to a day in 300 years. The real error is indeed more than double of this, and amounts to a day in 128 years. But in the time of Caesar, the length of the year was an astronomical element, not very well determined, in the course of a few centuries. However, the equinox sensibly retrograded towards the beginning of the year. When the Julian calendar was introduced, the equinox fell on the 25th of March, at the time of the Council of Nice, which was held in 325. It fell on the 21st, and when the reformation of the calendar was made in 1582, it had retrograded to the 11th in order. To restore the equinox to its former place, Pope Gregory Roman XIII directed 10 days to be suppressed in the calendar. And as the error of the Julian intercalation was now found to amount to 3 days in 400 years, he ordered the intercalations to be omitted on all the centenary years, excepting those which are multiples of 400, according to the Gregorian rule of intercalation. Therefore, every year of which the number is divisible by 4 without remainder is a leap year, excepting the centurial years, which are only leap years when divisible by 4, after omitting the 2 ciphers. Thus 1600 was a leap year. But 1700, 1800, and 1900 are common years. 2000 will be a leap year, and so on. As the Gregorian method of intercalation has been adopted in all Christian countries, Russia accepted, it becomes interesting to examine with what degrees of accuracy it reconciles the civil with the solar year, according to the best determinations of modern astronomy. Leverrier's Solar Tables, Paris, 1858, p. 102, the mean geocentric motion of the Sun, in longitude from the mean equinox, during a Julian year of 365 days, the same being brought up to the present date, is 327,685. Thus, the mean length of the solar year is found to be 360,360,27,680, 365 days, or 365 days, 5 hours, 48 min, 46 sec. Now, the Gregorian rule gives 97 intercalations in 400 years. 400 years, therefore, contain 365,497, that is 146,097 days, and consequently 1 year contains 365 days, or 365 days, 5 hours, 49 min 12 sec. This exceeds the true solar year by 26 seconds, which amount to a day in 3323 years. It is perhaps unnecessary to make any formal provision against an error which can only happen after so long a period of time. But as 3323 differs little from 4000, it has been proposed to correct the Gregorian rule by making the year 4000, and all its multiples common years. With this correction, the rule of intercalation is as follows. Every year the number of which is divisible by 4 is a leap year, excepting the last year of each century, which is a leap year only when the number of the century is divisible by 4 but 4000, and its multiples 8,000, 12,000, 16,000 Roman 100 are common years. Thus the uniformity of the intercalation, by continuing to depend on the number 4, is preserved, and by adopting the last correction, the commencement of the year would not vary more than a day from its present place in 200 centuries. In order to discover whether the coincidence of the civil and solar year could not be restored in shorter periods by a different method of intercalation, we may proceed as follows. The fraction, which expresses the excess of the solar year above a whole number of days being converted into a continued fraction, becomes 4-1, 7-1, 1-1, 3-1, 4-1, 1 Roman 100, which gives the series of approximating fractions 4-7, 29-8, 33-31, 128, 132, 545, 163, 673, Roman 100. The first of these 14 gives the Julian intercalation of 1 day in 4 years, and is considerably too great. It supposes the year to contain 365 days, 6 hours. The second 729 gives 7 intercalary days in 29 years, and errs in defect, as it supposes a year of 365 days, 5 hours, 47 min, 35 sec. The third 833 gives 8 intercalations in 33 years, or 7 successive intercalations at the end of 4 years respectively, and the 8th at the end of 5 years. This supposes the year to contain 365 days, 5 hours, 49 min 5 sec. The fourth fraction, 31,128, 24, 799, 29, 387, 333, 29, combines three periods of 33 years with one of 29, and would consequently be very convenient in application. It supposes the year to consist of 365 days, 5 hours, 48 min, 45 sec, and is practically exact. The fraction 833 offers a convenient and very accurate method of intercalation. It implies a year differing in excess from the true year only by 19 sec. While the Gregorian year is too long by 26 sec, it produces a much nearer coincidence between the civil and solar years than the Gregorian method, and by reason of its shortness of period confines, the evogations of the mean equinox from the true within much narrower limits, it has been stated by Scaliger Weidler Montuckla and others that the modern Persians actually follow this method and intercalate 8 days in 33 Roman 5 piers. The statement has however been contested on good authority, and it seems proved C. de Lambert Astronomy, Modern Tom Roman 1p, that the Persian intercalation combines the two periods 729 and 833, if they follow the combination 73829 333 30 1128. Their determination of the length of the tropical year has been extremely exact. The discovery of the period of 33 years is ascribed to Omar Khayyam, one of the 8 astronomers appointed by Jelal ud-Din Malik Shah, Sultan of Khorasan, to reform or construct a calendar about the year 1079 of our era. If the commencement of the year, instead of being retained at the same place in the seasons, by a uniform method of intercalation, were made to depend on astronomical phenomena, the intercalations would succeed each other in an irregular manner, sometimes after 4 years and sometimes after 5, and it would occasionally, though rarely indeed, happen that it would be impossible to determine the day on which the year ought to begin in the calendar, for example, which was attempted to be introduced in France in 1793. The beginning of the year was fixed at midnight preceding the day in which the true autumnal equinox falls, but supposing the instant of the sun's entering into the sign Libra to be very near midnight, the small errors of the solar tables might render it doubtful to which day the equinox really belonged, and it would be in vain to have recourse to observation to obviate the difficulty. It is therefore infinitely more commodious to determine the commencement of the year by a fixed rule of intercalation, and of the various methods which might be employed, no one perhaps is on the whole more easy of application or better adapted for the purpose of computation than the Gregorian. Now in use, but a system of 31 intercalations in 128 years would be by far the most perfect as regards mathematical accuracy. Its adoption upon our present Gregorian calendar would only require the suppression of the usual bisextile once in every 128 years, and there would be no necessity for any further correction, as the error is so insignificant that it would not amount to a day in 100,000 years. Of the lunar year and lunisolar periods, the lunar year, consisting of 12 lunar months, contains only 354 days. Its commencement consequently anticipates that of the solar year by 11 days, and passes through the whole circle of the seasons in about 34 lunar years. It is therefore so obviously adapted to the computation of time that, excepting the modern Jews and Mohammedans, almost all nations who have regulated their months by the moon have employed some method of intercalation, by means of which the beginning of the year is retained at nearly the same fixed place in the seasons. In the early ages of Greece, the year was regulated entirely by the moon. Solon divided the year into 12 months, consisting alternately of 29 and 30 days, the former of which were called deficient months, and the latter full months. The lunar year, therefore, contained 354 days, falling short of the exact time of 12 lunations by about 8 hours. The first expedient adopted to reconcile the lunar and solar years seems to have been the addition of a month of 30 days to every second year. 2 lunar years would thus contain 25 months or 738 days, while 2 solar years of 36,514 days each contain 73,012 days. The difference of 712 days was still too great to escape observation. It was accordingly proposed by Cleostratus of Tenedos, who flourished shortly after the time of Thales, to omit the bienary intercalation every 8th year. In fact, the 712 days by which 2 lunar years exceeded 2 solar years amounted to 30 days, or a full month in 8 years. By inserting, therefore, 3 additional months, instead of 4 in every period of 8 years. The coincidence between the solar and lunar year would have been exactly restored if the latter had contained only 354 days inasmuch as the period contains 354 8 330 29 22 days, corresponding with 8 solar years of 36,514 days each. But the true time of 99 lunations is 2923 days, which exceeds the above period by 1 days or 36 hours, and a few minutes at the end of 2 periods or 16 years, the excess is 3 days, and at the end of 160 years 30 days, it was therefore proposed to employ a period of 160 years, in which one of the intercalary months should be omitted, but as this period was too long to be of any practical use, it was never generally adopted. The common practice was to make occasional corrections, as they became necessary, in order to preserve the relation between the octennial period and the state of the heavens. But these corrections being left to the care of incompetent persons, the calendar soon fell into great disorder, and no certain rule was followed, till a new division of the year was proposed by Meton and Euctemon, which was immediately adopted in all the states and dependencies of Greece. The mean motion of the moon, in longitude from the mean equinox, during a Julian year of 365 days, according to Hanson's Tables de la Lune, London, 1857 pages 1516, is at the present date 13,360,477,644,409, that of the sun being 360,27,685. Thus the corresponding relative mean geocentric motion of the moon from the sun is 12,364,477,616,724, and the duration of the mean synodic revolution of the moon or lunar month is therefore 36012, 364,616,724, 365 days, or 29 days 12 hours 44 min 2 sec. The Metonic cycle, which may be regarded as the Sheftover of ancient astronomy, is a period of 19 solar years, after which the new moons again happen on the same days of the year in 19 solar years. There are 235 lunations, a number which on being divided by 19 gives 12 lunations for each year, with 7 of a remainder to be distributed among the years of the period. The period of Meton therefore consisted of 12 years, containing 12 months each, and 7 years containing 13 months each, and these last formed the 3rd, 5th, 8th, 11th, 13th, 16th, and 19th years of the cycle, as it had now been discovered that the exact length of the lunation is a little more than 29.5 days. It became necessary to abandon the alternate succession of full and deficient months, and in order to preserve a more accurate correspondence between the civil month and the lunation, Meton divided the cycle into 125 full months of 30 days and 110 deficient months of 29 days, each. The number of days in the period was therefore 6940 in order to distribute the deficient months through the period in the most equable manner. The whole period may be regarded as consisting of 235 full months of 30 days, or of 50 days, from which 110 days are to be deducted. This gives 1 day to be suppressed in 6 to 4, so that if we suppose the months to contain each 30 days, and then omit every 6 to 4th day in reckoning from the beginning of the period, those months in which the omission takes place will of course be the deficient months. The number of days in the period being known, it is easy to ascertain its accuracy, both in respect of the solar and lunar motions. The exact length of 19 solar years is 19,365 69 39 days, or 69 39 days, 14 hours 26 minutes. Hence the period, which is exactly 69 40 days, exceeds 19 revolutions of the sun by 9.5 hours. Nearly on the other hand, the exact time of a synodic revolution of the moon is 29 days 235 lunations, therefore contain 235 29 69 39 days, or 69 39 days, 16 hours 31 minutes, so that the period exceeds 235 lunations by only 7.5 hours. After the Metonic cycle had been in use about a century, a correction was proposed by Callippus at the end of 4 cycles, or 7 to 6 years. The accumulation of the 7.5 hours of difference between the cycle and 235 lunations amounts to 30 hours, or 1 whole day, and 6 hours. Callippus therefore proposed to quadruple the period of Meton and deduct 1 day at the end of that time, by changing one of the full months into a deficient month. The period of Callippus therefore consisted of 3 Metonic cycles of 69 40 days each, and a period of 6939 days, and its error in respect of the moon consequently amounted only to 6 hours, or to 1 day in 304 years. This period exceeds 76 true solar years by 14 hours, and a quarter nearly, but coincides exactly with 76 Julian years. And in the time of Calipus, the length of the solar year was almost universally supposed to be exactly 36,514 days. The Callippic period is frequently referred to as a date by Ptolemy. Ecclesiastical calendar. The ecclesiastical calendar, which is adopted in all the Catholic and most of the Protestant countries of Europe, is lunisolar, being regulated partly by the solar and partly by the lunar circumstance, which gives rise to the Roman 5p distinction between the movable and immovable feasts. So early as the 2nd century of our era, great disputes had arisen among the Christians respecting the proper time of celebrating Easter, which governs all the other movable feasts. The Jews celebrated their Passover on the 14th day of the first month, that is to say, the lunar month, of which the 14th day either falls on or next follows the day of the vernal equinox. Most Christian sects agreed that Easter should be celebrated on a Sunday. Others followed the example of the Jews and adhered to the 14th of the moon, but these, as usually happened to the minority, were accounted heretics and received the appellation of quartodecimans in order to terminate dissensions, which produced both scandal and schism in the Church. The Council of Nicaea, which was held in the year 325, ordained that the celebration of Easter should thenceforth always take place on the Sunday which immediately follows the full moon that happens upon or next after the day of the vernal equinox. Should the 14th of the moon, which is regarded as the day of full moon, happen on a Sunday, the celebration of Easter was deferred to the Sunday following in order to avoid concurrence with the Jews and the above-mentioned heretics. The observance of this rule renders it necessary to reconcile 3 periods which have no common measure, namely the week, the lunar month, and the solar year. And as this can only be done approximately, and within certain limits, the determination of Easter is an affair of considerable nicety and complication. It is to be regretted that the Reverend Fathers who formed the Council of Nicaea did not abandon the moon altogether, and appoint the 1st or 2nd Sunday of April for the celebration of the Easter festival. The ecclesiastical calendar would in that case have possessed all the simplicity and uniformity of the civil calendar, which only requires the adjustment of the civil to the solar year. But they were probably not sufficiently versed in astronomy to be aware of the practical difficulties which their regulation had to encounter. Dominical letter. The first problem which the construction of the calendar presents is to connect the week with the year, or to find the day of the week corresponding to a given day of any year of the era, as the number of days in the week and the number in the year are prime to one another. 2 successive years cannot begin with the same day, for if a common year begins, for example, with Sunday, the following year will begin with Monday, and if a leap year begins with Sunday, the year following will begin with Tuesday. For the sake of greater generality, the days of the week are denoted by the first 7 letters of the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, which are placed in the calendar beside the days of the year, so that A stands opposite the first day of January, B opposite the 2nd, and so on to G, which stands opposite the 7th, after which A returns to the 8th, and so on through the 365 days of the year. Now, if one of the days of the week, Sunday, for example, is represented by E, Monday will be represented by F, Tuesday, by G, Wednesday, by A, and so on, and every Sunday through the year will have the same character, E, every Monday, F. And so, with regard to the rest, the letter which denotes Sunday is called the Dominical letter, or the Sunday letter. And when the Dominical letter of the year is known, the letters which respectively correspond to the other days of the week become known at the same time. Solar cycle. In the Julian calendar, the Dominical letters are readily found by means of a short cycle, in which they recut in the same order without interruption. The number of years in the intercalary period being 4, and the days of the week being 7, their product is 4, 7, 28, 28 years, is therefore a period which includes all the possible combinations of the days of the week. With the commencement of the year, this period is called the solar cycle, or the cycle of the sun, and restores the first day of the year to the same day of the week at the end of the cycle. The Dominical letters return again, in the same order on the same days of the month. Hence, a table of Dominical letters constructed for 28 years will serve to show the Dominical letter of any given year, from the commencement of the era to the Reformation. The cycle, though probably not invented before the time of the Council of Nicaea, is regarded as having commenced 9 years before the era, so that the year 1 was the 10th of the solar cycle. To find the year of the cycle, we have therefore the following rule: add 9 to the date, divide the sum by 28. The quotient is the number of cycles elapsed, and the remainder is the year of the cycle. Should there be no remainder, the proposed year is the 28th or last of the cycle. This rule is conveniently expressed by the formula x928r, in which x denotes the date, and the symbol r denotes that the remainder, which arises from the division of x9 by 28, is the number required. Thus, for 1840, we have 1849, 28, 66,128. Therefore, 1849, 28 R1, and the year 1840 is the first of the solar cycle. In order to make use of the solar cycle in finding the dominical letter, it is necessary to know that the first year of the Christian era began with Saturday. The dominical letter of that year, which was the 10th of the cycle, was consequently be the following year, or the 11th of the cycle. The letter was A. Then G. The fourth year was bisextile, and the dominical letters were FE. The following year D, and so on. In this manner, it is easy to find the dominical letter belonging to each of the 28 years of the cycle. But at the end of a century, the order is interrupted in the Gregorian calendar by the secular suppression of the leap year. Hence the cycle can only be employed during a century in the Reformed calendar. The intercalary period is 400 years, which number, being multiplied by 7, gives 2,800 years, as the interval in which the coincidence is restored between the days of the year and the days of the week. This long period, however, may be reduced to 400 years. For since the dominical letter goes back 5 places every 4 years, its variation in 400 years in the Julian calendar was 500 places, which is equivalent to only 3 places, for 500 divided by 7 leaves 3. But the Gregorian calendar suppresses exactly 3 intercalations in 400 years, so that after 400 years the dominical letters must again return in the same order. Hence, the following table of dominical letters for 400 years will serve to show the dominical letter of any year in the Gregorian calendar. For ever it contains 4 columns of letters, each column serving for a century, in order to find the column from which the letter in any given case is to be taken. Strike off the last 2 figures of the date, divide the preceding figures by 4, and the remainder will indicate the column. The symbol X employed in the formula at the top of the column denotes the number of centuries, that is, the figures remaining after the last 2 have been struck off, for example, required the dominical letter of the year 1839, in this case X18, therefore X4R2, and in the second column of letters opposite 39 in the table, we find F, which is the letter of the proposed year. It deserves to be remarked that, as the dominical letter of the first year of the era was B, the first column of the following table will give the dominical letter of every year from the commencement of the era to the Reformation. For this purpose, divide the date by 28, and the letter opposite the remainder in the first column of figures is the dominical letter of the year. For example, supposing the date to be 1148, on dividing by 28, the remainder is 0, or 28, and opposite 28 in the first column of letters, we find DC, the dominical letters of the year 1148. Lunar cycle and golden numbering, connecting the lunar month with the solar year, the framers of the ecclesiastical calendar adopted the period of Meton, or lunar cycle, which they supposed to be exact. A different arrangement has, however, been followed with respect to the distribution of the months. The lunations are supposed to consist of 29 and 30 days alternately, or the lunar year of 354 days. And in order to make up 19 solar years, 6 embolismic or intercalary months of 30 days each are introduced in the course of the cycle, and one of 29 days is added at the Roman 5 pend. This gives 19 354 6 30 29 69 35 days to be distributed among 235 lunar months. But every leap year 1 day must be added to the lunar month, in which the 29th of February is included now, if leap year happens on the first, second, or third year of the period. There will be 5 leap years in the period, but only 4 when the first leap year falls on the 4th in the former case. The number of days in the period becomes 6940, and in the latter 6939, the mean length of the cycle is therefore 693,934 days, agreeing exactly with 19 Julian years. Table Roman 1 Dominical letters. Years of the century. Left bracket X. 4 right bracket R1. Left bracket X. 4 right bracket R2. Left bracket X. 4 right bracket R3. left bracket x, 4 right bracket r0, se, the, g, ba, 129.57.85, b, d, nev, g, 230.58.86, the, se, the, nev, 330.159.87, g, b, d, the, 432.60.88, nef e, g, cb, dc, 533.61.89, d, nev, the, b, 634.62.90, se, the, g, the, 735.63.91, b, d, nev, g, 836.64.92, g, cb, ed, nef e, 937.65.93, nev, the, se, d, 1038.66.94, the, g, b, se, 1139.67.95, d, nev, the, b, 1240.68.96, cb, ed, gf, g, 1341.69.97, the, se, the, nev, 1442.70.98, g, b, d, the, 1543.71.99, nev, the, se, d, 1644.72, ed, gf, ba, cb, 1745.73, se, the, g, the, 1846.74, b, d, nev, g, 1947.75, the, se, the, nev, 2048.76, gf, ba, dc, ed, 2149.77, the, g, b, se, 2250.78, d, nev, the, b, 2351.79, se, the, g, the, 2452.80, ba, dc, nef e, gf, 2553.81, g, b, d, the, 2654.82, nev, the, se, d, 2755.83, the, g, b, se, 2856.84, dc, nef e, g, ba, table Roman 2 the day of the week, month, dominical letter, Jan oct, the, b, se, d, the, nev, g, feb marnavs, d, the, nev, g, the, b, se, April July, g, the, b, se, d, the, nev, May, b, se, d, the, Nev, G, Le, June, the, Nev, G, Le, B, C, D, August, C, D, the, Nev, G, Le, B, Septidec, Nev, G, Le, B, C, D, the, Sun, Zet, Frid, Thur, Wed, Twos, Timon, Timon, Sun, Zet, Frid, Thur, Wed, Twos, Twos, Timon, Sun, Zet, Frid, Thur, Wed, 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 Twos, Timon, Sun. By means of the lunar cycle, the new moons of the calendar were indicated before the Reformation, as the cycle restores these phenomena to the same days of the civil month. They will fall on the same days in any 2 years, which occupy the same place in the cycle. Consequently, a table of the moon's phases for 19 years will serve for any year whatever when we know its number in the cycle. This number is called the golden number, either because it was so termed by the Greeks, or because it was usual to mark it with red letters in the calendar. The golden numbers were introduced into the calendar about the year 530, but disposed as they would have been if they had been inserted at the time of the Council of Nicaea. The cycle is supposed to commence with the year in which the new moon falls on the 1st of January, which took place the year preceding the commencement of our era. Hence, to find the golden number, n for any year x, we have nx119r, which gives the following rule: add 1 to the date, divide the sum by 19. The quotient is the number of cycles elapsed, and the remainder is the golden number. When the remainder is 0, the proposed year is of course the last, or 19th of the cycle. It ought to be remarked that the new moons determined in this manner may differ from the astronomical new moons, sometimes as much as 2 days. The reason is that the sum of the solar and lunar inequalities which are compensated in the whole period may amount in certain cases to 10, and thereby cause the new moon to arrive on the second day, before or after its mean time. Dionysian period. The cycle of the sun brings back the days of the month to the same day of the week. The lunar cycle restores the new moons to the same day of the month. Therefore, 532 years includes all the variations in respect of the new moons and the dominical letters, and is consequently a period after which the new moons again occur on the same day of the month and the same day of the week. This is called the Dionysian or Great Paschal period, from its having been employed by Dionysius Exiguus, familiarly styled, denies the little in determining Easter Sunday. It was, however, first proposed by Victorius of Aquitaine, who had been appointed by Pope Hilary to revise and correct the church calendar. Hence, it is also called the Victorian period. It continued in use till the Gregorian Reformation. Cycle of indiction. Besides the solar and lunar cycles, there is a third of 15 years, called the cycle of indiction, frequently employed in the computations of chronologists. This period is not astronomical like the two former, but has reference to certain judicial acts which took place at stated epochs under the Greek emperors. Its commencement is referred to the 1st of January of the year 313 of the Common Era. By extending it backwards, it will be found that the first of the era was the fourth of the cycle of indiction. The number of any year in this cycle will therefore be given by the formula x315r, that is to say, add 3 to the date, divide the sum by 15, and the remainder is the year of the indiction. When the remainder is 0, the proposed year is the 15th of the cycle. Julian period. The Julian period, proposed by the celebrated Joseph Scaliger as an universal measure of chronology, is formed by taking the continued product of the 3 cycles of the sun, of the moon, and of the indiction, and is consequently 2819. 1579 years in the course of this long period. No 2 years can be expressed by the same numbers in all the 3 cycles hence. When the number of any proposed year in each of the cycles is known, its number in the Julian period can be determined. By the resolution of a very simple problem of the indeterminate analysis, it is unnecessary, however, in the present case, to exhibit the general solution of the problem, because when the number in the period corresponding to any one year in the era has been ascertained, it is easy to establish the correspondence for all other years, without having again recourse to the direct solution of the problem. We shall therefore find the number of the Julian period corresponding to the first of our era. We have already seen that the year 1 of the era had 10 for its number in the solar cycle, 2 in the lunar cycle, and 4 in the cycle of indiction. The question is therefore to find a number such that Roman 5p when it is divided by the 3 numbers 28, 19, and 15. Respectively, the 3 remainders shall be 10, 2, and 4. Let x, y, and z be the 3 quotients of the divisions. The number sought will then be expressed by 28x10, by 19y2, or by 15z4, hence the 2 equations. 28x10 19, y2 15z4. To solve the equations 28x10 19y2, or yx9 x8. 19 let m9 x8. 19 we have then x2 mm8. Let m8. 9m then m9 m8 hence. x18 m16 m19 m16 1. Again, since 28x10 15z4 we have 15z 28x6 or z2 x2 x6. Let 2x6. 15n then 2x 15n 6 and x7 and 3n. Let n. 2n then n2 n consequently. x14 n3 n15 n3 2. Equating the above 2 values of x we have 15 n3 19 m16, whence n m4 m13. Let 4 m13. 15p we have then 4 m15 p13 and m4p p13. Let p13. 4p then p4 p13. Whence m16 p52 p15 p52. Now in this equation, p may be any number whatever provided 15p exceed 52. The smallest value of p, which is the one here wanted, is therefore 4 for 15 460, assuming, therefore p4, we have m60 52 8. And consequently, since x19 m16 x19 8 16 168, the number required is consequently 28 168 10 47 14. Having found the number 47 14, for the first of the era, the correspondence of the years of the era and of the period is as follows. Dera, an x, period, 4713x, from which it is evident that if we take p to represent the year of the Julian period, and x the corresponding year of the Christian era, we shall have p 4713x and xp 4713. With regard to the numeration of the years previous to the commencement of the era, the practice is not uniform. Chronologists in general reckon the year preceding the first of the era, one the next preceding 2, and so on in this case. Dera, an x, period, 4714x, whence p 4714x and x 4714p. But astronomers, in order to preserve the uniformity of computation, make the series of years proceed without interruption and reckon the year preceding the first of the era, thus. Dera, an x, period, 4713x. Therefore, in this case, p 4713x and x 4713p. Reformation of the calendar. The ancient church calendar was founded on 2 suppositions, both erroneous, namely, that the year contains 36,514 days, and that 235 lunations are exactly equal to 19 solar years. It could not therefore long continue to preserve its correspondence with the seasons, or to indicate the days of the new moons with the same accuracy. About the year 730, the Venerable Bede had already perceived the anticipation of the equinoxes, and remarked that these phenomena then took place about 3 days earlier than at the time of the Council of Nicaea, 5 centuries after the time of Bede. The divergence of the true equinox from the 21st of March, which now amounted to 7 or 8 days, was pointed out by Johannes de Sacro Bosco, John Holywood, FL 1230 in his De Anniratione, and by Roger Bacon in a treatise de Reformation Calendariae, which though never published was transmitted to the Pope. These works were probably little regarded at the time, but as the errors of the calendar went on increasing, and the true length of the year, in consequence of the progress of astronomy, became better known, the project of a reformation was again revived in the 15th century. And in 1474, Pope Sixtus Roman IV invited Regiomontanus, the most celebrated astronomer of the age, to Rome to superintend the reconstruction of the calendar. The premature death of Regiomontanus caused the design to be suspended for the time, but in the following century, numerous memoirs appeared on the subject, among the authors of which were Stoffler, Albert Pyghius, Johann Schoner, Lucas Goricus, and other mathematicians of celebrity. At length Pope Gregory Roman XIII, perceiving that the measure was likely to confer a great eclat on his pontificate, undertook the long-desired reformation, and having found the governments of the principal Catholic states ready to adopt his views, he issued a brief in the month of March 1582, in which he abolished the use of the ancient calendar and substituted that which has since been received in almost all Christian countries under the name of the Gregorian calendar, or New Style. The author of the system adopted by Gregory was Aloysius Lilius or Luigi Lilio Gheraldi, a learned astronomer and physician of Naples who died, however, before its introduction. But the individual who most contributed to give the ecclesiastical calendar its present form, and who was charged with all the calculations necessary for its verification, was Clavius, by whom it was completely developed and explained in a great folio treatise of 800 pages, published in 1603, the title of which is given at the end of this article. It has already been mentioned that the error of the Julian year was corrected in the Gregorian calendar by the suppression of 3 intercalations in 400 years, in order to restore the beginning of the year to the same place in the seasons that it had occupied at the time of the Council of Nicaea. Gregory directed the day following the feast of St. Francis, that is to say the 5th of October, to be reckoned the 15th of that month. By this regulation, the vernal equinox, which then happened on the 11th of March, was restored to the 21st from 1582 to 1700. The difference between the old and new style continued to be 10 days, but 1700 being a leap year in the Julian calendar and a common year in the Gregorian, the difference of the styles during the 18th century was 11 days. The year 1800 was also common in the new calendar, and consequently the difference in the 19th century was 12 days from 1900 to 2100. Inclusive it is 13 days. The restoration of the equinox to its former place in the year and the correction of the intercalary period were attended with no difficulty. But Lilius had also to adapt the lunar year to the new rule of intercalation. The lunar cycle contained 6939 days 18 hours, whereas the exact time of 235 lunations, as we have already seen, is 235:29, 69:39 days, 16 hours 31 minutes. The difference, which is 1 hour 29 minutes, amounts to a day in 308 years, so that at the end of this time, the new moons occur 1 day earlier than they are indicated by the golden numbers during the 1257 years that elapsed between the Council of Nicaea and the Reformation. The error had accumulated to 4 days, so that the new moons which were marked in the calendar, as happening, for example, on the 5th of the month, actually fell on the 1st. It would have been easy to correct this error by placing the golden numbers 4 lines higher in the new calendar, and the suppression of the 10 days had already rendered it necessary to place them 10 lines lower, and to carry those which belonged, for example, to the 5th and 6th of the month, to the 15th and 16th. But supposing this correction to have been made, it would have again become necessary at the end of 308 years to advance them 1 line higher, in consequence of the accumulation of the error of the cycle to a whole day. On the other hand, as the golden numbers were only adapted to the Julian calendar, every omission of the centenary intercalation would require them to be placed 1 line lower, opposite the 6th, for example, instead of the 5th of the month, so that generally speaking the places of the golden numbers would have to be changed every century. On this account, Lilius thought fit to reject the golden numbers from the calendar and supply their place by another set of numbers called epax, the use of which we shall now proceed to explain. Epaxipact is a word of Greek origin employed in the calendar to signify the moon's age at the beginning of the year Roman 5p, the common solar year, containing 365 days, and the lunar year only 354 days. The difference is 11, whence, if a new moon fall on the 1st of January in any year, The moon will be 11 days old on the first day of the following year, and 22 days on the first of the third year. The numbers 11 and 22 are. Therefore, the epochs of those years, respectively another addition of 11, gives 33 for the epoch of the fourth year. But in consequence of the insertion of the intercalary month in each third year of the lunar cycle, this epoch is reduced to 3 in like manner. The epochs of all the following years of the cycle are obtained by successively adding 11 to the epoch of the former year, and rejecting 30 as often as the sum exceeds that number. They are therefore connected with the golden numbers by the formula 11 and 30, in which n is any whole number. And for a whole lunar cycle, supposing the first epoch to be 11, they are as follows: 22, 3, 14, 25, 6, 17, 28, 9, 21, 12, 23, 4, 15, 26, 7, 18, 29. But the order is interrupted at the end of the cycle, for the epoch of the following year, found in the same manner, would be 29, 11, 40, or 10, whereas it ought again to be 11 to correspond with the moon's age and the golden. Number 1, the reason of this is that the intercalary month inserted at the end of the cycle contains only 29 days instead of 30, whence after 11 has been added to the epoch of the year corresponding to the golden number 19, we must reject 29 instead of 30, in order to have the epoch of the succeeding year, or which comes to the same thing, we must add 12 to the epoch of the last year of the cycle, and then reject 30 as before. This method of forming the epochs might have been continued indefinitely, if the Julian intercalation had been followed without correction, and the cycle been perfectly exact, but as neither of these suppositions is true, two equations or corrections must be applied, one depending on the error of the Julian year, which is called the solar equation, the other on the error of the lunar cycle, which is called the lunar equation. The solar equation occurs 3 times in 400 years, namely in every secular year which is not a leap year, for in this case, the omission of the intercalary day causes the new moons to arrive 1 day later in all the following months, so that the moon's age at the end of the month is 1 day less than it would have been if the intercalation had been made, and the epochs must accordingly be all diminished by unity. Thus the epochs 11:22, 3:14 Roman 100 become 10:21, 2:13 Roman 100. On the other hand, when the time by which the new moons anticipate the lunar cycle amounts to a whole day, which, as we have seen, it does in 308 years, the new moons will arrive 1 day earlier, and the epochs must consequently be increased by unity. Thus the epochs 11:22, 3:14 Roman 100 in consequence of the lunar equation become 12:23, 4:15 Roman 100. In order to preserve the uniformity of the calendar, the epochs are changed only at the commencement of a century. The correction of the error of the lunar cycle is therefore made at the end of 300 years in the Gregorian calendar. This error is assumed to amount to 1 day in 31,212 years, or 8 days in 2,500 years, an assumption which requires the line of epochs to be changed 7 times successively at the end of each period of 300 years and once at the end of 400 years. And from the manner in which the epochs were disposed at the Reformation, it was found most correct to suppose one of the periods of 2,500 years to terminate with the year 1800. The years in which the solar equation occurs counting from the Reformation are 1700, 1800, 1900, 20, 120, 220, 320, 500 Roman 100. Those in which the lunar equation occurs are 1820, 120, 420, 700, 3030, 330, 630, 900, after which 4300, 4600, and so on. When the solar equation occurs, the epochs are diminished by unity. When the lunar equation occurs, the epochs are augmented by unity. And when both equations occur together, as in 1820, 120, 700 Roman 100, they compensate each other, and the epochs are not changed. In consequence of the solar and lunar equations, it is evident that the epoch or moon's age at the beginning of the year must in the course of centuries have all different values from 1 to 30, inclusive, corresponding to the days in a full lunar month. Hence, for the construction of a perpetual calendar, there must be 30 different sets or lines of epochs. These are exhibited in the subjoined table Roman 3, called the extended table of epochs, which is constructed in the following manner. The series of golden numbers is written in a line at the top of the table, and under each golden number is a column of 30 epochs arranged in the order of the natural numbers, beginning at the bottom and proceeding to the top of the column. The first column under the golden number 1 contains the epochs 1, 2, 3, 4 Roman 100 to 30 or 0, the second column corresponding to the following year in the lunar cycle, must have all its epochs augmented by 11, the lowest number therefore in the column, is 12, then 13, 14, 15, and so on the third column. Corresponding to the golden number 3, has for its first epoch 12, 11, 23, and in the same manner, all the 19 columns of the table are formed. Each of the 30 lines of epochs is designated by a letter of the alphabet, which serves as its index or argument. The order of the letters, like that of the numbers, is from the bottom of the column upwards. In the tables of the church calendar, the epochs are usually printed in Roman numerals, excepting the last, which is designated by an asterisk, used as an indefinite symbol to denote 30 or 0, and 25, which in the last 8 columns is expressed in Arabic characters, for a reason that will immediately be explained in the table here. Given this distinction, is made by means of an accent placed over the last figure. At the Reformation, the epochs were given by the line Roman 500. The year 1600 was a leap year. The intercalation accordingly took place as usual, and there was no interruption in the order of the epochs. The line D was employed till 1700 in that year. The omission of the intercalary day rendered it necessary to diminish the epochs by unity, or to pass to the line Roman 100 in 1800. The solar equation again occurred, in consequence of which it was necessary to descend one line to have the epochs diminished by unity. But in this year the lunar equation also occurred. The anticipation of the new moons having amounted to a day, the new moons accordingly happened a day earlier, which rendered it necessary to take the epochs in the next higher line. There was consequently no alteration. The two equations destroyed each other. The line of epochs belonging to the present century is therefore Roman 100 in 1900. The solar equation occurs, after which the line is B. The year 2000 is a leap year, and there is no alteration in 2100. The equations again occur together and destroy each other, so that the line B will serve 3 centuries from 1900 to 2200, from that year to 2300. The line will be A. In this manner, the line of epochs belonging to any given century is easily found, and the method of proceeding is obvious. When the solar equation occurs alone, the line of epochs is changed to the next lower in the table. When the lunar equation occurs alone, the line is changed to the next higher. When both equations occur together, no change takes place in order that it may be perceived at once to what centuries the different lines of epochs respectively belong. They have been placed in a column on the left-hand side of the table on next page. The use of the epochs is to show the days of the new moons, and consequently the moon's age on any day of the year. For this purpose, they are placed in the calendar table Roman 4 along with the days of the month and dominical letters in a retrograde order, so that the asterisk stands beside the 1st of January, 29 beside the 2nd, 28 beside the 3rd, and so on to 1, which corresponds to the 30th. After this comes the asterisk, which corresponds to the 31st of January, then 29, which belongs to the 1st of February, and so on to the end of the year. The reason of this distribution is evident if the last lunation of any ends, for example, on the 2nd of December, the new moon falls on the 3rd, and the moon's age on the 31st, or at the end of the year, is 29 days. The epoch of the following year is therefore 29 now. That lunation having commenced on the 3rd of December, and consisting of 30 days, will end on the 1st of January. The 2nd of January is therefore the day Roman 5 Pof, the new moon, which is indicated by the epoch 29 in like manner. If the new moon fell on the 4th of December, the epoch of the following year would be 28, which to indicate the day of next new moon must correspond to the 3rd of January. When the epoch of the year is known, the days on which the new moons occur throughout the whole year are shown by table Roman 4, which is called the Gregorian calendar of epochs. For example, the golden number of the year 1832 is 1832 119 R9, and the epoch as found in table Roman 3 is 28. This epoch occurs at the 3rd of January, the 2nd of February, the 3rd of March, the 2nd of April, the 1st of May Roman 100. And these days are consequently the days of the ecclesiastical new moons. In 1832, the astronomical new moons generally take place 1 or 2 days, sometimes even 3 days earlier than those of the calendar. There are some artifices employed in the construction of this table, to which it is necessary to pay attention. The 30 epochs correspond to the 30 days of a full lunar month, but the lunar months consist of 29 and 30 days, alternately therefore in 6 months of the year. The 30 epochs must correspond only to 29 days. For this reason, the epochs 25 and 24 are placed together, so as to belong only to one day in the months of February, April, June, August, September, and November, and in the same months another 25, distinguished by an accent or by being printed in a different character, is placed beside 26 and belongs to the same day. The reason for doubling the 25 was to prevent the new moons from being indicated in the calendar, as happening twice on the same day in the course of the lunar cycle, thing which actually cannot take place. For example, if we observe the line B in Table Roman 3, we shall see that it contains both the epochs 24 and 25, so that if these correspond to the same day of the month, two new moons would be indicated as happening on that day within 19 years. Now, the three epochs 24, 25, 26 can never occur in the same line. Therefore, in those lines in which 24 and 25 occur, the 25 is accented and placed in the calendar beside 26. When 25 and 26 occur in the same line of epochs, the 25 is not accented and in the calendar stands beside 24. The lines of epochs in which 24 and 25 both occur are those which are marked by one of the 8 letters B, EK, NRB, EN, in all of which 25 stands in a column, corresponding to a golden number higher than 11. There are also 8 lines in which 25 and 26 occur, namely CFL, PSCFP. In the other 14 lines, 25 either does not occur at all, or it occurs in a line in which neither 24 nor 26 is found. From this, it appears that if the golden number of the year exceeds 11, the epoch 25 in 6 months of the year must correspond to the same day in the calendar as 26. But if the golden number does not exceed 11, that epoch must correspond to the same day as 24. Hence the reason for distinguishing 25 and 25 in using the calendar. If the epoch of the year is 25 and the golden number not above 11, take 25. But if the golden number exceeds 11, take 25. Another peculiarity requires explanation. The epoch 19, also distinguished by an accent or different character, is placed in the same line with 20 at the 31st of December. It is, however, only used in those years in which the epoch 19 concurs with the golden number 19. When the golden number is 19, that is to say in the last year of the lunar cycle, the supplementary month contains only 29 days. Hence, if in that year the epoch should be 19, a new moon would fall on the 2nd of December, and the lunation would terminate on the 30th, so that the next new moon would arrive on the 31st. The epoch of the year, therefore 19, must stand beside that day, whereas, according to the regular order, the epoch corresponding to the 31st of December is 20, and this is the reason for the distinction. Table Roman 3, Extended Table of Epochs. Years. Index. Golden numbers. 1700, 1800, 700. C. 1900, 2000, 2100. B. U. 2600, 2700, 2800. D. Nes. 30, 130, 230, 300. Lar. Q. Pri. 30, 830, 900, 4000. Then. Dem. 40, 200, 40, 300, 40, 400. Sbel. K. 4740, 840, 900. Lai. Lage. G. 5450, 550, 600. Nev. Li. 5900, 6000, 6100. D. Si. B. Le. Pri. 7070, 170, 200. Then. Dem. 70, 570, 670, 700. Lage. G. Nev. 80, 280, 380, 400. Li. 1500, 1600, 80, 500. D. As an example of the use of the preceding tables, suppose it were required to determine the moon's age on the 10th of April 1832. In 1832, the golden number is 1832 119 R9, and the line of epochs belonging to the century is Roman 100 in Table Roman 3 under 9, and in the line C, we find the epoch 28 in the calendar Table Roman 4. Look for April, and the epoch 28 is found opposite the second day, the 2nd of April, is therefore the first day of the moon Roman 5 pan the 10th is. Consequently the 9th day of the moon again, suppose, it were required to find the moon's age on the 2nd of December in the year 1916. In this case, the golden number is 1916 119 R17, and in table Roman 3 opposite to 1900, the line of epochs is B. Under 17, in line B, the epoch is 25 in the calendar. This epoch first occurs before the 2nd of December at the 26th of November. The 26th of November is consequently the first day of the moon, and the 2nd of December is therefore the 7th day. Easter the next, and indeed the principal use of the calendar, is to find Easter, which according to the traditional regulation of the Council of Nice, must be determined from the following conditions. First, Easter must be celebrated on a Sunday 2nd. This Sunday must follow the 14th day of the Paschal moon, so that if the 14th of the Paschal moon falls on a Sunday, then Easter must be celebrated on the Sunday following 3rd. The Paschal moon is that of which the 14th day falls on or next follows the day of the vernal equinox. Fourth, the equinox is fixed invariably in the calendar on the 21st of March. Sometimes a misunderstanding has arisen from not observing that this regulation is to be construed according to the tabular full moon as determined from the epoch, and not by the true full moon, which in general occurs 1 or 2 days earlier. From these conditions, it follows that the Paschal full moon, or the 14th of the Paschal moon, cannot happen before the 21st of March, and that Easter, in consequence, cannot happen before the 22nd of March, if the 14th of the moon falls. On the 21st, the new moon must fall on the 8th for 2113/8, and the Paschal new moon cannot happen before the 8th, for suppose the new moon to fall on the 7th. Then, the full moon would arrive on the 20th, or the day before the equinox. The following moon would be the Paschal moon, but the 14th of this moon falls at the latest on the 18th of April, or 29 days after the 20th of March. For by reason of the double epoch that occurs at the 4th and 5th of April, this lunation has only 29 days now. If in this case the 18th of April is Sunday, then Easter must be celebrated on the following Sunday, or the 25th of April. Hence, Easter Sunday cannot happen earlier than the 22nd of March, or later than the 25th of April. Hence we derive the following rule for finding Easter Sunday from the tables. First, find the golden number, and from table Roman 3, the epoch of the proposed year 2nd. Find in the calendar table Roman for the first day after the 7th of March, which corresponds to the epoch of the year. This will be the first day of the Paschal moon 3rd reckon. 13 days after that of the first of the moon, the following will be the 14th of the moon, or the day of the full Paschal moon. Fourth, find from table Roman 1 the dominical letter of the year, and observe in the calendar the first day after the 14th of the moon, which corresponds to the dominical letter. This will be Easter Sunday. Table Roman 4 Gregorian calendar. Days: Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, the, Bel, the, Bel, the, Bel, the, Bel, the, Bel, the, Bel, le, d, d, g, b, the, b, the, le, asi, 25-26, nef, asi, nef, nef, b, d, 25-24, g, d, 25-26, g, g, asi, the, le, the, 25-24, le, 25-24, d, nef, b, nef, b, b, the, g, asi, g, asi, nef, le, d, le, d, d, g, b, the, b, the, le, asi, nev, asi, nev, nev, be, ade, g, ade, g, g, asi, ande, le, ande, le, le, ade, nev, be, nev, be, be, ande, g, asi, g, asi, asi, nev, le, ade, le, ade, ade, g, be, ande, be, ande, ande, le, asi, nev, asi, nev, nev, be, ade, g, ade, g, g, asi, ande, le, ande, le, le, ade, nev, be, nev, be, be, ande, g, asi, g, asi, asi, nev, le, ade, le, ade, ade, g, be, ande, be, ande, ande, le, asi, nev, asi, nev, nev, be, ade, g, ade, g, g, asi, ande, le, ande, le, le, ade, nev, be, nev, be, be, ande, g, asi, g, asi, asi, nev, le, ade, le, ade, g, be, ande, be, ande, le, asi, nev, asi, nev, ade, days, July, August, Sept, October, Nov, Dec, ande, spell, ande, spell, ande, spell, ande, spell, ande, spell, ande, spell, g, 25-24, asi, nev, le, ade, nev, le, ade, g, be, ande, g, be, ande, le, asi, nev, le, asi, nev, be, ade, g, be, ade, g, asi, ande, le, asi, ande, le, ade, nev, be, ade, nev, be, ande, g, asi, ande, g, asi, nev, le, ade, nev, le, ade, g, be, ande, g, be, ande, le, asi, nev, le, asi, nev, be, ade, g, be, ade, g, asi, ande, le, asi, the, le, di, nev, be, di, nev, be, the, g, asi, the, g, asi, nev, le, di, nev, le, di, g, be, the, g, be, the, le, asi, nev, le, asi, nev, be, di, g, be, di, g, asi, the, le, asi, the, le, di, nev, be, di, nev, be, the, g, asi, the, g, asi, nev, le, di, nev, le, di, g, be, the, g, be, the, le, asi, nev, le, asi, nev, be, di, g, be, di, g, asi, the, le, asi, the, le, di, nev, 25-24. Be, di, nev, be, the, g, asi, the, g, asi, 25-24. Nev, le, di, nev, le, di, g, be, the, g, be, the, asi, le. Example required the day on which Easter Sunday falls in the year 1841. For this year, the golden number is 1841-19R17, and the epoch table Roman 3 line C is 26 second after the 7th of March. The epoch 26 first occurs in table Roman 3 at the 4th of April, which therefore is the day of the new moon 3rd. Since the new moon falls on the 4th, the full moon is on the 17th, 4, 13, 17, 4th. The dominical letters of 1840 are ED table Roman, one of which D must be taken, as E belongs only to January and February. After the 17th of April, D first occurs in the calendar table Roman 4 at the 19th, therefore, in 1840, Easter Sunday falls on the 19th of April. The operation is in all cases much facilitated by means of the table on next page. Such is the very complicated and artificial though highly ingenious method, invented by Lilius for the determination of Easter, and the other movable feasts. Its principal, though perhaps least obvious advantage, consists in its being entirely independent of astronomical tables, or indeed of any celestial phenomena, whatever, so that all chances of disagreement arising from the inevitable errors of tables, or the uncertainty of observation, are avoided and Easter determined without the Roman 5p possibility of mistake. But this advantage is only procured by the sacrifice of some accuracy, for notwithstanding the cumbersome apparatus employed, the conditions of the problem are not always exactly satisfied, nor is it possible that they can be always satisfied by any similar method of proceeding. The equinox is fixed on the 21st of March, though the sun enters Aries generally on the 20th of that month. Sometimes even on the 19th, it is accordingly quite possible that a full moon may arrive after the true equinox, and yet precede the 21st of March. This therefore would not be the paschal moon of the calendar, though it undoubtedly ought to be so if the intention of the Council of Nice were rigidly followed. The new moons, indicated by the epochs, also differ from the astronomical new moons, and even from the mean new moons in general by 1 or 2 days, in imitation of the Jews who counted the time of the new moon, not from the moment of the actual phase, but from the time the moon first became visible after the conjunction. The 14th day of the moon is regarded as the full moon, but the moon is in opposition generally on the 16th day therefore, when the new moons of the calendar nearly concur with the true new moons. The full moons are considerably in error, the epochs are also placed, so as to indicate the full moons generally 1 or 2 days after the true full moons, but this was done purposely to avoid the chance of concurring with the Jewish Passover, which the framers of the calendar seem to have considered a greater evil than that of celebrating Easter a week too late. Table Roman 5 perpetual table showing Easter. Leap Act. Dominical letter. For leap years, use the second letter. A, B, a C, a D, a D, Nev, G, APRA 16, APRA 17, APRA 18, APRA 19, APRA 20, APRA 14, APRA 15, Mars 31, Mars 30, Mar 29, Mar 28, Mar 27, Mar 26, Mar 25, APRA 23, APRA 24, APRA 25, APRA 19, APRA 20, APRA 21, APRA 22. We will now show in what manner this whole apparatus of methods and tables may be dispensed with, and the Gregorian calendar reduced to a few simple formulae of easy computation. And first, to find the dominical letter, let L denote the number of the dominical letter of any given year of the era. Then, since every year which is not a leap year ends with the same day as that with which it began, the dominical letter of the following year must be L1 retrograding one letter every common year after X years. Therefore, the number of the letter will be L Roman 10. But as L can never exceed 7, the number X will always exceed L after the first 7 years of the era in order. Therefore, to render the subtraction possible, L must be increased by some multiple of 7 as 7m, and the formula then becomes 7m L Roman 10 in the year preceding the first of the era. The dominical letter was C for that year. Therefore, we have L3 consequently for any succeeding year X L7M3X, the years being all supposed to consist of 365 days, but every fourth year is a leap year, and the effect of the intercalation is to throw the dominical letter one place farther back. The above expression must therefore be diminished by the number of units in X4, or by X4, W, this notation being used to denote the quotient in a whole number that arises from dividing X by 4. Hence, in the Julian calendar, the dominical letter is given by the equation L7M3 X left bracket X 4 right bracket W. This equation gives the dominical letter of any year from the commencement of the era to the Reformation. In order to adapt it to the Gregorian calendar, we must first add the 10 days that were left out of the year 1582 in the second place. We must add 1 day for every century that has elapsed since 1600 in consequence of the secular suppression of the intercalary day, and lastly, we must deduct the units contained in a fourth of the same number, because every fourth centesimal year is still a leap year, denoting therefore the number of the century, or the date after the 2 right-hand digits have been struck out by C. The value of L must be increased by 10 C16 C16 for W. We have then L7M3 X left bracket X 4 right bracket W10 C16 left bracket C16 4 right bracket W. That is, since 3 10 13 or 6, the 7 days being rejected, as they do not affect the value of L. L7M6 X left bracket X 4 right bracket W C16 left bracket C16 4 right bracket W. This formula is perfectly general and easily calculated. As an example, let us take the year 1839 in this case. X 1839 left bracket X 4 right bracket W left bracket 1839 4 right bracket W 459 C 18 C16 2 and left bracket C16 4 right bracket W0. Hence, L7M6 1839 459 20 L7M22 97 328 2290 L6 letter F. The year therefore begins with Tuesday. It will be remembered that in a leap year, there are always 2 dominical letters, one of which is employed till the 29th of February, and the other till the end of the year in this case, as the formula supposes. The intercalation already made the resulting letter is that which applies after the 29th of February. Before the intercalation, the dominical letter had retrograded one place less, thus, for 1840. The formula gives D during the first 2 months, therefore the dominical letter is E. In order to investigate a formula for the epact, let us make E the true epact of the given year, J the Julian epact, that is to say the number the epact would have been if the Julian year had been still in use, and the lunar cycle had been exact. S the correction, depending on the solar year. M the correction, depending on the lunar cycle. Then the equation of the epact will be BJSM, so that E will be known when the numbers J, S, and M are determined. The epact J depends on the golden number N, and must be determined from the fact that in 1582, the first year of the reformed calendar N was 6, and J 26 for the following years. Then the golden numbers and epacts are as follows: 1583 N7 J 26 11 37, 1584 N8 J 7 11 18,